All right, I got an admission.
That might have been your best one ever. That was pretty impressive.
I have an admission. God, it pains me to say this. I think I criminally underrated the run game for the Philadelphia Eagles. DeAndre Swift, is it Detroit didn't use him properly? I thought he was a screen game guy. He looks phenomenal. They gave up a swap of picks and then basically a 2025 mid-round pick for him. Howie Roseman.
I was going to say, is he the best GM in football?
Well, it's interesting. Blankenship, undrafted.
Right.
Balling. Jalen Carter fell to them.
Right.
Balling.
I think they,
balling.
I think there was a smear campaign, and I think Philadelphia did it to get Jalen Carter. How did he fall to number 10? He was the number 1 pick in the mock draft all season long. And a couple situations happened in Georgia.
Yeah, the reckless driving.
And Howie Roseman was like, oh, I'll take him. Oh, we lost Javon Hargrave. Boop. Here's Jalen Carter. He's going to be a 10-year pro, and he's going to be an all-pro for many, many years.
Did you see that hit?
Yes.
And then he got up celebrating, and the ball, it reminded me of Dante Whitner. I mean, he was celebrating, and the guy hadn't even hit the ground yet.
So the trenches.
Oh, such a big hit.
The trenches.
They look phenomenal.
Look, we have our beef with the fan base.
Yeah.
But as far as the players on the field,
they're
the way they move for A.J. Brown. Think about how they got A.J. Brown.
What'd you think of his yellow shoes?
What's that?
The yellow-green shoes.
Hey, the
kids love that.
The kids love it. The kids love it. And you knew they were going to get on the ball on Monday Night Football. They didn't even use Devontae Smith yesterday.
No.
Dallas Goedert, right in the middle, 5 yards, 7 yards, possession tight end. They got another tight end now.
Their roster is excellent.
Roster's really good.
And I'm glad you brought up Howie Roseman in terms of like I think John Lynch is excellent, but you can also admire how another team is built. And we've talked a lot about like draft and develop, free agency, and trades. Look at how they've built their team. It reminds me a lot of the Niners.
It's a really good team. A really good team. So, look, as we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. Drive safely. I had no idea it was going to be ready this morning.
What happened with your tires? You came in here and you said
I
your
heard
tire.
you on a crossover, and I was like, yeah, I got a ball tire. So my father-in-law basically, Oleg Novikov, was like, man, your tire's a little bald here on the right side. And I looked.
Is he a car guy?
Yeah, he's a mechanic.
I'm not a car
guy. Yeah,
Are you a car guy?
I know you guys were searching for the word mechanic.
I'm
not a mechanic. I don't know about parts.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
I know how to change a flat tire.
Really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't think I could do that.
I could get down and change a flat tire, put the jack under the car, jack it up, change the tire.
Okay.
I don't know how to change oil. I have before.
Yeah, I don't know any of
It's a little hard, but I just have people do it for me. It's that season where you may need to get new tires because these freeways in the Bay Area is nasty. So I was kind of skirting around this morning trying to drive safely. I'm like, oh, boy, here we go with the wet weather.
I kind of like it, though.
I liked it. The air felt good.
It did.
It felt good.
I had windows down. I was breathing it in. It was great.
No, it felt great.
With 5% of my tire filled.
It felt great. And Scott and the Eagles felt great because that's the match. And everybody, I got a couple texts from people saying, oh, Philly, Jalen Hurts don't look that good. I said, you don't need to look at. Actually, Tucker loved me yesterday. He goes, boy, do the Niners need to be playing at their best right now? I don't need them playing at their best right now.
No.
They need to peak in December.
Yeah.
January.
Were the Kansas City Chiefs the best team in football in the first month?
This is like extended preseason right now we're watching. And right now, Philadelphia's trying to figure it out with their new offensive coordinator and their new defensive coordinator.
There's some huge holes for that guy to run through yesterday.
Huge
holes. But he looks very decisive.
They ran for 200 yards. As a team, they ran for 5 yards a carry, and there's something about DeAndre Swift going back home to the city of Philadelphia where he played his high school football. People forget.
Great.
He was at the University of Georgia. Georgia's just to recruit backs, They recruit the top of the top. So Swift, I never got that. Oh man, the Lions, he ain't that good. We were discussing this just last week. I was telling you, you're like, I don't know about Swift. Swift's a problem.
Well, because in Detroit, and look, it's Detroit, so they used a lot of people. Before Dan Campbell, they've used a lot of people wrong, but they used him as just basically a screen guy.
Right.
He was a scat back.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, okay, they need a running back. They can't find a running back to save their life since Barry Sanders, and they're not even utilizing this guy. And then they draft a running back in Gibbs, who everybody likes. I don't know. It just, to me, I viewed him through how Detroit was using him, which was through a scat back's prism.
See, I
was wrong.
Yeah,
so were they.
Yeah, I thought there was some talent there. With a team like Philadelphia, this is the thing. This is like basketball, right? When the top of the top, when the Warriors, when the Lakers, when the Nuggets, when the Celtics, when the Miami Heat. when they inquire on a player and they trade for a player, it makes me personally raise my eyebrows, just like the Dodgers.
Yeah.
In baseball, we saw it.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the Dodgers are saying, you know what? Let's see what's happening with Lance Lynn. Let's see if we can correct him and redirect his season to a net positive. And they did that, right?
Chris Taylor only works for the Dodgers.
Only works for the Dodgers.
I know.
So the top of the this is old school Niner stuff in the 90s.
That's a good point.
When they would sign a player, you're thinking, oh, they could get the most out of this guy.
Yeah.
And that's the Philadelphia Eagles right now. To go in on DeAndre Swift, to go in on A.J. Brown. Yes, this NFC is coming down to a two-team race. And December 3rd will be for home field advantage. It will be. December 3rd is, are Shasky and Bonte going back to Philadelphia in January? Or that game be out here at Levi Stadium? 100%. That's what it's coming down to.
I know it's 100%. And I'm watching Jalen Hurts, and I'm saying to myself, he does hold on to the ball a very long time. It's almost undeniable. Like he different from Brock in that Brock is trying to get rid of it quickly and make decisive, movements. Although he can hold on to the ball, Jalen is just holding it, and he can because he has a great offensive line. They are creating unbelievable pockets, and his ability to kind of move within that pocket. that layered throw to that wide receiver none of us has ever heard of.
Yeah.
That was a dime.
Jalen Hurts is a problem. So he's got Zacchaeus, 2 catches, 58 yards. Look, Jack Stoll's a backup tight end. Kenneth Gainwell ran well against the Niners in the NFC Championship game.
He did.
It comes out of this.
Gainwell killed us.
It comes out of this. Who's going to control the trenches?
Yes, I agree.
In that football game,
that I agree with.
Can the Niners block that Eagles front? Because that's what ultimately did them in the NFC title game. They got Brock Purdy hurt because they couldn't block.
Interior players in the NFL right now, do you know who 1 and 2 are in terms of pressures?
Is one of them Javon Hargrave?
Javon Hargrave, number 1.
Is Aaron Donald number 2?
No.
Because he was dominant last night at Cincinnati, even though they lost.
Number 2.
Yeah, I know. Jalen
So
Carter.
if you're Philadelphia, right, and the Niners, look, they benefit from that because they bring in Javon Hargrave. They needed it, right? They needed interior pressure.
Let me tell you what Philadelphia fans are telling me right now. Y'all had to pay $40 million for Hargrave. We just drafted Jalen Carter,
and now they have him under a rookie contract.
Exactly.
And look, it's great business from Howie Roseman. You have to respect it. But I would say this: the Niners desperately needed that guy in the middle of their defense because they're paying Nick Bosa premium money, and to get the most out of all of these contracts on the line, you got to bring Javon Hargrave in.
So good morning, everybody on the Comcast Business
I
Text
think it
line.
helps both teams.
It helps both teams, no doubt. Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube listening to us this morning or watching us on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate everybody out there on this Tuesday morning.
They threaded the needle of what the Niners tried to do with DeForest Buckner, where they were like, hey, you go and we'll draft your replacement.
Right.
Now, they had the pick from the A.J. Brown thing and moving it around and stuff, and so they had an extra pick, so they get that 10th pick, I believe.
Yeah, 10th pick.
Whose was that 10th pick?
Could have been Tennessee. I don't know. They made
a slew of picks. They dropped back. I remember in the one draft. Anyway, point being is they had that first rounder, which was going to be a top 10 pick, and they were like, all right, we'll let Javon Hargrave leave. We'll get the comp pick in the middle rounds because he leaves as a high-priced free agent, and we'll draft his replacement. The Niners did that, and they got, obviously, Mook Dog.
So they drafted Jalen Carter 9 overall from Carolina via Chicago.
There you go. Okay.
And look, Mook Dog, Javon Kinlaw was never going to be a top 10 pick because of the risk of with his injuries.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter
should have been a top 3
Should have been the number 1 pick overall. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, Carolina goes to Bryce Young. Houston goes C.J. Stroud, which looks really good. You got to wonder if Houston's going to be happy with Will Anderson Jr. He made an impact on Sunday, but the fact that he dropped to 9, like, what did Seattle? I thought Seattle was drafted Jalen Carter
because of the character concerns. I know Detroit was scared because they didn't think they had the infrastructure to deal with it, and I think Philadelphia was uniquely qualified with
Raiders,
all of those older guys, like Fletcher Cox being in the room with him.
Think about the Raiders. They took Tyree Wilson. Has Tyree Wilson even played a game yet? Was he active on Sunday Night Football?
Yeah, he played. He's had like a flu or something last week.
He's so good you can't even notice him.
Yeah, no. So Jalen Carter finishes that. So as Niner fans, 888-957-9570, watch the Eagles. What was your impression? They will get better. They're in a bit of a Super Bowl hangover. They're starting to figure it out. They covered a spread yesterday.
I fear
but they
AJ.
have new coordinators who are they trying to work in,
Yeah.
but they got a powerful running game, and they want to control the line of scrimmage. So can that 49ers offensive line control the line of scrimmage?
The last thing that I was thinking about watching some of those games last night, Stafford, he just throws up some random
Yeah, I know.
balls. He's very erratic. He's talented. Very erratic.
But he got beat. That Rams offensive line reared its ugly head yesterday.
I felt like he got hit on every other play.
I mean, he got sacked, 7 times?
If you'd have told me 22, I would have believed you.
Yeah.
But I'm watching Joe Burrow on that
6
ankle.
times.
Joe Burrow does not look right.
Oh, with the calf.
He
With the
does not
calf
look
injury.
right. But
They rolled him out like one time.
there is a toughness factor I think that we don't bring up enough. Jalen Hurts is clearly tough. Brock Purdy is clearly tough. There is a toughness factor baked in. And you were talking yesterday about Jimmy G.
I was just about to bring that up.
And I was thinking about this so bad.
I'm glad you brought this up. No, I don't mean to cut you off.
Because
I
I'm
had a long
watching Burrow and I'm
conversation.
saying, you think, and after Mahomes gets hurt,
Right.
you think these guys have to be killed on the field. And I'm being hyperbolic. I shouldn't say that.
I was talking to Big Dog City yesterday on the phone. We're having a long conversation because he had his Niner hater glasses on yesterday. Oh my God, Philadelphia, look at them. Oh my, that's what he does when the Raiders start losing. He starts hating on the Niners. It's all good. I know your game, Big Dog. It's all good. But listen, we were talking though, and I said, there's something about Jimmy Garoppolo. And with Martellus Bennett, who can be irrational at times, and is a hothead.
The Bennett brothers are interesting.
But do they lie?
They tell tall tales, though.
They are truth tellers, though.
Yes, but I'm saying they
They
like
will
to
tell a
enhance
tall
the story.
tale.
They
They're
talk about
truth
them
tellers.
fighting a group of they're okay,
But they're truth tellers, right?
to a degree, yes.
He called Jimmy G the B word. Now, some people scoffed at it. Julian Edelman, do you consider him a truth
Now
teller?
Julian Edelman's words hit home because he doesn't say a whole lot.
He doesn't say a whole lot.
So when he talks,
When he
it's like Logan
questioned-
Webb talking.
when
When
he-
he talks, I listen.
When he questioned whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo could have played on that shirt week against the Houston
That
Texans,
I thought was impactful.
that raised my eyebrows. I saw that dude walk on the field of Philadelphia, looked at Shasky, and said, wow, you telling me that guy couldn't suit up?
Mahomes has to be dragged off the field by police.
Tom Brady?
I mean,
I know we're talking about the greatest of the greats.
yeah, but that's
Steve Young.
This is
we
what
watched
makes
Steve
them.
Young play all concussions.
I know.
Now, it's not good for his long-term health, but when you're in that locker, and I was talking to Big Dog about this because he's been in a college locker room. He played at a high level, whether it's football or baseball. Big Dog is an athlete. He knows what time it is. Said, you're in there in that locker room with your brothers. The Super Bowl ring can separate you from the Pro Football Hall of Fame or have you on the outside looking in. Go ask Patrick Willis.
It's
Go ask
true.
Justice Smith. Go ask Joe Staley. Guys are knocking on the door of the
Ask
Hall of
LaDainian
Fame.
Tomlinson.
LaDainian Tomlinson. I think he is in the Hall of
No,
Fame.
but I'm
now.
saying in
But yeah.
terms of his legacy.
His legacy. When
we
you have that
remember
Super
him for
Bowl
that
ring,
helmet.
it elevates everybody.
Yes.
The last fumble with Roger Craig against the New York Giants, we're playing a highlight last week in the NFC title game. What if he doesn't fumble? What if he does go back to the Super Bowl? What if they go back to the Super Bowl winning?
He's in.
He's in the Hall of Fame. So when you have your brothers fighting all throughout training camp, and you're thinking about yourself, and I get it, Jimmy Garoppolo, he had a right to be selfish in a way because of him and Shanahan and the riff, but you didn't owe it to your brothers. You watched them trot out Josh Johnson in the NFC title game. In the NFC title game, you're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Now, you could say the doctors didn't clear him. You think Mahomes, he's getting the pink slip said, hey, clear me. I'm playing. I'm risking my life. I don't have these opportunities like this.
Knowing what we know now, to me, this is all gut. I'm not saying I have any insight. It sure as hell feels like Jimmy was going to be cleared by the doctors. Jimmy himself said, no, I'm not ready. Kyle lost his mind.
Yep.
And whether it's because Jimmy wasn't going to get his starting job back
Yep.
or whatever reason he had, I think right then and there, Kyle's like, I'm done with you.
So we're watching Joe Burrow last night. He's just like, we can't go 0-3. We cannot go 0-3.
That was an old school 1980s quarterback
I'm going to
game.
gut this out
Yes.
knowing that
He
Aaron
was not
Donald is
good.
breathing down my neck.
Exactly.
He was not great.
But he knows that if he's out there at 40%, he gives them a better
It's better.
chance than, let's say, Brandon Allen at
Yeah.
100. That was just for you because that used to be his backup.
Oh man, who's his backup now? Jake Browning, right?
Oh, he'll be a starter somewhere.
Yes.
For the Niners, probably.
For the Niners. So, I don't want to get on Jimmy Garoppolo, but that's what it's going to come
it's
down
hard
to.
for me to not watch all these quarterbacks gut it out.
And we watched him walk on the field, and I said, Shasky, look at this guy. I said, Shasky, look at this guy walk on the field.
I know.
You telling me he can't suit up?
I know.
The NFC title game?
I know.
You've been out all this time anyway.
And then
that is what it
watching
is.
Jimmy Sunday night, how panicky he gets in that pocket.
So,
I mean,
I don't know if
in
you
the feet.
I don't know if you saw Big Dog post on Instagram. He had a perfect view of that hit late in the game when they called the helmet to helmet. It looked like a Madden hit. I swear to God. Go look at Big Dog's Instagram
Well, there's no
account.
way Jimmy's making it 17 games.
No way. Go look
And
at
I
that
don't want to
hit.
be mean. That's not. I'm not trying to be mean. He cannot hold up.
The fact that he got squared up like that was unbelievable. Now, I'm with SF Flood 2542. They threw it 50 times to Cincinnati Bengals, knowing that Joe Burrow had a bulky calf.
Because that's their best chance to win. We all like Joe Mixon.
Right.
Joe Mixon is a solid player.
Right.
Their best chance to win is throwing the ball
to Jamar Chase.
Yeah, and that was with no T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Who left that game?
Yeah, no doubt. So anyway, man, we're watching the Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, it's an arms race. It's the Eagles and the Niners and the Eagles. And home field advantage will probably be determined December 3rd. A game I wish I could go to.
Nakua, to me,
Nakua.
is... You want to talk about a guy? He is going to be at minimum a second-round pick in fantasy next year.
Yeah, he's a PPR
He's wide
machine.
open on every play.
He's a PPR machine.
I mean, forget Cooper Kupp. This is their new guy.
Just wait until they get Cooper Kupp back. But the Rams have offensive line problems.
He's a stud.
They have to get a consistent running game. They cannot drop Matthew Stafford back the way they do. So
everybody thinks we're crapping on Jimmy G. We're not crapping on Jimmy G. But what we're saying is
toughness factor.
What we're saying is that
Jimmy.
like the elite of the elite, when you are getting paid to be the quarterback, okay, you're expected to be different. When you're the boss of a company, okay, you're the front-facing person of a company, your expectations are higher. I expect a level of dedication to the craft. And when you're paying someone $250 million, that's what Joe Burrow's getting, $250 million. Hell yeah, Joe. When your calf is sore and you have the Achilles is hanging by a thread, we're going to throw 50 times because you are the reason we win and lose games.
Come on, Niner fans. Just think about this. You ready for Joe Montana? Joe Montana back was banged up throughout his tenure with the 49ers, especially after year
back,
3.
Shoulder.
I mean, everything. We played the hits last week with Jim Burt. Ooh, on that turf. He did it. 3 guys will walk him back to the locker room.
Went to the hospital.
You know what I'm saying? Joe Montana did not care.
No.
Steve Young, we watched Steve Young. We knew he probably had so many unreported concussions. I remember Monday Night Football. There was a Monday Night Football game against the Cleveland Browns and Bill Belichick. They lost like 23-13. Steve, it was the first time I ever seen an NFL player smell salts. Just smelling salts. The guy had to wake up, smell salts just to play in a football game. You know? Toughness.
I got boys that smell salts just to watch a football game.
Yeah, I guess you do. But, you know, I'm not crapping on Jimmy, but it is a toughness factor that I watched yesterday. And Big Dog and I were talking about it. It felt like when Edelman talks, Bennett talks, there is something there. I do want to get into the Giants for just a second. Because, you know, we're getting tagged in tweets about, you guys need to go at the Giants. We, on the Morning Roast, have been consistent for the last 16 months about the Giants and how we feel about the Giants. Now, everybody wants to come aboard and tell it, oh, you need sweeping changes. Oh, you need this and that. I got something for a lot of people out there because I'm a little fed up with Giants. Some Giants fans. I'm fed up with some Giants people who cover the Giants. I'm fed up on a lot of things when it comes to the orange and black. We'll get into that on the other side. Plus, we got Baldy coming up at 7:30. Dumas live in studio at 8:30. That's all coming up. Sponsored by the 2023 Grand National Rodeo. I love you a good rodeo, man. They're a lot of fun. 2023 Grand National Rodeo is returning with more spills and thrills as they celebrate their 75th anniversary at the Cow Palace in Daly City. 2 big weekends. The Grand National Rodeo is Friday and Saturday, October 6th and 7th. And the following weekend is the Women of Rodeo and Fiesta del Charro. Get your tickets now at thecowpalace.com.
He's a horse.
Soda! Nationwide. Wait.
A complete gain for Logan. Webb is the Giants. Hang in there. They beat the Padres. How about that?
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What's up, Steph? I'll see you next Monday for Media Day. We'll get into Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr. A lot was said. 6 starters. Contract extensions. I heard Joe Shasky this morning on the crossover. Well, sweep and change it with the Giants. We got Steve, and he said this, and I totally agree. Steve Kerr's got 4 championships. He don't even have a contract extension yet. Joe Lakem's like, you going to play the young guys? You going to get Kuminga involved? How's the season going to play out?
And a part of me understands both sides of
Right.
Kerr, like, what the heck? And then
Right.
also, like, I can kind of see Joe Lakem's point of view.
I understand it. That's what the great teams do. The great organizations do. That's how we do business. The Giants, yes, they need to clean house. That's not a 400. I told you guys this before the season, and it's my problem with Giants fans. Last segment, by the way, is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. There's all these pieces now coming out from Andrew Bagley, Susan Slusser, and I respect all their work. Andrew Bagley from The Athletic, Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle. I'm going to say on the front end, I respect all their work.
Okay.
Tom Verducci, and I'm not the biggest fan, but I respect his work. I respect how he got to where he got to. All these pieces now coming out about the style of play, about, the attached emotion from the fan base. John Shea coming out talking about the attendance, 17th in Major League Baseball this year, the Giants. And, I was on record before the season saying I'm not spending a dime with this team. Now, I got some free tickets and maybe I bought some food, but I didn't spend a dime on tickets.
I love you.
I've been to 2 Giants games.
Yeah.
You know how many people have come up to me throughout the course of the season saying, Bonte, I'm riding with you. I haven't gone to 1 Giants game yet. You know how many texts I've seen on the Comcast business text line saying, I usually go to 20 games a year. I've been to 1. I got people telling me they've said no to free tickets this year because they won't support the product on the field. Now, a lot of people say, well, Bonte, they were winning. You need to be positive. I was not positive one day this year about the Giants, and I apologize about that. We should probably be a little more positive about them and be a little more open-minded, and I tried.
But I
tried to be open-minded about them.
But do you, this goes back to, do you want soft-serve BS, or do you
Right.
want people to give you their real opinions?
Do you want the truth?
Yeah.
And I said this for over the last 15 months. Why do we hold the Warriors and Niners to a different standard than the Giants? This is a championship culture. I want everybody to know this now. New York, Chicago, L.A., Boston, D.C., the Bay Area is right there.
Well, Chicago hasn't won anything.
And they haven't won anything. So
in a long time.
And D.C. hasn't won anything in a long time.
That's a
They
good
got
point.
the 1 championship with the Nationals. Orioles haven't done much.
I would
in
throw
recent
Miami
years.
into that now.
Okay.
Because I respect the Heat that much.
I respect the Heat.
Yeah, Boston.
But really, we're above them.
I agree.
We've got more championships in Boston.
I agree.
We've got more championships in New York.
I agree.
We're right there with L.A. Right? We're in that market of title or bust. We play for big stakes here. We're a big boy market now. Why do we hold the Giants to this? I remember, I never go back. I can never forget the first show of the year when it came to the Giants and the Yankees. And I came in here and I said, guys, I'm sorry. I just can't get excited about this lineup. I can't get excited about this team. We're playing at Yankee Stadium, and you make a trade for Max Beatty, and all of a sudden they tell Case Schmidt, who is the player of spring training, won the award for being the best player in spring training, and you send him down. You send him down when you had the great opportunity to say, you know what? Hey, Giants fans, we are trotting out youngsters. We are showing you, hey, here's a glimpse of our farm system. We got hope. It's all going to be about the farm, blah, blah, blah. We're going to commit to it. Let the young man play at Yankee Stadium. Let the guy rub the monument of Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. Just let him go out there. Instead, you trade for Matt Beatty on that day and send him down. And I was done. And I said it. I'm going to be on Farhan's ass all year. And I watched him from afar. And I watched the way they used the pitchers. I watched the way they used the platooning. And what did we say midway through the year? We even asked Flim this. Hey, is there something to driving to the ballpark, not knowing what your role is going to be? And a lot of people said, they're big boys. They know the drill. And all of a sudden last week, pieces are coming out saying, yeah, players are not happy because when they're driving to the park, it messes with their confidence because they don't know if they're playing.
What about free agent pitching now? Free agent pitchers might not want to come here because they don't know what their role is going to be. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Oh, well, the Morning Roast has been saying this for 15, 16 months.
It's kind of incredible, isn't
It's
it?
incredible how everything's. So I want, when we think about some of the big things happening in the roast, we get a lot of heat for a lot of things. These guys yell, they're irrational, they're fanboys, they're homers. But you better add in, they were right about the San Francisco Giants and the way they operate. We've been all over their ass. And now people want to see sweeping changes.
Well, here's what I don't understand.
Pretty interesting, Shasky. I want our credit.
You and I agree. Farhan's the one dictating essentially what the lineups are going to be, right?
Yep.
So if you swap out Gabe Kapler, how is it any different?
Oh,
Either you're in or out on Farhan is where I'm going.
It's a package deal.
Exactly. I actually think Kapler has done more than Farhan in terms of impacting winning. And even then, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
To me, it's just not good enough. It's very simple. It's
The
just
lack of
not good
commitment
enough.
to Luciano, the lack of commitment to Matos, and then I'm hearing Gabe Kapler talk about, well, Matos needs to get a little more physical. We need him to play better in center field. What about your veterans? What about Yastrzemski? What about Slater? What about Jock Peterson, the guy you're paying $20 million to who can't play left field? Just put out a tape at Wrigley Field and watch him play, try to catch a pop-up.
Our buddy Steven Risotto puts out a tweet yesterday that he has some insight that Conforto's going to opt out. Hallelujah.
Oh, wow. That tells you how bad this organization is. There's $18 million sitting on the table for Conforto. He's like, yeah, I'm good. I got to get the hell out of here.
Can you take Mania with him?
Nah, they know they're getting their 15.
I mean, this is very simple to me. It's not good enough. I'm not even going to lose my mind. And when Logan Webb, who doesn't talk a lot, when Logan Webb's the one saying, like, we need some sweeping changes, that is powerful.
Yep.
Think about it. What's the most, charismatic thing Logan Webb has ever done or said? And I love the guy. He's a very good player. He's a hard hat guy.
That contract is going to age well.
This
5
is
years,
like an
90
offensive
million.
lineman saying something.
Yep.
Would you agree?
Absolutely.
This is like an offensive lineman. To me, this is very simple. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. We have rejected this brand. You know, it's something I think about, like the Lakers. Think about the Lakers brand, okay? When you talk about the Lakers, it has to be star-driven. That's what their fan base craves. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
The Baltimore Ravens have to be blue collar.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
The
Bruisers.
Chicago Bears, they've been talking about quarterback forever.
Right.
Chicago Bears need to be a defensive-first
Right.
organization.
And run
That's
the
what their
ball.
fan base
Yeah,
desires.
no doubt.
Right?
No
like,
doubt.
it's what they desire.
Yep.
New England, they got to be frosty, and they got to be angry, and it's got to be their way, right? And they've got to be
It's gotta be
understated.
nasty.
You know,
Yep.
they don't even like Jaylen Brown. You know why? Because he kind of talks a little too
Right,
much.
right.
There's a certain player that gravitates. South Beach, what do they want? Glitz and glamour.
Glitz and glamour.
That's why
Stars.
Tyreek Hill fits perfect there.
Exactly.
He's flashy.
And Tua
Exactly.
Tagovailoa, Jalen Waddle. They got some stars down there. They fits the South Beach vibe.
Think about what the 49ers are giving to their fan base right now. Superstars.
Right.
In your face, blend of offense and defense. Superstars. Think about what the Warriors are right now.
Superstars.
Superstars. Then look at the Giants. And you tell me why it doesn't resonate with this fan base.
I mean, and the fact is that people looked at you, Shasky, they looked at me, and they said, you guys don't know what you're talking about. They're winning.
I mean, come on.
They're winning. What is going to satisfy you guys? You're in love with stars, blah, blah, blah. And people want to point to Aaron Judge in a down year he's having or Carlos Correa in a down year he's having. The fact is nobody wants to take your money because they don't like your style of play. You got Alex Wood speaking out on you. You got Ross Stripling talking about phantom ILs, right?
But
and then for the love of God, they've had, it feels like 17 meetings in the last month and a half.
Well, I'm glad you brought this
Ron
up.
Wotus out of nowhere is talking to the team, a consultant.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's well documented. This is from Danny Emmerman. He covers the team for the other station. It's well documented that Farhan Zaidi called a team meeting earlier this month and that several people, including Ron Wotus, spoke up.
Yep.
Gabe Kapler, who prefers one-on-one conversations,
Yeah.
which dude, you
Which is
addressed
really
the team
weird.
as a whole, bro.
Yeah.
Didn't address the team in that setting. I think it's good to have a lot of voices, Gabe Kapler said.
Yeah.
When we are calling on Ron Wotus to come off the pre- and post-game set to address the team,
It's problematic.
Andre Nicotina thinks you have situation critical.
What did Chuck Pagano say on the Pat McAfee show?
Yeah.
Players only meetings. When the players only meeting gets called, he called the wife, said, "Hey, babe, we got good news and bad news. Good news is they're calling the players only meeting. Bad news is you're going to have to sell the house because we're basically done.
Here's what I would say. Charles Johnson, Greg Johnson, whoever the hell of these Johnsons is running the Giants, put your big boy pants on, make a decision, and you need to take back your organization. Or it's very simple. Sell the team to somebody who will operate it like a big boy franchise.
Or sit there and watch your attendance drop into the 20s.
Well, no, that's unacceptable to me.
Well,
to me, it's unacceptable.
It is unacceptable. It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dumas live in
But they're
studio.
smarter than you.
Yeah, Dumas.
They're
Hold on,
smarter
Chesky. What's it
than
say from the
you.
other side? Dumas on the other side.
I still think they're smart.
Brian Baldinger, 7:30.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men.
shame. It's embarrassing.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You know,
Take it
Ross,
away, Bonte.
Loon Dog. I can't wait to talk to you, Loon Dog. I can't wait. We're going to talk some Warriors in a second. Just a quick last thoughts. Bear with us, roasters. Bear with us. As this segment is brought to you by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. Now, my guys do the Garlic Fries and Baseball podcast, right? Shasky and Lubman. They do it every single week. And they've been crushing it on that. It's the best Giant talk you'll get in this market. Because nobody holds this organization to task. Nobody. And it's embarrassing. We treat the Giants with kid gloves. And that's something that I've been trying to change here on the mornings for a long time. I've been trying to change here in this market for a long time. I'm tired of treating that organization, the San Francisco Giants, with kid gloves. Saying, oh, it's okay. You know, they won 107 in 2021. They could get it back. Folks, that was a fluke. It was fluky. All right?
They've had one winning season since the Obama administration.
There you go.
Just say that out loud.
Hey, Lubman just said something during the break. They've lost 25%. What was the stat? Because they're 17th in attendance, Lubman.
Since 2016, they've lost basically 26% of their attendance since that season.
Wow. So Farhan is driving people away from the yard. The style of play is driving people away from the yard. Now, I go back to the crossover we had with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley last year. When they were in Atlanta and they were rolling 9 games over 500, I said, it's just not entertaining. And I don't know if this is sustainable. What do you talk about, Bonch? They're 9 games over 500, blah, 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 blah. Then they face planted and they limped to 500. And really, they were only 500 because Arizona was mailing it in and Colorado was mailing it in the month of September. So that was fool's gold. Really, they were a below 500 team in 2022.
You've fallen behind the Miami Marlins when it comes to player development.
What? The Miami Marlins? The Chicago Cubs have rejuvenated their organization. The Reds are better than you. The Brewers are better than you. The Padres have had a bad year, and they're right there with you.
I know.
So I don't want to hear anything. So we're going to hold this team to task every single day, every single year until they make changes. And the changes need to be made. I wasn't on the fire Farhan train for a lot of this year. I wanted to wait it out. Let's see what happens. It's obvious. He's got to go. You're going to lose even more fans next season. You're losing interest in a market that has the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors, who will dominate this market for 9 months out of the year.
Of all the big boy brands across sports, right? Big boy brands. Chicago Bears is a devalued brand right now, right? You would agree?
Absolutely.
They're a behemoth. The Giants they've got to be a top 5 devalued brand in sports right now. In terms of when they're at their peak, they print cash. Would you agree?
They do.
The entire Northern California market, it will print cash. Why are they not printing cash?
They don't have entertaining players. They don't have an entertaining style. You have a guy who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room in Farhan Zaidi. You have a manager who's basically a puppet for Farhan Zaidi. So I really can't blame Kappa for a lot of things. He's just doing what Farhan says. And what Farhan says isn't working. And so you get guys like the 650 or a girl, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. I usually go to 4 to 5 games. Barely with the 1. This is how I know the Giants are boring and not appealing to anybody. And they usually like to go to about 5 to 6 games a year. She hasn't asked me to go to a game in 3 months. Hasn't even crossed her mind.
I was watching Tim Lincecum highlights on YouTube the other day. No. Like, you laugh, but like...
No, I'm just saying, it must be nice.
Bro, the stands were going crazy. And these aren't like playoff games. I'm talking about, these are just regular season. It was a highlight mix of strikeouts.
A buzz.
Be the stands. And then I look at the stands now and I'm like, what happened?
What happened?
You
got one watchable pitcher in Logan Webb. God bless his soul. You trotted out 2 starting pitchers this season and thought you were going to get through 161 and make the playoffs. It really duped us into believing, well, not me, because I didn't believe in it whatsoever. You had the little 10-game winning streak, and I played nice because everybody wanted to be positive. Yeah. I never felt this roster. Not one bit. When Ross Stripling signed him, somebody tried to sell me on Ross Stripling. I said, well, why would the Blue Jays? They're competing in the AL East, in the American League, where there's nothing but bashers, boppers, Tampa Bay, Baltimore, the Red Sox. You look at the West with the Astros and the Rangers and the Mariners. Why did the Toronto Blue Jays let Ross Stripling go? Well, I see why. Because all he does is throw batting practice. And that guy, who's the 20th guy on your roster, maybe the 25th guy, who's already told you, yeah, I'm getting that $15 million next season because I'm going to opt in because Farhan was dumb enough to give me a player option. He's now making up, oh, yeah, I was placed on the Phantom IL. He's now speaking out about your team. Ross Stripling?
Every team in baseball has one centerpiece player who is either in their prime or just about to enter their prime that everyone in baseball would trade for. Just look around. Even the Kansas City Royals have a guy by the name of Bobby Witt Jr., who most teams would trade heaven and earth to get to put in their middle infield or to put at third base.
No doubt.
All right? The lowly Pirates, who had a great month, have multiple young players.
Oh, my gosh.
People would die for.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Name the guy who, I'm talking about the everyday lineup, who everyone has to have. Now, you could say, Joe, maybe Bailey's that guy.
He's faded. Have you seen him?
I know he has, and I like him. I like him a lot.
I like him a lot as a defensive catcher, but he's going to be a seventh hitter. All right? That's what we're talking about here. You
hope
you jerked around Luciano. You jerked around Kyle Harrison.
Luciano hit a ball yesterday, and I go, why has he not been up?
Yeah, I was getting tweeted yesterday. How come he couldn't be the shortstop 3 months ago? I don't know. Ask Farhan.
That's Tyler Fitzgerald.
So
what? How did Meckler jump him in the system?
Wade Meckler. You sold the diehard Giants fans on Wade Meckler. That lasted 2 weeks.
I don't know. Right? It's bad.
And now you ruined his confidence.
It's bad.
Kyle Harrison, you jerked him around. We're going to go 60 pitches. Then you stretch him out to 90, then you send him back down.
Well, what's ironic to me, and Lubman got really mad at me when I brought this up. I'm not saying that you have to play at the highest level to have an understanding of what's going on. But Bill Walsh played high school football. Belichick played high school football, right? They grew up in the industry, all right? Farhan didn't play any baseball at any level. I'm talking Little League, bro. I'm talking Little League.
He never even played Little League?
No.
Has he ever played a sport in his life?
I don't know. But my whole thing was like, how can you be in control of player development at the highest level without a basic comprehension of what goes through someone's mind as you're trying to play the game? I'm not saying you have to play at the highest level. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It's one thing to be a critic, right? Siskel and Ebert had no acting chops whatsoever. They're two of the greatest critics of all time, right? I'm not saying you gotta, but to be the head of player personnel. So now you tell me what player feels like they were perfectly developed from the top, from the bottom to the top, from the top of the organization looking down. Bailey, maybe. Joey Bart was not handled properly.
Nope.
Luciano, it doesn't feel like it to this point has been handled properly. Matos, no. I mean, Matos has very little confidence. Wade Meckler, Tyler Fitzgerald.
Ramos.
It's just, again.
What about Ryan Walker saying, man, I'm losing confidence? I mean, he doesn't even want to pitch. He's tired. Brebbia. It's like this opener thing. I don't know about this, man.
Look, and you can say, Joe, guess what? He doesn't have the playing experience whatsoever. That doesn't mean he can't be good. You're right. Like, who's the guy who's the head of baseball now who's with the Cubs and the Red Sox?
Theo Epstein.
Zero playing experience. Here's what Theo has that Farhan doesn't. A personality that can connect with people within the organization. You have to have skills. It doesn't have to just be playing skills. Bob Myers played a little, but he's really good with relationships. John Lynch played at the highest level. He's also really good with relationships. You tell me who right now on the big league roster is caping up for Farhan's relationships.
Nobody. And don't give me this thing that ownership is cheap. All right? Yeah, they could be frugal. But they've shown a willingness to bring out the price.
You're not frugal when you spend $180 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Here's my problem.
You
spent $180 million wrong.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You didn't spend it wisely. But they've also tried to attract big free agents. Like, I was arguing with Bayshawn, our boy Sean Jordan. He's like, they should offer Bryce Harper everything. I said, well, they did offer him 12 for $310. Bryce Harper told us, I didn't want to go there because their stars are aging, and I don't think they're in the World Series contention anymore. That's what he said.
Yes.
So $310 million. That's not lowballing Bryce Harper. That's offering him big boy money. Now, Aaron Judge, I thought they came in wrong. You should have just started at $400 million because you need to get a guy. You need to prove that you can get a guy. You didn't get a guy. Aaron Judge walked into that meeting room and said, this is what's going on. Hell no, I'm not living in pinstripes for this.
Now that we've done 5 out of 6 years of losing, there's nobility in trying to compete while developing. You tell me, would it have been easier to try to hit one of them top 5 picks, even though you whiffed on one in Joey Bart? Is it easier to do that or to draft in the teens?
I don't know.
Was it worth it spending all that money?
Well, where's Hunter Bishop at?
It's one of the worst. I hate to say it. Corbin Carroll is an MVP candidate, selected 6 slots lower. No, we could do this in every draft.
Gunnar Henderson?
And Gunnar Henderson. They took Hunter Bishop. It's not looking good.
Well, really quick on that, Shasky. where, like, the whole tanking thing, we've had a lot of conversations about this on Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. And then I'll give Mark Will this. He brought this up the other day, and I kind of agree with him. Where was the opportunity to tank? They weren't going to tank in 2019 and Bochy's last season. There really was no opportunity to tank in 2020 because of COVID. And then in 2021, they won 107 games. And what are you going to do after that? You're not going to tank after winning 107 games.
Well,
so, like, even if you wanted to, like, where was the real opportunity for them to just tank and be like, all right, we're going to lose 100 straight, 100 games every year?
Okay, how about this? It's not tanking. It's like, stop spending $180 million. DeSclafani, everyone knew he was done. It was a one-year wonder. Literally everyone. Why did you sign Haniger? You had 50 million outfield prospects we all wanted to take a look at. We haven't even seen Elliot Ramos.
No.
I would rather see Elliot Ramos. Why'd you bring in Conforto? Why have you stuck around with Yaz for so long?
Or Elson Slater, the best.
You were
top
riding. You're playing J.D. Davis at third base, and I like J.D. Davis, whatever. But, like, it's J.D. Davis and Wilmer Flores carrying you. That right there, Wilmer Flores. You don't bring back Wilmer Flores on a 3-year deal, you lose at least 10 to 15 games more per season. He's carried you, and I like Wilmer Flores. What's that getting you?
Nothing.
It's getting you the 6th pick up to all the way to now 13 to 16.
And baseball's like the NBA now, where they're inviting everybody to go to the damn playoffs. Everybody. Miami Marlins are in the playoff race. You're not out of it. You have to win the rest of your games to hope that the Cubs or Reds lose or the Diamondbacks lose every single. You're not making the playoffs again.
And no one's saying you got to tank. I'm saying stop signing journeymen. To clog up positions of need.
Well, you gave Jock Peterson $19.6 million.
Exactly.
And you watch him play left field. You watch him hit. You look at the way he looks, the way he runs around. That's not a baseball player. That's an adult league softball player right now.
I mean,
all he doing is swinging for the fences.
We should sign him up for the O Club. We could use him.
You should.
We could use him.
I mean, you can't run the bases and save his life, but he'll hit some bombs.
Neither can we.
So he fits right in. He fits right in.
But, like, that's
what you're doing. But you know what I'm saying? And not to get on Mark Willard. When they gave Jock, I said, why are they giving Jock a $19.6 million? $20 million for Jock? It's just $20 million. It's not a big deal.
Well, but here's the big deal.
Yes, it is a big deal.
Here's the big deal. When you have JD, Jock, and Wilmer, right? Now you have an entire clog of and Lamont Wade. You're clogging first base in the DH spot, right? So now I don't get to see Elliot Ramos. Right. Now I don't get to see whoever I have in the farm system to play those positions.
They keep telling us they're the smartest guys in the room, and you gave Jock Peterson a $19.6 million qualifying offer. You and I both said, it's just what? I was irate about it. And people say, calm down, Bonte, it's just $20 million. It's just $20 million. You get your bang for your buck for Jock Peterson this season?
Ross Stripling, Alex Wood, Minaya, and DeSclafani have been horrific signings.
Oh, my gosh. Horrific.
At
least Conforto, we knew his body. Conforto's always hurt.
Conforto's hit 14 jacks. I don't want to hear about how good Conforto's been. No, I mean, come on. I could find a guy. I could find a guy right now who can hit me 13. Blake Sable almost has 14 jacks, and that's another one. Everyone's like, well, he's a rookie. He is a guy you got in the Rule 5 draft who you were forced to keep on the roster all year. He's been okay.
Real quick, before
get out of here.
Before we pivot to Niners, 650 makes a great point. We're in for a rude awakening, Giants fans. Comcast Business Text Line 650. Look at this free agent class coming up.
Oh, it's terrible.
The Giants are in a terrible spot.
It's terrible.
I'm saying this right now. I'm saying it's 703. I'm saying it 703. And I'm dead serious here, folks. I'm looking in this camera. Fire Farhan, clean house. It's time. You cannot come back and run this back. You cannot. You're 17th in attendance. Fans are not renewing season tickets. The drop-off is big time. People don't tell me about expensive tickets or going out to games. Chase Center's packed. Levi Stadium's packed. I don't want to hear it. If you win, they will come. But you got to make changes. Nobody's coming to come support this product anymore. I'm sorry. I told you guys I wasn't spending a dime last year, and a lot of people followed suit. Guess what? A lot more people are going to follow suit if you keep Farhan's idea around. So, Greg Johnson, if you want to win some fan base, you want to win some fans back, if you want to get some cachet. I was talking about this with Big Dog about Josh McDaniel. You got to go for it on fourth down because you need to buy in from the Raider fans. It's early in the season, and you need to win that locker room. You went out like a chump, and you kicked the field goal, and you barely got the ball back with 15 seconds left.
You know what this season should have been? It should have been me not watching Wilmer Flores carry this team to 80 wins.
Right.
It should have been me watching Casey Schmidt at third, Luciano at short, Tyro Estrada at second, Lamont Wade at first, and then some combination of an outfield of Tyler Fitzgerald, Matos, Ramos, and whatever else comes out of the system. And then Patrick Bailey behind the plate. Instead, I got Yaz, Conforto, Haniger, Jock. I mean, listen to these names.
It's a joke. Our boy Casey's from the O Club, golf coach.
Yeah.
He said, Bonte,
Casey
I love
Murphy.
my Giants. Casey Murphy.
Yeah.
He said, Bonte, what I say, Casey Pride, thinking of ABC.
Yeah.
Casey, we were talking at the O Club yesterday for a long time because, Bonte, I haven't watched a pitch in a week and a half. I just can't.
He's a diehard.
He said, I just can't. Other people say, Bonte, you were right. This is unwatchable. And I wasn't even hating. I wasn't even trying to be negative. But what's making me pissed off right now, it's not just so much the Giants are being bad, but all these sneak pieces are coming out now. Oh, they lack of confidence because they don't know their roles. Oh, well, I don't think they're going to be able to recruit guys because of the way they play. I've been saying that for 15 months. 15 months. But I'm the hater.
They played Darren
Come on,
Ruff.
man.
They played Darren Ruff in the 107 season, and it was a lot of fun, right? They made the playoffs and all that. And I kept saying, he's 37. What are we building? Then they roll it back and they hang on to these guys. And that's what it feels like to me. It's like we're going to Band-Aid this to try to win 84 games, but none of it's sustainable. None of it is carryover to the next year. Wilmer Flores has carried them this year.
Carried them.
You can't roll into next year with Wilmer Flores being a big part. And I love Wilmer Flores.
I don't mind him being on the roster.
Wilmer Flores on the Braves is the 8th hitter.
Yeah, but I don't mind him on this roster. He's a veteran presence.
Okay.
But he can't be your top 5 hitter.
Every day.
He can't be every day.
Well,
no.
now his knee's messed up again, which sucks.
It's another thing.
And then here's my favorite. Everyone's like,
that's the other thing.
They gave Ramos some opportunities. Ramos, Fitzgerald, Luciano, Wade Meckler, all these guys combined have less than 100 at-bats.
Not only that.
100 at-bats.
Did you really give him a shot when you bat him at the bottom of the lineup every single day?
And you bring them up for 3 days and then drop them?
Yeah, you bat him ninth and say, okay,
Now, Matos and Schmidt have a combined 400 at-bats. Bailey's got about 350 to 400 at-bats. Okay, those guys, a longer look. Matos needs to be playing center field every single day.
Let him play.
Stop putting Austin Slater. That's another guy we haven't talked about.
No. I don't even want to get into Austin Slater because that's a joke, too.
Austin has to hit against lefties every chance.
Yeah, well, it's a joke. But you brought up Matos. He batted second in his first game against St. Louis. Remember I was on there? Rocco 6. I said, bat him second. Let this guy go. He's top of the order guy. Let him go. He's got a little bit of speed. You got a team full of guys who are slow as hell. They can't go second to home. They got to go station to station because you just don't have enough speed, guys. Not enough athleticism. And you got a lot of guys who will blow a hammy out running down the first baseline. You're the walking wounded. That's basically what you are. You bat Matos second, and then you just flirt around with him batting 8th, batting 9th, batting 8th, batting 9th. Get his ass to the top of the lineup, and let me see what he's got. Well, and if he ain't got it, just sit his ass back down.
You know what the Reds did this year? Everything the Giants should have done. They had Joey Votto, an aging superstar, who's one of their franchise's great players, the way we should have treated Brandon Crawford. And then they played all the young guys.
You know what? This is my problem. Giants for Life on YouTube. This is my problem
Giants
with
for
this fan
Life
base.
is one of the dumbest Giants fans I've ever seen in my life.
I don't want to call him a dummy.
They signed. You just got to play
That's
them.
what I'm saying.
No.
This is what I'm talking about. Farhan and this organization sells you on this. And this is why we're here, to steer you off this ledge, to say, hold on. Why are you buying everything? The light bulb ain't there. The light bulb is broke. All right? You need more watts. All right? You need a 240-watt light bulb. Larry Bear was trying to sell us a 40-watt light bulb. That's basically what it was with Haniger, Mania, and Stripling. But he goes, Haniger was coming around and broke his arm. What? Haniger was coming around to what? Holding the bat? To get into the batter's box? Haniger coming around to what? Cashing his checks? Come on, man. Giants for Life. Be better.
I mean,
hold this organization. That's my problem. Hold this organization to a higher standard. I'm sick of continuing with kid gloves. This ain't Disneyland. They're not a Mickey Mouse team. We're in a big boy market. The Giants are a brand here. A big brand who used to get 3 million people through those turnstiles every single year at Oracle Park. And now you're 17th in attendance. Don't buy what they're selling. Lutman, when's that end of season presser? Because I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. I swear to God, I need to be in attendance for that. Because I need to ask Farhan. Since Farhan don't want to come on this show,
I don't know if they'll let us
come
in
to
if
him.
I come with you.
What's that?
Might not let us in if I come with you.
Well, you know what? I want to go. Because if Farhan don't want to come on this show and answer questions, and he want to get softballs everywhere else, well, I'll go there and ask him some hard questions.
Let's do it.
And then we'll get a word salad full of crap. Forget the Giants. We're done with them. What a joke. I'm glad Logan Webb spoke up. Sweeping changes need to be had. I'm not going through this again. I lost love and I lost interest of my favorite baseball team because of this regime. And now all of a sudden everybody wants to come around to that. Give us our credit because on this show, we've been consistent with our talk with the Giants. Consistent. Told you how everything was going to play out, and look how it played out. Alex Grobb, what happened in the second half? He regressed and got hurt. D. Scafani, we ain't seen him in 3 months? We haven't seen him in 2 years, really, because what we've seen on the mound this year wasn't the guy I want on my team.
Do you want me to make your head explode even more? You want to talk about bang for the buck? What did Jock get this year?
$19.6 million.
Okay.
What's his numbers? Give me his numbers.
Well, I'll give it to you in a second.
Because I know how he played left field. You can't play him in the field.
And then do you know what they gave Haniger? What did they give Haniger and Conforto each?
What did Haniger get?
Like 18 million, 20 million
something
each.
Like that.
Okay. There was a guy by the name of JD Martinez who ended up signing with the Dodgers on a 1-year, $10 million deal. Let me give you his numbers.
Oh, he's got 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. Oh, I know what's going on with JD Martinez. Because you know what? We watch baseball. We watch real baseball. All right? We watch the Dodgers. We watch the Braves. We watch the Rays. We watch the Astros. We watch the Rangers. We watch baseball. And baseball had a banner year. And yet we're trying to set baseball back with the way we play out here in San Francisco.
But just to give you an idea.
Because we're smarter than everybody.
To give you an idea, 15 home runs, 243 batting average. He's slugging 432. And he's been in an absolute adventure out in the outfield. But he's got a 0.8 WAR. Jock Peterson.
That's why WAR
400 at-bats.
I'm sorry I'm yelling at 7 a.m. I'm sorry. But you know what? We care about our baseball team. We're passionate about our baseball team. You ain't getting passion like this from anybody else when it comes to the damn San Francisco
Well, I thought the
Giants.
whole point was to move off of bad contracts. And now I look up and I'm like, wait a minute. You got Haniger? You're going to give arbitration money to Yaz another year? I mean, okay. You got Mania on the books. You got Stripling on the books. J.D. Davis is stuck clogging third base up. You know, I don't know what we're doing financially. How do you spend $180 million so poorly? You could have fielded this team for $65 million and gotten the same results.
Yeah, no doubt. Forget them. Let's talk about something positive. Let's talk about the good things happening in this market. Let's talk about the teams who deserve attention. Because really, the Giants don't deserve a second of airtime. They don't. Logan Webb does. Camilo Duvall does. Farhan? Please. He's clogging up our airwaves. So we're pivoting. Baldy 7:30. Let's talk some Niners. Let's talk some Warriors.
They release him tomorrow. Who the hell in baseball is like, that's got to be my GM?
Let's talk about teams that are actually trying to do something positive. Let's talk about teams that are actually trying to hang banners and not trying to platoon. That's coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze.
Second and 8. Pressure. Deep. Caught. Samuel. Touchdown.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That's coming up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Baldy, who just left U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota, where he had to watch that disgusting end to the football game where Brandon Staley and the Chargers held off for dear life after one of the dumbest decisions all Sunday. But then he got outdid by Kirk Cousins, everybody's favorite mediocre quarterback.
Did you go see Marianne Bologna this morning?
No, she was not there.
Oh, well, I'm getting a text right now as they're cooking breakfast from Richie Bologna and his daughter and his son watching us, and they're saying mornings with Bonte and Joe. And it's a photo of the kids sitting down eating breakfast and the YouTube up in the screen. So shout out to everybody who's cooking breakfast for the kids right now. Sienna and her little brother, Richie, the whole Bologna family. I know they're fired up for 49er football. And I also know he's exhausted with Giants baseball.
No doubt. And by the way, I said I was going to give a special shout out.
Give it to me.
Joe Kelly from Richmond, California.
Not the Joe Kelly, the reliever.
No, not that Joe Kelly.
Who blows kisses at the opponents.
Yeah, not that Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly, Richmond, California, sent me a book, Dads and Daughters, How to Inspire,
that's cool.
Understand and Support Your Daughter. And that's the book right there.
Really cute.
Really cute, right? And he sends me the book. Thank you for many hours of listening to your voice, the power and soul of your words, passion, and spirit. Over the last couple of years, I really appreciate your perspective and excitement about becoming and being the dad of your daughter. It's clear that you believe that the work you do is about her and for others. And how committed you are to share that and be there for others, it strikes me as a profound example of vocation and calling that you respond to. As a 5-time college dropout, I became a journalist at the only radio station in Marshall, Minnesota, at their 6-month broadcast course. That intensive deadline writing deal eventually led to opportunities to write for publications and eventually books. It's sort of the reverse of your path from print to broadcast. As the journalist father of 2 daughters, I wondered whether other men had something like my experience of being affected and changed as a man because they have a daughter. This led to interviewing a slew of dads, stepdads, and a few daughters about that. The result is the enclosed book. Full disclosure, it was published 22 years ago, but I still believe it captures the power and potential of daughter-father relationships. He says, please don't feel any need to read it. I will read this book because I want to see what it's about. You took the time out to write this beautiful letter and send me this book, so I will read it. But I wanted to shout you out yesterday, and I left the book on my couch. So Joe Kelly, he says, your spirit impacts people. Thank you. If I
Very cool.
Any service to you, please let me know. All the best. The Fellowship of Fathers, Joe Kelly, Richmond, California. JoeKelly3@gmail.com. So this really touched me to the soul on Friday to send me this book. These are the little things, and this is why I love the morning roast.
Yeah.
This is why I love our roasters, because little things like this really touch me. It's not about the love on Twitter, about clicks or anything like that. Little things like this really matter, man.
Wait.
Shout out to Joe Kelly.
You're not doing it for the clicks like Dion?
No, Dion's not doing it for the clicks. I don't know what Lanny's talking about. Dion's trying to win, too. He's just trying to change the game. The clicks are coming. You don't think Lanning was trying to do that for the clicks? He knew that pregame speech was going to go viral.
So are we now doing a weekly book club, Bonte's book club?
I don't know if we're going to do that, but I just wanted to shout out Joe Kelly. I want to read this book.
I'm more of an audio book guy.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. I like. See?
No, I know. We're different.
The smell of paperback.
Yeah, we're different. I like to fold laundry while I'm, listening to a good book podcast thingy, whatever they're called, audio book.
Yeah, no, I like to read and turn the pages, and it really gets me going. And then you get the race.
Rainbow.
You look at the end, you're like, okay, there's 240 pages, right? And you start getting into it.
Reading puts me to sleep.
Oh, I love reading. Just like Purdy loves reading a defense, right? He reads a defense very, very well. Brock Purdy, that guy. That's right. And Matt Nahigan said, I think he had a tweet the other day.
Wait. The boss tweeted?
Yeah, I mean, he tweets all the time, right? Whoa. But he had a tweet saying, I'm not sure I'd take 8 quarterbacks over Brock Purdy. Then I'm listening to the study guru yesterday who said, Brock Purdy's getting lucky. Well, you know what? All the great quarterbacks get lucky. You need a little luck along the way. Who cares if he's lucky? He's getting it done. So I don't buy this whole luck thing, right? But, there's a lot of people who are non-believers, as Deion Sanders would say, to tie it back to prime time. There's the non-believers, and there's the believers. Guess what Nick Wright is when it comes to Brock Purdy? Well, what do you know? He's a non-believer.
Am I allowed to have an opinion that is different than what someone would have if all they had done was they were in a coma, they woke up, and they read the box scores? Am I allowed to, or does that have to be my opinion? If that has to be my opinion, you guys should say it. Because if you had never watched him play, and you just read the box scores, you would have an opinion.
I was in the coma.
Maybe, I'm not, but if you've watched him play, I put out a very simple test on Twitter yesterday. And I said, hey, do me a favor, America. Get a little sheet of paper, put check marks for plays, throws, where you go, yikes, that was bad. And check marks for throws where you go, wow, that was great. And I ended up doing it. And I came along what I think most people did. About 5 yikes and 2 wows.
5 yikes and 2 wows in a football game. I do that with Kirk Cousins every game. He still throws for 300 yards, and people still say Kirk Cousins should be on the 49ers to lead them to a Super Bowl. How many times I say yikes when he plays a game of football? How many times I say yikes yesterday with Jalen Hurts? How many times I say yikes yesterday with Matthew Stafford?
He threw some bad passes.
Right. Matthew Stafford, I say yikes.
Well, and I would also say that, like, wow plays doesn't mean that you're winning.
No, it doesn't.
Right? Like, Tom Brady, how many wow plays honest to God, how many wow throws did Tom Brady have? Or did he just hit guys on the seam, on the edges, underneath?
He made the ordinary play.
Think about it in your mind. Close your eyes. Think about the Super Bowl where they came back 28-3 against the Atlanta Falcons. One of the seminal moments in his career. When I think of it, it's checkdowns to the running back.
James White. 14 catches in that game.
A couple of passes to the tight end.
An unbelievable catch by Julian Edelman.
Yes.
It
was a better play by Edelman than a throw by Brady, right?
It was David Tyree times 2, if you really think about it.
So,
and the biggest wow play came from Dante Hightower forcing a fumble on Matt Ryan.
Since when do you have to be the wow guy? Like, Tim Duncan made an entire career of being the big fundamental and having 0 wow plays. I don't know. Maybe the greatest power forward ever?
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe.
I'm just, since when do we need to be wow? Like, I don't know. I think there's Buster Posey. Did he do the wow?
Had a couple wow, the grand slam against Cincinnati, but not a lot of wow. Just played consistent baseball. Just made winning plays.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't understand why we have to do the wow. I know the highlight is everything in sports now, but when you have highlight players all across the board, you just got to be doing your job. And that's what I think Brock Purdy does. And to me, forget the wow play. How many times does he do the right play?
You know, I'm going to give Jalen Hurts credit because, look, we got a beef with the Philadelphia radio, the 94 WIP guys and the fan base. But Jalen Hurts is a stand-up guy. I would love him to lead my locker room. Jalen Hurts is a really
son of
good
a coach.
Kid. Son of a coach.
A hard
The way
worker.
he handled the Alabama situation, getting benched in the national championship game, is still doing an interview after the game but being happy for his teammates. He told Howard Eskin, I think it was Howard Eskin talking to him last week, and he goes, when did the main thing not become winning? The main thing is winning, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what it's all about. Not the yards, not the touchdown passes, not the, hey, we're going to blow this. It's about winning. At the end of the day, it's about winning.
Was Greg Maddux a wow guy?
No. He threw 90? 91?
I mean, right?
It just located and got outs. Tom Glavine, did he really wow you?
No.
He got outs in
Although
one game.
he was very good. Different
very
from
good.
Maddox. But yes, I agree with you.
Different.
He wasn't as electric as some of the other guys that are his contemporaries. I look at like the quarterback play, like Phillip Rivers had a hell of a career. Was he a wow guy?
No.
Was he?
Phillip Rivers? No. The only thing you said wow at is his trash talk.
Oh, and his toughness.
Right.
And his toughness, right? Like, so, I mean, I think there's a lot of examples. I think the greatest quarterback of all time, in Tom Brady or Joe Montana, there weren't a lot of wow plays per se. I get where he's coming from because Mahomes has changed our mind as to the position, but I think you can win a ton of games just being more ordinary than wow.
You know what I say wow at? Brock Purdy walking off a football field undefeated so far. And he will lose a game at some point, but I say wow at, wow, he's playing it out. I say wow at, wow, Niners got a quarterback.
Let me give you a guy
I'm not worried about him in a big game.
A wow in the other direction. And I say wow a lot because he's physically a freak. Carson Wentz is unemployed right now, and he is the king of the wow play, but both positive and negative. You know why he's unemployed? He can't make the ordinary play.
Nope. And he can't connect with his teammates.
So
that's
I don't know.
what I say wow at.
Nick Wright.
No, but you know what you got wow? You don't need the quarterback to be wow on his football team. You know who wows you? Deebo Samuel.
CMC.
Christian McCaffrey.
George Kittle.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa. Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw.
Yes.
Talanoa Hufanga. So you got wild players in your team. Just so happens to be not like you look at the New York Giants. We played the New York Giants last week. Phil Simms wow a lot of people during that heyday.
No, he won a lot of games though.
Won a lot of games.
Won a lot of games.
You know what I'm saying?
Great
Can
point.
you outside of Mark Bavaro, can you name a wide receiver the New York Giants had? A bunch of no names.
No.
You know, Otis Anderson. He was past his prime.
Yeah.
But you know what they had? Wow, defensive players.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor, wow.
Point.
Leonard Marshall, wow. Pepper Johnson, wow. Oh, Harry Kirsten, wow. You know? LT, wow. Mark Collins, wow.
It's another one. 408. Cam Newton was a wow guy. Unemployed. Look, I'm not saying that you can't blend the both. We watched Burrow last night. They were 0-2, heading into a game that they had to have. I didn't think he played wow, and I didn't think he had a lot of wow moments. He did what he needed to do to win, and that's the most important thing. And so today, when Cincinnati wakes up, they're like, we're 1-2. It wasn't great.
But we have life.
Exactly.
We've got
Their
life.
season is back.
We're now back in it, and we're one game out of first place in the AFC North, which is going to be a dogfight all season long. And you got the Browns playing the Ravens this week, and you got the Steelers going to Houston. So, you know what I wow at, Shasky? 30 points a game. And then I wow at Baldy, because it's time for Shark Week here on The Roast. Oh, false alarm.
Oh.
False alarm. Spinone's been out for a week. I just say it right now. He's our modern-day John Madden, the way he announces games, the way he breaks down games. And I know Baldy's not going to accept that compliment because I know he holds John Madden in high regard, but that's how we feel about him right now because he teaches us the game inside out. And the passion is like John Madden. The passion for the game, you hear it. And boom! Fortunately, he had to go up to U.S. Bank Stadium last week, and we're talking about wow plays and everybody wowing people. Well, there was a couple of decisions in that game, and I said, wow. Thank God that's not my coach. Thank God I don't have to root for those teams as we say good morning to Brian Baldinger. That was my big takeaway on Sunday. With the Niners off on Sunday after beating the New York Giants on Thursday, we'll get into that. I just said, wow, we have it really good here in San Francisco with Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, Deebo, and Christian McCaffrey, because what you saw up in Minnesota, it was like, who's trying to lose the game? Wow, what bad decision-making. I'm surprised some of those coaches made it back to the locker room or on the team plane.
Well, that last one by Brandon Staley going for it at his own 24-yard line, on 4th and 1 without Austin Eckler, hadn't run the ball well all day. The quarterback doesn't sneak at all. He doesn't do that like a lot of the quarterbacks do. I mean, you had limited options, and then you get stuffed, and you give Kirk Cousins and that offense first down, at the 24 with a chance to win it. And, the Vikings just came up short, but I mean, those kind of calls, like you could really be in a crypt at 0-3 if you lose the game because of that. And I can't imagine the noise in Los Angeles or San Diego or any Charger fans, how loud it would be over that call.
Baldy's, of course, is presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, what about the decision for Kirk Cousins to spike it there? What did they waste 29 seconds, 30 seconds there?
No doubt.
Just not spiking the football, and then they throw an interception, and they blame it on the crowd noise and the lack of communication? That just can't happen with a veteran quarterback.
It can't. I mean, I was saying it in real time. I mean, the analyst has to jump in the final minute. You got to make the decisions. You're talking straight strategy to all the listeners out there, whether it's TV or radio, whatever you're doing. And I'm all over. They got the completion over the middle to Hawkinson. They got a first down. You don't really care. You need 3. If you get the first down, which they got, you're at the 6-yard line.
Yep.
You have 3 shots to the end zone. You don't need 4. You only need 3. So you spike it right there. You don't have any timeouts. You can't run. The play started at 41 seconds. And they threw the ball into the end zone on the tip for the interception with 12. Like 29 seconds went off the clock there.
Wow.
Like you practice this stuff all the time. And that right there, I just felt like even when they took the snap with 12 seconds, that it was rushed. The whole thing was rushed. You could have just spiked it, huddled up, thought about the play. Justin Jefferson was off the field with with a calf. He was cramping up. I think he was back in the game at that point.
Yep.
I mean, you just give yourself a little bit of time to breathe. Think about it. Just know that all we have to do is score a touchdown. You might get 3 shots at the end zone to do it.
You know, Baldy, I can't wait to talk about Brock Purdy with you because you've been kind of all over this guy in terms of how much you love him. And everybody wants to tell me what he's not. And I didn't think he had a great first half, but there are some throws. And I marvel at it because it reminds me of like a shortstop in the hole. This backpedaling blitzer in my face, throw a touch pass to the sidelines, spin around to keep my body from getting blasted in the shoulder. Like, he has an uncanny ability to just hit guys on these layered throws where only they can make a play. Yes, the Giants cut under a couple of balls. They were in front of some plays. I thought they did a great job, their DBs, recognizing where he wanted to go. But I look up, and they scored 30 again, and he's getting the ball to his playmakers without Ayuk on the field. What'd you make of Brock Purdy's performance the other day?
I mean, he's outstanding. He doesn't. It's all about, at the quarterback position, okay, it's about 2 things. It's about 3 things, Joe.
Yeah.
And you hit on all of them. It's about speed of decision-making, because everything gets speeded up. When Wink Martindale dials up a 0 blitz and you got a free hitter coming right at you, you don't have time to make it to think about it. You hit Ronnie Bell on a perfect throw for a touchdown. So it's speed of decision-making. It's how many great plays you make, which you don't have to make a ton of them, especially with all the players they have around them. And then it's about mistakes and limiting mistakes. But limiting mistakes without still staying aggressive.
Yes.
Like, you can eliminate mistakes and throw the ball in the stands, so what? Like, you're not making anything happen. Like, this guy's making things happen without making mistakes. The guy doesn't have, it's 3 games now. He doesn't have a turnover. He hasn't thrown an interception in 7 straight games. Like, I see some of the stuff that people say, I'm not wowed by him. Like, he just throws between them. He's not great. I don't know. Like, I see all the little things, the ball handling, if you ever boxed, right, and you're in the middle of the ring, they call it parry a punch. You just parry a punch. You literally just step 6 inches to avoid the punch. You don't run to the other side of the ring to avoid the punch. Right. You just stand there and just make a miss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, he's constantly parrying punches in the pocket. And it's a great skill. It's a great skill that I talk to quarterback coaches and offense coordinators and head coaches, and they tell me you can only improve that so much. But mostly it's a great GPS instinct that he has.
Yeah, it's a great point that you bring up in terms of the pairing, like just the little twitch movement here, there. Also, like, those guys jumped on balls early in that game. I thought the New York Giants corners they knew what some of the routes were, and they jumped on him. Kittle had to break up a pass. But he's unfazed, Brock Purdy, and it doesn't affect his aggression or the very next play. And I watch Jimmy, and I don't want to compare and contrast Jimmy G. I don't want to bash him, but there's times where I watch him and I go, oh, he's rattled. Like, I could physically feel that he's rattled by the rush and he's looking down. I don't get that same sense with Brock Purdy. Is that just a unique skill that he's got, or is that what all the greats have?
Well, obviously, the best that ever did it right there, Joe Montana, he had that. You couldn't rattle him. And I feel like he's got – I'm not comparing him to Joe Montana. No. I'm not doing anything like that. But he does have that composure. He does have that poise. And, you see it, Joe, but the people that see it first, if you do rattle guy, is the defensive players. Mm. They see it and feel it first. They see it before anybody else. And they'll talk about it on the sidelines. I know certain defensive players, great players, they know – when they got their quarterback. They know when the game is in the bag because of what they're doing to the quarterback. I never get the feeling, no matter what, how many shots he takes or a missed throw, whatever, that you ever have that guy. And that's a dangerous composition if you're trying to defend it.
No doubt. Baldy here on the Morning Roast. He joins us every single Tuesday, 7:30. We love it. It is Shark Week here on the Roast, and talk about Purdy's composure, and it's easy to be composed, right, when you got the weapons that he has around him. No Brandon Ayuk, no problem at times. They still score 30. He throws for over 300 yards, but I'm looking at Deebo Samuel, Baldy, and he talked the talk this offseason. Said, I need to get in better shape. I let my team down last season. I held out. I was doing all the things on social media trying to get my money, and he had a down year by his standards. He's come back, and he looks like an all-pro again. I mean, he's running routes. He's going deep. The back shoulder catch at the end of the game against the New York Giants. Tell me what you're seeing from Deebo Samuel right now. He looks like the 2021 version to me right now.
Yeah, I agree. He's very determined right now. He really, there was a time 2 years ago, because of the injuries at running back, that he had to be a runner. Mm-hmm. And we're like, wow, that's a nice dual threat. But then you go, it also beats the hell up out of a receiver. And that was his thing. It was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll be a team player. But, my shelf life in this business isn't going to be very long. So they don't have to do that now with the 1-2 that they have between, McCaffrey and Mitchell. So they don't have to worry. He can just play the receiver position. And he just has that ability to just run through contact the way the great running backs do. And we saw, over and over again just last Sunday against the Giants.
Yeah, Deebo, McCaffrey, like monsters. They're so interchangeable, and the physicality and the toughness is so underrated for Christian McCaffrey. But I want to get to this offensive line. I feel like we're kind of sleeping on this Aaron Banks kid, and clearly Trent Williams is elite. What are you seeing from the offensive line right now for the 49ers? Because I feel like they've done a really good job.
Well, I always think of offensive lines, Joe, not individually. Yes, you could pick out Trent, and you could go, okay, like not many people that have ever played the game can do a lot of the things that he does. But I always think of offensive lines as a unit and how they play together. Like, honestly, the way that they step in their outside zone, it looks like a chorus line. I mean, you could just play the first step with their left foot going to the left over and over and over again, and they're stepping together. And they're stepping, and so it starts with just how well they play together right now. And, if you're running a toss crack and somebody's cracking in the end and Trent's pulling and, you've got, Brendel and you've got Banks and they're going up to the second level, like you can draw it up on the chalkboard. You can walk through it. You can actually practice it at a pretty good tempo. But there's certain landmarks you have to hit. Yep. You have to hit. If you're going to make big run plays the way McCaffrey has, you have to block the second level. McCaffrey's going to have to make somebody miss along the way. There's going to be a safety or corner. He's got to make somebody miss for a long run. But you got to get the second level blocked. And these guys right now, the way that they're stepping together, working together, playing off one another, like it's a really sound, solid unit, the way they play together.
Well, Baldy, I wonder if they could be sound December the 3rd because the NFC looks like, look, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Things can change. I think Green Bay is waking people up. I had them as a sleeper this year. I think Green Bay is going to be a buttoned-up team down the stretch here. They're going to get some guys back. Detroit they're trying to get there, right? They're trying to get to the postseason. But the elite team I'm looking at is the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're not clicking yet. And yet, they're still running for 200 yards. DeAndre Swift is back. He's back in his hometown running hard like an East Coast guy. And their offensive and defensive lines are the gold standard, I believe, in the NFL. So my litmus test for this 49ers offensive line is going to come, in a couple weeks against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I'm not going to sleep on Arizona. They're a team that's going to come to play. But that Philadelphia Eagles team right now, they're not clicking yet, and I still feel like they're the class of the league, Baldy, because of the trenches. Tell me about their trenches, what they're doing up front on both sides of the offensive line. Or it's offensive and defensive line.
I thought they were the best last year. These young kids from Georgia.
Jalen Carter.
Oh. I mean, people said he's the most talented player in the draft, and he is. And he's only into his third game, and he was the best defensive player on the field last night. That's Shaq Barrett.
Baldy, real quick.
That's Vita Vea.
Baldy, real quick.
That's Hassan Reddick. I mean, that's some great players on the field. He was the best player.
But I feel like the Eagles smeared Jalen Carter to get him at number 9. I swear to God, I'm like, how did the Eagles end up with him at 9?
Because other teams, they pass on him for whatever reason. And, because whether it's off the field, whatever it is, they passed, And the Eagles sat there. They took Jordan Davis the year before. All he's doing is getting better. So up front on the defense, their defensive tackle rotation right now with Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Tui Peloto, they are loaded at defensive tackle. And that's a position that sometimes you get two good ones. I feel like the 49ers have two really good ones.
Hey, Hargrave's been awesome.
In Armstead and in Hargrave. And I love Givens. I love the rotation guys, but they're not 4 deep at that position like the Eagles are. And so what happens, Bonte, is they are just in a rotation. I mean, Jalen Carter's playing half the plays. So he can chase you from sideline to sideline if he has to. He doubled back at the end of the first half last night after rushing the quarterback and punched the ball right out of White's hands. And the Eagles got the recovery. Like, they're fresh. And so that's the key. And then the offensive line last night, like Lane Johnson's unbeatable. He hadn't given up a sack since week 11 of 2020.
Wow.
Malata Dickerson is just, he just moves bodies. Physically, there's not many people that can do what Malata does. And look, the passing game is good. It's not great yet. I think there's got to be a trust factor more with Jalen and his offense line about staying in there like he did on the touchdown throw to Zacchaeus. He stayed in there. He hung in there. He took the hit, but he made the throw. And I think he's bailed a little bit too early sometimes this year. And nobody can coach that, honestly. That's the quarterback and the feel and the trust. And that just comes over a period of time. I feel like Brock has that. When to escape, when to throw it away, all those I feel like Brock has that. I mean, he doesn't have the dynamic nature that Jalen has at this point, but that's okay. Joe Burrow last night had a Statue of Liberty offense, didn't move 6 inches in any direction, and he carved up the Rams. The way that he had to win the game last night.
Yeah, Burrow's toughness was unbelievable last night. You brought up Javon Hargrave. I knew he was good. You told us he was good. And I'm like, because everybody's talking about he can't stop the run and this, that, and the other. He was awesome in this last game. He has been an unbelievable signing. I mean, A+, it's 3 games, right? So I don't want to lose my mind. Baldy, he's awesome. He's a great player.
Well, he's one of the reasons why the Eagles had like 70 sacks last year. I mean, his internal pressure and push. Like, you watch the numbers. When he starts lining up next to Bosa, you look at the numbers that Bosa's going to put up when they start running their twist stunts and their games and all the things that's coming. I mean, the Giants were on the field long enough for any of that stuff to develop on Thursday night. You got to be on the field, to get pass rushes. But, but once you get into some of these dog fights where, the team is dropping back 35, 40 times, and you start playing the games that they're going to play, like, pick your poison. Because Hargrave will crush the pocket all by themselves, but if you bring Nick with it, like, they're going to have some fun. There's going to be some celebrations, on the grave of some of these quarterbacks here on the coming weeks.
All right, Baldy, we got to get to Miami because what they did was just incredible. Scoring 70 points, first team in the NFL to score 70 since 1966. And there was a lot of chirping going on in Denver this offseason. And Sean Payton taking shots at Nathaniel Hackett, and some coaches like, hey, man, that's not right. That's not ethical. And it gets 70 dropped on them. And that team had to fly back to Denver knowing that they just gave up 70. And Mike McDaniel's offense, without Jalen Waddle's just having fun out there. They got a big game against Buffalo this Sunday. I can't wait to watch that. The Miami Dolphins are for real, Baldy. I'm in on them being a legit Super Bowl contender with all the speed that they have and the creativity that you were on with Mike McDaniel. You talked about his creativity long before anybody, and we all see it now down in South Beach.
You know what I would love? You have the Manning cast, okay? I mean, it's wildly successful, and it's fun. I would love to sit in a film room with Kyle Shanahan watching that 70-point performance by Miami. Because he knows. He knows what that coach is capable of and the creativity. On the second touchdown drive, Devon Achane scored his first NFL touchdown. Before, in the first 2 weeks, he had 1 carry for 5 yards. He ran for 200 the other day. They ran for 350 yards. But they ran the same toss-crack play from 4 different formations all the way down the field. Like, it's the exact same play, different formations. And that's Mike. That's Mike, the motions, the formations, and then you got a quarterback who's just incredibly gifted, accurate, and fundamentally about as sound as anybody. And so, yeah, they could do it without Jalen Waddle. I mean, there's River Craycraft. Remember when River was there?
Yeah, nice.
They keep finding a way. This Devon Achane from Texas A&M, that's Mike McDaniels all the way. That's Mike looking at him going, that's Raheem Mostert too. Wow. That's what he saw. Like, he sees speed and then more speed and then vision. And, whether it was Jeffrey Wilson, all these guys that were in San Francisco, that was all Mike.
Yeah.
That 6th-round pick of Elijah Mitchell, that was Mike. Like, that was a battle in that room in San Francisco over a linebacker, which they desperately wanted to take. And Mike pounded the table for a guy that runs 4.4, at Elijah, Mitchell's size. So the guy just has a real talent and a real eye for what it takes at that position, and then just the creativity that goes with it.
You ever see a more creative shovel pass? Sorry to cut in.
No, did twice.
The shovel pass to a chain. I mean, Tyreek Hill's
you
coming
tell
around.
me, like, I'd like to see Steph Curry, like, analyze that play. Because I'd like to see the best no-look Steph Curry pass that he's had, too. Like, you get entertained, 4 days a week during the basketball season watching Steph. Like, that was Steph Curry at his very best right there.
One more note on Tyreek Hill specifically. When he left Mahomes, I think most of us, myself, I'll raise my hand. I know I was like, all right, he's a great player. We'll see if it translates to Miami, because it's hard to get a guy the ball. This is where other wide receivers have gone to end their careers. Mike Wallace is an example. How the hell is he so wide open all the time? Is he just so damn great? Is it a byproduct of Mike McDaniels? Is it defenses and he just keeps killing them? Like, I look up and the guy is behind everyone, or he's catching balls underneath and running past everyone. He's like a top 5 weapon all time, it feels like. And people think that's crazy.
New formation. They have a new formation with Tyreek. I mean, there he is. I mean, you can't hardly see him. He's just crouched down behind the left tackle. And he just pops out of nowhere. They can't see him until he breaks free. That's part of it. But honestly, Mike McDaniel creates an environment where players are forced to have fun. If you just want to have a good time, go down to the field before a game with Tyreek Hill. Like, he's challenging everybody that can throw a football. He's left-handed. He'll challenge everybody that can throw a football who can throw it further. Like, he's doing one-handed catch. Like, he's as loose as you can possibly be. Mike does not want any players to ever feel pressure, to feel tight, to play tight. Like, it's just not his personality, and it certainly doesn't want his players to be like that. So I feel like a lot of it is just, like, honestly, Tyreek just having so much fun out there right now and knowing that on any given day he could get 15 targets. And if he doesn't, honestly, Tyreek is the last guy that's ever going to complain.
Really?
He just doesn't. I mean, you never see it. You never see him just like, oh, I'm not involved today. Like, the guy's out blocking his butt off. Like, he's a good blocker. Really good blocker.
He's got to see on his chest.
The guy's just having a darn good time. Nobody's having more fun on the field than he is.
Oh, no doubt. I can't wait for the Waddle Dash too. Buffalo, Miami this weekend. There's some great games. Week 4 slate, man. The NFL schedule makers know what the heck they're doing here. Baldy, where are you going to be at this weekend?
I am right here in Philadelphia. Washington and Philadelphia.
Interesting.
I get a home game here.
Sam Howell?
I thought the Commanders would I thought they were going to battle the Bills, and I thought that was going to be a close game. And Buffalo showed me something that they mean business this season, up 37-0. I know Washington wanted to preserve the shutout, and they kick a field goal at the end of the game. Sam Howell, man, did not look good. Maybe they need to commit to those 2 running backs, and Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson Jr. a little more. Was not impressed with Sam Howell last week, Baldy.
He was disappointing. Even more disappointing was Washington's defense. I mean, look, the 2 best players on Buffalo's offense is Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it.
Yep.
Everybody knows it. So how is it that they could always, Stephon Diggs can always be wide open, and Josh Allen always has lanes to run through? Like, Washington came in with 10 sacks and 20 quarterback hits, and they couldn't put a glove on Josh Allen. Like, it was just, he made him look really, I mean, they just, the 2 of them just went up and down the field on Washington.
Baldy,
that was even more disappointing than Sam Howell.
Have you met Taylor Swift?
No, I haven't. I have not. I mean, I know she's from Reading, Pennsylvania. She's an Eagle fan, but I'm not a Swiftie, man. I don't know any songs by her. I don't even know what she sounds like.
I'm surprised
she sings about breakups. It's a big story.
Well, you know what her next album's going to be called? Our boy Sam back here came up with it. X's and O's.
X's and O's.
You like that?
Well, I see that there's like a cheat sheet for, like football 101 novices where she can get, up to speed here real quickly on just what the heck is going on in Kansas City.
I'm surprised, Baldy, you haven't snuck into whatever concerts.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah. I've snuck into a lot of concerts before. Snuck into the Rolling Stones, U2. I've snuck into a lot of concerts. I've never had a desire to sneak into a Taylor Swift
Be
concert.
careful.
And I'm not dogging her. I heard it's a great show.
Yeah.
She made $1 billion, man, on this tour.
Yeah.
Like, it's awesome. I just, it's just not my music.
Yeah, I'm with you,
If
Baldy.
Led
Be
Zeppelin
careful.
could have a reunion, I would sneak into Led Zeppelin, yeah.
All right. Be careful.
And I
because
know,
the Swifties
Bonte, You can't spot a Led Zeppelin song. I know that. I'm just saying. I'll take you with me if they ever come back.
I'll ride on your back, Baldy. I'll ride on the shoulders and rock out with you, man, at a Led Zeppelin concert. We'll make that happen, man. No, be careful with the Swifties, though. They come at you. I heard, man, they're a mob, man. It's like the Bayhive and the Swifties, dude. You don't touch them.
I'll wear my Kevlar vest.
In the words of Led Zeppelin, when are you going to California? When are you coming?
When are you coming?
I know. I want to get there, man, real bad.
We miss you.
Nothing on the horizon. I'm in Philly and New England here the next couple of weeks, but we'll be out there soon enough.
All right, Baldy, man. We'll talk to you next Tuesday. Tuesday.
Guys.
It's always fun, Baldy. Take care.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, Brian Baldinger here on the roast, man. The Swifties, man. No desire.
Could you imagine him showing up in white jeans, the bandana? It's a bunch of 12-year-old girls. Like they'd be like, "Stay away from that man with the weird fingers."
He wore those white jeans. I've seen him downtown, man.
He's got his hands up in the air, and he's like 7 feet tall compared to everybody else that's there. And you just see the mangled hands.
This Miami-Buffalo game has me sitting at home. Like, I'm giving away my Cardinal tickets. I'm going to watch that game at home because I want to see what Miami and Buffalo has in store at Orchard Park. Like, usually they send Miami to Buffalo in December. Now they get to go in early October. It's a fascinating football game.
His resume's not there. I understand. Like, we're Jerry Rice and the Randy Mosses.
Tyreek.
Am I crazy for saying he might be a...
All right, good news and maybe some worrisome news here for the 49ers. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk was on hand for practice yesterday. There's optimism that Ayuk could play this Sunday, and head coach Kyle Shanahan said after the game on Thursday that had the team not had the short week last week, Ayuk probably would have been able to suit up against the New York Giants. Niners fan could also breathe easy knowing that this team's top wideout is in good health. But according to our good friend Matt Barrows of The Athletic, several players were absent for practice yesterday with minor injuries, including Deebo Samuel, who skipped practice with rib soreness, though the belief is he avoided any serious injury. Let's keep an eye on that, Deebo Samuel, and the ribs here moving forward. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Vincent SF will get to you on the other side. Dual Boss coming to studio at 8:30. We're going to get into the Niners. We're going to get into the Warriors. We haven't even played Steve Kerr sound yet. That's coming up for a jam-packed final 2 hours of the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
During Jeep Adventure Days,
what is happening on a Tuesday morning here on the Roast 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all those Giants fans who are suffering through another. Well, actually, you got the win yesterday, but you know what I mean. Suffering for the season to be over. Niner fans are feeling good. Good morning to all the cops, all the beer sellers, all the janitors, security guards. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We got Spinoni back. We got Lubman here, Shasky, of course. And you, the callers, 888-957-9570. Jason Dumas will join us at 8:30 live in studio to talk about what's going on with the Niners and Golden State Warriors. We got a lot of Steve Kerr sound to get into, a lot of Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound to get into, and I can't wait to talk about the 6 starters. The 6 starters the Warriors have. Going to be a battle for training camp.
Wait,
guys are going to have to sacrifice.
6 starters?
That's what Steve Kerr said. We'll get
I thought
to that
only
in a
5
second.
can start.
Yeah, that's right. Only 5 can start, but they have 6 capable starters. Maybe it's a way of saying, hey, Chris, CP3.
We've got 3 starting quarterbacks.
Going to have to sacrifice. You're going to play a lot of minutes, but opening tip-off, you're going to be sitting next to me.
Didn't the Giants have 6 starters in their rotation as well?
Oh, my God.
And it ended up being 1.5?
I forgot all about that one. We were told by everybody.
No, you and I laughed at that the entire way.
Starting depth, starting rotational depth. What did they say is the deepest rotation they've had in years? It was deeper than the World Series teams.
We're like Harbaugh's Stanford days. We have a passing coordinator and a running coordinator. We have 2 offensive coordinators.
We have 2 starting quarterbacks, Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick.
That's what I used to tell the boss. If you need 3 hosts, you probably don't have the right 3.
Oh, boy.
You only need 2.
Oh, man.
Tough to watch.
Tough to listen. Tough to watch. Vince
Who is that tough to watch?
It's Sean Payton.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, Sean Payton.
Played it like 50 times yesterday.
Yeah, did you already forget? Jesus Christ.
Well, I know it was longer. I just didn't know.
Yeah, it was tough to watch. We could get into it again. You got the clip? Got the clip? Let's get to Vince in San Francisco. We'll play the clip over.
Hi, Vince.
What's up, Vince?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I was just calling in to find out what you guys think about Deebo's sustainability, because right now, him and George Kittle, obviously CMC, they're phenomenal players. Deebo's probably my favorite, but the way that he plays and uses his body the way Earl Campbell used to as a receiver, I just don't know. I mean, I know the ribs were after the tackle, somebody just kneed him in the rib cage, but what are your concerns about his availability throughout the rest of the season with the way that he runs? It just blows through everybody that he can.
Well, I would say this. Navarro Bowman taught me a very good lesson when I watched his career essentially end, even though he came back admirably after the knee injury. Any play could be these guys' last play. So you better freaking appreciate the greatness of any of these guys at every single turn. And I don't mean to be so dramatic about it, but the game is inherently violent.
But you know what?
And the way he plays, probably not going to last a decade.
But Vince, I think you probably think like me, though. Do you need to take unnecessary punishment? That's where we see McCaffrey, right, Vince? He gets out of bounds. He braces himself for hits. I would like to see Deebo Samuel do a little bit more of that. Not get his recklessness is part of his game. It's part of his nature. It's part of his intimidation. But Vince, to your point, I would like to see him go out of bounds sometimes because the Niners need Deebo Samuel, right, Vince?
Absolutely. I mean, that dude he's an instant playmaker. That dude's top ramen, man. That dude, you give him the ball, you don't know what's going to happen. He could go for 60.
Right.
I just think that's how he plays, though.
No, it is how he plays. And thanks for the call, Vince.
And I'm not saying
I understand your concerns.
B, you know where I stand. When I see him on the ground, my jaw drops. I'm like, no. I want him going out of bounds.
Right.
I want him every now and then just drop like Torrey Holt did.
Right.
You know, preserve
That's what
yourself.
I'm saying. That's what I just said.
But
that's his game, though.
But the other part of this is just because you do those things doesn't mean you can't come up with an ankle injury or an ACL. Like, just the game is so violent.
Get hurt in practice.
I
We
know.
saw that with Trayvon Diggs
It's so
last
violent.
week. Trayvon Diggs, non-contact injury, tore his ACL. So injuries can happen at any point. But what can you do to control yourself? When you're in the game and, the sideline's right there and maybe you want to go through a guy just to send a message, I get it. It's intimidation.
Yes.
You saw the backup running back in Seattle, Zach, whatever his name is.
Chardonnay?
Chardonnay from
Yeah.
UCLA. To send a message to that poor defender in Carolina.
Yeah.
I like when Deebo does that, running through people's face. Marshawn Lynch, we run through his face over and over and over, and defenses they tap out. You say, you know what? I don't want to tackle this dude today. I'm tired of tackling this guy. It's hurting.
Do you remember when we used to have the long conversation? Who would you rather pay long term? Matt Cain, who's got the bigger, broader chest, or Tim Lincecum, who's smaller?
Right.
And it ended up both of them kind of wore out around the same time.
Yep.
And both had injuries.
Yep. It happens.
And that's kind of the way I view the NFL. Like some guys, like Derrick Henry, if you would have asked me, I probably would have said a couple years ago, it's probably not going to age well. And then I look up and it's like, yeah, he had like 1,700 yards last year.
Right.
On a bump foot.
With no quarterback.
Right? So some guys are just freaks, and some guys, stuff happens. But that being said, I'm always here for the preserve your body conversation because why I wear a seatbelt. I don't think I'm going to get in an accident, but I wear a seatbelt. In the event that I get in an accident, I would like to be safe.
Right.
No doubt. You're playing and you're going to have car accidents out there on the field. In the event that you can avoid collision, go down every now and then. Mm-hmm. Slow down. Don't speed through that intersection. Like, that's what I would tell Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, and Deebo, we'll keep an eye on the ribs here. They do have a long period here. Playing on Thursday night to get the weekend off, to get treatment, come back to practice slowly, get ready for the Arizona Cardinals, who, by the way, we thought, oh, man, you could just sit Deebo in this game, and you can, maybe get away with sitting Ayuk in this game due to the shoulder injury. I don't think that's the case anymore. With the way Arizona has played the first 3 weeks, they should have beat the Commanders. They're up 20-0 on the New York Giants at halftime. We're going to talk to John Gambadora from down there in Phoenix on Thursday about this Cardinals team. And then, of course, they beat up on the Dallas Cowboys, who were missing 3 offensive linemen, but the Cardinals dominated that football game. They did whatever they wanted to do offensively, defensively. All of a sudden, we can't overlook this football team. They're also a Western NFC West opponent. And you know what I always say? Division games are different.
Agreed.
Division games could be ugly.
And they're feeling good.
They're feeling real good. They're 14-point underdogs this week. They want to shock the world.
20-something on the Giants at halftime.
Yeah,
they feel, I know, but I'm saying, like, they feel like they should be better than 1-2.
Yeah, no, they do. They should have beat the Commanders in week 1. The Commanders stole that football game from them. So, you know what? Whatever's going on in Arizona, they're feeling good. 14-point underdogs, they would have shocked the world. Let's see. So now all of a sudden, this game, we thought, hey, it was a gimme game. No. You cannot overlook this team trying to think, oh, we got the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Let's just brace ourselves and come out here half speed. No. You got to go out here and dominate this team. You cannot take them lightly on Sunday at Levi Stadium. You don't want to do that. You don't want to lose a division
Hypothetically, can they win a game, not against this team, but just any game, with no Deebo and no Ayuk?
No, I don't think you can. No.
Would that be the kind of win for a Brock Purdy that would maybe win over some people that are holding out? Or no,
but then
nothing.
That's silly though.
No, I agree.
We would elevate
agree.
if Brock Purdy won the game without Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, be like, wow, they really do have the guy. They really do have him. But you talked about Tom Brady. Part of the reason why a lot of us, including myself, thought Tom Brady was washed in his last year in New England because he had nobody to throw to.
No. An undrafted Jacoby Myers.
And you had Kimbrell Tompkins. Remember him?
Yes.
How'd that work out? Remember that?
I do.
He had the game-winning touchdown against the Saints?
I do. His final pass was a pick 6 for the New England Patriots.
It's
kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. We all
thought the same thing. No way the Patriots are losing to the Titans. No. And you couldn't name a playmaker on that team.
So you need playmakers.
Absolutely.
So if Brock, I wouldn't want to put anybody in that position. Dak's struggling to win games. He's got CeeDee Lamb. They lost Michael Gallup.
Jimmy's got Devontae and Josh Jacobs. They can barely get to 20.
So, you know what? Let's go to George in Los Altos. George in Los Altos, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I agree with what Joe said earlier. I think Deebo is wired the way he's wired, and I don't think he can change the way he plays. But I do think you can minimize the chances of injury. The guy who can minimize that the most is Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it's not necessary to throw the ball to him 100 times a game in situations where you really don't need to do so. And I go back to the McCaffrey situation on the first game of the season. It was the first or the second, I'm sure you'll remind me. What, we have like an 18-point lead with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and he just kept on running Christian over and over and over again. That's just not necessary. Let some other guys get in. Let Ronnie Bell get in and get some reps. You've got a lot of potential. So I think Kyle can control the likelihood of injuries, but you're never going to change the way Deebo plays.
No, and that's what makes that's a great call, George, and that's what makes
really
Deebo
good call.
Deebo. That's what makes Deebo Deebo. That's what made Marshawn Lynch, running through people. You know, setting a physical tone. You don't want to call up the house, hey, you know, it changes them.
Marshawn's become one of the great characters post-career in sports right now.
Saw that coming.
You did? You saw that coming?
I mean, he was doing it during his career.
Yeah, but I didn't know mainstream would embrace him this way.
Yeah, they love that stuff. When he went into the boondocks, where he was mountain climbing or whatnot.
It was great.
I mean, come on. Marshawn Lynch, and then he's got the Usher commercial.
It's so good.
I mean, Marshawn.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Shout out Doug Hendrickson, his agent. Doug, we met him at Fight Night. Remember?
Yeah.
Doug Hendrickson, his agent.
Well, he gets all the running backs from the Bay.
Yeah, he does. Dougie Fresh. That's what they call him.
Wow. Dougie Fresh was looking sharp.
No, he was looking good. He was looking real good ringside.
You know that you've got a great physique if you can go multiple buttons unbuttoned at the top of your dress shirt. I can't do that.
I pull that off sometimes.
Okay. Just because you think you pull it off doesn't mean we think you've pulled it off.
Hey, man.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
I shout out Soda for making that happen, though.
Hey, listen, man. Sometimes you got to let the taco meat with the curls. Got to let it show.
With the curls.
It's a little sexy. You know, you got to have some sexiness to you.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
I'm telling you, man. Let the taco meat show. Let it show. It smells good. You'd be like, okay, that guy's got some, you know, that guy belongs in Miami. Like, I want that flavor, you know? All right, we're getting
way off course.
When does that crack come into play for you?
The crack is hitting right. I haven't heard that drop in a while. Now, the cocaine's happening. That's the best part of the drop. Now, the cocaine's
Kids don't do crack anymore.
Yeah, they don't do crack. They
go on the streets of Market in 6th.
Yeah, I don't know what these kids are doing
fentanyl.
these days. The drug game is graduated.
Kids do not do drugs. I want to make that very clear.
No, kids do not do drugs. Not all kids do drugs. But it feels like the drug game is graduated to something else. Like, it's like people say crack and cocaine. Oh, yeah, that's nothing. Give me the other stuff. It's like, damn.
Everything's synthetic these days.
What? Would you say synthetic?
Yeah, it's all these synthetic drugs.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's just what it is these days.
What is going on here?
Back to the Warriors.
Be better at your job.
Chris Paul. The Bay Area media is going to meet him.
I saw
Monday.
Raymond. One second.
Whoa.
I saw Raymond Ritter post a photo with the Mississippi Missile, aka Monte Ellis, and Fitz.
Wasn't that great?
Raymond Ritter, and it was one of the glorious photos I've seen on the internet in the last few weeks.
Who's getting married? That's what I need to ask.
I don't know.
Raymond.
But the Mississippi Missile is a nickname that only Fitz called.
Or is it the Mississippi Bullet?
Oh, I thought it was the Mississippi Missile.
Could be the missile. I forget.
Only Fitz called him that. And I still, to this day, when I see Monte, the Mississippi Missile.
It's the Mississippi Bullet. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the missile.
Yeah, I knew it was the bullet.
Oh.
It's like, am I tripping?
I thought it was the missile.
Bullet? What would you rather be named? The Mississippi? Let's see. The Mississippi. Yeah, it's the Mississippi Bullet.
I thought it was the missile.
Right? Everybody keeps saying the missile. Now I'm confused. Steve Kerr says he likes Chris Paul.
I really like Chris because he likes phone calls and not texts. So Chris is old school. He wants to talk, and we've had 4 or 5 great conversations this summer. I remember a few years ago pulling him aside after Phoenix beat us in Phoenix, and I told him how much I admired him and his competitiveness and just his basketball intelligence. Obviously, we've had a lot of battles over the years. We did have one game together, the 2015 All-Star game, and I remember him taking over the game in the last 5 minutes, and our team won. And that guy would be fun to coach. And so I'm thrilled to coach him. He's one of the great competitors I've ever seen. His command of the game, the way he controls the action. His teams tend to get a great shot, possession after possession after possession. And he understands what wins. So I'm really excited to coach Chris, and I know he's really excited to be here.
One thing that we've talked about, and I hope Spinoni was really listening to that cut. Steve Kerr loves him because he likes phone calls. I'm telling you, phone calls are better than texts.
Why are you going at Spinoni?
Well, because he was talking about, lot of single guys out here, and I'm telling the roasters, give them a free game. Call the girl. Or if you're a gal, accept that phone call.
Yeah.
Don't do everything through text.
It's like giving a handwritten note. It means more.
It means more. The voice to voice. Spinelli's like, I'm just a texter, text.
Dog Days of August, you were out, Shasky. We had a really big thing. It was kind of like a this or that thing. You call or you text in.
Yeah, and a lot of people
were texting in on the Comcast Business text line.
Now I'm imagining Chris Paul on the bed like a high school girl, with the phone, with the long cord. You guys know the little long curly cord that everyone would have.
I'm looking at Basketball Reference real quick because we need to settle this. It says Monte Ellis's nickname is the Mississippi Bullet. Also, another nickname is Robin. I had no idea.
Whoa, Robin. Who was Batman?
Yeah, I don't know who Batman was. I'm Batman.
How dare you cheer for the Lakers?
Mississippi Bullet.
Whatever.
Bullet. We settled that.
But now I'm imagining Steve Kerr and Monte Ellis talking on the phone like it's the 1980s. At our house, when my parents bought the house in the Excelsior, we had linoleum floors, okay? And there was only one phone back in the day in everyone's house.
Right.
Now, nowadays, everyone's walking around with a phone. Right. But back in the day, there was one phone. And you wanted to make sure that you got the longest possible cord so that you could hide from the rest of the family to have conversations. You know what I'm talking about, right, Bean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, when they had this linoleum floor, there were 3 young girls that were being raised in the house before we bought it. You could see where they would all stand on the phone, and they would click their high heels back and forth, and they had scuffed the ever-living you-know-what out of the linoleum floor because they were standing right there receiving the phone. There was nothing more awkward than trying to court a girl in junior high or in high school with the entire family in the living room, and you're trying to talk on the phone. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I remember being at Grandma Pearl's house, rest in peace, my dad's side of the family, and my little brother Brioni and little sister Jaria. I'd be on the phone, and they'd be on the other line laughing at me while I'm talking to girls. And I'm like,
so
get
they
off
would
the
pick
line.
up the phone?
They'd be on the other line.
My sister used to do that
They'd
all the
pick
time.
up the line, giggling like.
And I'd go, get off the phone, Kelly.
Right. Oh, it's the worst thing ever. Oh, man. Hey, Grandma, you know what he said to this girl? And I'm like, bro, no. And they're just laughing at you like, bro, you got no game.
Bro.
SF Bay Drummer, $4.99. Just picked up a super chat.
Yeah.
Warriors are old now, for real. Klay Thompson reads a newspaper, and CP3 still uses a rotary dial house phone. I'm not
mad at that, though. I'm not mad at that. Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Look at all the texts in SF Bay Drummer.
The vintage is in. Have you not seen the
newspaper.
Kids? They're rocking the 90s Jordache jeans.
Paperback books. Still in.
Yeah.
Get you a good paperback.
Yeah, Bonte's still wearing Jordans. That's a joke. Well, because they're from the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Well, kind of. Yeah, it's true.
Even though they're retro and they're all vintage and it's new and everyone's got them. Getting back to the phone thing, what we used to do when a guy would call the house for my sister, right? The number one thing, we answer the phone, hello, yo, can I speak to Kelly? Who's this? And you'd hear them like pause. All right, this is Robert, Jason, whoever. We would scream into the phone, Kelly, as loud as we could. If the dude could hang on, then he was good to go.
Well, how about this one? Everybody's big question. Because Dumas is going to join us, and we're going to dive into this. We'll get back. We'll get focused here. Trust me. I'll make Shasky. We'll get focused.
No, I want to get back into phones.
No. We've got too much going on with the Warriors. Because the biggest question everybody wants to ask is Chris Paul starting or not? Is he going to start
anyone ask
or not?
If he's going to close or not?
That's what I want to know. But Steve Kerr hasn't made up his mind yet on the starting lineup. Check this out.
Yeah, I mean, we basically have 6 starters. I mean, the way I look at it, and only 5 can go each night. So I haven't decided yet what we're going to do. I want to see training camp. We're going to try different combinations and take a look. Obviously, all 6 guys are going to play a lot of minutes for us. But if this is going to work, then everybody has to embrace it, regardless of who's starting and who's not. It only works if the whole team buys in, and I know these guys well. I know 5 of them really well, and I'm getting to know Chris. And the one thing I know about all of them is they want to win more than anything. They're an incredibly competitive group, and I'm very confident that we'll figure it out, and the guys will buy in and find a way.
So Steve Kerr massaging things for Chris Paul to say, hey, we've got our starting lineup. We know you're capable of starting. We may finish you, but it's not the end of the world if you don't start. It's not. You got to sacrifice for the greater good of the team.
Well, someone's going to have to sacrifice.
Right? I don't want it to be Lou Dog. Everybody talks about size. Do you want to go super small? Steve Kerr was asked about that.
Yeah, we'll look at that for sure in camp and exhibition games and see what that looks like. It's hard to imagine that wouldn't click pretty well, given that you've got a lot of talent and versatility and scoring on the floor. I think that lineup, putting Loon on the floor at the 5, you could do as well, with four smaller guys and Loon at center. But as you know, we've started Loon and Draymond together for years. They're a great combination, probably one of the few 4-5 combinations in the league that is unique like that in terms of more screening than shooting. Most people are throwing 4 shooters out there. We're still throwing 2 bigs out there, and it's worked well, but we've always had the change up of going small. So we're going to look at all that.
All right,
Who's going to be the sacrificial lamb when it comes to not starting on the opening tip-off? And again, my biggest question, because I don't really care who starts, it's what's happened in the last 5 minutes.
I know you don't, but they do.
They do care. And the fans care. The fans really care about it. I've never had so many conversations about this guy coming off the bench, this guy starting. I'm like, who the hell cares?
Well, some guys feel better that way. They like their routine. Like Mania likes to start. He doesn't want to come in the 3rd inning.
Sure. What about Alex Wood?
I mean, okay, let's play this game. Steph's clearly starting.
Andrew Wiggins? Nobody's talking about Andrew Wiggins.
He has to start.
I think he's the X factor to the entire season.
I agree. We'll get to that. He has to start, right? What about Clay?
Yes.
Okay, so Clay has to start.
You need to space it.
So that's 3. Now we're down to process of elimination. Draymond Green and Kevon Looney.
Size matters.
I think Kevon Looney, I would rather Kevon Looney start. I just don't think that'll fly for Draymond. Plus, then my question to you is, Draymond with the young guys or some variation? Because we pretend like it's like a full line change. Like, when Draymond comes in, all the young guys come in all at once. Typically, it's 1 or 2 guys come in at the same time, like that 3, 4, 5 minute mark. 4 minutes burned off of the clock, 8-minute mark in the first quarter. I don't know.
Would Clay want to come off the bench in a contract year?
Well, if they work out an extension prematurely, I think that might make it a more palatable for him.
What about the connectivity with this basketball team? Steve Kerr's liking what he's seeing so far.
My job as a coach is to help them connect. And I think last time I talked to you, I think I probably said that I didn't think I did the job well last year. I think a big part of my job this year is to get the team connected, but that's a season-long process. I think Mike Dunleavy and his staff did a great job this summer of putting together a roster that should connect well on and off the floor. I think sometimes losing gives you some clarity. I think I probably said that at the end of the year too, and I really believe that. A year ago we came in off a championship and let our guard down a little bit, frankly. And it's human nature, but it's sort of the way things work. And so when you lose in the second round and you feel like you've had a disappointing year, it's a lot easier to come in and be focused. It's a lot easier for me to come in as a coach and be more demanding. And I think the players will expect that too.
And we'll take some calls. 888-957-9570. You could ask Dumas anything, ask us anything. We still want the callers to be part of the show in the next hour and a half as Dumas comes to studio. Jason Dumas from Crown 4. A lot to get into with the Golden State Warriors. Training camp starts next Tuesday. Media days on Monday. I can't wait for it. Last cut here on the decision to not start Dwight Howard, then we'll break.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say in general, we brought maybe 40 or 50 guys in this summer to get a further look at, knowing agents and people around the league know we've got 2 roster spots open. So there's a desire to come in and meet with us and play with our guys. And we've looked at a lot of different players, and some of them we'll bring into camp. But player you mentioned is just one of many that we brought in and evaluated. And, I think right now you'll know more about who we're inviting to camp in a couple days. But overall, we feel good about what we've done this summer, and we'll keep our options open in terms of who we need to add.
Mike Dunleavy Jr., we got a lot more sound coming up. 888-957-9570. How you feeling about the starting lineup? How you feeling about not signing Dwight Howard? Warrior fans, time to wake up, baby. Training camp starts next Tuesday. We're all over it as well with Jason Dumas. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky.
All right, we're back. We got Dumas from Crown 4 in the building. Shasky's here. Got the whole crew here. Having a lot of fun on a Tuesday morning. Talking some Warriors basketball. We got Dumas, who was at the presser yesterday. I flaked on it. But we caught up with everything. And media day's on Monday. We'll talk about his Eagles. He keeps it real about them. They look damn good. I don't like their fans, but their football team is damn good. They got some players that I would love on the 49ers. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, even Jalen Hurts. But the Warriors, and we'll start there. And good morning to you, Dumas. Thanks for coming in, man. We always appreciate it.
Of course. I mistimed that morning traffic. I'm not usually driving at this time of the day. That tunnel.
Oh, that Broadway tunnel.
What part of the city?
How long were you in there?
I was in that tunnel for a good
20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like 10 to 12 minutes just sitting in the middle of that tunnel. I'm in the outer Richmond.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's broad, but I get it. Yeah,
I
can dig it.
26 California. That
nice.
area.
Oh, okay, yeah. Bill's Place. There's a lot of good spots over there.
Gordo's?
Killer little.
I'm not going to say Gordo's.
Yeah.
You know those wackos. I don't want to give too close.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to give your exact location.
Broad. He said outer Richmond.
No, I'm just curious on the path because that does tend to be a.
What do they call them? The Avenue Boys out there?
Well, that's more the
avenues.
Sunset.
We used to call it what we used to call the Richmond Aves too.
Yeah, parts.
You know,
right by his alma mater.
Yes,
Washington High School.
Greatest campus overlooking the city.
We're spoiled. Play Pop Warner football there, looking at the bridge, and of course, high school. You're eating lunch, looking at the bridge, and that scenery right there. It was all a lot of fun right there. I miss the Richmond district. I do miss it.
Biggest takeaway from the Warriors yesterday?
Steve Kerr hasn't had that uncomfortable conversation with Chris Paul yet.
Oh, do you think Chris Paul's the odd man out?
I would think that would be my educated opinion. Yeah, I mean, who else? I mean, you think, in my opinion, I think Looney and Draymond have to start. I think you need that size on the front court. Steph, obviously, and Wiggins, obviously.
Yes.
The only two other guys would be Chris Paul or Clay coming off the bench.
You think Chris Paul's warmed up to being a Golden State Warrior yet?
Yeah, I do. I think he's been humbled already in his career. I think he was kind of humbled when he got traded to OKC.
Yeah.
That was a really I was really impressed what he was able to do in OKC with that roster, and he really I just saw an interview that he just did recently with some young kid. It was like a kid interviewer, and he asked, "Who are you most proud of in the NBA right now?" And he said, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He was like, "That's my little brother. We got really close. I took him under my wing. I still talk to him all the time." So it was just I was impressed with, you got an ego. You've been in the NBA so long. You're going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Chris Paul has an ego?
Yes.
Whoa.
And he was able. He went and kind of checked that ego, and he became a mentor in OKC. So I think he's cool with being on the Warriors. I think he just wants to win. He's at that point in his career. So I don't even think he's really going to make a huge funk about coming off the bench. Yeah, he got a little chippy with some reporters at Summer League, but that's just him,
To me, Dumas, it's always been about who finishes the whole time. Everybody's, I don't know why we make a big deal about who starts. On sports radio or even on television, how often do we talk about the first 5 minutes of the game? Unless Steph goes crazy.
I agree with you. We agree.
Right.
But wouldn't you agree? There are players where it does matter. Jordan Poole is an example. I think it mattered to him.
Right. It did at times, no doubt, especially with the way Klay Thompson
Am I
played
reading
last year.
that wrong?
No, it mattered. They keep saying connectivity because there wasn't any last year.
That's what I'm saying. Clearly he was frustrated.
And everybody talks about that punch, but I'm on record saying the punch wasn't the fatal flaw. It was just the fact that Jordan didn't like his role. He didn't like how some of the vets got treated differently for doing the same exact things that he does. Yeah. And that was more it. Even Andre, you guys probably just saw that podcast with him and JJ and Evan Turner, and he essentially said the same thing. It was like Jordan just, whether it was intentional, unintentional, he just wasn't with the program by the end of the season. And it was so obvious.
Yeah, it was obvious.
There was no chemistry.
Getting back to the starting thing, we all agree, who cares who starts? It's about who finishes. And that's definitely the most relevant thing. I guess what I am not waiting for, because that sounds like I'm sadistically waiting for them to fall apart or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. it will be very interesting to see how, if they win, if they lose, the combinations that they're playing at the end of games and how that resonates, and then seeing how people react to that adversity. Let's say, for example, hypothetically, in this scenario, Loon's the odd man out to close games. Well, they have trouble rebounding one night, and they don't win that game for a variety of put-back reasons. How do they respond to that? Do they make adjustments? Do they just plow forward? Do you get where I'm going with this?
No, I do. With Looney, I think the Warriors are lucky they have him in the sense that he's probably, obviously, other than Steph, but I mean, Steph doesn't have to be selfless because he has to be on the court.
Yes,
he's going to be on the court. So he's never been in a position where he has to sacrifice. But like a guy like Looney, he's like, he's not going to complain. No. He's going to bring his lunch pail. I'm more concerned might be too strong of a word, but there's going to be times where it's going to be Clay on the bench at the end of the game.
You think?
I mean, if they're rolling with Wiggins, Chris Paul, and Steph, and that lineup is clicking, and then you have Dre, you have Loon, it's not going to be every night. Like you said, there's going to be finishing lineups different nights, like relative to who is playing well. I want to see who is going to be willing. There might be Draymond.
Right.
Some nights Draymond get early foul trouble. They're rolling. Like, this team's going to have to check their ego. And that's all they've been talking about. Egos, connectivity, all of that. I mean, it's easy to say, but you're going to have to see it in action.
I am with you on that one.
Yeah, no,
I have a hard time thinking that either Dre or Klay Thompson is going to accept I'm not saying all the time. Like, one time here and there, I'm sure they'll be good with it. But if it becomes a pattern, I can see where that would, they've earned equity here.
Draymond may be willing to accept it because he just got paid. Mm-hmm. And he may say at the end of the day, I got my money.
It's a good point.
Klay Thompson's on a contract. This is a contract year for him. And Chris Paul. But he has, he's got that option, and he could opt out. He'll have another year, but he has to play nice as well. But Klay Thompson, he wants to get paid he wants to get paid at least $30 million a year. You hear the rumors about that. And look, shooting is highly regarded in today's game in the NBA. A lot of people want shooters. A lot of people need shooters.
Not fully half, but it's half than what he's making now.
Exactly.
Which is still a very fair market value. If he wanted to re-sign for 30, I'm here for it.
Well, if he did, that's a lot of money, right? But he's in a contract here.
But it's
and
worth
he may say, man, you're killing my value if you are not playing me in crunch time, or if you're not playing, or if you're not starting me or whatnot. The whole X factor to the season to me, there's a couple here. But two, highly, the youngsters in Moody and Kuminga. How will they be affected by these lineup changes? And where's Andrew Wiggins at?
They need
Nobody's
80%
talking
of
about
games
Andrew
played.
Wiggins.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins was the
Totally
second most
agree.
important player during that championship run with the way he defended, with the way he finished and flourished on offense. And it's been quiet on the set when it comes to Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he's fine. Last year was a fluky year for him. He missed all that time, and you're right, B. Nobody talks about that as much as they probably should, because the difference between Andrew Wiggins missing all that time is probably like a 6 seed and like a 2 or a 3 seed. It wasn't that much of a difference. So, and then you get a different matchup, a more favorable matchup, and maybe the Warriors are in the conference finals, not losing to the Lakers, because we always knew that Lakers matchup was tough. AD's always been tough for the Warriors.
It's a very unique matchup against them.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's just a bad matchup.
How is it? I almost feel unfair asking this out loud. This feels reckless, and I'm not trying to be reckless. I'm trying to say this with discernment and be as respectful as possible. Everything that happened last year is beyond, he's put it away. It's not going to pop back up for Wiggins. Is it even a question of is this something that he's had to deal with in the offseason?
Right.
I know that we don't talk about what it is that he's going on.
Well, I think people are scared to even ask the question. We had a conversation.
I feel reckless asking that.
Well, we had a conversation a month into his absence, and not even really about Andrew Wiggins. And you saw how the internet reacted to that. So
So is it unfair for me to question whether it lingered into the offseason for him?
I think it's fair, Gabe, to say, hey, is everything behind you?
That's what I meant. Yes, you said it more succinckly than me. I mean, I'm
that'll be a good question on media day.
What?
That'll be a good question on media day.
No doubt.
Do you get where I'm going with that? Is that
100%? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know he's back in the Bay.
Okay,
he's back here local now. And shoot, I mean, I think he's their second best player.
Yeah.
100%.
And
Their
nobody's
season was
talking about him.
torpedoed without,
Right.
it's not his fault, I guess, to a degree, but, the other part of this is, they're not winning a championship without Andrew Wiggins.
No doubt.
They need Andrew Wiggins. I agree. Second best player, hands down.
And that's why I think the whole starting.
It's important.
CP3, the leap years for Kuminga. Andrew Wiggins is the guy. And I was sitting back watching
Totally agree.
everything happen and transpire. I want to get to Uncle Gene in just a second here. He's on the line, 888-957-9570. But I'm just thinking to myself, boy, if Andrew Wiggins plays at that level he played at 2 years ago, the Warriors are cooking with hot grease because he is your guy who can slow down the Lukas, the John Morants, the top guys on the opposing team. So I just think, man, that's flying under the radar while everybody's so hyper-focused on who's starting for the first 5 minutes of a basketball game.
He was just so reliable that year, the championship. You never had to worry about him. You knew what he was bringing to the table. No nonsense, easy buckets, guarding the best player on the other team. Rebounding.
Which we didn't think he could do.
Like in traffic,
Yes.
too. Great rebounding.
Yes, and shut down Luka.
Yeah.
Luka still got his, but relative
Made him work.
to shutting down
It was an
superstars.
inefficient.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
He was awesome.
Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown.
And on a team that needs athleticism from that starting unit, he provides one of the few guys that can bop on anyone in the lane at any time.
Now, Uncle Gene's going to lead us to a conversation we'll get to Dubas with in just a second. Uncle Gene, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yeah, morning, fellas. Morning, Jason.
What's up, man?
Hey, so first of all, I'm glad that they didn't sign Dwight Howard, mainly because I just felt that was going to take minutes away from Kuminga. And I'm expecting him to in fact, they're going to need him to take a step forward this year, I think. He's going to have to, have time to learn how to rebound and play defense under the basket better. And if he can do that, at a much higher level, then I think we got all the pieces we need. We don't need Dwight Howard.
No doubt.
So,
secondly, go ahead, Gene.
Yeah, the starting lineup issue. I agree. I think with you, Jason, that no, you can't take Looney out of the starting lineup. Whenever they've done that in the past, they've suffered for it. I think Looney, Wiggins, and Draymond and Curry, they need to start. If you flip-flop Clay with, how do you feel about this? If you kind of flip-flop Clay with CP3, even at the beginning of a game, do you think that might work? Now, I know both of them have egos, both of them want to start, but as you say, they're going to have to sacrifice. But I could see how that might work. They have different skills, they offer different things, but then maybe you can lean more towards one or the other, depending on how they're playing. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. Will Clay be willing to do that? Everybody sacrificed before, and Andrew Wiggins in the first game against Sacramento, and Jordan Poole, obviously, last season, and Draymond Green, Kevon Looney multiple times, Steph Curry setting the tone during the championship run, coming off the bench in the first 4 games. Will Clay be willing to do that in a contract year? In a contract year, will it affect his dollars? And do you want to go super small with Steph and CP3? Now, I'm sure you've heard this, and by the way, I got to let everybody know about SotaWeightLoss.com. All right, go to SOTAWeightLoss.com. You see your boy, Jason Dumas. You need some soups. You need some protein bars. I got you, man. Chris Paul, he looks like he's on the soda diet. Go to SotaWeightLoss.com. Number 1 in customer satisfaction, and you can do it from the comfort and convenience of your own home or workplace. Anywhere throughout the country. It's not a workout program, no counting calories, no pills, appetite suppressants, all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition, eliminating junk foods, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan. Accountability, simple to follow, and big results. Visit SOTAWeightLoss.com and say it with me now. Soda is state of the art. Do you want to go super small? Now, the rumors I'm hearing is that Chris Paul and Steph Curry work really well together on the floor.
I believe it.
And they said, man, from what they've seen,
they're both
it's
sophisticated.
been magical.
I believe it.
Great minds.
I believe it. I mean, like Shasky just said, they're both like super high IQ basketball players. They both play a great brand of basketball. I don't know if Clay is willing to come off the bench. I don't know if Steve Kerr is even willing to have that conversation. But you're right. He's the one guy who hasn't really sacrificed. We're just being honest.
Right.
I mean, he missed 2 years. It wasn't his fault, no fault of his own, but the Warriors paid him while he was away. He got paid while he missed time. That's almost unheard of. It showed a lot of loyalty. And when he came back, he went right into the starting lineup. The Warriors had to figure out how to play while he tried to get his legs back. Meanwhile, Jordan Poole, who's having an amazing year, helped lead the team to a 15-5 record, goes back to the bench. Draymond gets kicked out of a playoff game, comes back. Hey, let Loon start. I don't, everybody has kind of sacrificed except Klay Thompson. And
see, I think Steve Kerr didn't set the tone.
I don't either.
Steve Kerr, when we got asked, hey, what's going to happen when Klay Thompson comes back? Oh, he will be starting. Now, if you would say right there, hey, we're going to work him in slowly, come off the bench, Klay may have been more willing to do that.
Right.
Saying, okay, I understand you guys are rolling.
It would have made sense.
Back. It would have made a lot of sense.
But I think
doubt.
we're underestimating. I did before, and now I acknowledge it now. I think Klay's a little more sensitive to those kinds of things. Like, it matters to him. It really does. Like, his standing within the organization matters. Being a starter matters. Being viewed by others around the league a certain way matters to him. And that's not exclusive to Klay Thompson. There's a lot of players that care about how I care about how I'm viewed by people. Like, I freely admit that. But not everyone's like that. Some people don't care. But I think
how would this fan base react to Chris Paul starting for Klay Thompson?
Yeah,
that'd be tough to swallow. It'd be tough to swallow.
Yeah, honestly, I think, like, I could see Klay coming off the bench in the sense where you, like, rationalize it like he's that 6-man volume shooter scorer. A lot of teams have that. But then how does that affect Kuminga and some of the other guys on that second unit who might need some opportunities? Meanwhile, if Chris Paul is in that second unit a lot of the time, Kuminga's going to eat.
Yep.
And Kuminga's really good. And Steve had a really good point yesterday that I didn't think of initially, and that's why I'm not an NBA head coach and Steve Kerr is. He said, someone asked him, do you still view Jonathan Kuminga as exclusively a forward? Because that's pretty much all he played last season.
That was my question to you. Keep going. I want to know this.
And Steve Kerr said, well, it's more about lineups. And last year, we didn't have a shooting big. Like, in the year we won the championship, we had Otto Porter and Belly. So Kuminga could be on the floor with those guys and play the wing. Last year, we didn't have that. This year, we have Dario Saric, who can shoot the ball.
He's a facilitator, too.
And a facilitator. Yeah. So we probably will see Kuminga more at the wing. Because I think he's better at the wing.
Yeah.
He can.
I like him defensively on the wing.
Yeah, he can attack mismatches more. And you could tell last year he was thinking more than he was playing.
I agree with that.
And if you just roll out the ball to that guy, he's going to score 10 points by accident.
Yes.
One of the few guys who gets to the free throw line.
Well, and he crashes into people and he creates chaos around the rim.
Right.
In a good way. I mean, positivity. See, to me, the shooting big, not exclusively, but at times can be the stretch 4 of Klay Thompson. Like, I view him that way as we're moving forward. Not every night, not against every matchup, but there's times where I'm like, I see a stretch 4 in him in the way that we look in a version of some of these other stretch 4s that are out there. Because I think he does a good job against people in the post.
Right. No, 100%. And so, yeah, if I'm coaching the Warriors, I would bring Chris Paul off the bench.
Yeah.
And,
is it Steve Kerr telling us that? Not to cut you off,
Yeah,
Jason.
no,
Didn't he
he
kind of
is.
tell us that? Like, hey, we have 6 starters, but we're going to have to sacrifice some things.
That's going to be the messaging. We have 6 starters all year.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true. It's
Jim
true.
Harbaugh did that with Alex Kaepernick. We got 2 starting quarterbacks.
But it's like,
Come on.
also at the same time, this is a team where guys aren't going to play every night. So even if Chris Paul is not starting every night, I mean, who knows? We don't know if Klay's playing back-to-back yet.
Like he's baked in. He's missed 20. And it's not a knock. It's just the reality. He misses 25. How many, like you said, how many's Klay going to miss? 12? 15?
Yeah, he might not start doing the back-to-back. Who knows? I don't know what their plan for him is. I think he's actually full throttle now. They're not going to be worried about that. But still, they're going to rest him.
Yeah, 15 back-to-backs, leads the league this year.
Draymond's going to sit sometimes.
Yes.
People get banged up. So everybody's going to eat. But that's why it's also very important for them to start off strong.
Where does Moses Moody fit into all this? Is he just an afterthought?
It's not an afterthought. It's not an afterthought per se. It's just he just has to get in where he fits in.
And you got 3 old guards. Can they use him as someone who can defend on the perimeter while a combination of those guys is playing? Like, I don't know. I'm just asking out loud.
Moses needs to knock down shots.
Yeah.
Like, that needs to be his role. The spot up shooter. When he dribbles too much, he gets into trouble.
I agree.
And he turns the ball over.
Indecisive.
Yeah, he needs to just be that confident knockdown shooter that you see like Jarrett Vanderbilt and some of these other guys. And Moses Moody, he can defend, but he should be better on that end, in my opinion.
Right.
But he's another guy. He's like a loony. He's a loyal soldier. He's going to do what he's told. You ask him to jump, he's going to say, got you. Like, so, you know, he's a good player to have on the roster. If he wants to get to that next level where he's not an afterthought, like you said, he needs to contribute more and find a role and really like excel at that specific role.
Yeah, Jason Dumas live in studio, Cron 4, you know what he does, man, breaking all the news. Philadelphia's finest, of course, but he's a Bay resident now. We love him out here in the Bay Area. Jason Dumas breaking down the Golden State Warriors, and we'll get to Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and whether or not they're going to get extended. But Dwight Howard obviously came in last week. You saw him at SFO. A lot of fans are coming up to me, Jason. Man, Dwight Howard, I like it a lot. Now, Mike Dunleavy Jr. said yesterday in his presser, we brought in 50 guys. We're good on centers right now. At the end of the day, was the Dwight Howard move more to satisfy the players that maybe wanted Dwight Howard on the roster, or did the front office say, you know what, we just not right now. We don't want to put that guy into this locker room. What went on with Dwight Howard, and why didn't the Warriors, you think, sign the big man?
After all the dust settled, my take on it is that they brought Dwight in to satisfy the vets who kind of wanted him on the team.
Who do you think wanted him?
Oh, Steph signed off on it.
Okay.
Draymond
signed off on it.
Okay.
I mean, he was with Draymond and CP3 the very next day working out.
Yeah, well,
with
I knew
them.
CP3 would be involved in some way. I was just curious who else was in on that.
Definitely Dre.
Yeah, Dre,
Okay, yeah.
Dre, Steph, and CP3.
Interesting.
They signed off on it. Now I don't know to what degree.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're like, bring him in. Now, if Steph was like emphatic about it, Dwight Howard would probably be a Warrior. So I doubt Steph was that emphatic, but he got the nod. And they brought him in, and you know, the excuse isn't the right word, but the reasoning for not signing him was, hey, we're set at big. But they were set at big before they brought him.
Exactly.
In. You know what I mean? So I think it was because they wanted to show respect to the veteran players and show them that they were taking their wishes seriously. And you know what? Whether signing Dwight or not signing him is the right or wrong move, I do like the fact that the ownership and the guys in suits stuck to their guns. Because sometimes when you create a culture where you're kind of bending over too much for
LeBron the GM,
it's not great, because if that was the case, there's no GP2. It's Avery Bradley on the Warriors. You know what I mean? Because the players wanted him.
I know, but I'm curious. Like, do you both think they're set at big?
I think I'd sign this guy from the G League, from the Houston Rockets. But no, they're probably not set at big. But their style of play, you know, they're not dependent
we're talking about
on the big.
a couple of minutes a night. We're not talking about, like, we all acknowledge, it's not like a 30-minute-a-night guy.
Before we even get to that, what I want to know is, how much does Dwight Howard have left? Because the fascination with Dwight Howard was wild to me. Like, he was in Taiwan, and remember last year his father was outspoken. His father wanted to come on the show and basically pitch Dwight Howard to the Golden State Warriors. We're like, we're not a recruiting service here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We don't go ahead. Like, what's going on here? No disrespect. But does he even have anything left?
I don't know. I mean, he didn't wow. He didn't wow the coaches at his workout. He didn't. I mean, he wasn't bad, but he was a 19th year in the NBA big man. You know. I mean, he's always going to be a physical specimen. Like, he's always actually going to, like, he can still run the court and everything. But from what I was told, he didn't blow anybody away, and that's what he would have had to do.
Right.
And to get that spot.
Do they trust this youngster that they drafted from Indiana? Or is that me just totally reaching? Because they keep talking him up. What's the
Trace Jackson
Thank
Davis.
you. Yeah. They keep talking him up, and I'm thinking, okay, well, I've hyped up some youngsters for this team recently, and none of them has had any impact. Is he a guy that maybe gets some looks?
I think he has the quickest pathway to the court as any rookie has in the past couple of years, just because of the position. It's kind of a position at need.
Yeah.
He's not a child.
No.
Man has played a lot of basketball.
He's physically big.
Almost like Brock Purdy. You know, obviously not to the same degree, but Brock Purdy ready. He's ready.
Yeah.
Like Trace is probably a finished product. Of course, he might get better, a little more seasoned, become a pro, but Trace is ready. Wiseman wasn't ready. Wiseman was a way more talented prospect, but I mean, this dude averaged like 20 and 10 in the Big Ten last year.
Yeah, he finishes around the rim.
Yeah.
Which they need. They need big time.
And he's a smart basketball player. He has the pedigree. His father played in the NBA forever, had so many battles against his now head coach, Steve Kerr.
Yep.
So I do think there could be a pathway to him playing. Maybe some injuries, like if Looney's out of game, Draymond's out of game. Maybe he surprises people. Maybe he starts knocking down that elbow jumper, in which he was doing a lot at Indiana, and that translates. I could see him getting some minutes. I could.
Yeah, Dwight Howard. I'm just going back to him because I'm thinking about him warming up before games, chucking threes.
Yeah.
You watched Dwight Howard warm up in the last 5 years. It's a clown show.
Mm-hmm.
It's a clown. Like, I'm just being
they've
honest,
signed
man.
up for a few of those.
Yeah, I mean, but no, this one is
Nick
next
Young,
level. He's out there hoisting
JaVale.
threes. I mean, JaVale knew his role, and he played 9 minutes a game. Swaggy P, it is what it is. By the way, the two-way guy, it just signed for the Rockets, Usman Garuba. Usman Garuba.
I don't even
He's
know.
a two-way guy. Played with the Rio Grande Valley Vipers last year, averaging 9 and 9. So there's your big Warrior fans. There's your big. He's 21 years old.
Shot 42% from deep.
Yeah,
but they don't play bigs. They don't play a traditional
I love the
brand.
headline. Usman Garuba carries a Draymond-like chip on his shoulder.
Oh.
So Usman on the two-way contract. He'd be the latest fascination. You get Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome. I wonder why fans get so fascinated with guys who are not going to impact the basketball game at the level of the Steph
Because you
Curry
have to
and
have
Klay
one
Thompson.
person who is at all times the sacrificial lamb of the fan base, correct? It's got to be Kai Bowman, Eric Pascal. It's got to be someone at all time.
Well, I'm not even going to lie, I've never seen a guy play a day in my life.
None of us have.
But
yeah, it's sort of.
So I can't say much, but, wish him well.
What about Rodney Magruder, huh?
Man, we played those Clay clips on Crown 4 last night. I'm not going to lie, this might be unpopular, but Clay was out of line. That was disrespectful, what he said.
It was really disrespectful.
I didn't think he deserved all that. He got into a little chipping argument with Juan Toscano Anderson.
Yes.
Okay. Dude, people do that all the time. You didn't have to insult
they went
that man.
over the top on him.
Yeah, well, even
Draymond did too.
What's my man who does the play-by-play?
Oh, Fitz.
Even Fitz was kind of like, all right, Clay, come on.
That's
bro.
what Fitz does.
Fitz had to calm me down.
Fitz was like, relax.
It was a little much for Rodney. It was, whoa, let's chill here. That's going to be fascinating in training camp. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMG FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 Game for the best and most up-to-date sports covers. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search for 95.7 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. There's 925 versus Rocking with Dumas. This is a great interview. We love it, some Dumas from Crown 4. We love it too. Jason Dumas live in studio from Crown 4, sports anchor, sports director. He's the man out here in the Bay Area. He's everywhere. And we had the Rodney Magruder. Sal, go ahead, Spinotti, take it away.
Everything seems to be okay there.
Oh, my God. Clay's figuring out what's going on over there, Clay.
Rodney Magruder.
Oh, no, this dude might be out the league soon. He's probably mad about that. Who knows?
Wow. Shots fired.
He's over here checking my guy. You good?
Everybody seems to be okay, and everybody's going to their respective locker rooms there. But
yeah, I don't know.
No. So that will end it right there. But
That's savage.
5
He over here
Warriors
trying to start something like he's a good player or something. It's like, bro,
Easy.
get out of here. You might be. Sorry. All right, we're done.
Easy.
As someone
forgot
who
all about
knows
that.
that sometimes things can get clipped and later on you regret them, I'm sure Clay regrets that.
But we talk for a living, so
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
we've all got dinged a couple
Exactly.
times.
A couple.
You're like,
It
damn.
happens. It happens.
Damn.
Next thing you know, you're working with him.
Right?
So the Warriors
But
signed
I did
Rodney
see
Magruder.
Draymond did circle back
Right.
like a week later. You heard that.
Well, he
clip,
apologized.
right? Yeah, he
Because
apologized.
that night he went to the podium. We were doing post game,
Yeah.
and he went to the podium. He was
ripping Rodney Magruder.
Rodney. He just kept going
He's
off.
a tough guy.
Exactly.
He's a tough guy. But yeah, I think I don't know. That was probably Dre probably got a text from a mutual friend like, bro, you went over.
Just
the board.
dial it down.
Yeah.
It's got to be just a training camp body, right? 32 years old.
Yeah, I would
6'4",
imagine.
205. I don't know if he makes
No,
this
it's the
roster.
all small guy lineup.
You know, yeah, next to Chris Paul, Steph, Clay.
I mean, he's another guy. He shot 43% from deep last year, but he don't really got it anymore.
What about Pods? Is Pods going straight to Santa Cruz, or what's the deal there?
Kajimski?
Yeah, I would think so. First of all, there's just not a pathway for him to get minutes on the big squad, and he's going to have to get reps. And
he needs the reps.
He needs the reps. He needs to get a feel. He has a great feel for basketball overall, but he needs to get a feel for finishing over the length of pro basketball.
He's small.
He's way smaller than I thought. Like when he got introduced and he was standing next to Steve Kerr.
He's not that big.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I thought you were a little bigger
DiVincenzo
than
size, but DiVincenzo could jump, and he was a little thicker, and he plays tough. He plays almost like, I don't know. He's a tougher player, and like Pod's got a long way to go.
By the way,
wasn't that impressed with him.
Usman
honestly,
played Comcast Business Text Line. Usman played for Spain in the FIBA World Cup, and apparently, according to the 415, didn't look bad. Big upside. 21 years old. So got my eyes on Usman Garuba.
Yeah,
my new man crush.
Back to Pods, like it's almost same thing with Moody. They have to be more decisive with the ball. Like what I saw from Pods in summer league, he needs a couple dribbles to kind of decide what he needs to do, and then he's going. It's like, bro.
Well, he takes time to like set himself up. I know what you're saying. Dribble, and it's like, all right, bro, you got to pass and move, and move.
You got to make quicker decisions, especially on the team you play on.
Well, and when that was happening, also his shot's not falling, right? And no, I'm not worried about the shot as much,
right?
But you could see it was like piling on, and he just wasn't getting better. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah,
Santa Cruz will help. Going out of Santa Cruz,
I'm
think about Jordan Poole.
He's 20.
And that's why I love the G League.
Or something.
And that's why you look at the NFL and developmental football. Trey Lance needs a G League, right? He needs a Tree League because he's not playing at all. Having the G League helped out Jordan Poole, got him paid, going down there twice and refining his game and getting, ready for NBA speed.
Kuminga too went down there a couple times and came back and contributed.
He wasn't really happy about going down, but he was. But it helps, and that's where Pajitsky is going from the West Coast Conference. It's Santa Clara to the Golden State Warriors and playing in the NBA. You could tell that athleticism just wasn't quite there yet. But I do like his IQ. I can see what he's doing. I can see his feel for the game. He just needs to refine it a little bit, and the G League won't do him wrong. There's no pathway to play right now.
Yeah, there's really not. He's just going to need the reps. That's all.
No doubt about that. Jason Dumas live in Crown 4. We'll talk about the 49ers in a second because I know we were texting over the weekend about Lynch and Shanahan getting extensions. We'll do that at 9:20. But as Warriors training camp starts, it is good to have basketball back. What do you think of this team right now after watching them lose to the LA Lakers in the second round? And if let's just say everything works out, Chris Paul's happy, he buys in, Klay Thompson buys in, Draymond says it's the most important season of his career. He thinks they can win 2 more championships. The first seven of the first 9 games are on the road, so we're going to see right away.
Week 1 is crazy. Wednesday and the Wednesday-Friday game, Phoenix at Sac. Oh, that's nuts. I mean, we're going to find out a little bit about them right there. But if to your point, if Chris Paul's bought in, if there's Steve's word, connectivity,
right?
I think they'll be a really good team. I think this team is way more serious coming into the year than they were last year. Last year, they had gotten back to the mountaintop. They were a little.
Right. They're in party mode.
They were happy.
The vibes in Tokyo, Japan. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, they could do no wrong.
So I think they will be hungry coming in. I know for a fact that despite all the FaceTime you saw on Steph Curry all summer and every damn event imaginable, he was working behind the scenes. He was working behind the scenes. I was told, I asked someone who's close to Steph, like, where's his head at? Blah, blah, blah. And I was just told they gave me extra time to prep. Like, we got a couple extra weeks, and he makes sure he took advantage of that extra time. He golfed a lot too, but you can golf and play ball.
Right.
No you can golf and play basketball.
Yeah. Jordan, I don't know, 36 holes before playing Danny Ainge in the playoffs.
Well, Steph told me I was like, how often you playing? He was like, well, after I won in Tahoe, I took a little break. But But then after about like a week and a half, I was out there playing 2-3 times a week again.
Yeah,
So,
2-3 times a week is nothing.
yeah, nothing.
Especially
he's
if
right
you're
over
living
there
the
at
golf cart-
Stanford.
golf cart life like him, like you're good, dude. If you're walking and carrying your own clubs, different story.
Yeah, and he's not.
No, exactly. You know what I'm
He is
saying?
not.
No, it's
Now, will this hover over to go to State Warriors? Clay and Kerr extensions. Here's Dunleavy Jr. on their extensions.
Put those guys. I mean, the main thing is it's good is on both sides. I think there's a desire to extend or be back or make sure those guys are in the fold with the Golden State Warriors moving forward. So I think both sides feel that way. And when you're working off of that idea, I think, you can come to a deal. And so hopefully we can do that. In those scenarios, there's no real specific timeline in the immediate future that we have to abide by. So we'll continue to have conversations, but the main goal is to, secure those guys moving forward. And, I think they feel a little bit of the same, but we're optimistic and I think we're in a good place there.
As Steve Kerr says, he is comfortable coaching on an expiring deal.
I feel great about my position here and I want to be here. I know Mike and Joe want me here, and so I'm very confident something will get done, but I'm not stressed about it at all. And perfectly capable of coaching, whether I have 1 year left or an extension makes no difference. So, but I fully expect to be here.
Shasky, we going to be talking about this a lot this season?
I personally would like to see Klay Thompson get extended prematurely, even if they end up paying $5 or $10 million per year more. I'm dead serious on this. I think psychologically it matters to him more than anyone, and I need him in the right headspace, considering everything that went down last year with this team and everybody worrying about this guy getting paid and that guy getting paid, because that is an element, right? More than any other person on the roster, I worry about the psyche of Klay Thompson, specifically for the unknown status of him thinking about where he's going to play basketball next year. And I think you owe it to him. If anybody has deserved, and I get it, you paid him for 2 years. Like that, I don't dismiss that. You paid him for 2 years. Like, come on, man. Everybody knows Klay's you want him to be a Warrior for life. And if that's the case, I'd like to see him get, prematurely extended. Even if that means I'm swallowing $5 or $10 million more, even in a salary cap league. Like, I understand all the ramifications of that. I want to start this season off as nice as I can psychologically for Klay Thompson.
See, me, I'd wait. I'd let him play out the season just like you let Dre play out the season and then see what the market gives you, and we'll gladly match it. We're not going to disrespect you. We'll match the market. They're in tax hell.
I know.
They're in tax hell. So I would let Klay play it out. Steve, I believe him. I don't think Steve really has, I don't think he's worried about his contract. He wants to be back. If Laker wants him back, then it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of if, but when. If anything, I think Steve would get the deal before Klay, especially with how things played out with Bob, because I don't think many people foresaw this with Bob Myers. They thought, it'll get done. It'll get done. Will it get done?
Well,
Is it going to get done? And I don't think Joe Lacob wants to get to the end of the year. Say it's a taxing year, just mentally.
Yeah.
And Steve is like, all of a sudden, you know what? I'll coach Team USA, and that'll be it because I'm tired.
I don't know if they want him coaching Team USA after what just transpired, but like Draymond Green, the difference between Klay and Dre did have the option to opt in, right? Like, so that was the only little difference.
Right.
Like, he could have opted in. Klay doesn't have that at all.
No doubt. I
don't know.
More with Jason Dumas, Cron 4. We'll get into the 49ers, where they stand, the extensions for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. Of course, his Eagles played last night on Monday Night Football. I don't want to put you on the spot. I got love for the team on the field. You know where our beef lies, Jason, when it comes to the city of Philadelphia.
I'm done with that.
No, you're not.
Oh, man, I saw a couple of those little radio hosts out there.
They clip us every day. Every day we get tagged or something. It's unbelievable. It's like we won the game. We got smoked. We should be clipping you guys.
They're dorks.
Yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that stuff coming up on the game. Presented by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire pit or conversation set. Ashley has everything you'll need. Shop in-store or visit ashley.com today.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Are the Giants really better off now than they were 5 years ago? Well, Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky debate that on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Just how close this team is to truly matching up with the Dodgers. Check it out wherever you listen to your podcast. It will be fascinating. It's the realest Giants talk you'll get in this market. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We got Jason Dumas, Cron 4, live in studio. Does a great job covering all sports here in the Bay Area. He'll be on late night looking dapper. I got to borrow some suits, man. Jason Dumas, they be on me about my fashion because I think you be dressing so damn well. And now it's got to set the bar high for me when I'm going on TV like, damn, Dumas, I can't match this guy, man. The shoe game and everything. Jeez. Shasky, we don't wear suits.
No.
That's what we wear every day.
No. Dumas probably has an unbelievable closet. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah.
Try to throw myself together. I can't even lie. I try.
I saw Dumas. Somebody goes on Twitter, Dumas, you never wear the same shoes twice on set. He goes, yeah, man. I got a team. I'm like, come on, Dumas, relax, bro. Relax over here, man. Got us going to 1985 gallery buying shoes every week now.
Well, that's you.
Well, that's actually you, too.
I mean, look, I can't afford the amount of wardrobe and shoes that you guys afford. I don't have those kinds of funds.
It does put a hole in the wallet. A hole in the pocket, as they say. Let's talk some. Actually, we got the Dolphins out here. Spinoni, where's Spinoni and Lubman at? Because I'm not sure where we got. Dolphins sat down with Sam Amick and Anthony Slater from The Athletic, and a lot there. I don't know what's going on with that podcast here. Spinoni, if you want to lead the way with some of this out here, then we'll transition to the 49ers and the extensions of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, because we're happy about it. I know, Jason, you have some reservations about it. Stability, I guess, is important with Jet York, and I get it with all the coaches you got through. And then when you look around the league, you watch football on Sunday, the Eagles were off on Sunday. There's a lot of bad coaching and a lot of bad quarterbacking and a lot of bad decision makers in the NFL. And I think this year in the NFL in 2023 feels a lot like the NBA where it's top heavy. Yeah. There's 5 to 6 teams, and that's it that got a legit shot at the Super Bowl.
Well, going back to that extension, it's funny because we were just talking about Steve Kerr, and Lacob's making this guy wait until who knows when. 4-time championship. Hasn't even got his extension yet. Meanwhile, Kyle Shanahan, it's been there. It's been close. No cigar. I think you got to make the guy wait. They have the best team in football probably right now. I would say they're the favorites. Just, if you don't include last year, a lot of people are going to say the Eagles because you got to go through Philly. They're the defending champs. But if you erase that stuff last year and you just think eye test first 3 weeks roster, it's close. I think Philly and San Francisco will be a good game, obviously, but I would give the edge right now to San Francisco. They have just executed better than the Eagles.
Can we go back to the comment you made about making them wait and this and the other? Doesn't the history of your organization, your business, doesn't that matter? Because when I think of what Joe Lacob, think of what he's experienced as an owner. He fired Mark Jackson. Most said they're never going to find anyone as good as Mark Jackson, and he upgrades and wins tremendously. They didn't give Harbaugh an extension. And then they found themselves with Jim Tom Sula and Chip Kelly back to back. And then they go and get Kyle Shanahan. Can you understand, Amazon doesn't operate the same way as Starbucks, but yet I understand there are similar business models, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to execute my business strategies the exact same way.
I get that. And that's a good point. My counterpoint is just this. I want to see what Kyle does with this team. Now, I just paid him. I just paid John Lynch. It's January. They are playing January week 2 of the playoffs, the divisional round. The Niners get a bye, and they're hosting. Gosh, after the first 2 teams, it's who knows? They're hosting the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Dallas Cowboys sneak out a win. I'm annoyed.
Yeah,
I'm annoyed. I paid these dudes. They lose a home playoff game where they're favored, and I just gave them all this money. I just think that there is no downside to. I mean, unless Kyle Shanahan has hinted, if I don't get my deal now, I'm out of here. Then maybe okay. I got I got to think because I don't want to lose a good coach. No one's denying he's a good coach. He's a really good coach, obviously. He's been one of the best in the NFL the past couple of years. I just didn't think there was a huge incentive to do it right now unless you were getting some whispers that if I don't get paid, I'm out.
Well, John Lynch got Amazon money thrown in his face in terms of being a broadcaster
to
again.
his house.
I mean, like they wanted him.
Yeah, that's
he's desired.
true.
And then Adam Peters, like, I do think they have some front office things that they need to figure out. And if you're looking at it from the Kyle Shanahan point of view, like, if I'm Jed, every one of his staff has been poached, and it's really difficult for him to build a staff around that if he doesn't have job security.
Yeah. Those are all good points. I'll just say this. The pressure is on that dude.
Of course.
The pressure is on.
No doubt.
Like, you got paid. If the season plays out the way it's kind of been playing out now, and it's clear at the end of the year that the Niners and the Eagles are the two best teams, and let's just say they meet up with the Eagles and they lose in a playoff game, tough, hard-fought game. Look, yeah, he'll get some criticism, but nobody's going to be calling for his job. They lost to another really good team in a close game.
Yep.
But I think right now, anything besides that, it's either that or going to the Super Bowl. That's just the goal for them now after this point.
I'm so with you because, and shout out to Mark Willard, 2 to 6 with Dan Dibley right here on 95.7 The Game. When the extensions got released, I saw he did a video and he said, it's not Super Bowl or bust anymore. It's Super Bowl or try again. And I'm thinking to myself, look, Super Bowl or bust is harsh. But with this team, and I look at the NFC as a whole, Dallas, nobody really believes that they're going to be a Super Bowl team, not with that quarterback, and not after losing Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, that was a huge loss.
Huge loss. Green Bay Packers, I like the Packers, but I think they're a year away from really contending. Now, we could see what happens, but Jordan Love going through his first season as a starter, not sure yet. Detroit, I think they're a flawed football team that could be that will be a playoff team, but I don't think they're there yet in terms of that level of play as the Philadelphia Eagles or the San Francisco 49ers. NFC may not ever be this wide open ever again. The league may not be this wide open ever again, at least not next year. You know, injuries can happen. Guys get older like Trent Williams and George Kittle. If they don't at least get to that point, the NFC title game this year, there are going to be a lot of people calling this show saying, you know what, you shouldn't have gave them the extension so early because they can't get over the hump. That is a big thing here.
But just because you give him the extension doesn't mean you can't fire him. I mean, Tom Sula had 5 years left on his deal. Chip Kelly had 4.5 years or whatever it was left on his deal.
But Shanahan's a lot better than those guys.
No, we agree. But, like, we're acting like you can't take away power or find ways of disciplining him if you're so frustrated with what he's done.
Yeah, they were not going to be so frustrated, but with the fan base, there would be a massive disappointment if they don't get back to that spot.
Of course.
And so for a lot of people saying, hey, it's Super Bowl or try again. No. You got to take advantage right now because you may never have a quarterback
what does it have to
on
do
a
with his
deal like
status?
this.
Well, what does it have? See, to me, giving him the extension doesn't hurt you really at all. Like, I don't
But
see.
you will get more heat with the extensions if you don't get back to that point.
I don't think many 49er fans give two rips about contract extension. No one's like, hey, you can't fire Tom Sula. He's only 1 year in on a 6-year deal.
Not firing, but saying, boy, you gave them the extensions and they can't get back to the mountaintop. And now when you look at the roster getting
and that's
older
the nuanced part.
And injuries and then a quarterback on this deal.
We just
may never
win.
have a quarterback on this deal ever again.
No, I know, but I just
and
think
if they
most
don't win,
fans just want to win.
What I'm saying, if you don't win this year after getting those
Of
extensions,
course.
a lot of people are going to come at Jay York and say, well, did you really have to extend them to Jason's point this early?
That'll
You signed
be like
up
the
through
fourth or
2028.
fifth thing in frustration. It'll be, damn, we're wasting this prime of CMC and Trent and those guys. And then, on the laundry list of things to be angry at, like fourth or fifth will be like, why'd you have to give him the contract extension? I don't think it'll be forefront.
Well, there'll probably be a contingent that would want them fired, honestly. Kyle,
come on, 49er
there will
fans.
always be a contingent that wants everyone. Steve Kerr's won 4 championships, and we took phone calls for 2 years that he should be fired, right? Like, so there will always be a loud minority that wants every coach fired. But I hear you, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I just don't see what the harm is. They're making the amount of money the NFL, they're giving these guys, each team, $400 million before the season even starts. $400 million. Here you go. Here's your revenue sharing. A $20 million a year coach is a drop in the bucket to the amount of money these corporations are going through. So whether they don't like the job that John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan's doing, I don't think an extension is going to prohibit them from either stripping power away from them or firing them down the line.
I don't think anybody's saying that either. They're going to have their roles. They're going to be the coach. I don't even think, I've said this to you before training camp. Shanahan could go 3-14 this year.
Yeah.
He's not getting fired.
I agree with
you
that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's here for the long term. But
I don't know, 3-14 with this team.
Yeah, it would have been a problem.
Well, there was stuff.
I would fire his ass.
Yeah, I know you would. You
Stuff
from
would have
Philadelphia. Y'all
happened.
fire
We would
anybody.
agree. Stuff would have happened.
Hey,
We had Andy Reid for like a decade. He didn't win anything.
No, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl 2 years later. It's like, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Have fun. Have fun in Jacksonville anyway. But, like, if he doesn't win this year, after having the extension already through 2025, and to Jason's point, did you really have to extend it right now? Kind of came out of nowhere. We're happy with it. We're like, cool. We got your coach and GM in place for the next 6 years, or the next 5 to 6 years. But with this league, I'm looking at the league.
Well, that I agree with.
After watching Sunday, I'm saying, boy, the Chargers, they got a head coach who's not that bright. I'm looking at Miami and Buffalo. Okay, those are 2 teams in the AFC along with the Kansas City Chiefs. But outside of that, Cincinnati's a flawed team. Baltimore's a flawed team. Outside of Philadelphia and NFC, I'm thinking, who's better than the Niners? Philadelphia is the only team with the argument. But if you can't at least get to the NFC title game this year, this fan base will riot. A lot of people will riot.
Even if they don't get to the Super Bowl, people are going to lose their minds. But I also think when you take a step back and have certain perspectives, like, dude, they've won, just as an example, they whiffed on the number 3 pick and they've won 4 playoff games in the last 2 years, right? They've been wildly profitable and successful. So from a business standpoint, I understand everything you're saying. I just think also the backdrop of what's happened prior,
no doubt,
with the Harbaugh thing really does influence how they view things moving forward.
No, that's a great point, and that's, clearly comes from a 49er fan, because I didn't even think that. That wasn't even in my – I forgot about the Jim Harbaugh years and how he left and let a good coach walk out the door.
It took them – they had to give Shanahan a 6-year deal to bring him in because it was so toxic.
And they had to hush because they were talking to John Lynch.
Yes.
And everybody was like, wait, John Lynch? John Lynch, GM? And it was quiet on the set after – 3 years of just, or actually 5 years of just having massive leaks to all the Adam Schefters and Ian Rappaports and kind of stiffening local media and going to the national guys and leaking everything in sight. And then they had to kind of quiet down on the set. But again, this is a fan base that hasn't had a Super Bowl since 1995.
Which I understand. But also from no one likes to this is a business, right?
At some point, just getting there is not good enough for these fans.
We're in lockstep. Like this is one of their best opportunities in 30 years to win a championship. We all agree. Just take a step back. You're running the Niners. You've got one of the most profitable businesses in North American sports. Every freaking away game is a home game for your team. You've got jersey sales through the roof. You've got Brock Purdy will be in the top 10 for jersey sales this year. All right. You are making money hand over fist. And yes, you'd love to win the ultimate prize and all that stuff. But you take a step back. The Shanahan-Lynch combination has been wildly profitable for the York family, and that's undeniable.
But
it's undeniable.
Do fans care about profits?
No.
When they're spending money,
but the owner makes the decision, not
the owner
fans.
does make the decision. But when does just getting there, like, these are the 49ers. We grew up, Jason, in the late 80s and early 90s where it was always Super Bowl or bust. Our expectations were we need to be in the Super Bowl, and we need to win. And they got close many, many years and ended up winning 5. At some point, just getting to the NFC title game or getting to the divisional round is going to not be good enough. And then at some point, you're going to have to pay a quarterback. At some point, Trent Williams is going to move on, and they're not going to have this roster. You know how the NFL is. It's a year-to-year league now.
And I think just being in that locker room for a couple times this year, the attitude of those players is a little different this year.
What do you mean?
Different. Like, honestly, for the past couple years, they felt like front runners.
Like entitled?
Yeah, like they felt like front runners. Like they just always talked about like woulda, coulda, shoulda. This year, it really seems like they're like, nah, we're serious about this. Like, we have to put in this work. We cannot let this opportunity pass us. It's not as many like smiles, but not in a bad way. It's not like people are miserable. It seems way more business-like.
NFL mortality, like to your point, like Trent almost walked away this year. And I think that hit a lot of guys. And Deebo having a down year, and like you're already hearing murmurs, not that it's substantial, like, hey, they could trade or cut Deebo down the line. You know, they can move off this money. There's a mortality to the NFL that I think some of these guys are starting to realize.
They understand that this group is not going to be together forever. And I think they get how talented this group is. Like, dude, just look down the rosters. The names are insane that you just see on this roster.
It's crazy.
It's like, man, like...
It's 7 Pro Bowlers.
Like, I think the Eagles might have more depth than the Niners. Like, if you see some starters go down on both teams, I think the Eagles are
tight ends.
I think the Eagles would be better equipped. But when it just comes to like top line star players, there's nobody who can match them.
And if you don't win that ring, it's the difference between going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Yeah. Like all of a sudden, Frank Gore's a borderline Hall of Famer. If he has a ring, he's
already
getting to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's already in.
Patrick Willis, he gets a ring. He's probably already in next to Zach Thomas. Joe Staley, borderline now because he doesn't have that ring. You win that ring, it's a difference maker for a lot of these players. Like George Kittle right now, I wouldn't say he's a Hall of Famer. But boy, if he wins that Super Bowl ring with his media personality,
and he has a touchdown catch in the Super Bowl.
Oh, they'll usher him in with no questions asked. And we'll all be saying, yeah, George Kittle, Hall of Famer. That is a difference here for a lot of these guys. And then Shanahan finally gets that monkey off his back to where I don't blame him for the Super Bowl in Atlanta. I've never seen an offensive coordinator get blamed as much as him for a Super Bowl loss when Dan Quinn is a D coordinator with a 28-3 lead. But he could finally put all that away if he just wins. And that's all that's left for this regime. That's all that's left for Lynch.
We're all in agreement
there. It is that Super Bowl ring. It's not going to be good enough 3 years from now where we're saying, well, they didn't win it, but boy, they've won a lot of big games. It's not going to be good enough for this fan base.
I hear you. I just look at it from a business standpoint of like, can you upgrade? And like in the NBA, coaches feel less important than the NFL. So to use that as a compare and contrast is a little off to me. But I understand the points, but it's just a little off. I don't think the business models are the same. Football coaching absolutely matters. Maybe more than any other sport. It is dictated, like every single play call is dictated from the sidelines into the field. And I look around, I'm like, okay, McVay has an argument. Obviously, Andy Reid's in 70-something years old. Who else you trading Kyle Shanahan for?
Yeah, not
Where
a lot
are you
people.
upgrading?
You're not.
You know? And they took a leap of faith when the Warriors fired Mark Jackson. He was good for the Warriors. They found great in Steve Kerr. It's very difficult to upgrade from Kyle Shanahan,
No doubt.
I think.
Yeah,
Not that there won't be a moment down the line if they don't win, let's say 2 years in a row from now. They don't win playoff games 2 years in a row for whatever reasons. Yeah, then I'll start considering where you're at. I just think it's way too premature.
Yeah, no, I've never been on the fire Shanahan train. That's just been asinine. That's stupid talk.
I don't know. It's just something with me. I don't think the guy should be fired. No way, no how. It's my money. It's not my money, obviously, but it's my money. Yeah, I got a bankroll for you. We're just gonna see how this season plays out.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm seeing like Sean Payton. Like Sean Payton got that money right this offseason.
He's awful.
Thank you.
He deserves all the bad.
So if you're Shanahan, you're walking up to that front office and you're like, all right, look, I know we got to renegotiate or whatever. Like, I want to get paid commensurate to what some of these other guys are getting paid. That's why Mahomes reworked his deal. Like, the greats in their industry and in their field have the leverage to be able to rework their deals. Kyle's great right now. Right. He's one of the top 5 coaches in the NFL. I think he's earned it.
Yeah, he did earn it. He did earn it. But there's going to be heat if they don't win. That's all I'm saying.
You're right. 100%.
They deserve it. I talked to Duke about
100%.
We were talking on Friday.
100%.
I was like, nah, this is the right move because of what happened with Jim Harbaugh, what happened with Tom Sula, what happened with Chip, and what happened before Harbaugh. People forget they went through Erickson, Mike Nolan, Mike Singletary.
It was horrible.
Tom Sula was terrible.
They had 2 good coaches in 25 years.
Yeah, what year? And that's why I gave Chip credit.
Y'all think y'all aren't liked in Philly. Chip Kelly, man, he can't show his face in that city.
But those protein shakes.
I just saw something with Mike Vick and Shady McCoy and Deshaun Jackson.
He can't talk to me. He can't talk to me.
He made them compete for their starting jobs. It was
he traded every one of them.
And he traded all of them. Exactly.
Look, Kyle's so good at his job. And again, I'm not saying he's the greatest ever. But right now, he's so good at his job. They completely whiffed on one of the worst trades in NFL history and got extensions.
I know.
Like, it's almost unheard of in any sport.
Because along came Brock Purdy.
A little luck involved with that.
Of course.
A little luck.
Of course.
Look, I think Kyle Shanahan is a really, really good coach. But I hate even saying like he has to win a Super Bowl to validate himself. That's not what I'm trying to say. But some of those other guys, as much as I hate Sean Payton, he's hoisted that Lombardi.
15 years ago.
Different
NFL.
Yeah, that's true, but he still won one. Like,
he's still
Kyle needs to win one.
1 second. He's won 5 playoff games in the 15 years since that Super Bowl. Kyle's won 6 in his last 3 opportunities.
But you get that ring?
I know. I'm just saying.
You're in a different club.
I think Sean Payton is ridiculously overrated. You know? Mike McCarthy has a Super Bowl.
He is.
You know what I mean? Come on.
But he has it.
John Fox has one.
He has it. They went on the playoff run and they had it.
What do you think about a guy like Doug Peterson?
I think Doug Peterson's really, really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Underrated.
Yeah.
And
really good.
It took
awful loss this past week.
You know what impressed me with him? Awful luck, back-to-back weeks.
What happened in Philly there?
In Texas.
Him and the owner?
No, but you know what? I respected Doug Peterson the year after they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, with Foles.
Which got hurt again. They go down to the Superdome. They should have won that game. Alshon Jeffrey drops in the red zone. I was like, boy, Philly's going back-to-back. Yeah. I really thought they were trying to go back-to-back.
I did too. I mean, Alshon Jefferson dropped that pass.
He dropped the pass in the divisional round. They're going to go to the NFC Championship game and play the Rams.
And beat
they
them.
had the Rams number.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. I forgot about that playoff game. That was a hurt piece. It didn't hurt as much because I still had that Super Bowl glow. Right. I honestly, after that Super Bowl, I was like, no pro sports team can ruin my mood for a while. And it was true. I got through that year. Then a couple years, they wrote me back in last year.
You know, it's funny you bring up the luck thing. Luck is absolutely a factor. Like, did the Warriors get lucky that 2 point guards went ahead of Steph Curry? Obviously.
Yes.
You know, did they get lucky that the salary cap exploded and they signed Draymond and Klay Thompson to better deals? They could afford someone like Kevin Durant. Obviously. But you got to make the most of your luck.
No, every Super Bowl winning team had some luck.
Exactly. The ball's got to bounce your way. What do you do with that luck, right? And to the Niners' credit, they traded away Trey Lance. They let Jimmy Garoppolo walk in free agency. They handed the keys to Brock Purdy, and they haven't looked back.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's really, really good. I think he is probably hovering around top 10 quarterback.
I think he's in the top 10. Quarterback plays down.
Yeah.
It is down around the league.
It's down.
And that's my big takeaway over the weekend. I was like, boy.
Jalen Hurts has been looking a little suspect this year.
I still like Jalen a lot.
I like Jalen too, but he threw the 2 picks yesterday.
He's
New
a
offensive
leader.
coordinator. I think they need to kind of mesh a little bit there. It's very underrated. Shea Steichen in Indianapolis, man. You've been all over Shea Steichen. Colts look good right now, man. Despite, I don't think they're going to be a playoff team, but they're buttoned up, man. You can't sleep on them. But I think they have a big game against the Rams this Sunday in Indianapolis. Luck is part of it. The Warriors' last championship run. Sure. There was luck involved. Denver didn't have Jamal Murray, right? He was hurt. Michael Porter Jr. was hurt. You played a Memphis team who hadn't been there before. Right?
Didn't Ja get hurt in that series?
Ja got hurt during that series while not having been there before. You played the Dallas Mavericks who hadn't been in that position before, and they had Luka. Boston hadn't been. There was luck involved. There's always luck involved. But what, as Shasky just said, what do you do to take advantage of it? And Brock Purdy has taken advantage of it.
Yeah.
When are people going to come around to him saying, you know what? We expect him just to be good.
I don't think he's ever going to get his due credit because of the team he plays on. He's just like, he plays on a bomb squad. You know what I mean?
It's hard to deny that.
So, I think, and it'll happen eventually. Obviously, Brock Purdy's not going to play for a talented roster like this his whole career, but I think people want to see Brock Purdy stand on his own too.
What does that even mean? When people say we want to see him stand
he needs
on
to
his own
throw
too?
to only Ross Dwelly and Ronnie Bell, and you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be all randos.
Take away A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith from Jalen Hurts.
Take away Gronk and Edelman and Brady's throwing a pick six to end his Patriot career.
Week 1, we saw Travis Kelce not play. How did Mahomes look? Now granted, Tony dropped some dimes there, but their offense looked constipated.
He still looked
Mahomes
is an exception.
He's an exception to the rule.
You can put anybody out there. Mahomes is going to do
quarterback evaluation.
Mahomes. He's an exception, but you're right. Especially with Jalen Hurts, because you saw that leap he took from his first year starting to his second year starting. Second year starting was last year when he got some of those weapons.
He looked incredible.
I guess, for instance, it's like, this guy's not a perfect quarterback. He turns the ball over too much, especially on the team he's on right now, because they're not good enough to overcome it. But like Matthew Stafford, for instance, like he's never really he had Megatron, so I don't want to say that, but like you can just see the talent. You know what I mean?
He's a stud.
He's a good
He's
quarterback.
a really good player.
He throws the ball.
Yes.
It's natural. Like if you put Matt Stafford on this team instead of Purdy, they'd be in the same position, in my opinion.
I agree. But
You know
I
what
also,
I mean?
it's because I think highly of Stafford.
Yeah.
To your point.
I also think Stafford is a daredevil.
Yeah.
He'll throw one up to another team, which is why I'm not as high on Stafford as a lot of people. I get the arm talent, I get the physical
He's a hell of a
talent.
player.
But boy, he throws them up. And hell, he threw one to Jaquaski Tart, which changed the NFC Championship
But
game.
then he marched him down 95 yards and they won the game.
That's what Stafford does. But you got to take advantage of those interceptions.
Going back to luck.
Yeah. So, like, do you think Brock Purdy could do what? And he's not doing a whole lot, but do you think Brock Purdy could do what Trevor Lawrence does in Jacksonville with that roster?
That's a lot to be asked. I don't know how many guys can do that.
Right.
So, Herbert he's scoring 30 points a game, and they're losing.
Right.
And people are still crushing Herbert. And I think he's a good player. I don't know if he's great yet. He's a very good player. And I watched them when they came into Levi's, and I'm like, their coaching is terrible. He's throwing to Jordan Palmer. Like, what? They had nobody available, and he was slinging it out there. I don't know if Purdy could do that on the Chargers.
So that's what I think. That's what I think people mean when they say they want to see Brock Purdy on his own too. Not like, hey, he has to go play for the worst team in the NFL and carry them to the playoffs. It's just like, all right, man, he has weapons all over the field. It's not his fault, and obviously any quarterback would want that, but it makes it tougher to evaluate him.
It feels a lot like Draymond Green.
Yeah, that's a great point because everybody's like, who's Draymond? Who's Draymond without those reinforcements?
Go to Detroit, Draymond. Let's see what you look like there.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? It has a lot of Draymond.
Those arguments are always dumb to me.
Yeah.
You know, like people say, Magic Johnson without James Worthy and Michael Cooper. It's like, all right, come on, man. You know, Michael Cooper without Magic and Showtime. Well, Michael Cooper played his role. Great defensive player, DPOY. Was great on those Showtime Lakers. I can't say those arguments. But the guys in Boston were doing it a few years ago when the Warriors won the championship. Oh, Steve Kerr, can he coach without talent? Well, could Ryan Auerbach coach without Bill Russell?
Not everybody's going to be Dirk Nowitzki, Allen Iverson, kind of just lone wolves dragging their teams to NBA finals. Reggie Miller.
Yes.
Sorry, not everybody's going to be like that. Sometimes people want to have good teammates.
Yes.
That kind of.
You watched Burrow last night. I don't know. That Jamar Chase guy pretty good?
Yeah, right.
Is he pretty good?
And look at Burrow before they brought in Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
So he was getting carted off the field in Washington looking for receivers to throw to. So Brock Purdy, man, he's been solid with this team and the weapons that they have and the offense that they have. This is the most complete Niners team that they do have. And so when you talk about weapons and take this guy away, no. Last week I thought against the New York Giants, without Brandon Ayuk, obviously they struggled at times early on in that football game.
Especially early.
And then you look at them against the blitz, and you look at them in the second half, and you look at them like, okay, they dropped a dirty burger.
Right.
On a short week.
And left a lot of meat on the bone.
Right. So anyway, Jason Dumas, Crawford, right here on the Morning Roast on 85.7 Game. What's up, guys? Oh, you guys wanted me to reset. Oh, the guys behind the glass. Sam Lubman. What do you think of Lubman, Dumas? You've seen him around, man.
That's my guy, Miami.
Great Scott.
A cane.
He's out of control, man. He's out of control. He's feeling bad about the Giants. You know Kapler well, because Kapler coached in Philadelphia. You're a Philly guy. What's your thoughts on the Giants, real quick, before we end the show?
Man. Disappointing summer, because they were firmly entrenched in that playoffs, and for a while, I'm thinking I'm going to get to cover a playoff series. I'm excited, It probably would have been a quick one regardless, but at least you get to cover playoff baseball, and they just fell flat on their face. I don't think they're that talented, so I don't think they their record is who they are.
Right.
The unacceptable part, which B and I were talking about during the break, you can't lead the majors in errors. That's unacceptable.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, they told me heading into this year, hey, we're going to be more athletic, better defensively, because that's usually when people say more athletic, it's running the bases and playing defense, meaning range. And then they go, we have elite starting pitching. And I turn to B and I go, you got a guy playing first base who's never played first base at the big league level, okay? You got a bunch of corner outfielders pretending to play center field. You got a guy at shortstop who's ancient, and we all love him, but he's just not the same player. Explain to me where you're going to be better defensively. I'm not shocked in the one bit. You've played Wilmer Flores, who literally cannot throw the ball on a straight line from third base to first base how many times this year?
Well, he's been one of your best players, so I don't even feel
offensively,
good
he's a DH.
He's giving you everything he had.
I'm watching Jock Peterson run around in the outfield, and I'm going, I got 12 U players who could play better left field than him.
Well, this is fascinating because all of a sudden they're having all these player meetings
it's over for them.
team meetings, and they're trying to all get on the same page now.
Does it mean Jock's getting bigger, by the day?
Obviously. But if you ask him about it, he gets very insecure.
That's coaching, right?
No, it's called discipline.
He does these.
That's what I mean. But
and on him.
Who's in the building dude, you're out of shape.
You know what they did to Camp Panda? You want to talk about, in this era of, you got to be sensitive to everyone's feelings. They were like, no. Pablo needs to not order room service. They literally would not. No, I'm not joking.
Out there.
No, I'm not
put
joking.
That out there.
They said we stopped him from being able to order room service. They literally had articles about this, and it was Camp Panda multiple years in a row. Yep. And you know what? He bounced back in a big way, and he had a great year. Right. And then he let himself go, and he went to Boston, and the next thing you know, his belt is exploding.
Right. He got paid.
I'm sorry. I mean, I remember what's his name. Draymond Green was very transparent about his weight a couple years ago.
Yep.
He was like, "I have to be better."
Yes,
I'm overweight.
Well, other Giants players who have attempted to bring professionalism to the clubhouse, according to Andrew Bagley, have been frustrated by the results. Outfielder Mike Yastrzemski, Tyro Estrada, and fielder Wilmer Flores are among those who sought to refocus a clubhouse that has included too many ho-hum reactions to losing.
Okay. So
the
here's
Filipino card game to Jock Peterson and some other Giants players appear to find more compelling than studying the Knights' opposing starting players.
And this is where I lose my mind. This is where
$19.6 million. We're worried about a card game.
We're talking about platooning and this and the other. When you platoon all the positions and you tell me that everybody's on equal footing and depending on the at bat, this guy can go in and that guy go in. So what that tells me is if you've ever been part of a team, atmosphere at any level, why would I listen to you when you don't even play every single day? Yeah. So, you get Wilmer Flores. So we all like Wilmer Flores, and people I'm sure respect him, but they're like looking at him like, you don't even have a position.
You don't have enough clout to be barking
orders. When
orders.
Buster Posey stands up, they're like, oh, that's Buster Posey. Right now, Buster's unique. Even Brandon Crawford. Crawford's been hurt so much the last 2 years, he can't stand up there in front of the team with a straight face, and that's not his demeanor. To be like, guys, we got to get in shape. Yes, you're a fourth outfielder.
But you know what,
Come on.
But you know what, though? Who the hell is Jock Peterson? Who the hell is Ross Stripling? Who the hell is Sean Manaea? Who the hell are these guys that get paid what they get paid to look down at somebody? Alex Wood can't give me 5 innings. Third time around the lineup, he's getting lit up, and he's out here complaining about everything. I should do this. I should do that. It's like, who the hell are you? Ross Stripling's talking about Fed MILs. Dog, you gave you a $15 million player option. So they should listen to Wilmer Flores. At least Wilmer Flores is out there busting his ass with his team every single day and kept you relevant or actually kept you afloat.
I think the point of all of this is they just stink, man. Because every person that y'all just named, none of them really have the cachet to talk about anything.
No, it's
at all.
Talking about Wilmer Flores and Mike Yastrzemski, and it's like...
You know what they all are? Guys that you'd love to have on the bench from roster spots 11 through 25.
Right. Not everyday guys.
No.
Farhan's great at building that back half of the roster, though, so it's okay.
Yeah, but what about the front half?
Yeah, what about the
top
Niners?
10? You know what the Niners
really good.
Like the Niners, you know what they excel at? The front half of that roster.
Front
They're winning a lot of games with top-end talent.
What about the Golden State Warriors?
Same thing. We could argue about the fourth center and the fourth point guard. And trust me, Warrior fans do.
Yeah,
it's a much more fun conversation when I know the top 6 or 7 spots are locked in.
Right.
Say the top 7 in the lineup 1 through 5. We don't even know who it is. So the Giants are going to be out of the playoffs. They're a joke right now. Niners are humming there. They play Arizona, which they can't overlook. And then, of course, the big showdown against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. But it feels inevitable. December 3rd in Philadelphia will determine home field advantage in the NFC playoffs. And whether or not Joe Shasky and I will ever be back in Philadelphia.
What's that, December 3rd? That's December 3rd.
So
day before Baby Chaz's birthday, or else I would have been out there.
Look. I know
can't skip that, Dubas.
No. Lost in the sauce of the audio clips, right, of everything that came out with me in Philadelphia. We were having a large, just going backtrack here, but we're having a larger discussion. And I'll go on my dying deathbed saying the same thing. And B, please don't interrupt me on this one. I want to make sure this is clear. Anyone who fights or throws or spits or is over the top cursing and making it horrible for those around them, that's indecent. That's you should be able to go to a sporting event. You can get heckled a little here and there. Like, we're all for that, and razzing the away fans. Like, we all get that. Lovably, right? But when you make it so physically uncomfortable or you're actually having violence, I don't care what team you root for. I don't care if you're shopping at Nordstrom's in Stonestown or whether you're going to a Steeler, I'll just use it, New York Giants game. You should be respectful of those around you. These fights in NFL stadiums, Niner fans, whoever fans, it's out of control. It's driving me crazy because I'm telling you, A, they're criminals, and then B, you should be able to take your daughter, B, to a football game and not worry about the 2 bozos in front of you fist fighting and pouring over into your lap. It's out of control. Am I wrong?
No, not at all. It seems like this season, I don't know if it's camera phones or what, but this season is nuts.
Nuts.
I will say this, though. I don't condone fighting either. But this is why when you say certain things to certain people, you don't know what that person's going through. When I tell people driving, right, and you're honking at somebody and you're yelling at somebody in the car, you don't know what's in that car. You don't know what they're going through. You don't know what could happen. So at a football game, don't talk trash if you can't back things up. Because some of these guys that are fighting, I'm like, bro, why are you even talking to them?
Right.
Why are you name calling? You name called to the wrong. Not everybody can be like us, Shasky. Not everybody can have a level head and ignore it and say, hey, all good, whatnot. If you talk to the wrong person, you're going to get busted in the mouth, unfortunately. That's them the rules. I don't condone fighting whatsoever. I hate it. I don't like seeing it, especially in my stadium.
I think the punishment needs to be so over the top to deter it, in my estimation.
But there's a lot of people who aren't respectful.
The medium between what both of you are saying is, I agree with both of you. I think the medium is when you disrespect someone or call someone out of their name, you cannot control how that person reacts.
That I understand.
That's a problem.
You just can't. They shouldn't react crazy, but you can't control someone's reaction once you go there with them. You just can't. That's not how life works.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right, quickly, fast five here. Good stuff, Dubas crop for.
Jason, my final thought is, it's a question to you. If I wore the Humpty Dumpty eyeglasses and nose, could I go back to Philadelphia?
You could go back to Philadelphia. You could go back regardless. A whole lot of bickering. You would be fine. You would be fine regardless.
This is the irony. I kind of love Philly, like the streets and everything. I told you I loved it.
I remember when you were out there. You loved the city.
I did.
You would be fine. A lot of chirping on the social media networks by people who aren't going to do nothing anyway. That's just how they make their paycheck.
Yeah.
Pay them no mind.
Good.
Dorks.
All right, I'm going back there. I want to go check it out
Now
again.
you want to go back?
I love Philadelphia. It's a great town.
I've been there like 4 times, man.
I mean that sincerely. It's a great town. The small streets and stuff, it was really cool.
Reminds me of Oakland. Great food, great shops, great history.
And the people are funny.
They are funny.
No, I'm dead serious.
My final thoughts is we're not going to be talking Giants for a long, long time. Thank the heavens. But finally, I'm glad that a lot of people are coming around to what we've been saying the last 15 months about them. They're not a good team, and they need to clean house. Jason, what you got?
My final thought is not sports related, but I just want to say I appreciate living in the Bay Area in September and October, specifically the city. Best weather in the country right now. It was a little rainy this morning, but we welcome the rain because it hardly ever does it here. Just love it. Walking around my neighborhood, sun's out, guns out. Best place in the world.
You're Pat McAfee now?
Nah. Do not compare me to that guy.
He's doing way too much. You feel me?
Yeah,
I
feel you.
Much.
There are only two great teams in the NFC. It's the Eagles and Niners. The mark of a great team is winning when you're not playing your best. Jalen Hurts did that yesterday, and the Niners did it on Thursday.
No doubt. Logan, what you got?
Yeah, shout out for Logan Webb for really growing as a leader in this Giants clubhouse. The Giants are very lucky to have a guy like him on this team. If there's one thing we could say they did right this year, it's locking him up long term.
All right, that's fast. Final five, final thoughts. Fast Five. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. Special shout out to Jason Dubas coming to the studio on his day off.
I thought it was a Grateful Dead hoodie.
No, he's got to work today. He's getting up early to hang out with us.
I thought it was a Grateful Dead hoodie. My dad's hitting me up. Is that a Grateful Dead hoodie? I go, no, Dad, it is not a Grateful Dead hoodie.
I have no idea. I actually took this.
It's cool.
Took this from my sister. It was in her closet.
Oh, nice.
I needed a hoodie one day when I was in Philly a couple weeks ago.
I like that.
Brought it home with me because I like it.
It fits the bag.
Yeah.
Thanks, sis.
Sure.
She go to Hate Street, get some cookies.
Venmo you later. Jason Dubas, Crodford. Thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
I can't find the Tums.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race,
CMC FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Don't bury the lead. It's your birthday. Go. It's your birthday. And you're working. You a soldier, Steiny. I can appreciate that. It was brought to my...
Neither a big deal. Neither the birthday nor working on your birthday.
You made it another 12 months. It is a big deal.
I'm a picture of health.
Look at you.
I take care of myself.
We ain't 18 anymore. We got hair like you, but other than that.
You ain't kidding. We ain't 18. Boy. How's it going, man?
I'm fired up for you. I didn't get you a cake.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have eaten it.
Soda, weight loss. Well, you don't need it.
Well, I could use a little.
Okay.
But, Eagles win last night. 25. What's so funny? 25-11 over the Bucks. 3 undefeated teams. Eagles, Niners, and dang, I forget now who the third one is.
Come on, Spadone. You know it.
Who's that? Oh, Dolphins.
All right,
Dolphins.
there you go.
Dolphins. So the Eagles win 3-0, just like the Niners. But we got Warriors news, Goo. We got Mike Dunleavy, the general manager,
a whole lot,
and we've got Coach Steve Kerr talking to the media yesterday, and I mean, look, there's a couple big themes, and they all center on Chris Paul.
Hold on, Steiny.
Oh,
I think we got a phone call.
I'll do this.
Yeah.
Hello?
Steinmetz? Yeah.
Oh.
This is Bob Myers. I just wanted to call and say happy birthday, man.
B. Myers came through
Thanks, Bob.
early.
Appreciate it, man. What's going on?
Right on, Bob.
Nothing. I wanted to make it a big deal. Guru wanted to make it a big deal. I want to make it a big deal. The whole show, let's talk about your birthday.
There you go,
No.
Bob.
We got controversy with the Warriors. You want to weigh in?
This is not an interview. This is not an interview.
Right on, Bobby. I appreciate you, man.
it, Bob. I hope you're doing well. Hey, can I ask you a serious question? When does your ESPN stuff start?
I'm in New York now talking to some of the guys trying to figure it out, but I think the first week of the season is ESPN opens up on the 25th, Celtics and I think the Knicks. So those first two, Wednesday, Friday.
Gotcha.
And, can't wait to see you, Bob.
You gonna be nervous? New forum for you.
I don't know. I've never done it, so I'm sure it'll be harder than I think. But I'm welcome. You guys can text me, say I suck or I'm good or do this better.
All right.
I've never done it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob, your suit game is second to none, so you don't need wardrobe help.
I appreciate that. I know Simon is really focused on that stuff.
Oh, man. Hey,
right on, Bob.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right,
Hope
guys.
you're well.
Have a good show.
Right.
Good show. Take care.
Thanks.
All right.
Myers, heard about your birthday, Stoney.
I wonder how.
Dude, the streets are talking.
Streets don't talk. We got a super chat. Oh, man. This shows off the track a little bit early. Jim Moley, $5. Happy birthday to a man whose knowledge about the Arctic is unmatched by any. Have a great day, fellas. Don't see Bob Myers dropping money in the super chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, Jim, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Steve Kerr obviously talked to the media yesterday, and it's all about Chris Paul. It is all about Chris Paul, and it is about whether or not he's going to start. And Steve Kerr, we're going to get into some of this sound, but I'll just paraphrase to start. Steve Kerr says, we've got 6 starters. 6 starters. And obviously we can only play 5, but we got to figure it. We got to figure it out. What did you read into when you heard that?
Listen, we are a year removed from the debacle that was the Warriors training camp last year. I'm fired up. I got my gear on. Warrior fans, Dub Nation is ready, Steiny. But a lot of teams have 6 starters. Why did it need to be echoed? Why did it need to be said? And just from afar, it looks like they're doing that for someone and someone's ego. Like, to me, Steiny, who's your starting 5? You ain't got to tell me now, but to say 6 starters is telling me there's a cloud over the Warriors. I won't call it dark. It's a starting cloud. This Steiny, I just don't like, because it sounds like somebody doesn't like their possible role.
Well,
and I just don't get it.
I mean, you might be right. You might be right. Is it, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but is it like a football team going a month or so before training camp or a week or two before training camp, and you're like, hey, guess what? There's going to be a competition for the starting quarterback job.
You know what? I'm not mad at that, but I believe that would be different because it would kind of be more obvious to everybody. But Chris Paul, this is his first rodeo, Steiny, and you coaching to Miss Kendra Andrews, that was a signal. But I just don't understand what was accomplished, because to me, pro sports is about, hey, ego aside, let go of my ego. It's about the betterment of the team. Now, this could be bigger than Chris Paul, but I don't believe when they tell Looney you got to come off the bench, or Draymond, you didn't have to do what I believe is walking on eggshells, Steiny. So my question to you and Dub Nation and the listeners, who's starting?
That's a great question.
See, that's
great question. Wow. Here's what Steve Kerr said yesterday. When he met with reporters about who's starting. And the one reason he was asked is because he is coaching.
Yeah, I mean, we basically have 6 starters. I mean, the way I look at it, and only 5 can go each night. So I haven't decided yet what we're going to do. I want to see training camp. We're going to try different combinations and take a look. Obviously, all 6 guys are going to play a lot of minutes for us. But, if this is going to work, then everybody has to embrace it, regardless of who's starting and who's not. It only works if the whole team buys in. And I know these guys well. I know 5 of them really well, and I'm getting to know Chris. And the one thing I know about all of them is they want to win more than anything. They're an incredibly competitive group, and I'm very confident that we'll figure it out, and the guys will buy in and find a way.
888-957-9570. What'd you hear Steve Kerr say there? Did you hear him say, Chris Paul's going to probably start? Or did you hear him say, Chris isn't going to start? We're going to figure it out before the season.
Oh, before you answer,
or did you hear? Maybe Chris starts and somebody you don't think will come off the bench.
So a guy like me, a regular Joe Schmo, it sounds like you may understand where I'm at. Like, why are we even asking these questions? It should be known already.
Why?
Because the Warriors, the team that's won 4 chips with this version of the team, this starting 5, why would anything come in to throw that off?
Well, because
you're 2 years removed from your last chip in 2022.
Yeah. Well, because you've acquired a future Hall of Famer. You've acquired somebody who's probably a 12-time All-Star.
Then make that change. Then why the dog and pony show about how many starters you got? Because Chris Paul's starting.
Well, maybe he's got to find out. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe Steve Kerr doesn't know right now what he's going to do. I think that's possible.
And the fan base, they don't make any decisions, but I'm part of it, and I love this team. Steiny, just like the rest of them. Can you agree that when this was announced, a lot of people, not you, thought Chris Paul was coming off the bench?
No, I thought I don't. Yes.
Right.
Right.
That's what I thought.
But I think what we found out is that, Mike Dunleavy just kind of made this move and said, we'll figure it out after the move's made, because we have to move Jordan Poole, because we've got to get him off our team and we've got to save that money.
Okay.
So we'll do the Chris Paul deal.
But it's obvious that Chris Paul wants to start. He has a record going with consecutive starts. Yep. You think he wants that? Especially here with the guys that have, been to the mountaintop a few times?
I mean,
it's obvious to me Chris Paul wants to start.
Right.
Even if he were in New Orleans.
Right. He should. He should want to start. He's never not started. He's a 12-time All-Star, and I get that the Warriors have won titles, and he hasn't. But there is a sensitivity that the Warriors have to show here. I mean, they've got to show a certain amount of respect for Chris Paul.
Yeah, Ralph Tresvant sensitivity.
They just do. And vice versa, Chris Paul's got to figure out a way to fit in here. I just don't think he's crazy about being here. I just don't.
That's interesting.
I don't think he saw it coming. I don't think he thinks he fits great here, especially if he's got to come off the bench. And I think he knows that they moved off Jordan Poole. Well, do you think the move was more about moving off Jordan Poole or acquiring Chris Paul?
Moving off of Jordan Poole, 99.9.
And I think Chris Paul knows that.
And that is something I never gave credence to, Steiny.
Yeah, so 888-957-9570. We're going to play a lot of that sound from Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy. There's a lot of stuff going on with the Golden State Warriors. We'll also talk some football, obviously. The Niners play the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, but as it pertains to the Warriors, I think the big question is what's going to happen with Chris Paul. Is he going to start? And I'm assuming he's going to finish, but I guess we can answer the question of whether or not we think he's going to finish. We got Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr both looking for contract extensions. Do we get those done before the season? And we've got age issues for the Warriors. They're getting up there. Can they put one more big year together and win title number 5? 888-957-9570. But I think it all starts with Chris Paul and whether he's the one who will be a big reason things get off on a good foot or maybe don't get off on a good foot, right?
No doubt about it. And I'm going to tell you this because I think the world of Chris Paul. And before you made your prediction that he might come here, all I went was he's such a gladiator that now when we're a week away from Dame Dollar's comments about possibly coming to the Warriors, and I step back and as a soldier, I'm putting myself in it. That's what I'm calling Dame Dollar, Steiny. He didn't want to come here for the reasons he specified. But Steiny, I can honestly feel like, okay, right now Dame's got more to offer than Chris Paul, but Chris Paul is a future Hall of Famer. I feel like he could have wrote that thesis. He could have said exactly what Dame said about coming to this locale and it being the locale and the cast of characters to help him win. I'm not selling fear or panic. This just is not a perfect fit, and it's not just to us citing, pointing it out. So I am fascinated on opening night how this thing is going to go down, what's going to happen. Then once you get past the starting aspect of it, you just brought up the other one that hits me in the side like a kidney shot. Is he going to finish? What will be enough for Chris Paul here?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I think it's interesting that a lot of people don't think he should start, but I think everybody acknowledges he should probably finish. I mean, why would you have gone out and gotten Chris Paul if you didn't think he was going to finish games? Can you sell him on, don't worry about starting, you're going to finish? I don't know. He's been in the league 18 years. He's never come off the bench. So they're in the process of working it out, and who knows what's going to happen.
So real quick before you get to, that would be, let's just say he finished, and I know every game's different. It presents a, different problem or, solution that you have to kind of remedy. You're telling me Chris Paul, Klay, Steph, Dre, and Wiggins could be your finishing 5?
Yeah, I think so. Wow. I think so.
And you know how much I think about rebounds, man.
Well,
look at the Sacramento series. Looney saved them.
He did. But, they finished small a lot of the time during their big-time years. Jason in Oakland. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
Just looking at this team here, getting into this conversation. I don't think it really matters who starts for this team. I think there's been always much more of an emphasis about who finishes. Just looking at the lineup, it looks like CP3 would be the type of guy to finish. They don't usually have Looney in there at the end of the game. But at the same time, my big issue with this team is they just seem like they're going to be that type of team, just like the Mike D'Antoni Phoenix teams with Nash, where, they can score a ton, but they can't get stops to save their life. And I feel like Kerr's system kind of got exposed during the Olympics as well. They're kind of getting away from the big man type of, running things here. So just a little worried about, the size that the Warriors have. Dunleavy said they like 5 guys in training camp that they have to play center. Not exactly sure who those guys are, but it seems like they're going to be running with a 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" center all season, and just hope the Warriors have enough to make a run to the Western Conference championship, possibly get another chip, get 5 rings on the hands of Steph, Clay, and Dre. So we'll see what happens, but just once again worried about the defense and rebounding and how that's going to go on this. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate the call, Jason.
All fair points.
Who can play center on this team? Steve Kerr said, Dunleavy said 5 guys, so he's probably talking about Looney, Trace Jackson Davis,
that was coming out of my
Green,
mouth.
Sarich. I don't know who else. Who am I missing? Oh, Draymond. Draymond can play 5. Duh. So there it is. But look, Chris Paul, to me, finishing with Chris Paul and Steph Curry and even Klay Thompson, you're putting essentially 3 90% foul shooters out there late in the game. I love that idea.
Well, you're talking offense.
Well, I am talking offense, but I'm also talking about Chris Paul. He's been first team all defense 5 times in his career.
When was the last one?
I think 18.
Damn.
18. But listen, the Warriors. So now, I thought you didn't worry about defense.
Please, I'm the one that Tizo on the First NorCal YouTube chat remembers. You were like, "Goo, rebounded ain't defense." Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Please stop, Steiny.
Then Russell Westbrook is one of the greatest defensive players we've seen from the backcourt position. If rebounding is defense, Westbrook is a great defensive player.
But it's why Rodman and Ben Wallace and all those guys got to the Hall of Fame.
No, Rodman was a great defensive player.
It's like the dip bar at the gym and the pull-up bar. It's always empty. Nobody wants to do those because they're strenuous workouts. Rebounding is effort. Moses Malone,
it's effort. It's effort. I just don't think it's defense. We've been through that.
It's your birthday. I'm going to let you have
Nobody's going to. No, you don't know.
I'm going to take it easy.
There's nothing to have. A lot of people disagree with me, including, hey.
I like that, the Cubert.
Let's go to Prince in Oakland. What's up, Prince? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? Happy birthday, Sonny.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's no problem. I just wanted to get to this Chris Paul situation as a real Warriors fan. I feel like I'm with Guru, man. I'm not here to stroke Chris Paul's ego right now, man. I thought we was coming to play with the Warriors. We're not going to play with him. We didn't go to the Phoenix Suns, did we? I thought he was coming to play with us. Like he said, Guru, you hit it right on the nose, bro. This is a bad cloud already leading into the season. How we got to worry about this? Steve Kerr, where's your backbone? What kind of credibility are you showing? We was already small going into the Lakers series. Why do you think we lost? We didn't lose because of effort. We lost because we couldn't rebound the ball. We couldn't stop Anthony Davis. What are we doing here? I need him to groom the young people and shut up and sit down. That's why he probably haven't won a championship. I wasn't there, obviously. But come on now, let's start asking people what happened in these locker rooms for him not to win no championship all these times, all this talent. We don't always have the best talent on the Warriors. Come on, man, it's the camaraderie, man. Come on, man, we just got rid of Jordan Poole. We can't go into the season like this, man. Like I said, if Steve Kerr do that, where's your backbone, bruh? Where is it? Tell him sit down, bruh. You just got here, bruh. You need to earn your number, like Deion said. Who gave him number 3 anyway? Well, I'm just saying. I didn't mean to get.
I
appreciate it.
Like man.
Appreciate it, Prince. Appreciate it. There's a couple things though that I don't listen. He's got a very he's got a point of view that I'm sure a lot of people share. By the same token, Chris Paul was traded here. Yeah, he didn't ask to come here. Chris Paul didn't. He wasn't living his life in L.A.
Said, get me there.
Yeah, he didn't. And then on Phoenix, and now he's on Washington, and him saying, you know what? I think when he was in Washington, He was thinking, you know what? I'm going to get bought out, and I'll figure something out where I get to go where I want to go. And he's on Washington, and they move him to the Warriors. There's no way he wanted to be moved to the Warriors. So here he is with the Warriors, and he's got to play with these guys who have 4 rings among them, and he doesn't, and he's got a big ego, and he's never come off the bench. And listen, they got to figure this out. And people might say, hey, it doesn't matter who starts. Yes, it does if Chris Paul wants to start. If Chris Paul wants to start, it matters who starts. This is an issue they have to figure out, and they need everybody to buy in. That's why Steve Kerr was talking about everybody needs to buy in. I don't know if he was talking about maybe Looney. Maybe he's talking about Draymond.
We know it's not Looney. We know it's not Draymond.
No, but he may be meaning Looney like, yeah, hey, guess what? Kevon's got to sacrifice. He's got to come off the bench.
Okay, but
Draymond's got to sacrifice, got to come off the bench.
Again, there's no need to stick up for anybody, Stoney, so I don't know why I'm throwing that out there, but let me tell you who is not high maintenance, low maintenance like a mofo, and that's one Kevon Looney. I mean, we've seen him have to come to the bench, and it's never been a public thing. I'm different. When I heard Steve Kerr say 6 starters, I thought of Atco. I said right then the Warriors have a rat on the table, an issue that they have to address. And because right now, Steiny, what it's about is who CP3 has been and what he has meant. And right now, his silhouette, not his game, is in the way right now and / ego of just making a decision to where the coach could say, I don't got to worry about the residual. Right now, it sounds like that team has to worry about the residual, and Chris Paul needs to make the start lineup.
We'll see. We'll see. What do you do if you're Steve Kerr?
Wow.
Is there a right way to handle this? And the other thing is, I look at this situation and say, well, what's the path of least resistance?
Americans love it.
That would be moving Looney to the bench.
You're
because
right.
You know what? He won't say a word, and he'll just keep his head down and keep playing. He'll still make change for people. He'll still fix
what
old
about the
ladies'
rebounds you
flat
lose
tires.
and the basketball component of it?
Yeah, and you get a scorer, though. You get another scorer. 888-957, or at least another playmaker. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number of the Comcast Business text line. You have overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. By the way, on the other side, I'm going to tell you about a documentary I saw last night. It was maybe the greatest documentary of all time. Unbelievable.
There were 2 football games on. There was no time for you to squeeze that in.
I watched the Eagles game.
Okay.
All right. I'll tell you what is on the other side.
SodaWeightLoss.com has been a game changer for your boy. Hey, it's Guru. I'm down 24 pounds and still going. You ask how? From the convenience Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Happy birthday! Sing it, Stevie!
Jeez.
Yeah!
Dude, you got enough enthusiasm for me on
I feel
my,
like it's mine. I don't, boy.
on my birthday.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
We got some of Bonte's cake still in the freezer. I was going to break it out.
I
Be
actually like that cake.
Dude,
It looked like it was a little Oreo.
I'm going to ask the boss, can we break it out? I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
By the way, we got a super chat here. Super chat
donation.
from Left Coast Mana. $20.
Wow.
Goo, take Steiny after the show and have a birthday pint. Soda will understand. Have a day, Steiny. Live aloha. Oh, yeah.
And you're alone for your birthday. Not telling your
I
business.
got my daughter. My daughter's
okay.
around.
Well,
yeah, my daughter's around. But
if you got time, I got you on one.
Okay,
I'll
maybe.
watch you. I won't partake, but I'll watch
Okay,
you.
all right.
Is it partake?
Sure.
I said partake.
Yeah, you got it
Shout
right.
out first date.
You got it right. Chris Paul, is he starting? Is he coming off the bench?
Man.
Here's the way I broke it down. Tell me if you would kind of agree with this. To me, the easiest thing to do would be to move Looney to the bench. The hardest thing to do is to tell Chris Paul, you're coming off the bench.
Not even a contest.
And right in the middle would be, hey, Draymond, how about you take one for the team and come off the bench?
Because how is he going to bring the ball up with CP3 on the court at this? That's one of his specialties, Draymond.
That's a
wow, man.
It's going to be interesting to find out. Let's go to Scotty. Scotty and Marin. What's up, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I just want to tell you one thing before I get into what I was going to say, is that you guys have the best show that it's been in the Bay Area in a long, long time, and I've been a long-time caller to lots of shows.
Oh, wow.
I really appreciate your show.
Wow, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Not a problem. Anyway, I think if anybody's going to solve this problem, it's Steve Kerr. He's already said he's had 3 or 4 phone calls with this dude, so I don't see it as a problem. I think they really have upgraded themselves with this move, because when Chris Paul is going to be on the floor, it's going to be a huge calming effect compared to what they had to go through last year. With Jordan was just so frenetic and out of control, it was just not sustainable that way. And now they get, as long as he stays healthy, of course. But I think the starting thing is not going to be a big deal. And I really think that sure you could just have Looney sit the bench and play him a couple of minutes, and then it won't take long. But I think it's the finishing that's going to matter. You know what I mean? I think the finishing lineup is what's going to matter. So I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, appreciate it, Scott. We'll see.
Yep.
I mean, you got the 5 starters. Let's say Chris Paul's your 6th man, just the top 6. Then what are we looking at? Kuminga?
Yeah, well.
Gary Payton second? Now you go, that's 8.
No doubt.
Moody.
Yep.
Moody's 9.
Jackson Davis.
Saric and Jackson Davis, maybe 10.
I'm getting excited just thinking about it. This is a great day.
Yeah, and we'll be out at Chase Center
Monday
for
Think they'll
media
have
day.
an answer by then. We got to go to the phones now. We got a special caller.
Oh boy,
Evan. Hello.
Hey.
You recognize that voice, Tiny?
Hey, what's
It's your number 1 fan.
Hey, what's up, Mom? How you doing?
Oh boy, Barry.
Well, hey, thank you, Guru. I mean, that was you're at your invitation. I'm doing this, and it's my first time on his show.
You are a natural. Yes, ma'am. That's your mama's, Tiny.
I can make this a quick call. Hey, Bay Area, my mom's an Eagles fan. Yeah, she's an Eagles fan.
They would appreciate that, because I'm from the East Coast. What can be?
Mom, they're hating.
But you're
they kill you. They'll kill you out here for being an Eagle fan. These fans are ruthless.
No, because I'm a nice person. I think they're all nice fans. It'll be a showdown when they meet, and may the best team win. I'm a good sport. I mean, I'm not a crazy Phillies lunatic.
There you go. Oh, Mary called their son. I love it.
What do you got going today, Mom?
Well, I have a lot going. My golf is called off. We got a lot of rain out here on the East Coast, so I'm not doing that. Just sticking around, hanging around, seeing some friends, probably listening to some Eagles podcast, you know, what their analysis of last night's game was, but that's basically.
Hey, Mary, before I call you my second mom, before you go, tell us out here in the Bay Area what a young Matt Steinmetz was like.
Well, you know, probably not a whole lot like he is now. He was a retiring kind of laid back kid. The only thing where he got very intense was on the court, but that he internalized it well, because, you know, he was the point guard. He had to set up, do all that heady stuff, and he was pretty good at that, if I must say so. So I think, you know, his radio voice and who he really is are a little bit at odds. I think you guys out there see this, you know, kind of hyped up guy, but he's kind of subdued, laid back in real life. There's the scoop, and I don't know if he's going to appreciate me saying all that, but
he's got a smile on his face right now, Mary, so he's all right.
All right, Mom, I appreciate the call.
See, do you see that? He wants to get the hook on.
Yeah, I got it. It's time, but I love you.
Okay. I love you too. Happy birthday, darling.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. And thanks a lot, Daryl.
Yes, ma'am.
Great talking with you, too.
Stay in
love
touch.
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
All right.
You're turning red. Yeah. That's great. Oh, wish I had my mom to call me.
Well, rest in peace. I appreciate that.
You were laid back, huh? But you took it out on the court. I love it.
She also said you retired early.
Yeah, that one.
I didn't know what she was getting at there. Yeah. She's getting up there, you know.
Oh, she sounded good though.
Well, I thought she was referring to Bob Myers when he said that you'd moved on.
That is great.
I got retired. You know, now she wouldn't say that because she's an English teacher, so she doesn't like to use passive voice. Let's get back to the Warriors. Steve Kerr. You see, this is gonna.
I'm waiting on his contract. I don't understand. He is a made man. He told the masses, he told Willard and Dibbs last year, he wants to be in this game for a while. My question, Joe Lacob, and I love you to death, is how does this man, maybe it's imminent, maybe it's coming, how does this man not have a new contract?
We still got time. Here's Steve Kerr on that.
I feel great about my position here, and I want to be here. I know Mike and Joe want me here, and so I'm very confident something will get done, but I'm not stressed about it at all, and perfectly capable of coaching, whether I have 1 year left or an extension makes no difference. So, but I fully expect to be here.
Do you believe him? Do you believe that whether he gets an extension or not doesn't matter?
Oh, no. I believe
it doesn't matter to him, doesn't matter to the team, doesn't matter to the fan base.
No, but if his name was Tony and he had reached the heights that Steve Kerr has at his job, it should matter. And Bob Myers, I still have, what do they call that, Steiny? PTSD from thinking, oh, nothing's happening here. And now, look, we just talked to him from New York. So can I ask you, do you believe him? I believe.
No, I don't.
Oh.
I don't believe him at all.
Well, then that's probably why they're at a still. The situation is what it. He said he's comfortable coaching this year out.
Yeah, Bob said the same thing, and then he walked. Better be careful. That's the only thing I'd say. And I'm not sure.
I don't like that at all.
Well,
I can't imagine a new coach for the Warriors. That's all, and I don't want one.
See, I can't imagine Steve Kerr coaching a new Warriors team, if you know what I mean.
But
and
we
we're
got
not there
3 or
yet.
4 more years of Curry and 5. I love you, Chef.
You think?
You know something I don't?
I know that if...
Well, at least 3 for all of them.
I disagree. I think if the Warriors...
Fall off?
If they... Well,
they're not going to fall off.
Well, what if they just don't win it again?
That's okay.
Oh, you won't... I think if they don't win it again, they'll try to break it up. And that'll mean trades.
Well, when do you decide you can't win it again? Because 2022, that one is still fresh, baby.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not fresh anymore.
There's one team that's won it since they won it.
It's not fresh anymore. The Denver title is fresh.
Oh, you don't believe that?
I absolutely believe that. Absolutely. But so if the Warriors finish 48-34,
okay, losing the same conference semis, same thing, same as last year.
You bring back the same team again?
Why wouldn't I?
Because that would be 2 years in a row.
Right on the table is what can I do? What are you saying?
Then just acknowledge the run's over at that point.
No, the run's over when Curry's not in a Warrior uniform. And if you want to talk about off-the-court impact and you were going to do something with one of the big three, you're going to feel the brunt of that if you were to say, okay, we'll do this and that, and Steph Curry or Dre's not a Warrior. You just got married to Dre again for 4.
You thought they got married to Jordan Poole.
That hurt me. That was different, though.
No, it wasn't. They listen. I fully believe
that hurt me.
I fully believe that by signing Draymond Green to a 4-year extension doesn't mean he's going to be here 4 years.
All right, now I
don't believe that for a second.
I'd be naive to say, but man, and something would really have to go wrong, is what I'm saying.
I don't think a ton would have to go wrong. The only thing to me that would have to go wrong is Joe Lacob looks at the Golden State Warriors at some point and says, "This team cannot win a title."
Do you think he's saying that now?
No, I don't.
All right.
And
I just wanted to ask.
And, I mean, there's two different things. Not thinking that you can win a title and knowing you're not going to win a title. I think he thinks they got a shot.
All right.
So if they have a shot,
think that way.
If they have a shot, then do right by Steph and Clay and run it back this year. But
you think Steve's thinking about something?
I don't expect a huge swing in the Warriors season from this year, what happens in last year.
Okay, so this is where, and I'm nosy by nature, but I wish I had the intel on, is Steve just pondering like Bob the rest of his life? What's he want to do after basketball? But he could say that into the mic, but all that he said, if I take him at his word, is he wants to keep coaching this team and be here. So, Steiny, that does bother me. Like, not what you've learned, Lacob, from the Bob Myers situation, but, Bob ain't at home some days. And I thought that's what it was all about. Why wouldn't this be done in a millisecond?
What?
Kerr, the highest paid NBA coach, if he wants to continue.
I'll answer it with a question. Why wasn't something done with Bob Myers? All he had to do was make Bob Myers the highest paid GM in the league. Bob probably would have come back. So it tells me maybe that number's not the highest contract for a coach in the league. But I do think
a lot of people agreeing with you on the Comcast business text line, like that's what they said about same thing about Bob.
I think the one tricky thing I do think the Warriors have, and I'd love to hear what Warrior fans think about this at 888-957-9570. But let's say they extend Clay, because Clay and Steve Kerr are extension eligible. Kerr's doesn't have anything to do with salary cap. But I believe if they extend Clay, and now we have the big three under contract for 3 or 4 more years, I don't think that means they're absolutely going to retire as Warriors. I think what it would say to me is Joe Lacob saying to Klay Thompson, "We're going to get you under contract, and we want you to be here. We want all you guys to be here, but it only makes sense if you're all here if we can contend." So if the Warriors don't contend this year, then I do think they could start looking at trades for. I mean, we're talking about everybody but Steph.
And you know what? You just hit me.
Hold real quick. Yeah. I'm sorry, Goo.
No, take your time.
Would Warrior fans, do you think that's a crazy idea? Or do you think that's a possibility? And that is you sign Clay, you re-sign Clay, and you give this group another shot at it, but they know, and we all know, that if they fall short, it might be time to move. It might be time to think about everybody but Curry. Fair? Not fair. 888-957-9570.
I think it's a bit premature. And, Steiny, I'm being real, and this ain't about my fandom. They got action. We'll see how much, I'm assuming playoffs, we'll get into all that. But the way you just set that up with your words about looking to do this or send him there or wherever, Chris Paul's number 1 on that list. And I'm trying to be positive. I cannot shake how, and I told you and Evan in the green room, how I feel about listening to Dunleavy Jr., and it's his prerogative, but how Chris Paul was not, hey, guys, I'm going to get CP3. What do you think? Thumbs up. Be right back. Look what I got. I closed it. This seems to be going down a track of, a road of, yeah, we got him. It don't fit, but how much do we placate to his ego and what he's meant? And if they decide that his ego, they need to feed more so than what they've built, then we got a problem.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I want to be clear because I hear some people on the YouTube chat. Your boy Len says it's not going to happen. I want to be clear. I'm not talking about trading him now. I'm not talking about trading anybody right now. I'm asking if this scenario is a possibility, and that is you re-sign Clay. Now you have the big three back for 3 or 4 more years, and it's basically it's a handshake agreement. It's an understood agreement between Joe Lacob and management and the big three. You guys can stay together as long as you're knocking on the door. Right. And if Joe Lacob doesn't feel like they're knocking at the door, then I think everything's on the table but the franchise.
And he may not have to come to them. They may go to him if it were to get to that degree, Donnie, to where it was obvious to everybody that they. But we're so far from that. Warriors going to be.
Let me throw this one at you from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. I understand what you're saying, trading one of the big three, but they're still going to make a ton of money with the big three, even if we don't win a championship. But we are going to win a championship. See, that's where I disagree. I agree. If they keep the big three together, they're going to make money. But I don't. Does anybody really think Joe Lacob will keep the big three together if he knows they can't win it? Like, that's the opposite of everything we know about Joe Lacob, right?
But when do you know that?
After this year. I mean, that's after this year. I mean, to me, what I would do is, okay, you want to talk about the title 2 years ago? You won a title 2 years ago. So then what'd you do? We ran it back. And there were a lot of issues.
Non-basketball issues.
And basketball issues.
I'll give you that, but some not. The biggest was the non-basketball, Poole and Draymond.
Well, I don't want to fight you on that now, but I can say the biggest is a big part of it is the basketball that they're declining. But I mean, all I'm saying is that the Warriors, if Joe Lacob doesn't think they can win it, then everything's on the table, I would think.
Right.
But I get what you're saying. Like, would it be enough for Joe Lacob to sell out Chase Center 3 years from now, but they're not a contender? I don't know.
I just think we'll never see that. You know what I mean? And I could be in denial.
Well, hold on. What will we never see?
Where the day where Joe Lacob can say, I got Clay, Dre, and Steph, and we don't have a chance to win it. And I'm throwing Wiggins in there too, and his absence last year and how that threw everything out of whack. But Steiny, I believe the 400 for Draymond. I get you. It's new. The ink ain't dried. But that's Joe saying just what you set up. All right, let's go. Clay's probably coming here in the next week or two, you would hope, and hopefully Kerr, because that's the one that's eating at me. Because I don't know if it's him or I don't know what Joe would need to see more.
I don't know either. I don't know either. Mike's in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Happy birthday, Steiny.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Nice job with getting Mom on the phone. Us older guys tear up every time.
That's all Guru. My man, I appreciate it.
So nice job on that. Just love talking about the Warriors. It means it's coming. So excited. I long time season ticket holder, follow him, and I believe Joe Lacob is a killer. I believe it's why he's the greatest owner in sports, because he wants to win titles. I believe he goes into this year fully expecting this team to compete. But like the San Francisco Giants, the eye test will tell you if you got older and slower.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to watch it. If he pulls up, I think sports has become a one-year enterprise. Every year at the end of the season, you reevaluate. For instance, since we're on hypotheticals, if he could get Giannis, do you think he wouldn't break it up?
You break it up so fast you wouldn't know what happened.
That's correct.
That doesn't mean we don't honor them. Doesn't mean we don't donate to the statue fund. It means I just believe he's committed to winning, and as a fan, I greatly appreciate that.
I think you're well said, Mike. Appreciate it as always.
Love Mike. And Giannis is saying some weird stuff. I'm just saying, it's some weird stuff coming from Giannis, Donnie. So could you imagine?
No, I can't imagine.
Because it's so great. I get it. It's so great. He would make everybody 4 years. Steph would be 28 again.
And how would you acquire him?
That is above my pay grade.
Above your pay grade. You know, Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy would lift up Giannis from Milwaukee and fly across the Rockies to the Bay and just drop him onto the Warriors.
He had something drastic. But if Joe's like, how could I get him?
Stop.
He would be gotten.
Let's start with somebody realistic. Maybe a Joel Embiid, maybe a James Harden. Those are realistic at this point. But who even wants those guys? Would you take Embiid?
Oh, my gosh.
But for who? But what would you give up for him?
Anybody but Steph. I watched that boy throw up 38-40 when Poole beat him this last season. Embiid I know you're going to laugh. You know I like big men. He's the last of the Mohicans, and he's a big man that can shoot, Stoney. I think I would take him over Jokic. But he can't stay healthy like Jokic.
You want to get that back?
I know Jokic is better, but I like Embiid's style in his game more.
Oh,
he's got more power.
Yeah.
You know, he got some of that shoot.
Imagine being one of the best low post players in basketball
Jokic is a
and
beast.
taking 8 threes a game like Embiid.
Oh, he get cussed out now.
Man. More Steve Kerr. How are you going to get this roster to play together?
My job as a coach is to help them connect. And I think last time I talked to you, I think I probably said that I didn't think I did the job well last year. I think a big part of my job this year is to get the team connected, but that's a season-long process. I think Mike Dunleavy and his staff did a great job this summer of putting together a roster that should connect well on and off the floor. I think sometimes losing gives you some clarity. I think I probably said that at the end of the year too. And I really believe that. You know, a year ago we came in off a championship and let our guard down a little bit, frankly. And it's human nature, but it's sort of the way things work. And so when you lose in the second round and you feel like you've had a disappointing year, it's a lot easier to come in and be focused. It's a lot easier for me to come in as a coach and be more demanding. And I think the players will expect that too.
Steve Kerr met with the media yesterday, talked about connectivity.
Man, what a word.
Yeah, they didn't have it last year.
And we asked Mike Dunleavy Jr. when we had him on, Steiny, about that word.
What did he say? I forgot.
Oh, you weren't here. You were on vacation. It was Styles. Oh. And I said, he said the whole organization is trying to have that connectivity. I didn't say last of the Mohegans.
Last of the Mohegans? Is Matt last of the Mohegans?
It's Mohicans. We got special guests on the other side. It's not about you.
Of course it is. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors. Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr. met the media yesterday and talked about this upcoming season. Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson in line for extensions. Do they both get extensions? Does one of them get extensions? Or does Joe Lacob try to stick it to both of them and not give them? I'm just kidding. That's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
Fall is almost.
opinion guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Yeah.
And we're talking sports, Golden State Warriors, basketball.
And we're celebrating.
What are we celebrating?
Your birthday, baby. Speaking of which, we got a special guest on the line for you.
Oh, my goodness.
Who we got, Evan?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Yes, this is
Matt.
You recognize the voice, Daddy.
It's not Sal Castaneda, but, I hope Ibanez will do instead.
Oh, okay.
Wow, look at
All
him.
right. I'll take Ibanez. I see Sal too much anyway.
Hey, when a guy turns 39, you got to recognize it.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right about that. How you doing, man? What's on your mind sports-wise these days?
My number one thing is, the thing that got me into sports in the first place, Matt, is the San Francisco Giants. I have a true love of the Giants. And I'm annoyed with the entire organization, mainly the decision makers who make these choices on the field. And I think it's time for major changes in this organization. That's what's bugging me.
Right.
What's good is the oncoming Warriors season and also, of course, the 49ers. So don't want to dwell on the negative. The Giants will have a whole off season to talk about how they need to make two big changes. And I'll give you a clue. One is Kapler and one is Farhan.
Oh, man. Hey, I know you want to focus on the positive, and thanks for calling, Mark, but I saw Bobby Evans over the weekend. Mark, I went up to him. I didn't fanboy, but I said, is your phone working? Because they sure could use you, man. It is sad what's going on there. And now you're going to watch the Dodgers and all the other rich baseball teams try to win a chip. But real quick about the Niners. Mark, have you felt this good? I know they've been to the Super Bowl in 19, but now it looks like you got a quarterback. You got McCaffrey. You got Deebo Ayuk. It's almost like, how can you miss now, Kyle?
It's kind of like the feeling I had in 94, the 94-95 season when they had Dion on defense, and, a host of others, and they had, Ricky Waters and Steve Young and Jerry and million weapons, where it was like, I call it a hold your breath season, because you're just holding your breath, they can stay healthy. And that, to me, is the only thing that keeps them out of the Super Bowl. I mean, I really think they're loaded for bear, and all systems go. They've got the coaching staff, and they've got the mentality, the attitude. There's no knuckleheads on the team. They're all pulling in one direction, and I love their chances, really. Wow. And now, but we see, conversely, how things can get derailed. I really think the big injury that the Cowboys had in the defensive backfield, I think that hurt them emotionally. I think they'll recover. They'll be okay. But you see the devastating effect that having a star player either side of the ball can have on a team. And that's what the Niners have to avoid. They were able to do that in that 94-95 season. And the stars are aligned on the field and in the sky, baby. That's how I feel.
Look at Mark. Hey, I got a quick one for him. Before I let you go, Mark, we were just talking about Coach Kerr.
Matt. This is all about Matt.
No doubt. No, Coach Kerr and
Matt. Yeah, go ahead.
And his contract status. Are you shocked that he doesn't have a new deal yet? What is that? What does your spidey senses say?
I think a little bit different. Like I kind of knew Bob Myers was out the door. Like when he wasn't signed, that was a huge, huge red flag to me, because he was, doing a great job of avoiding the topic and all of that. But I think Steve Kerr, when he tells you something, like I heard that bite you guys played earlier, when he said it didn't matter to him, he wants to be here, and everybody, is in unison, thought-wise. I would be absolutely stunned if Steve Kerr didn't re-up with the Warriors, but I wouldn't have been shocked and wasn't shocked last year when Bob Myers fled the scene. I think Steve Kerr, relax, Warrior fans. I mean, I think he's done obviously a great job. He's got the Olympics coming up, the Warriors. And, I read a piece in the Chronicle. I'm still the old-fashioned guy who gets my Chronicle in the driveway. I read a piece about the Warriors and Chris Paul and how he's going to fit in. And, I haven't thought about the Warriors really that much over the summer. But, man, when you really go over their roster and the possibilities and the talent-laden roster, I mean, it's pretty exciting. I'm more up about the Warriors than I thought I would be. And I'm beginning to really warm up to Chris Paul and all the things that he can do, freeing up Moses Moody and Kuminga. I think he's going to be a godsend for Kuminga. I think Kuminga might jump out of the gym this year with Chris Paul. I really do.
Mark is the man.
Mark, hey, thanks for the birthday wishes.
You're the man, Mark. I know you're busy. Thank you.
We'll get together soon.
I would like that. I owe you a drink, man. You were so quick to pay me on our bet.
That's
I want to get together and get back at you and do a toast to your 39.
Wow, Mark, you're the man.
And I love your mom. Your mom's call, man. I can tell why you're such a good dude. Mom's a great influence, and that was a really heartwarming call. That was really cool.
Appreciate that, Mark.
Is the man.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the good wishes.
Dude, this is an extravaganza, man. And now we got a Hall of Famer on the line. Stoddy, who we got, Evan?
What are you doing here? Hello.
Mr. Rod Carew, Stoddy.
Who's this?
How are you?
I'm Dynamite. Is this Rod Carew?
This is Rod Carew.
What? We called on your birthday, Stoddy.
And I'm calling, on his birthday.
Oh, man, I appreciate it. How are you doing? Are you still?
I am doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. For people that don't know, and I don't know why you wouldn't, Rod Carew, 3,053 hits, man. 19 years in the bigs, 18-time All-Star, 7-time batting champ, and an MVP in 1977. The only thing
but today's not about me. It's all about you.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. No. I'm happy to have you on anytime, Rod. You were one of my favorite players growing up.
Well, thanks so much.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Because I know you obviously hit for average and you had occasional power. And I know it's hard to do, but if you were to come up today and as a kid, you knew that it was all about home runs and not batting average. How many homers do you think you could hit in a season?
Well, I would say 15 to 20.
I don't know if that's going to get it done now.
But still maintain, a good average.
Right. Do you like the game right now, Rod?
Not really. I see too many guys striking out and walking back to the bench. And to me, those are awful at bats. When you strike out 100 times,
right?
Some guys do it 150 or 200 times. It's no fun. They're just wasted at bats.
Rod, I always thought about you because I got to be honest. I have caught Shohei Ohtani fever. We're in the Bay Area. Every time I get a chance, I'm like, can the Giants get him? Because it's a bunch of dead men walking. They're born, Rod. But my question to my partner was, why don't we see more American players try to do that? Did you have that thought? And did you play with guys that were capable of doing both?
Oh, yeah. I was capable of maybe, hitting 20, 25 home runs. But what happened to me is when I first went up with the Twins, Mr. Griffith said to me that they had 6 or 7 guys that could hit home runs. And they don't need me to swing for the fences, just use my speed, get on base. And so then I started working on hitting the ball to all fields.
Wow. I'm thinking off the top of my head, Killebrew. They had Killebrew. Larry Heisel. Was he on those teams?
Yeah.
I'm going to go, obviously, Tony Oliva.
Yes.
Who were some of the other power hitters on that team? Minnesota.
We had Rich Rollins.
That's right. You're a little before Gaetti. I know that, right? Gary Gaetti was a little after you.
Yeah, right. So we had Rich Rollins. We had Bob Allison. Those are guys that could hit. And Zoilo Versailles.
Yes. Hey, Rod, thank you so much
We
for
appreciate
calling
it,
in,
man.
Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You really,
you have a great day.
all right, thank you very much, Rod. Appreciate it.
They're just like a little kid right there. You don't even know it. That was the boss special. He can hook that one up. Yeah. Rod Caruso, Mark Ibanez.
A couple
Your
legends.
mama. Yeah.
Three
Bob
legends.
Myers.
Hello, Steiny.
Wiggins.
Thank you for all the birthday wishes.
Yeah. I mean, they're coming
Hey,
at
are
you.
you hot in here today?
No.
I'm sweating a little bit.
I got a
today.
sweater on.
I don't know why.
Hope your birthday is booming.
Thank you. Anthony's in Benicia. Let's get it going. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
Whoa. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know how I could follow up those phone calls, but first of all, happy birthday, Steiny. What's up with you, Guru?
Hey, baby.
So I wanted to talk about the Warriors. I had 2 points. One, the culture has kind of been under question. And I feel like I remember when Guru was like, is the culture as good as they say it is, that we couldn't really get the Jordan Poole situation handled. And I kind of still feel that way. I also really feel like if somebody's going to come off the bench, it should be none other than Draymond Green, because for all the good that he's done, he's also been a part of a lot of the bad things that have happened, whether it's getting kicked out of games, when at the worst times, punching Jordan Poole, regardless of what side of that you are on. But the other thing is, I don't know if I'm giving Steve Kerr an extension before this season starts, considering he has not shown the ability, whether he wants to or doesn't know how to work with the young guys. And I kind of feel like it's more that he just doesn't want to. And I understand that he's an old school guy, but the best coaches kind of, evolve with the times. You keep some of your old practices, but you also evolve because, you're dealing with younger athletes and younger players. And I think the best coaches evolve, and they pivot, when they see that they need to. So I'm kind of, really going to watch and see if this culture really is all that they say it is. But if I'm Joe Wake Up, I'm not giving him an extension because, the Wiseman situation didn't work out. You haven't developed any young guys. Moses Moody is kind of maybe the one bright spot, in my opinion. He's shown that he can be the most consistent guy, and that's because he's more of a role player. But he hasn't really developed any young stars.
But, Anthony,
So,
you
I don't
haven't
know.
mentioned the 4 rings.
sir.
I'm shocked.
Well, I mean, the 4 rings are on the backs of, the guys that were already there. Although he implemented his offense, I'm talking about, what's going to happen when Clay, Steph, and Dre hang it up? You know what I mean? You got to develop young guys now so they can contribute when you need them to, but also when those guys hang it up. Are we just going to have, 10-plus years of bad basketball? I hope not.
Wow.
Appreciate the call, Anthony. Some good stuff.
Well, he said he would hold up Steiny.
Well, I don't know. I understand the dilemma because if you extend Steve Kerr, and let's say he's got 3 or 4 more years, and then you realize your big 3 maybe can't get it done. Well, then you have to kind of tinker, right, and go a little younger.
Popovich did it. I'm not saying the Warriors would have to endure that, but Pop has done it.
Do you want Steve Kerr to be the one who maybe has to develop young players and fit them in and get them playing time and develop them? Because I think a lot of the perception is that Steve's married to the veterans at the expense of developing the young players. So if that's the case, do you want Kerr developing the young players if and when the veterans aren't even here?
My answer to that, Steiny, and I'm loyal, shout out Chris Brown. Steiny, whatever he wants to do, I got trust in you. You've delivered me 4 championships. So if you, and I've been one of them, I'm like, I don't know about the relationship with Kuminga. But if you're telling me now Kuminga or the young guys would be focused on like they were the big 3, that's a whole different ball game. And we talked about it last year to where I almost had to apologize. Is that really Kerr's job to get those youngsters? But my point is they would move up closer to having a bigger role on the team, and then those relationships, going off of what Anthony talked about, can be, fertilized and grow. But I'm not dare looking at you or Evan or anybody, Spadoni, saying, I wouldn't have Kerr with a game on my line to coach. I don't care about Team USA. That was a debacle from the beginning, so I don't hold him accountable for that. But Do you think he's getting a rap of,
Yes.
he can't get across the young guys?
Oh my God, yeah, of course. Yeah, and I don't know how much is embedded in truth and how much isn't, but I think there's absolutely no doubt that there's a segment of Warrior fans that think Kerr has been subpar in developing Moody, in developing Wiseman,
How
in
about
developing
Looney?
Kuminga, and also I bet they put Jordan Poole in there.
Poole you would get credit for.
But then he
Bucket counts.
regressed last year.
He got hit in the face.
Well, I know that, but what I'm saying is...
Okay, because I believe everything that went wrong with Poole was deliberately from the punch.
Well, I don't believe everything.
Okay. All right.
Everything was the punch.
What
but
about Looney, though, Stoney? Did
What
Kerr
about
get
him?
credit for developing Looney?
I don't... Yes, I give him credit. Yes, I give him credit for developing Looney. But there's definitely, why is Patrick Baldwin Jr. not here? They didn't want to develop him. I mean, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Steve Kerr? And what do you do with Klay Thompson? If you had a bet right now, Warrior fans, would you bet neither get an extension, both get an extension, or one of the two get an extension, and then which one?
It's Klay. And I say that, and I would make that bet, Steiny, and I'm concerned because, again, like Bob Myers, it wasn't any of my business, but that Saturday against the Celtics here at home, when the NBA countdown and Woj said, Greeny, it is brought to, and we found out Bob, was working with no contract, Steiny, I feel the same way about Kerr. This should be a match made in heaven. This should have been done the moment your boy in Detroit took that. Monty Williams got it. So I'm just telling you, from what's coming out of Steve's mouth, he still is in it to win it. He wants to be around the league and coach.
See, I don't.
That's where I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I hear Steve Kerr saying the right thing when asked about his contract extension.
Did Bob? And I'm asking, did
Yes,
Bob say the right thing?
Absolutely.
Too? Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm asking.
I mean, Bob could have said, Bob, you don't have a contract extension. Yeah, you know what? We'll figure that out in due time. Or, Bob, you don't have a contract extension. I know. What a bunch of BS. I mean, you can't do that. So to me, Steve Kerr's answer was just an answer. And it's like, you know what? It's like Farhan Zaidi, Greg Johnson's son. What's his name? Brad? Not Brad Johnson. Anyway, the owner of the Giants saying, Farhan and Kapler, they're pretty safe. Well,
Charles?
That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well.
That was 2 weeks ago.
You might be right.
They might not be safe right now.
I hear you.
So Steve Kerr's just saying the right thing,
but no contract, if you had to bet, has been presented to him. Like if I were Joe Lacob, Daryl Lacob, here what you need, Steve. How much?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the part that I think has not happened, and I just ask why.
What?
Why it hasn't been presented to him?
Why hadn't it been presented to Bob?
Well, Joe said at the press conference,
well, maybe he
didn't take not Bob serious. He didn't think there was no way Bob was about to dip out. Yeah. Oh man,
and I'm not sure how much of that I believe either. But we'll move on to Ray in Watsonville. Hey, Ray.
Hey, Sonny, happy birthday!
Thank you.
The same day.
I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm a twin also, so I need to shout out my brother Rick. He drives in the city there, and he listens all the time. Hey, about your question here, I think they signed both. I think the coach is going to come back for 3 years. All right, and then he's going to move on to something different. I think Klay is going to give the team a team discount, and Chris Paul, I think that he's going to unlock Kuminga. And I think that we're going to see the best of him. This is the third year for both him and Moses,
right?
Moody. And so you think about it, okay? This year, and this is my prediction, if they don't do anything or they stay the same, both of them are going to be gone next year, and then we're going to have to start figuring things out. What do you guys think?
Appreciate the call. If I had a bet, I think I'd bet they're both going to get extended before the season.
So that'd be okay.
It's not a strong opinion.
All right.
I just think isn't that Isn't that what you have to do?
Yes.
Kind of.
And the delay is what has me befuddled on Coach Kerr. Even if, something were to happen with the big three, we got structure, we got stability. Coach Kerr's going to be here like Popovich was. And hopefully not endure the bad times. But, yeah, Steiny, I do scratch my head as to if anybody's a made man, it is Steve Kerr on the Golden State Warriors.
650 says, what? They're both coming back. You're all pushing clickbait. Dude, listen. The question is whether they'll be extended.
And we want them both back.
They're both coming back this year.
Yeah.
That's obvious. The question is, do you want them extended? You want to extend Clay for 4? You want to extend Steve Kerr for 3 or 4? 510 says Kerr's bulletproof. He's a made man just like Shanahan.
Man. Except Shanny got his number.
Except Shanahan signed through 2028.
Right, wrap him up.
Like, how do you? Okay, and I don't necessarily.
I understand. Go ahead.
But how do you not make a comparison there between Shanahan and Steve Kerr? Why Steve Kerr on the last year of his deal? He's got 4 titles in his belt. But why Kyle Shanahan under contract till 2028 when he hasn't gotten it done?
Yeah. Well,
or is that an unfair question?
I feel like it's unfair because the sports are so drastically different, Stoney. But at the end of the day, if you watch a football game that doesn't, have the Niners in it, you can see the brilliance and recognize what Kyle, like Coach Kerr, is bringing to the table. But you are right. This dude's wrapped up and ain't got a ring, and you got Steve with 4. And I don't want to say crickets because it could be crickets coming from Steve, but it's just interesting. So I hope by the time we get there Monday as a station, both of them will be extended. But you think that's a bit premature? Like if you had to take that bet, would you say, nah, Goo?
From when?
Now.
By Monday?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it's going to happen by Monday.
Okay.
It can happen during the season, too. It can leak into the season. And
good call.
It can leak into the season, and they can still sign Klay Thompson to an extension during the season. But if you're Joe Lacob, how are you handling the situation with Steve Kerr? Is it as simple? I mean, let me ask you this. If it's as simple as you got to make Kerr the highest paid coach, done, and then you need Klay Thompson to take $90 million over 3 years, would he do that? And then would you just call it a day, tack on 3 more years to Klay's 42 or 43 this year, and re-sign Kerr to the highest contract of any coach, and we'll move on, and we'll give it a shot this season? Is that what Warrior fans are advocating? That's the question. 888-957-9570 is the number, and Steiny and Guru with you on a Tuesday at 11:26.
A birthday Tuesday.
You know what that means? Time to take a break on 95.7. Other game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing,
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Timmy Roy getting back in the swing of things.
He got it.
We've got a exhibition game, preseason game probably coming up soon.
Wow.
I'm not sure exactly when. Hey, the other segment I teased, I saw a documentary last night that was...
Oh, go ahead. It's your birthday. Oh, which one? Tell us all about it.
Before I say the name of it, I'll gladly take feedback on it, but it was a documentary where I was on the edge of my seat the whole documentary. I didn't realize it, but I was like tense. It was incredible. The documentary's called Man on Wire, and it's about a gentleman named Philippe Petit, who was the guy who tightrope walked across the Twin Towers.
Wow.
I mean,
like, how was that even allowed?
Exactly. A lot of the movie was, they had to kind of do it. They didn't get permission, so they had a whole scheme how to get the equipment up there. They timed it so that the building was open, but the roof was still accessible.
So when did he do it? Day, night?
He did it. Well, they set up all the tight ropes and the rigging during the night. And then in the morning, he starts walking across, and it was a little misty, so a lot of people didn't see. And
what are you doing with your life?
Unbelievable.
Okay, so what was there
incredible.
If he failed? What was waiting on him?
Concrete. Nothing. Death.
What's his name?
Philippe Petit, I think.
What would make this man play Russian roulette with his life?
He never had an answer to, why do you do this?
Oh, so he's done it multiple times?
He did it a couple times.
Oh, my goodness.
They also showed,
keep playing.
They also showed video of how he practiced and stuff. He had a whole area where the guy was unbelievable.
Okay, but tell me about the air. How do you practice that?
Well, you just do it on a wire in a field. You just set up a tight rope in a field that's maybe only 6 feet off the ground, and you practice, and if you fall, then you're only 6 feet off the ground. He doesn't fall.
Where's the glory in it? Not falling?
The glory is in the focus. The glory is in the challenge, and the glory is being true to yourself and what you
How'd you come across this one?
I don't know, but it was great.
Hey, speaking of petite, is he a big dude, little dude, jockey size?
No, he's not jockey size.
Okay.
He's normal size, but he's unbelievably flexible, man. And
my mind's blown on why somebody would pick to do that. And how long is it? Hour and a half?
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
Oh, boy.
Evan, my sources say that it's actually a movie that you've seen. Man on Wire.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it like 3 times. Man on Wire is incredible. I think we had to watch it in school, and then I watched it for fun. It's an unbelievable film.
How did you come across it, and why 3 times?
It's that compelling.
Well, it is. It involves, obviously, athleticism, philosophy, and integrity. And all 3 of those things I try to live my life by.
Well, no integrity if he was breaking the law.
He did break the law. But
Norm would be like, nah.
They charged him with disturbing the peace and trespassing. But they said after he made it, look, if you can do some community service.
Was there any money in this, like the rock climber that you turned me on to? He was making money.
This guy was making money. Well,
like, what were the contributions?
He certainly made money after.
Like, I don't know if he knew how much money was coming in when he decided to go through this, but afterwards.
It wasn't about money for him. It had nothing to do with money. It had to do with, I don't know, just a person that's unrelatable to me in a way.
But right now, it's like me telling you and Evan, you know what? I'm going to go out on 880, and I'm going to run across the freeway back and forth. I just get a rush. And you guys like, go do it, Goo. No, somebody should have stopped him. What if you would have failed? You'd be in a coffin.
A couple people bailed out on the project because
I love how they call it, you lose your life, possible. It's a project.
The guy was prepared to lose his life.
I'm not there.
Let's go to Steve. Back to the Warriors. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, just calling. I'm almost at work. You guys just caught me. Just my opinion. Steve Kerr inherited an amazing franchise, amazing team. A lot of coaches would have did the same in his position, I believe. Never thought he was an amazing coach. He is a great basketball mind, but it could have been anyone to win those 4 or 5 championships. You know, in my opinion, you know, Steve Kerr is a great basketball mind, but to me, Mark Jackson really built that team. So did Bob Myers. Steve Kerr just continued the process pretty much. But I would definitely renew Clay, and I would gamble on finding a younger coach that can relate to these younger players better. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Steve.
Man,
Steve in Oakland.
Steve.
I think Steve represents a portion of the fan base. I do. I know what portion, I don't know. But it's not, I don't think it's a lunatic fringe.
So, could you imagine a world where the Warriors have a new coach, they go 40-42, all his young players love them, oh, we were late, but they ain't winning? That ain't going to fly. The fan base wouldn't let that fly.
What do you mean?
Oh, we got a coach.
Choice.
Well, I'm just saying if you're not winning, saying, oh, our coach relates to the young players is nothing. People going to be like, man, come, you know what I mean?
No, I know.
That doesn't supersede winning. So to call and say, I love you, who was Scott, that was shady, Kerr. Come on, man. Mark Jackson,
well, of course
who I love.
It was shaded, Kerr, but
he implemented an offense that is still, to this day, delivered you a chip in 2022.
What's getting into you lately? We're just talking about Steve Kerr and his strengths and his weaknesses. He's a four-time champion.
Yeah.
There's no shade. He's got 1 year left on his contract. It's not like we didn't do 500 shows last year where the focus was, how come Kerr can't play Kuminga? Why isn't Kuminga playing? So it's nothing. It's no new topic that some fans have been frustrated with Kerr's ability to get more or not get enough out of the young players. Right. Like, he's not perfect.
Okay, well, I'll say this. My issue, and I get that because there's got to be some of that, but I put that at the doorstep of Draymond, who willingly came out and told us, I didn't have a relationship with the youngsters. I'm the OG. So that bothered me. But then we got to talking, Steiny, and I guess I'm not taking Kerr off the hook. You can work on that. But at the end of the day, to me, you got veterans. Those are the guys that facilitate the activity with the youngsters. And the coach, obviously, you want to talk, see what's going on, but I don't think Kerr has, I'm more bothered that Dre and the rest of the gang, and we saw that this summer. Clay was with Moody, wherever they were at in his hometown, Arkansas. That's the stuff that I get goosebumps over because I believe that's the stuff that resonates, and you stick together when problems come up.
Okay. So you can't sit here and deny that most of your incredulity at the criticism of Kerr is confounding to me because, how much time did you spend last year saying, I want to see more of Kuminga, I want to see more of Wiseman? They didn't come. Those minutes never came.
Well, they came, and then Wiggins left and came back. And
what I'm saying is they never came.
Right.
He didn't develop Kuminga and Wiseman by last year, and that pissed people off.
No doubt.
You included.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So it's not like I'm bringing up anything new right now with his approach to younger players, am I?
No, what I'm telling you and what I've been consistent with is the good can't, if you deem that bad or an area that he needs to work on, and to the call, that doesn't supersede what he's done good, what Steve Kerr has accomplished.
No doubt.
Okay.
The question is,
because now Kuminga's going to get those minutes by default. Even
I wouldn't say that.
The road
Don't say that. Why would you say that?
The pedal is about to hit the metal.
Why would you say that?
Because they need him more now than they ever have. And
See,
I'm not defending Kerr. I know, it's your birthday.
There's a good chance that Steve Kerr will like Dario Saric more than Jonathan Kuminga. There's a chance that could happen with Steve Kerr.
But not to the point to where he'll get left in the backseat like he got left at the bus station last year. I don't believe. And I'm going to say this about Kerr and that what
Wiseman,
we're talking about.
Wiseman was in his third year last year, too.
Yeah, but
why?
No, Wiseman, that was – Wiseman didn't have – I'm putting Wiseman with Trey Lance. I rooted for you. I rode for you. I came at Kerr for you, but you didn't hold up your end of the bargain. You may do that in Detroit. I'm just telling you, when Kerr took over this job, Steiny, he had OGs everywhere you looked.
Right. So he's had OGs for his entire career.
Right.
So is he the best coach for a team? No, I'm not saying this year.
Okay,
but
right.
if you extend Steve Kerr 3 or 4 years, there's a chance that you
could do a contract for 2. But the fact that we're not hearing noise or scuttlebutt because maybe he doesn't want to take on that.
Take on what?
Romper room, being around guys that youngsters. So why not? What we do know is Curry, Clay, and Dre are going to be here for the next 2 years. So maybe you would do some. What I don't like the muteness. Is that what muteness on no contract being offered? Now on the Kawakami podcast, TK, I listened to the whole thing in bed. Joe was talking about like he knew it was imminent.
We can play that.
But then where's it? I don't hear it. I don't see no smoke.
Take a listen.
We have started to talk with his people. Again, same as kind of the Clay situation, but very early. There's plenty of time. Again, Steve is just like Clay. We want Steve to be here for a long time. He's a Hall of Fame coach. We really value him. And I'm sure we'll be able to work out something that's fair to both sides.
Okay, they're working on it. Like
now, here I'm going. Daryl Mason.
You need to chill out.
Daryl Mason.
It's a negotiation.
Remember you told me?
Yes.
I got a question. You and I believe that man, Steve Kerr's contract should be $1 more than Monty Williams in Detroit.
I think it should be more than that. You notice Bosa got more than $1 more than Aaron Donald. So Kerr should do what Bosa did.
Here I go.
Stick it to the organization.
I'm mind reading. But for Joe to say this fair to both of us, I would wonder, does Lacob think him being the highest paid coach in the NBA, like it would be ludicrous if Lacob were to come out. And I'm not saying he's thinking that, but for him to add that caveat of fair to both, like what would be unfair, Joe, to a made man? That's what I like. Fair to both of them. What? This dude should get I believe, a blank check.
Well, you always say that. You do. You can't run business like that.
Well, Bosa brought the house down, so essentially he got a blank check, right? He was worthy of it.
Yeah, I guess you're right on that one. Sure. Greg Popovich retook the lead of salary. I forgot about that. He got an extension.
More than money?
Yeah.
I think he's also technically president of basketball operations for San Antonio.
I think you're right.
Monty Williams is the only one with head coach status. Yeah.
Watch out for Detroit.
Why?
Cade Cunningham. Yeah, Wiseman. That's my Eastern Conference team.
Wow. This is James Wiseman.
Malik in Oakland. What's up, Malik? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, gents? A couple things for you guys. I know Mark Jackson gets some credit, and he did a great job developing the talent, which is good. But if he's such a good coach, why has he never gotten another opportunity to coach in the league?
Politics.
I think Kerr gets
yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Again, but you without throwing Mark under the bus, you can't be preaching something and not following the same stuff you practice, which is a problem. Kerr is a good coach. Kerr needs to be re-signed. It is tough to develop players and win championships. What other teams in history have done that? You're trying to take Wiseman, a kid who played high school basketball, and put him with people who have master's degrees and PhDs on the team, and Andre Iguodala, Curry, and Draymond with their basketball IQ. So to put him in that position, he's not going to succeed. He's going to fail. But you have to give Kerr credit for developing Looney, which he's done, and I think you give Kerr credit for developing Moody. Lastly, Kuminga was on the bench pouting the entire playoffs last year. You can't do that. You have to earn your minutes and earn your way in the league. Kerr believes that, but more importantly, Curry believes that, because Curry he came up in the old school NBA. His daddy played in the league. You had to earn your minutes. Curry, when Curry first started playing, he sat on the bench for Monte Ellis and I think it was Bimbo Coles or the guard from Syracuse. I forget the little guy from Syracuse. Johnny Flynn. It was a little guard who finished the games, and Curry had to earn his minutes. It's about earning your minutes. Kuminga hasn't shown the ability or the mindset to earn those minutes yet. He'll get there, but he ain't there yet. You got to resign.
You preaching.
Got to give him credit.
AC Law.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Was that the guard he was talking about?
Maybe I thought off the top of my head Speedy Claxton, but I get times and years mixed up.
Well, real quick, Steiny.
Oh yeah,
I'm looking at it.
Are you okay? Everything okay?
No, it's your birthday. So the concern is 2, 3, or 4 years now. I'm not concerned about that if I'm giving my coach a contract. One, for what he's done. The fact that we look at a roster right now with Dre, Sarich, CP3, Looney, Clay, Dre, and Steph, that's veteran heavy. Okay, we got some youngsters in there. We got Moody, but Moody, old soul. Okay, I got Kuminga. I mean, that's I don't want to say light work. I think Kerr is better now because he told us at the end of last year he didn't do a good job with the youngsters. Maybe that'll be better for Pajinski and Jackson Davis, but at the end of the day, this man deserves to get his chicken, and now it's just about, what that number is or what the years are. But, Steiny, I know I'm being redundant. Is there any part of you that feels that Kerr is doing the Bob thing to where, you know what,
yes,
I got to go talk to the missus. I might want to do something with my kids.
Of course. Well, his kids are older.
Okay.
Kerr's kids are all grown.
Right. Well, son coaching, right? On the staff, yeah. So,
no, on somebody else's staff.
I thought it was here.
He got another job somewhere else, pretty sure. Oh, Santa Cruz.
There you go. Still with us, but
us?
Yeah,
still with us. What was that?
Us. You still with Dub Nation? If something went down, they call a coach from the cruise, and you come down. My point is, I believe him. I can't wait for Willard and Evan. I'm gonna ask you: do you believe Kerr wants to coach 5 more years here?
He's not here.
Oh, Spadoni.
Do I believe Kerr wants to coach 5 years? Spadoni, you want to answer that?
Here or just in general?
Here.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. It's nice. It's comfortable. Why wouldn't he?
That's what. Yeah, it's not. And I'm just why wouldn't he? Like, we got no signal that there's friction or he's wore out.
Well, what'd you say? No sign that there's friction?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would you consider the way Bob Myers left?
That hurt me. That's different, though. He's calling Bob was working 24/7. We found that out.
So if Joe's a pain in the ass to Bob Myers, you think he's like, hands off Steve Kerr? Listen, I don't know what the answer is. I think, again, if I had to bet, I'd bet they both, he and Clay, get extended before the start of the season. And, here's the other thing. And I know this is going to sound callous, but it's the truth. Give Clay 3 more years, extend Steve Kerr 3 more years, and then if the thing stops working, fire Kerr. I mean, you can fire him if things fall apart this year and you're like, you know what, this is untenable anymore. You can fire him and go young, or try to. There's a long way to go before that, obviously, but that's one thing you can do. I don't know how Warrior fans feel about like the extension to Draymond Green, and whether that, like, to me, that doesn't ensure he's going to be here for the length of the contract.
But it ensured that they're going to try.
This year.
Okay. It's your birthday. I won't fight you on that. But I want to say this year, next year for sure.
See, I think if they don't do, I mean, I know it's easy to say, they're going to be good. They're going to be good.
That's how I feel.
Well, if they're not, what if they get hurt again?
But that's
what, are you going to bring it back again?
But isn't that across the board? No, everybody's situation is different. Guys are younger, but still,
38.
That's worst case scenario.
Your starting backcourt is 38 and 36 years old.
Oh, man.
Your starting small forward is 33, and your starting power forward is 33.
That's the oldest team in the league.
No doubt.
And Chris Paul didn't help that.
Exactly, and I'm saying Chris Paul's a starter for this for the sake of this argument.
Oh, man.
But, yeah, I mean, I think I understand the argument injuries can happen to any team, but I think we've got to acknowledge that the Warriors probably are going to miss some games this year because of load management. And
Well, they're cracking down on that, but
Yeah.
you're right. And
Well, they don't have any star players anymore that fit the bill.
I'm gonna give you one.
Klay Thompson does not fit in. I think they define a star as somebody who's made the All-Star team in any of the last 2 seasons. So that's not 3 seasons. So that's not Klay. So
that's Wiggins. Wiggins has made it.
No, God, that's right.
Yeah, Wiggins got some PTO.
So you won't be able to load manage
Right.
him as much.
Oh,
Wiggins
no, we
was a
don't
starter
have any
too,
shoes.
so he's a superstar, right?
Wow.
No, he's not. He's not a superstar. The Golden State Warriors have one superstar. One.
Chris Paul.
I was gonna say my favorite.
They got one surefire Hall of Famer right now.
Quinones. That's my guy.
What is it you like about him?
No, that he's been in the gym like Fred Astaire.
You don't know that?
Gregory
You
Hine.
don't know this.
I watched
You
this
don't know
game.
this.
It's reminiscent of Jordan Poole.
Who?
I still got hope. Quinones. His offensive, he'll never be empowered like he was in Summer League. You watch that guy. I was up close, Lil D, Spadoni, Benny, on the road watching. Steiny, we could go to the YMCA and watch nobodies, but we could be like, ooh, that boy is playing that basketball like a fiddle. Like, you know to recognize somebody's, what are you laughing at? You know what it looks like. Quinones has it. He'll never be empowered to go out there and just be Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf, but if that ever presented itself, watch out. Your boy can create his own shot. You're going to go, what's that? I've always loved a dude that could create his own shot.
I know that.
Quinones got some talent, man. And I saw this from Jordan Poole early after he came back from Santa Cruz. But I'm excited, man.
You're excited about Lester Quinones. I don't believe you.
No, the whole team. I'm excited about this year.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's excited about Quinones. Come on. Chris Paul will be gone by mid-season. Even if he's willing to go to the bench, he won't fit with this team. Oh, Greg in San Francisco.
Ah, man.
Long time no talk. That's a possibility.
But that means you got off to another bad. There's some real stuff going on and festering.
So when we talk about future Hall of Famers for the Warriors, we got Chris Paul, Draymond, Klay, Steph, and would you put Quinones in there?
No.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure.
This dude smoking on his birthday.
Well, you spoke very highly of him. Going to Springfield. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and it's been a fun day. We've talked a lot of Warriors. Also pass along some 49er news on the other side as they head into their game against Arizona. And Damian Lillard, could he be on the move? Tell you that, too, on the other side on 95.7 The Game, and it's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. Segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra...
I love listening to you guys. Are like the radio version of the Odd Couple.
Oh,
thank you.
I'm Felix.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Play the one where the guy says we're the best. That fire, I like that one.
I tell you what, every once in a while,
I never knew you had a fake
YouTube.
laugh.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of fake
Oh,
laughs.
I know Tim's
the YouTube chat from Charles. Charles is funny. He gets us. He knows our humor. He says, Guru wants to give Quinones a blank check.
Oh, please.
I made it up.
Wow. Dude, I just recognize talent, man.
Yeah.
You had a good birthday so far? Come on, you talked to my dude.
Probably be a little bit better in about 2 hours.
Rod Carew.
Hey, he's one of my favorites.
Myers.
Where's Reggie Jackson? Get me Reggie.
You never said he was on your list.
How about Larry Bird? Somebody get me Bird? Tell Bird to give me a happy birthday.
I tried to reach out to Mark Jackson. I couldn't get him.
Oh my God. That would have been
That
would have been Aukies.
Yeah.
Would have been Aukies. By the way, did you see Travis Kelce's jersey? Did you hear about this?
No. I'm just sick of him and her.
They just began dating.
And we're acting like they're the royal couple. I don't know why I'm jealous.
Travis Kelce's jersey sales are up 400%.
There's no
since he
way.
started dating Taylor Swift.
Are we sure that they're actually dating?
We are sheep.
Since they were linked, how about that?
So why
they weren't even holding
buy
hands
it?
walking
Huh?
out of the stadium. I mean, jeez.
So you go get a Kelsey jersey because he's dating?
No, girls or women probably get Kelce jerseys now that they know Taylor Swift might have a boyfriend.
We are just starstruck.
And by we, you mean you.
Oh, Kim K. But other than that, I mean, come on, Steiny. 400%. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I brought this up organically to you Friday.
Okay.
And then it took off on all the shows Sunday and then after the shows, and now I'm just sick of it.
What?
The whole story with Kelsey and her.
It just started.
They ain't Jay-Z and Beyonce.
No, give him some credit.
Yeah, I am.
I'm just saying, 400% more. So she's got action.
I give it until the bye.
When is the bye?
I don't know. Not very long away, though.
Oh, you mean to give the relationship?
Yeah, I'm with
Yeah, until the
Evan.
bye week.
Oh, I got you.
Because the sisters like Kelsey too, Snotty. You go. I'm just saying. We'll see how faithful he is.
Yeah,
both
sure.
of them.
Yeah, well.
Because who did she date before?
I have no idea, Google.
See, I like that stuff. I'm going to Google.
Well, but
it's called pop culture.
2 minutes ago, you just said,
No,
why is everybody so starstruck? And you just said, I love
No,
this
they
stuff.
were too focused. Every
No.
show I'm watching is leading off with that. Like, give me a dose of it.
Week 10, by the way, November 12th. Lock it up.
Dude, he walked
They'll
out of
break
the
up with her
locker room
just in
with
time.
her. I didn't, yeah.
What here we go. What didn't you like about that?
That they become the first couple. Too fast.
Jealous?
There.
Much?
No. Come on, you know I ain't jealous. I ain't got a jealous bone in my body.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Just let
it, hey, Evan, just let it breathe a little bit. Everybody's like the 400%. That just, I believe it, but that's too much. You know what? I don't even know what I'm saying.
I know. You're
it's bothering me.
Nah,
about,
you're
I
just,
I'm
you don't
sick
really
of
even know
them.
how you feel
No,
about
I
it.
am
You're just
sick.
trying.
No, I
to
like both of them. I'm
You don't
just
have
sick
to-
of the coverage.
You don't have to have
That's
a
it.
point of view. You can make one up. I don't think
don't
y'all
have a
appreciate
strong
how
opinion.
crazy Swift. No, I do. Swifty's a big
Your
boy.
boy Lim Guru leaving 95.7 for TMZ.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Hey, I watched 3 documentaries last night.
It's your birthday.
I
Which
binge
one?
watched.
Okay.
By the way, I saw the Eagles game.
You see the Steelers game?
I stayed up till like 1 last night. Back to the
That's
9.
normal for your boy.
Not for me.
What time you in the bed?
9, usually. I like to be in bed at 9.
I want to say I feel bad for you.
Why? I like to get about 11 hours of sleep a night.
And you're still cranky
No,
on
I'm not.
most days
No.
or mornings.
Hey, it's my birthday.
It's usually
Stop
right.
it. I saw a documentary on Creedence Clearwater Revival. Have you
Please
ever heard
share.
of them?
No.
They're an American band from the 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, John Fogerty from El Cerrito, California.
El Cerrito.
Evan, did you watch this one too?
No.
Okay. But the fact he knows who it is.
You could make a case that Creedence Clearwater Revival is the greatest American band of all time.
Why aren't they more known?
Because they were around 45 years ago. And people have short attention spans. But they had a number of hits, and they were second only to the Beatles. Late 60s for albums.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why were they worthy of a doc? I'm being real.
Man.
The Beatles, I get.
Because they were probably the best American band in the late 60s. You've heard a lot of their songs. Proud Mary.
Now, if I heard it, I would know it. Titles, I'm damn near forgetting names.
How about Born on the Bayou?
No. Sitting by the dock of the bay.
That's not them.
I think you know Proud Mary from probably Tina Turner's version
exactly.
of it, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Private dancer for money. Tina.
It's my birthday, don't.
Right. I felt that.
And then I saw another one on a documentary on. This was incredible
what are you
too.
Doing? You're turning into Pee Wee Herman.
Bruiser Brody. I saw a documentary on Bruiser Brody, an old-time wrestler who was killed in Puerto Rico before a match. Fascinating.
Did you get the guy gal that did it?
The guy got off. He claimed self-defense.
And what? What did the doc kind of, sometimes the doc...
Yeah, it wasn't. There's something nefarious was going on. He was killed.
Right.
Bruiser Brody was killed.
We don't know why, though, huh?
They kind of got into it a little bit. There was some shady stuff.
Throwing matches?
No.
I'm just wondering, man, that's heavy.
Promoting. Had to do with promoting and who's getting the money and stuff like that. Anyway, Matt Steinmetz, Dal Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Steve Kerr talked to the media yesterday, and both of them were interesting, I thought. Here, let me play you the sound from Mike Dunleavy on the Chris Paul trade, and you tell me what you think after I ask you the question after this.
I think it first came up when the news came out that Phoenix was not going to bring Chris back. They were going to either buy him out or pick up, however they were going to trade him or whatever it was, and that probably came out in early June, and from there we just all of a sudden the guy's going to be available. I think we initially thought of it as, can we get him on a minimum contract in free agency if he's waived? And then it just kept building from there. And we identified him as a guy we thought could help our team. And the reason that was with just his experience, his leadership. We struggled last year and in years past with taking care of the ball. We struggled sometimes at end of games with decision making. So we felt like, Chris is a little bit older, but he fits with our group and he can help us in some areas that we're deficient in.
All right. What'd you hear there?
Honestly, he really believes Chris was an asset or is an asset.
Let me run something by you guys.
Talk to us.
Just throwing it out there for conversation's sake. That's what we do here. So the Warriors, we've had a lot of talks about, you got to do whatever Steph wants. Steph, he's got input. Steph's got say-so. Steph's got this. The big three have that. But I was thinking about this. So it seems apparent that Dunleavy made the trade with Joe Lacob, and he didn't really ask the big three. I don't think he asked the big three. I think he just kind of did it and said, we'll figure it out after, but let's get him in here and let's get Jordan out of here to absolutely, positively get under that second apron next year and do all the stuff we got to do. Okay, so that's what happened there. Then Dwight Howard works out for the Warriors. And if you want to believe it, believe it. If you don't, don't. But Jason Dumas had a report that the Warrior veterans had signed off on Dwight Howard.
Man, I read it.
And they didn't sign him. So I think we're all fooling ourselves thinking that Steph Curry runs this franchise along with Clay and Draymond, because there's been a few examples now of they don't get what they want all the time.
Do you believe that?
Yes. Yes. I've believed that for a while, and you and I have gone back and forth on it for a while. I believe Steph Curry's got say-so, but I don't. It's Joe Lacob's
and I'm going to keep
baby.
it real, like I always do with you, from 10 to 2. Steiny, is trending that way. Because there is no way, and I'm not trying to be negative, damn it. I'm positive on this season in the Warriors, especially after the debacle on and off the court there was last year. There would not be 6 starters being said to the universe by the head coach if this was cohesive. If this was Michael Jackson, smooth criminal. If this was just, hey, our guys think that he can be an asset, everything would be smooth sailing. And right now it feels like there's a rat on the table. And for you to say that, and Kendra Andrews have basically the opposite report of Jason, that had me scratching my head as to what's going on. So the bigger picture has me thinking they're not listening to the vets. They're doing as the boss says, Steiny. And I'm just saying, hoping I'm wrong, that has the ingredients for a bad meal. Blow up city on line 2 is something don't go right. It's something as simple as, hey, Chris, we need you to come off the bench.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because stylistically, miss me. Hubie Brown couldn't sell me on this being a fit. The Warriors like to get out and run. Draymond leading the break. You telling me now if Chris Paul starts, Draymond's just going to run down court and not do that or do less of that? I'm just asking. But for you to say that, if you're right, wow. Because you coaching would have already been fixed and rectified. It wouldn't even been an issue. Hey, Chris, you coming off the bench? You think you're coming off? You coaching? That's what that meant. You don't know. Hey, who told you that? Oh.
This is why the Warriors didn't sign Dwight Howard, or Mike Dunleavy was asked about Dwight Howard. Here's what Dunleavy said.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say in general, like we brought maybe 40 or 50 guys in this summer to get a further look at, knowing agents and people around the league know we've got 2 roster spots open. So there's a desire to come in and meet with us and play with our guys. And we've looked at a lot of different players, and some of them we'll bring into camp. But player you mentioned is just one of many that we brought in and evaluated. And, I think right now you'll know more about who we're inviting to camp in a couple days. But overall, we feel good about what we've done this summer, and we'll keep our options open in terms of who we need to add.
Well, sorry. They didn't add him. They flirted with him.
I don't even know if they did.
That's what you said from the beginning. He was going to work out, and he may have. What Jason Dumas reported. Okay, let me take a step back.
Oh.
When Jason reported that the veterans had signed off, I'm thinking, what number is he wearing? Because normally that's how it happens, right? When the vets sign off, it gets done. This one didn't happen.
I guess in some organizations that's the case. I don't.
And maybe Dre was barking back at Jason because it wasn't happening and they signed off.
He made it sound like and Jason could be right.
It was a good deal.
Jason could be right. Mike Dunleavy could have said to the big 3, hey, we're thinking about Dwight Howard. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. And then they go back and say, you know what? We don't want him. That's very possible. But the veterans would have signed off on him or did. Yeah.
The timing of that could also be interesting because if Dwight Howard is coming in, it made it sound like from the report and what Draymond responded with that they signed off before they brought him in for the workout. But it doesn't necessarily sound like they got the heads up about Chris Paul. Right. So obviously one decision is far more important than the other. But
no, I think you're onto something there. D's in Walnut Creek.
The Creek.
What's going on, D? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for you guys having me on. Hey, look, I look at the Warriors and the way Joe Lacob is going to think. I look at it like you got a shiny, brand new truck and it's hauling you and your boat around all over different waters, and you finally land a big fishes, and then after 10 years, your truck probably starts to go wrong. And all of a sudden, it's not pulling its weight. So you go around to dealers and looking for a new model that's going to pull you and your stuff around for the next 10 years hunting those big fish. And as far as Dwight's concerned, he might have not liked the terms and didn't sign. So there you go.
Oh,
Dwight would have took minimum wage.
Yeah, Dwight
McDonald's
Howard saying, you know what?
to be a Warrior.
Class organizations only.
650 on the Comcast business text line. Text of the day on your birthday. You GM? You GMing? I messed it up to front. Damn it.
It's all right.
Yeah.
You coaching?
That was incredible. And it's not dead. If you've been around and lived a little, that soundbite tells you everything you really need to know. Don't put me in. I got a record of starting games. Who told you that's coming to a head?
I wonder if...
Gosh. Dude, we got 4 weeks to open tonight. I cannot wait to see if Chris Paul's going to start.
When's the first preseason game? Who's starting that one?
Quinones.
Who's starting that one?
Pajinski. Oh, boy.
Saturday, October 7th.
Oh, wow.
That's next week.
That's next Saturday.
Oh,
Who do they
boy.
play?
The Lakers.
Oh, my.
And then they don't play them until the
Wow.
new year. We're carrying that game, I believe, on the station, Evan, right?
Somebody,
Yeah, they play the Lakers twice in preseason and then the Kings twice in preseason.
Sacramento. We need to get to more games together. We did a whole season and a half.
Somebody's saying that, you know how you were gung-ho or you...
Oh, boy. That wasn't that funny, but go ahead.
Well,
you snickered.
Well, you were talking, and I haven't checked the numbers, so maybe this guy's wrong. But somebody's claiming that, you were saying, oh, why'd we lose to the Lakers because of rebounding? And
yeah.
Somebody's saying we out-rebounded the Lakers in that series. And I say we because I'm a Warrior fan.
No, you lost the game due to size. You had nobody to stop Anthony Davis' second chance points. It wasn't about rebound. It was about, to be honest, and put it right on the table. I told you from the beginning, Clay, nobody could hit a shot. So you were like, oh, it ain't Curry's fault. I'm not saying it was.
Of course not. Of course not.
He was 30% from 30-something%, and so was Clay.
Don't bring that to the air.
They had no...
This is propaganda radio.
I'm telling you what happened. They had no bucket getters because Wiggins didn't have his groove back yet.
They dominated the Lakers inside, didn't they, on the glass?
Game one when Poole messed it up and shot the shot.
I think the Warriors just out-rebounded them in the series.
They actually did. Yeah, I think they're plus 24 in the series.
Plus 24 in the series?
Yeah, their shooting was raggedy.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
Kevon
size
Looney
wasn't a problem at all against the Lakers. We beat them on the boards.
And you stopped LeBron too, right? And you stop Anthony Davis.
Davis you had trouble with.
Rebounds ain't telling you. Size matters. Fitz, line one. Speaking of Fitz, it's almost time.
So the Warriors...
Be better at your job.
So if the Warriors out-rebounded the Lakers... Clearly, they played great defense against the Lakers.
They probably out-rebounded them because they missed more shots. How about that?
But boy,
Size matters.
what a great defensive team dominating the Lakers on the glass.
4-2, you saw it.
What's that?
4-2, you saw it.
4-2.
That was a series. Lakers beat them in 6?
Yeah, they did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Wow, next Saturday, October 7th.
Action!
Can you just answer so I don't have to call? The 408 says on the Comcast business text line. Is it really an ego thing about the starting lineup? If so, what's stopping the Warriors from announcing the 5 starters plus the 6th man in introduction?
I'll let you answer that. You or Evan. We're all flummoxed. We know what it is.
So they're going to go... Starting at guard, number 30, in his 23rd season from Davidson, Steph Curry.
He would be last.
And playing off the bench tonight as our 6th man from Wake Forest University, Chris Paul.
No, that's not how a 6th man don't get announced.
I'm just saying.
This is going to be great, man, this season.
I think it's fair to say Chris Paul would prefer to start.
You think?
Yes.
Yes, I back
would.
you.
Goo, let's get a big.
You just let one go.
Who cares who starts? We rotate players in it. We need a big guy.
Just to go foul Jokic.
Yeah, they got a guy like that.
You had one. Dwight would have, last time he got his ring.
Price Davis.
Well,
Davis Price.
I like him. Jackson.
Like, he can foul. He's a rookie. He can foul.
Yeah.
Saric, 6'10". Saric is 6'10". Yep. See, the Warriors have no use for unskilled big men. That's why Howard will always have trouble playing here.
Well,
because he's not a very good passer.
With the veterans by Jason Dumas' report.
Oh, I absolutely
They signed off on him.
I disagree with the veterans and have many times. Many times.
We'll see next Monday.
Many times. They were wrong. How many times do the veterans have to be wrong before we realize, you know what? Lacob's right. They shouldn't run a team. They stink as GMs. Avery Bradley over Gary Payton II.
Yeah.
The stereo guy.
That's great stuff.
So maybe we found the one thing Steph can't do. He can't run an organization.
We'll find out, man.
What do you mean?
When we see him Monday.
You know what? I have a feeling he's not going to do it this year.
You could. Yeah. It's almost like I kind of feel where you're at.
Good afternoon and happy birthday to Steiny. Thank you very much. Let's be real about it, Goo. The Warriors lost to the Lakers because they were gassed.
I'm not buying that. Did you see LeBron bent over? He was gassed, too. They just had nobody to take advantage of it.
Do you just...
LeBron was gassed, too.
Okay,
lay off.
Hold on. If
Man,
LeBron is gassed, it still has nothing to do with the Warriors being gassed. Were the Warriors gassed or not?
Yeah, you would throw the ball to whoever LeBron was guarding, and that person would make him pay.
4-2.
Well,
you can't do that.
And Poole was missing. He was
4-2.
He was a head case.
Well, you're killing me.
No, you're killing yourself.
Nah, you're killing me.
Happy birthday.
Hey, Steiny, better performance from a Reading, PA native this year. Was it Taylor Swift at Levi Stadium or Lonnie Walker in Game 6 of the Western Conference semis?
What if I told you neither?
Wow.
What if I told you don't sleep on Chad Henne, who came in for a series when Patrick Mahomes got hurt in the playoffs last year?
Candle stays lit.
Yee! We stay ready in Reading.
That wasn't bigger than
can't spell.
That wasn't bigger than Walker.
You can't spell ready without Reading.
I'm gonna get it.
Without the Y. The point is, we stay ready. And you and everybody could stand to learn from it. The Golden State Warriors got eliminated last year by a guy who just stayed ready. That's all we can do.
He was a part of a team.
Yep.
He had a great individual moment.
That won him a game.
And Gary Payton II was on the bench.
I know. They had Steph on him.
Like, that's the only thing I ever second-guessed Kerr. Like, dude, you know he's called the glove, too.
Well, he can't. Payton was compromised in that series. Seriously, he was. He couldn't have guarded him. Who did try to guard him?
I got it on my DVR. I got that elimination.
Don't answer that because that'll be a negative. Then we'll think negatively that somebody didn't guard Lonnie Walker well. We can't do that.
Somebody saying happy 70th. It's not your 70th. That's what happens when we guys get our age.
Dubs would have beaten LA if Wiggins had played all season.
Man, that is not getting enough run.
So right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors have their first preseason game next Saturday against the Los Angeles Lakers. And they head into this season a little bit older than last year, but do you expect them to be better? Do you expect the Golden State Warriors to be better this year than last year when they won 44 games? Is this team going to be more cohesive than last year's team? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
We stay ready in Reading.
That wasn't bigger
You
than
can't spell.
That wasn't bigger than
you
Walker.
can't spell ready without Reading.
I'm gonna get it.
Without the Y.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. 12:33 on a Tuesday afternoon.
Dude, you got that down.
The conversation's going to switch to the Niners a little bit in a few minutes because I want to talk a little bit, and you do too, about the Eagles last night. Matched the 49ers at 3-0.
They're physical,
pretty
Steiny.
good. Olivia Newton-John.
So much so they knocked out Purdy in the last time they hooked up.
Let's go to Adam in San Jose. Wants to talk about the Warriors and Steph Curry, and then we'll get into it. What's up, Adam? How are you, man?
I'm doing really good. Thanks for having me on the phone, guys. You
Sure.
guys cracked me up. Big fan.
Thank you.
So I just want to talk about the one thing that Steph Curry, I think, doesn't do very well. He's one of my favorite athletes of all time. But if you guys tried his bourbon yet, it is really bad. So if you get an opportunity, you should try it. But it is not good for someone who I would think will be able to make a good bourbon.
Oh, no.
I'm going to try something tonight for your birthday, Steiny.
Adam,
I might buy you a bottle.
Get out of here on a positive note, though. Give me something Steph does well.
He's a great humanitarian.
There you go.
That's
you,
what
Adam.
we're
He's
talking
great for
about.
our community.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Did I tell you the story about what he did for the Oakland Tech girls? They were at the shoe store.
Yeah.
I know I did. I just wanted to say it again. But, dude, that dude's phenomenal.
Let me guess he bought him shoes.
Yeah.
Good.
His own shoes. Curry's.
Shaq does that every day.
Why do you got to...
Did Shaq donate, along with his spouse, $50 million to the Eat, along with Learn and Play Foundation?
That's
over
their
the next year?
My
foundation.
boy, Evan. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So Shaq didn't do that because Stephen Curry does
Well,
that.
but Shaq's got his own foundation that's called something different.
And we didn't donate to the Oakland Unified School District.
Talk to him, Evan.
No, you guys don't get it.
Oh, Evan.
Eat, play, and drink is...
Eat, learn, play.
Okay. Eat,
That was so
eat,
phenomenal.
learn, and sleep. Okay, let me tell you something about that.
It's great.
That's Curry's foundation. So he puts a lot of money into it. Shaq's probably got another foundation.
And we're not saying he doesn't.
Shaq-shation or
but
something.
we're here in the Bay. We care about the Bay Area and the kids and the school districts.
Right, often at the expense of what's going on outside our bubble, quite frankly.
It's a lot.
Shaq's busy DJing.
No, dude, you gotta.
He was actually really good.
Really?
Yeah, he was incredible at Outside Lands. That place jumping. He actually brought Gary Payton II up to the stage with him.
You gotta invite me. I'd be an old head.
Can I ask a serious question? So I saw this on social media.
DJ Diesel. Never
And I see it on the Comcast business text line. So Steph's in Egypt right now or Dubai?
Dubai, yeah.
What's he doing? Anybody know? Is it
Staying
vacation?
in shape.
Vacation?
I'm sure.
It's
Right
on the Lonnie
before
Walker
letting out some
program.
steam.
Who goes to Dubai for a vacation?
People who can.
Come on, Steiny. Remember I told you that's where
you
the
can't
streets
go.
were going to Dubai? We tried to
You
figure
know
out
about
that
Dubai.
city. Everybody on Facebook or the street, doing their thing, they go to Dubai. I'm like, where?
Nobody
it's just
goes
a
to Dubai.
beautiful city. It looks
It's
like it's not real.
22-hour flight.
Well, I got some people that have went.
Who?
I
49
ain't dropped
Frankie?
it. Nah, that ain't his
Relaford?
Almost, but nah. My flashy friends, the ones that got the Benjamins, they're about that life. They go out there, have a good time. Dude, the scenery is incredible. Like a picture is worth 1,000 words. That is the truest thing I've ever heard.
You would get into so much trouble in Dubai. There's some rules there. You do know that, don't you?
Give me one.
You can't drink
That's not true.
in certain places.
In Atlanta, you can't drink on Sundays. That messed
What?
me up. Yeah, Sundays you can't drink. Check. You can fact check that. Take that to the bank. What are you talking about?
1965. That law has been changed. The
This is
blue
real.
laws are repealed.
No, I'm talking. I went. Remember, I told you from my corporation. I went.
That
You
was-
got to buy the
how long
beer
ago was
or
that?
whatever. Like 5 years ago for you.
They changed it.
Unless it's the blood of Christ.
They changed it.
Whoa, you guys.
They changed
Are you sure about that?
What?
You can't drink. Because the people that I know that went were drinking.
You got to be in a special.
Drinking
You
and
got to have a
smoking.
special bracelet.
Okay, well,
I don't think it's like Chick-fil-A. Like, they shut down on Sundays. I don't think
There's
you
something-
can't not drink.
There's something about Dubai.
but you can
where
drink.
You better be careful, I think.
Well,
is
no,
all
that's
I'm
for
saying.
sure. And respectful.
Dubai lets you drink. It's a tourist city.
Yeah,
Steiny.
my gangster. You don't know I have them, but my gangster friends have gone there a few times, Donnie.
Well, okay.
You now you want to go? Curry's there?
No, I don't want to go.
Dude, the
I'm
scenery
not
is
like you.
incredible.
I don't fawn over professional athletes. They're just people like us.
Thank God it's your birthday. My point is scenery. It's not about Steph being there. I didn't say go to see him. You want to get out your bubble, I can tell. Well, you just came back from Italy.
408. Thank you. It's a Muslim country. They do have a lot of rules.
We got a lot of rules here.
Not really.
They get broken.
What's the one where you can't spit? Someplace you can't spit.
Yeah.
Somebody got...
Ernie Chavez says no loud music out there.
See, Ernie knows.
How would he?
Because Ernie's a student.
Nah, he is, Mark.
Ernie's absolutely a student.
San Antonio, illegal to spit.
I don't, yeah.
Where? San Antonio?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Before we get into the Niners, because I want to get into some Niners.
Man,
along
we
with
got
the,
it too, Steiny.
Philadelphia Eagles, but go ahead, Goo.
No, Steiny, I just want to tell you about my SodaWeightLoss.com journey, and it's been a game changer for me. So much so, I'm down 24 pounds, and I'm still going. Yes, how? From the convenience of my own living room, and they provide me with my own personal nutritionist. We have become best friends. Hello, Becca, which has me losing weight rapidly. No appetite suppressants, just a discipline to stop the fast food, the late night snacking. And the best part of my journey is I have friends and family asking me, Goo, how are you doing it? And the first thing out of my mouth is SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com. Find the profile and program that'll work best for you, and you'll start your own journey, and you'll be having friends and family asking you, how are you getting the weight off? And right now, I can't think of a better vessel. I've tried everything under the sun, but right now, SodaWeightLoss.com has your boy down 24 pounds, and I'm still thriving. So go to SotaWeightLoss.com.
Appreciate that, Goo. Singapore apparently can't spit. Somebody's saying
No
here.
danger's there, though.
Somebody say you can't drink in some. The Philippines, you're not allowed to chew gum.
Now, come on.
Who knows what's real and what's not on the Comcast business text line. You watch the Eagles last night? 25-11 over the Buccaneers. They stink. I told you.
No,
I told
they
you.
put up a fight, Stein.
No, they didn't.
And they're 2-1.
They stink. Come on, Goo.
No, the Eagles are just good. Jalen Hurts is not off to his best start.
2 interceptions.
But let me tell you what he's doing.
Oh.
He's quarterbacking a team that's 3-0. They lost their offensive coordinator last year, Philly. But Steiny, you know how we watch the games. Evan and I were both our lips on the ground. This team has an offensive line, maybe the best in the game, and a defensive line. Now they got Swift running the ball. They held the ball in the fourth quarter when it still was kind of a game for 9 minutes. They beat the San Francisco 49ers, and I kind of took them off because Dallas was doing this and that against frauds. But the Philadelphia Eagles, my friend, are still a player, and they are the winner of the National Football Conference from last year. So this is going to be hard when you talk about the Niners. I'm not saying easy street. The Cardinals are going to present their own problems. But at the end of the day, I cannot echo to the 49er fans here in the Bay Area and you on your birthday how imperative it is for the Niners to have home field advantage. I know I'm fast forwarding. I'm not trying to do it, but the Eagles got weaponry. They added Swift, and I believe your boy on a good day, Jalen Hurts, can get it done, Steiny. They're a problem. And that beast that you heard Bonte and I talking about from Georgia, Carter, the rookie, he was a beast last night. And Fletcher Cox, they're still there. So I didn't do it on purpose. Start sipping the Dallas Kool-Aid. Philly didn't do this or that. But, Stoney, they're a problem. And I hope you could I'll let you slam dunk on me right now, and I won't even put up my hands.
Well, what are lips on the ground? What did that mean?
Like in awe. I meant to say jaw.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like your mouth being agape.
My man. But I didn't write them off. Philly's still a problem. Jalen Hurts still low, okay. Brock Purdy playing better than them, that's for damn sure.
Oh, God.
But they're both 3-0.
How about the way the Philly runs the ball, though?
And what do the Niners like to do? Run it. But, man,
who's got the better front? Who's got the better D-line and O-line?
O-line, Philly. Evan, you can chime in. Stoney, it's O-line for sure. I don't even think that's a question. D-line, got some puppies up there for Philly, but they had 9 sacks, I believe, 7 or 9 sacks.
Hey, did you see? Where were we? Oh, we were watching that game. The Montana. Yesterday was the anniversary of Montana throwing 4 touchdowns.
And how far was the pass, partner?
30 yards.
That qualifies. You were at that game at the vet.
You're right.
Montana brought him back.
I was at that game. It was unbelievable how good he was that game. But Brandon Ayuk practiced yesterday.
Oh, it's big.
Deebo did not. He's got to sit. You got to sit him 4 games.
I just can't believe you said that.
What? He didn't practice yesterday.
I mean, he had a physical game, this last one against the New York Football Giants. Came off, limped off. That's what he does, but he's always there. But does it say what his ailment is?
I got to believe it's what was it?
Lower extremity. Yeah.
It's probably a combination of things with Deebo Samuel. He takes a beating. He takes an absolute beating.
So you ready to say right now through 3 weeks, Donnie, and I'm asking you, Niners the best team?
They look like it. They look like the best team.
But Philly was the best team last year.
Which means nothing to me at this point. That's where I disagree with you. Like, I don't believe the Niners have beaten the Cowboys 2 times in a row.
No doubt. Ended the season.
That doesn't mean that the Cowboys can't beat them in the postseason. Does not mean that. I mean,
I just don't think Dallas is physical enough. Philly is. And they proved it just last year, even though we know, extenuating circumstances with Brock Purdy getting hurt, Steiny, and he got hurt because they hit him. But Philly is as physical as the Niners. I don't get off saying that. Dallas doesn't have that physicality.
888-957-9570. Guru and Steinmetz with you on a Tuesday. Does Philly or any team scare you if you're the San Francisco 49ers or if you're a 49er fan? Anybody watch that game last night and say, you know what, this is going to be a hell of a game in Week 13?
Man, me.
It looks like
a collision course.
Well, it looks like they're 2 of the better teams, obviously, in the NFC. That's not hard to say. But I think the 49ers have looked like the best team in football. I think we can all agree on that.
I'm with you. And the way that they run their offense on top of that adds to why I think they're the best team. They know who they are and what they're trying to do.
Question for Guru.
Give it to me.
Who loses first, the Eagles or the Niners? Now, we break out the schedules?
Yeah, I love it, and I was just going to it. Give it to me, Stoney.
Hold on.
You're faster on the internet than I am.
Okay, the Philadelphia Eagles play.
All right, this is Week 4.
They play the Commanders at home.
That's a win. Niners got Arizona.
And the Eagles go to the Rams.
That's going to be sneaky tough, but they'll win that. Niners will have Dallas without Trayvon Diggs.
Who wins that game?
Niners. Dallas needs it, but I just think the Niners are going to win it. All right, give me Week 6.
Eagles at Jets.
Go here.
Well, who do the Niners have Week 6?
You got the schedule up.
I just have the Eagles.
Okay. They are at Cleveland.
That's a sneaky tough game.
Oh,
but Niners win that.
Okay,
because now they're gonna. So we're talking about undefeated.
Yeah, we're both 6-0 now.
Here we go.
Dolphins at Philly.
Dolphins win that one.
All right,
Dolphins on a mission.
And then the Eagles.
The 49ers are at home against Cincinnati.
Oh, right.
I just don't like the stench that's coming from Cincinnati. That win wasn't worth what you're risking. So they're not beating. They're not beating Frisco.
Did you hear Joe Burrow? What?
Go ahead.
Oh, my God. Is this guy money or is this guy money? You know what? When I heard this quote.
I stopped walking in my kitchen.
When I heard this quote, honest to goodness, I was saying, he's sticking it to Guru. He knows Guru's philosophy, and he's putting it out there
but
that Guru doesn't know what goes through the mind of a pro athlete.
Tell us what he said.
You would have kept him out of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't play. He's got a hangnail. Keep him out for 3 weeks.
More serious than a hangnail.
Burrow said it was more dangerous not to play, to fall to 0-3, than get hurt again. Or something like that.
I said that's a captain, but Steiny, he's riding the wheels until they fall off.
1 and 2.
Okay.
You counted them. You said they were done.
What if you
when they were 0-2? You
my
counted
bigger
them.
point.
Evan liked to talk. He's holding up his hand.
I think you both have to take L's on this because Joe Burrow also debunked the theory with that quote saying that you can't fall to 0-3, that your season is in fact not over, which is what you said yesterday. If they did fall to 0-3.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Evan. That's
yesterday you said your season is not over if you fall to 0-3.
That's
well, then
correct.
Joe Burrow shouldn't have played last night.
He said you couldn't. It was if you went to 0-3 was a wrap.
No, it wasn't.
He said different, so he plays. So that debunks what you were saying yesterday about 0-3. Hey, you still got a chance.
Okay, this
your birthday.
This is the nuance that you guys don't understand. It's not like I'm telling Joe Burrow the right technique for a guy running the button hook.
He just wanted no parts of going 0-3.
Listen.
And they almost
the fact that
can't do it.
Do you understand the difference between me saying Burrow's like not a good quarterback and he throws behind receivers? That's ridiculous for me to say that.
I got you.
But for the other, for me to say you're not done at 0-3, Joe. And you know what, Joe? You don't know. You think you know, but you don't. So stick to what's on the field. Just, start it. Can we look to T. Higgins a little bit?
Well, he's hurt, Steiny. He's out. He can't. I don't believe he can push off on that foot, on that calf, or throw it like he put his foot in the ground.
Played too.
No, I'm talking about Burrow. You guys are going to, it's
so
all
T. Higgins
good.
Is okay.
T. Higgins dropped like 4 passes last night.
God, he wasn't his man. And watching both of the broadcasts, did you guys get this? I know you didn't.
I watched the Eagles game. I had a little trouble with the second game.
But it sounded like an Alabama championship game compared to when they switched over to Cincinnati. It was like church. Wake up! Or is that the sound? But it was the same company broadcasting the game. Anyway, you guys are going to I'm telling you, Cincinnati fans, Evan, you can disagree. If it were up to me, and I'm not by myself on this, you're sitting out at least 3 weeks because 4 weeks, when this thing goes and you're lost for the season, the Kevin Durant with Burrow, because I think there's just me, you're gonna say, damn it, we should have just sat him. He is
for how long?
I said 4 weeks at minimum.
Well, if they're 0-4, they're done.
Go get a backup quarterback. You should already have one. I don't know who he is. I don't understand.
I can't stand this.
That wasn't the Joe Burrow we know and love last night.
Was he better than the backup?
No doubt.
Okay. It's called competition.
So if he's out for the season, then you're going to say what? You know what? Close the door. All of us. 6 people involved. Yeah. Owner. Gee, could we have avoided this situation?
How?
Could we have maybe sat him down and let him heal before we ran him back out there?
He's healed.
He didn't look it last night. They got the dub.
Why do you continue to want professional athletes not to apply their craft? Why?
I'm in it for the long play.
Why?
Yeah, when you're talking
Joe
about a
Burrow
catastrophic
is an athlete.
injury, totally.
He is a quarterback.
Yeah, but when you talk
He's
about
a little
being
banged up. There's a difference between being hurt and injured.
But that calf, Donnie.
What about it?
Dak ain't been the same since he hurt his. That's a fact.
I thought you wrote Dak off like his second season.
I'm just telling you, physically, he has not been the same since he messed that calf up in the New England game, last play of the game in OT, where he threw a touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb. He ain't been the same.
Should Purdy play this weekend?
What's wrong with him?
He's coming off surgery, off-season surgery.
He's proven that. Come on.
Oh.
Your boy likes contact.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, how about we just sit him because it's
I
the
know what
Cardinals.
you're doing. You're saying I'm a scaredy cat.
You are.
Oh, no. You
You are.
Come on, man.
It might get hurt. And you've done it your whole career. You've done it with Curry.
What are you? No, you did that.
Can we put Steph in bubble wrap, please? Can we?
What are these voices?
I don't know. I don't know what
You're
that
getting
one
good
is.
at them, but it ain't
I don't know
me.
what that one is.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, Niners
Steiny.
just. I can't wait.
Wait, what's the thing you
For
can't
Sunday,
wait
I
for
can't
now?
wait to see if Arizona can put up a fight. I wrote them off, or we wrote them off for dead. Maybe they got something. Dobbs?
Uncle Looney agrees with you.
What'd he say?
Shouldn't have started the first 2 games. But keep in mind, Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat tries to stick it to me all the time. So I'm not sure if he really believes that or not. But that's what he said. Guru wrote off Dak. But he didn't write back.
This is Kevon Looney.
Hey, Kevon, how you doing, buddy?
We'll probably get him every time we go to the facility. I hope he knows it. Lou, keep the CP3, keep the streak alive.
Who would you want?
Steph. Because I want to ask Steph about
Clay. I want Clay.
I know you.
I want Thompson.
You got the Rolodex. Pull up power play. Hockey.
No Chris Paul?
Do you think
I don't. CP3 ain't ready. I don't believe. I want Draymond. We got to exercise.
He doesn't talk to you.
That's why
because you've been unfair to him.
Please, that's why I want to talk to him. God, I want to talk to Drake. Get us Dre, Steiny. Make something happen finally.
Again,
all these bookings I did for this show today. Got your rock. The boss got your rockaroo. Your mom.
Who's got me Bird? Bird calling in at 1:30.
Bird's in Dubai.
What I'm going to get at here is, give me Clay. Give me Clay.
All right, this is your wish list. Dre, we want Dre, Steiny. We had him before.
Number 1. Best interview we've ever done is with Iguodala, believe it or not. That was the best one.
Well, Jeff Garcia is our best one. That was in the New York Times.
Many people would say that's
Darryl
our
and
worst
Steiny.
one.
It was smut and mixed with anger, and it's what the world wanted. Dude, I sent it to my dad. Your son made it to the New York Times.
Or were you
to make it in the New York Times? I didn't care what my role was, just seeing my name. And there's your Steinmetz.
Yeah, Guru asked the hardest hitting question of the interview. Let's be honest.
He still thinks he's playing, Steiny. I
Jeff,
got a
you
game.
stepped in it.
We need to try to fix that and invite him back.
No,
seriously. I'm not mad at him.
I'm not mad at him, but he ain't coming on this show anymore.
Talk about Brock Purdy. Where's the
I'm not
Steiny,
mad at
where's
Jeff.
the growth? Especially if you're not mad. I'm not mad.
I'm not
we should
mad
try
either.
to reach out. Say, hey, remember a couple years ago?
No.
Pre-pandemic.
I don't want him on. Now, if you want to go get him
I'm asking
and you want to
why.
defy me.
No, but I'm
that's
asking
fine.
why.
Because he doesn't add anything. He's a Neanderthal.
No, I like his analysis, Donnie. I liked him when he was Whitner before Whitner on the pre and post game on NBC. I sound like I'm running out of breath.
It also sounds like have you made.
No, it's called life.
Have you made a promise to somebody, a bet with somebody, that you would not criticize anybody anymore in your radio career?
I just came in here and criticized
preposterous.
Lake Up.
No, you didn't.
Oh, my. You are just.
No
turning
shade.
in.
No shade.
I'm losing that. I don't like that term. You hung on to it. We need to retire it.
Well,
let it be what you think your ears heard. We don't got to say no shade.
Well, you say it all the time.
No,
See,
you haven't let it go.
You're afraid of repercussions, so it impacts what you say. Do you even remember who you were criticizing about Garcia? Yeah, Nina Kimes. Yeah. Mina Kimes.
Did somebody really ask you that? Yeah. Take that for data.
Hey, thanks for the birthday wishes at 707. I appreciate that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Should we have Jeff Garcia on
Dude, I'm
again?
serious. I think he would want to come on.
I think he wouldn't, because apparently his sister said he's never coming on our station ever again. And
where'd you
that's
get
your
that
fault.
intel?
She called the boss after that.
I can show you our last text exchange.
Gosh.
Oh, do you have her last text?
No
That was
way,
with Jeff
Evan.
Garcia, actually.
Now that
Jeff,
hurts me.
Guru's
Don't take it
apologize.
personal, man.
Why don't you apologize to him?
I
Why
didn't
don't
do
you
anything.
apologize to him?
Jeff.
You're the one who said you
We want
stepped
John,
in
baby.
it. 888-957-9570. It's Brock Purdy already better than Jeff Garcia ever was. It's all sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
Bye-bye.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium.
WBMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Steiny and Guru with you on a Tuesday at 1:03.
Look like Dibs was having some of your birthday cake.
It's great cake. Thank you to everybody who brought it in. Thanks to the listeners who've wished me a happy birthday today. I'm not afraid.
Myers,
I'm not afraid to tell you how old I am.
Now, what would make you go there?
What?
Like, who said you're afraid?
I'm just saying I'm not afraid to say how old I am.
You gonna say it?
No. I'm just not afraid.
Well, obviously you are.
So
I love the young people.
Thank you. Oh, no, we were talking about Jeff Garcia before, and Jeff Garcia, the infamous interview with us. If you remember, Mina Kimes of ESPN criticized Jimmy Garoppolo, and he went on a rant about when she ever been in the huddle, what does she know, this, that, and the other thing. And, the one thing that stuck with me was something, and I'll say it, Ray Ratto said.
Okay,
the
our
day
guy.
after. She doesn't have to be a quarterback of an NFL team to be knowledgeable about quarterbacking in the NFL.
Hello.
Her job is to talk to everybody who knows quarterbacking, the lineman, the coach. So just because she didn't play in the NFL doesn't mean that she's not way tapped in to what all the coaches and front office personnel and players think and say.
Yeah.
There it is.
That was January. Dude, I thought it was 2021. It was 2022 we got in that.
With Jeff?
Yeah. That's the first time and only time you've had my back where I had yours.
Alex in San Leandro. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Steiny, Guru, it's wonderful to talk to you. Thank you for getting me on.
Absolutely.
I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I want to tell you two quick stories. One, I met you when I was 16 at the Warriors draft party in 2007. This was after We Believe, and you were there with Barnett, and I got to ask you a question.
Hey, was that the Metreon?
It was at the Metreon. That is correct. Yeah, one of the restaurants there. I forgot which bar.
Yeah, I remember.
It was there. You were there with Barnett.
Yep.
Yep. And so it was a Q&A portion. I got to ask you about KG, and I said something rather like, "Oh, what are the chances I'm getting Kevin Garnett?" Which was proven later on, right, by Molly that they did have the deal done, but Cohen, being very Cohen, denied it. But yeah, so I got to ask you a question. I said, "Oh, something about KG." You have a very Steiny answer, just and I don't remember what you said, but it's very Steiny.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Dude,
Appreciate
you had
it.
an impact on that man's life.
Get off the phone when you're ahead. So
he gave you 4 Steinies.
Yeah,
and we gotta go to the phone lines. We got a special caller. What you got? What you got, Norm?
Hey, Steiny, happy birthday.
Norm, what's up? How are you?
Oh, doing fine, doing fine. I understand it's a big day today, huh?
Hey, Norm, when you get to be our age, they get less and less important, don't they?
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Hey, Pop. Hey, I've been bragging about your 2 bets real quick, if we could talk about it. The Niners to win the NFC that you wanted and to win the Super Bowl. I'm bragging. How you feeling about those 2 bets?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. This is the 3rd year I made that bet. 1 year I was almost there. Kansas City knocked me out on one day, but the last year we got hurt. But this year I got my fingers crossed, and I think we're going all the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Hey, Norm, all kidding aside, you raised a hell of a son, man. You really did. He's a good man.
Well, I really appreciate that there, and I hope he stays that way. Don't let him get too big-headed over there now.
No. He keeps me in line, too, Norm.
I appreciate that.
I'll see you soon, Pop.
All right. Stay healthy.
You guys keep doing a good job. We'll keep listening.
All right. Thank you, Norm. Appreciate it.
Norm. I mean, man, you had the heavyweights today.
Man.
Rod Carew.
Thank you, Norm. Appreciate that. Jeez, who else you got in the bag?
This was collective, the whole show.
Yeah, it's touching. It's touching. You don't usually get an emotional Steinmetz.
Right, I see.
Got a couple thug tears.
This the first day you go, Goo, the heat is extra hot. I was like,
I
no,
am
you're
sweating
embarrassed.
today.
You're just embarrassed.
Is that what happens?
I think so. That's what happens, Donnie. You're feeling different.
When Carew and Ibanez called, I was like sweating profusely. Oh, and my mom, too.
And you kept pointing at, oh, my boy's feeling it. But you're living. Your blood is working. Circulation.
Yeah. Thanks, Goo.
People say I've been in my bag today.
Yeah, you've been great.
I feel like I threw a party. Nahegan got Carew, though.
I'm 59. Cares.
There's no way you're 5'9".
59.
Steiny, are you being serious?
Yeah. It's
With a head full of hair like you're 39. I'm giving you love. No cracks.
Dude, come on,
Boy,
man.
you still do it. And you're golfing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You got a lot to be thankful for, bud.
There's only one reason I don't want to say my age, and it's because I know we have a lot of young listeners, and they're going to be like, Jesus.
So I feel for the 59. You're not 59.
Let me tell you something, 30-year-olds. I'm going to tell you something. 29-year-olds who are half my age. I know you think 59's old, but it's not that old. You still got life.
And it's coming fast, though.
Yeah, you got life, baby. Mm-hmm. Don't give up on life. Still live your life like a child. Look at me. I like to talk about sports.
Look at my guy.
Just like I did in 5th grade.
Wow.
Just like I did as a child. I'm still a child.
Now that's the key.
My man. Thank you. Okay, Goo, jump in here. I'm verklempt, as they say.
The Niners.
Okay.
Well, no, you know what? Put that back on the shelf. The Giants.
Okay. Bang, bang, Niner
Do you
gang.
really believe, and now you got me thinking, Stoney, they got that vote of confidence, but that might not be worth some toilet paper. I'm being serious. Could Farhan and Gabe be out of here? Like, dude, would that be blow your wig?
No, not anymore.
And I'm right with you. Why do you feel that way?
Because they've really faded. And there's also been too many whispers, and there's been too many. Did you hear what Logan Webb said last night after the game?
You read this to me, and I said, "Oh my gosh!"
Why don't I'll let Logan say it himself about hey, losing, and you say, what's going on with the team? Hey, Logan.
I'm tired of losing. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. Some big changes in here to really create that winning culture that we want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I think we're there. It's just we gotta. I don't know what it is, but I'm sick of losing.
Basically said, need big change.
So
we need to make big
big
changes to create a winning culture.
He's talking about upstairs and the manager.
We don't know. He
ain't talking about Bailey or Schmidt or Luciano or Matos. I mean, Steiny, I think that was a shot fired.
I think it was too, but I'm not convinced I know who it was at. Because he talked about...
Well, who's big enough for that to be a target of other than Gabe and Farhan?
I think he's talking about some players who he doesn't think were all invested this year. That's what I think.
Oh, the guys crying like the Woods about how they're being used?
Yeah.
Striplins.
Yeah, I'll get you the exact line that I thought was interesting. Neff's in Santa Clara. What's up, Neff? How you doing?
Hey, not much. I just got off work and I turned on the radio and I heard you talking about Steiny's age, and I just want to show you some love, Steiny. You're right. 59 is not that old. Personally speaking, I'm a 31-year-old, and I will say I agree with you, Steiny. Probably I'll say 92% of the time because I guess I'm just old, so I just agree with you more than I do with Guru. No offense, Guru. I got love for you too, but just want to give a shout out to Steiny. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. I love it.
Man, thank you,
Wow,
Neff.
92 on the analytics right there. Boy, yeah. I want to get that bad boy down to 67%, 92%.
He's an old soul.
Yeah,
Neff's an old soul. What was I looking up? I wanted to look something
Webb
up.
And the roster.
Was it the quote about the lack of buy-in from the rest of the team?
No, it was the one about.
Is it about the card game?
Yes, the card game.
Oh, where are you guys going here?
This is actually a great card game.
I've never heard of it. Okay, so here's... this is fascinating to me, if I can find it. Oh, boy.
I hope you can.
How do you say the name of that, Evan, the name of the game? Pusoy?
Yeah, Pusoy.
Pusoy.
Yeah, it's a Filipino card game that a lot of baseball players play, and it is a lot of fun, but not when you're losing.
Okay, this is what Andrew Baggerly...
Oh, don't tell me they're playing it.
...had to say. Other Giants who have attempted to bring professionalism to the clubhouse have been frustrated by the results. Outfielder Mike Yastrzemski, second baseman Tyro Estrada, and infielder Wilmer Flores are among those who sought to refocus a clubhouse that has included too many ho-hum reactions to losing, along with a near zealotry to Pusoy. I hope I'm saying that right. A Filipino card game that Jock Peterson and some other Giant players appear to find more compelling than studying the night's opposing starting pitcher.
It's over.
Some Giants players noticed small but telling signs in the clubhouse this season. The blaring post-game victory playlist is a staple in most clubhouses. At some point, though, someone decided that it would be appropriate to play Bob Marley music in the clubhouse after losses. When's the last time you heard music in a major league clubhouse after a loss, said one Giant.
Oh, can I say something to you and Evan?
Wow.
It's 4 words.
Oh.
4 letters. D-O-N-E. It's done. If that's happening and you got arguably 3 of your top players trying to make the revolt and Jock Peterson's sloppy self playing Uno, or
I don't like that.
That is, how can he not be checked, or there's some physical altercation? Reggie Jackson, Billy Martin.
You're talking legends. It's the Giants who
Barry
are
Bonds,
500.
Jeff Kent, Kevin Mitchell. Get your ass. Y'all playing cards and we losing? Oh, my God. That means Kapler doesn't have his finger on the clubhouse. That's what that tell me. That is Steiny. You could come back and run it back, the Johnsons, but the Guru Johnson knows it's a wrap. If they're fighting, they can't take over the pen. It's like in the jail. And the guys that are not doing diddly squat on the field are the ones playing Uno. If you don't get your ass up from that table and y'all put the car, and you're playing music after L's. I can't wait for Willard and Dibbs. I just can't. I got all the intel I need now to know what's going on with this team.
You just buy it, hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, no doubt about it. Baggerly wouldn't report that if it wasn't going on. But what I'm buying is the fade, the word you used.
They won last night.
They won. But that's a 4.
And you know what? They're going to finish ahead of the Padres, which was a goal. What are you talking about?
That is another. Padres are going to roll in that line.
The Padres are why the Giants don't have to spend $150 million on the payroll.
But what about the other teams that are having success? Atlanta, the Dodgers every year.
We got a high payroll here in San Francisco.
Okay. You can understand if that's true, and I believe Andrew, that's bad. Kapler, you're just a puppet. They're not even afraid of you. Jim Leland, let me give you 4 names.
Oh, God, here
Tony
we go.
La Russa, Jim Leland, Sparky Anderson, and Lou Piniella would have been wrestling with somebody that had the nerve to keep playing poker while we're losing. And now the beat reporters are reporting it.
You can't play cards after you lose?
I mean, come on, Sonny. Would you be, what word would I... If our ratings were so bad, you wouldn't be sticking your chest out. Hey, boss, where's our raise?
I wouldn't. Well,
you wouldn't.
What if I told you that actually, to me, it's less Kapler than Farhan.
But Farhan's upstairs.
Yeah,
Kapler
he acquired
on the start.
Right, and Farhan acquired players who, according to Baggerly, many of whom haven't been professional.
So whose job is to check them and parent them?
It's Farhan's job to get professional players in here, not head cases.
But I feel like you're missing a step. What's the manager's job? Because he's right there watching
the
this.
manager's job is all he does is put a lineup.
But you got to check somebody, if they're acting like infants.
This is the whole thing with Kapler. It's the same thing that happened to him in Philly. He's a ridiculously overdone players manager. That's the point.
This ain't his forte.
He won't tell them to stop playing cards. He won't.
Oh, man.
He won't. Remember the guy? I wish I remembered the play where the Philly guy didn't run to second and somebody got
Andrew
hurt.
McCutcheon tore his ACL.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Kapler was like, one doesn't have to do with the other, and he just
he
wouldn't.
got hell from it.
Yeah.
That probably cemented he was out.
Exactly. CJ in the city.
But you're giving him a pass for not being that, or you're saying Farhan didn't get a police.
They both should go if you can't fire one without the other.
Oh, my goodness.
CJ.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Hey, I heard on the radio it's Steiny's birthday, man. I'm just calling in to say happy birthday,
Wow.
Thank you, man.
Man, I really appreciate all the takes that you have on the game. Really, I got to give you some credit. Over time, I've learned how to watch sports games because of you. I'm not quick to make a judgment on a player. I kind of let things play out. And then when he fills in my doubts, then I'm ready to make a judgment and stand on it. So, yeah, I just wanted to shout you out. And I appreciate y'all talking about the Giants and Steiny Guru. You guys doing a hell of a job, man. And, yeah, that's it.
Hey, right on, man.
Man, thanks. Thanks, CJ. Appreciate it.
If you need some tissue, I'll go get it. You've taught me how to watch games.
God, if only I could have done that for you.
I'm going to give you a one. I'm different. Steiny,
This
wow.
is a legacy game.
Evan, he said he don't jump to conclusion. So he was insinuating I do. This ain't about me.
No, it is.
That was love, man. You got 2 back-to-back calls. This might be your show of your life.
Not really.
Your mom called. Just lie and say it is. Norm called.
Oh, Norm, that was a big one.
The Carew Abanez. I won't tell you who was supposed to call and didn't. There's a list.
Let me guess. I bet
there's a list, but
okay.
I can't. No, Evan will see it
I'm
after
not
the show.
I'm not afraid.
There's no list. I'm making it up.
Steiny, of course there's a list.
No, everybody can't.
Listen. I'll make the list because I know.
This is up your alley.
I know.
Evan, why did
Curry
I bring it?
said, tell that guy to hit the pike. He's ripped me for 14
I don't have
years.
Curry's number.
No, but you went through Raymond and said, hey, Raymond, how about if Steph can say hi, happy birthday to Steiny? Raymond goes, I'll ask him.
No, I was saving Raymond for Monday because I know we'll need him then.
Raymond's good on that. I'm
Yeah,
like, hey, any chance I can get Draymond Green for an interview?
Dude said,
let me ask him. Hold on. Let me ask him. I'll get back to you. Yeah, he can't do it.
There's no list, but I know you love
There
the
is a
thought
list.
of a list.
Evan.
He ain't
There is a
seen it yet.
list.
I know there's a list.
He sent it to me before the show.
Couple
We can go over it
shockers
later.
on there too, Steiny. Couple like, whoa.
Did you don't have Mark Jackson on the list?
No,
do you?
of
Oh my
course,
God.
Stop it.
I would have
Reverend Jackson.
I would have pulled a Tiki Barber.
It was.
I just would have walked.
That bothers me. Why you got to get up and walk?
PC's in Sacramento.
That was love.
What's up, PC?
Donnie, Groove, man, first and foremost, I just wanted to tap in, man, and tell you happy birthday, son.
Wow.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I just want to tap in. Groove, what's up with my boy, man?
Hey, what's up? You hanging and swinging, baby.
Man, you already know. Look, man, you know what? I ain't going to be doing and gloom. I'm going to just, I'm going to let the Niners play out how they going to play out, man, because today's a good day. It's Tiny birthday. Everybody's feeling it. Everybody down on the Giants. I ain't really a Giants fan, but I don't know what. Hey, look, I don't know what they gonna do as far as with Kapler and Farhan, but they need to get it together, man. And Brock Purdy's the real deal. So look, check it out, Kyle. You got your guy, man. Win it all, man. That's all I got. But Sonny, I really called to say happy birthday, man.
Thank you, PC. Appreciate it. By the way,
I got more moves.
September.
By that caller.
My birthday, September 26th.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's what we can remember: the Eagles played on the 25th.
All right.
And on the 26th. I'm making it official that right now the Niners are the best team in football.
Yeah,
that's how I remember it. Because the Eagles didn't quite do enough to go up in my power rankings.
No doubt.
The Niners are number
There's
one.
another week coming up.
Yeah, but they're number one in my power rankings. The Niners. Go Niners.
I got to piggyback. I'm going to take it off you, but that caller on you teaching him games. And it goes back to Kyle because we're all over.
I can do that for you.
Steiny, I am so infatuated with the way that Kyle Shanahan listen.
Calls a game.
No, not only that.
Genius.
Is what he's put together.
Whisperer.
Hold on. No. Drafting Ayuks and all that good stuff, the Deebos. Yeah. Steiny, if you watch football, even though I'm Super Bowl or bust, we all know that was a piñata. That was from a fan base perspective. This contract still, even if he hadn't got the extension, guys, I would be saying what I'm saying. If you watch as much football as I do on Saturday and Sunday, multiple times, your appreciation for Kyle grows. It's this what I'm saying. It's not about if, it's just about when Kyle's going to get it done. And if I had to go to a counter and place that bet, Dr. J was on that list, I would go, Steiny, and put some money on that. It's not about if, it's about when. And that's all I could say about Kyle. I'm watching, Steiny.
How'd you like to give me a birthday present?
Oh, I thought I did.
What do you mean by that? Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Would you like to give me a birthday present?
Go ahead. I thought I did.
Stop this false and gratuitous praise of Shanahan and everybody in a Niner uniform.
It's real, man.
Can you please do that on my birthday?
It's real.
It's a good team.
Yeah.
They're good. They got off to a good start.
But I'm telling you, I wish my team had what he bringing to the table. That's the biggest compliment you can give anybody. It's like having a bet, but we don't have it, but a set of bad parents that are irresponsible, no curfews, and you see your best friend, and he's doing well because he's got the best parents in the world that teach him stuff and keep him out of trouble. That's what it's like, man.
What are you talking about?
My team that's just
whose parents? Norm was just on the phone. If you had a gripe with him, you should have just said, Norm, you didn't raise me right.
Is the parents, and the Niners are the other parents. That's all, man. It's real. Just open your eyes.
To you, it's real.
And please don't come in here with another doc review for about another week. We got 3 today. Or will you really watch another one tonight?
I think I may not watch tonight.
What's your birthday?
Gus is in Tracy. What's up, Gus? How you doing?
Hey, happy birthday, Steiny.
Thank you, Gus.
Hey, I've been a fan of yours for a long time, and when you were a beat writer for the Warriors, I used to listen to you all the time. You do a great job, man, and I've learned a lot from you.
Thank you, Gus.
You're a heck of a guy. You're not too bad yourself, Guru.
I appreciate it, baby.
But anyway, calling about the Giants. I kind of gave up on the Giants after the trading deadline when they didn't do anything. I kind of knew that they were done because if you stop to think about it, I was talking to a friend today, and there's not one player on that team that I would pay to go watch. And I'm 64 years old, so I've seen McCovey, Cepeda, Mays. I've seen them all play. And it's just really sad to see, the road that these Giants are going on right now. And I agree with both of you 100%. They need to clean house with management. They need to totally revamp the whole thing and start from scratch. Wow. But hey, Steiny, I hope you have a great day. Enjoy your birthday. And I listen to you guys all the time. And I think I've told you before, you guys make my commute so pleasant when I go. See, I work the South State, live in Tracy, but I get out at 1 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't hit the traffic. But I listen to you guys all the time.
Right on.
You guys make my day. You guys have a great show, and I love you guys. You guys have a good day.
Wow. Thank you, Gus. That's Gus and Tracy. Boy, thank you very much.
Steiny.
Happy to do it for you, Gus, and everybody else. I got to take a break. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The final days of the fall manufacturers.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
You've done it with Curry?
No, you did that.
Can we put Steph in bubble wrap, please? Can we?
What
please?
are these voices?
I don't know. I don't know what
You're
that
getting
one
good
is.
at them, but it ain't
I don't know
me.
what that one is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. 1:34 p.m. Appreciate all the birthday wishes. Really do.
Got a lot, partner.
Steiny, happy birthday. A little fact about you and Taylor Swift. Both are from Reading, PA. Yeah, I did know that. How about this? You want to get more technical? Why Missing? You know about Taylor Swift? She was born in Why Missing, Pennsylvania. And that's where I grew up. But she left when she was about 6 years old to go to Nashville to become a star. I'd say it worked out for her.
Is she bigger than Beyonce, or are they equal?
I'm hearing she's bigger.
No, wow.
That's
like
what
I can't
I'm
name
hearing.
3 songs of her, and I told you this before, and I want to.
You better be careful.
Yeah, you'd know a lot of her songs.
No, that no doubt. But
yeah,
you know. Giants.
What about them?
This story is incredible. I'll save it.
Can we wait till they're eliminated before we jump on them?
I don't know where you been.
Could
but
be tonight.
I don't need
Could
the
be.
Chronicle to tell me.
Could be.
They've been eliminated, fellas, in my mind.
They're. By the way, the Eagles last night. How'd you think they looked?
I give them a 8, 8.5.
8 out of 10.
Yep.
8.5 out of 10.
Yep.
You know they were playing. I had a lot of players. They had a lot of players with the flu-like symptoms. Yeah, the flu bug had run through their locker room. Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, so put that into the equation. I did, and that was almost the difference in my power rankings, putting the Eagles 1, but I didn't.
Yeah,
Ed Sheeran is bigger than Swift and Ed. No, come on.
Your girl's a big time. She's
Ed Sheeran is bigger than Swift and Beyonce? No.
You don't have to look at me. I'm just Matumbo. No.
I don't.
Come on.
I don't.
Evan, back us up
I
here.
don't have a strong opinion. No. Ed Sheeran. Yeah. Anyway, we had some fun today talking about the Warriors. We're going to be out at Chase Center next Monday. Talk to the crew over there, see what's going on for the Warriors season. But yesterday was media day, and all the talk was pretty much about Chris Paul. Chris Paul, and I know we've talked a lot about Chris Paul, but every once in a while, outside the studio, I'll be walking around and I think about Chris Paul more than I think about, let's say, the Roman Empire.
Okay.
But I do think about Chris Paul a fair amount. And when I do, I keep thinking, I can't believe he's a Warrior.
Like you made your prediction, but now it's hit you.
I know.
I'm floored. And I don't want to go because I like Chris Paul. He's been a steward in this league, president of the Players PA at one time, Players Association, Steiny. So I know he's got a lot of relationships, but I'm going to go Troy Aikman, our old drop we got Evan on. I don't like any of it.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Wow. What happened?
I want to stay on your good side before the show ends.
Oh, boy.
But it's kind of vintage. So I read something the other day. I'm pretty sure it's right. Okay, so Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, right?
Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, and he won some playoff games, and he's off to a really good start.
1-2.
Not to be confused with 1-2-2. But anyway, so you're saying, what a story. Cinderella.
Movie-like.
Yeah, movie-like.
If he gets it done.
Well, movie-like. And then I brought up Mike Tomczak. Guy was undrafted, won 10 straight games. And then I remembered there was another guy who was undrafted. You don't even bring him up. And I'm pretty sure he played for your favorite team. Was Tony Romo not drafted?
Well,
was he undrafted?
All right.
So he was undrafted.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so Tony Romo was undrafted, and he became the quarterback for America's team. But that sounds to me like a book. Or a movie. Yeah.
Johnny, you got to have a parade. It has to culminate in a chip.
No, not necessarily. So
in my world, it does. You don't make my rules.
You can't hold it against Romo. He never won a title when he never got drafted.
Listen, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. I'll defend
Warren
him.
Moon.
But if you wanted to tell me he had the choke bug like Kirk Cousins, lemon booty at the most inopportune times, I would tell Tony in his face, it's true. Tony was damn good like Kirk, but they messed up when they would mess up one time and it would be with 1 second left. That's just
in a 2-score game. Who cares?
No, in a 1-score. They're the same. Steiny, that ain't what this is. This kid is undefeated as a starter.
See?
I don't know where it's going, but I'm going to tell you where it's been. The NFC Championship game, he got some little he got some little cockiness to him.
Yeah.
And
how'd that serve him in the NFC Championship?
That
serve him well?
I don't do that, especially on my birthday. I wouldn't. That's a low blow.
Well, it's not your birthday. It's mine.
Yeah, but if it were mine, I wouldn't kick a guy when he was dead.
That's why I do it, because it is my birthday. I can do it. No, I'm just saying.
I'm listening.
Hey, Goo, do you think Brock Purdy can hold a kick?
Oh, my God. I forget. The Seattle playoff.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Simon?
I do know what you're talking about. And a new I like the stuff I've been through.
Oh, yeah.
3-1 to Cleveland, you're up?
You ought to be ashamed. You know, you really ought to. You're a Warrior fan and a Cowboy fan.
And one more.
You don't like baseball.
That almost made me want to come.
You say you do, but you don't.
That made me want to come across the table.
No.
Look at he doesn't.
No.
You found a weakness. Don't ever say I don't like a sport.
You're not a big fan.
That's like saying I don't like one of my kids.
Is Wallow Campbell. Hey, Daryl, stop overreacting to the Niners. We saw this last year with the Vikings.
Well, hold on.
Well, no, you tell him to hold on.
The Vikings didn't go to the NFC Championship game last year.
No, but they had a great regular season, is what he's saying.
To the caller, who called me by my government name, which is fine, Steiny.
Yeah.
This has been going on here since 2019. Trips to the NFC Championship game and Super Bowls. I'll leave that there. Minnesota had a good year. We're way past that. That was chapter 1.
I know what you're saying, is Wallow. Saying what the 49ers do in the regular season doesn't matter. It's all about the postseason.
I'm the one that said that.
Well, they're going to get to the playoffs. Well, obviously.
But we can admire what they're doing and what they built.
Oh, you can definitely admire
McCaffrey, man.
Oh, you're admiring it, all right.
What his impact? Oh my gosh!
You are admiring it more than I ever thought anybody could admire.
You'll see, it'll say SF1,
including mine.
Well, then what are we?
I just don't like overpraising a team too early, and you have a history.
Can you ever overpraise a number one in anything?
Yes.
Can they get too much praise?
Yes, like the year the Warriors won the title, they got every break in the book 2 years ago. All right, gotta go. We gotta go. 888. No, don't call, because Willard and Dibbs are on the other side. Fremont Bank, you know it. Full service banking, no compromises.
Monopoly Kick Off the Savings Game is now at...
he got very intense was on the court, but that, he internalized it well because he was the point guard. He had to set up, do all that heady stuff, and he was pretty good at that, if I must say so. So I think his radio voice and who he really is are a little bit at odds.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on
Mary!
95.7 The Game.
Mary!
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
That was my mom.
One parent down, one to go.
No.
I've been reaching out. I'm trying to get the old.
I don't think he's. This
Wait
is
a
when he
minute.
naps.
First off, I'm having the hardest time buying your
on.
age, even though I essentially knew it already. How old is your mom?
She's 87.
She's amazing.
She is
Good Lord.
phenomenal.
Yeah, she's still
You guys
very
got
active.
some genes.
Yeah, there you go.
You all got some
Italian,
genes.
and
Levi.
her mom lived till 96. So hopefully,
Yeah.
I'm looking to. I'm not quite like Rick Barry, whose goal is to fly fish.
Come on, people.
At 100 years old.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
what he told
threw a
RC
little party
Davis.
today, though.
Seriously.
I threw my partner a little party.
Yeah.
I had Myers early, Banez, Mom.
Look at you reading from a script.
My pops
Goose got his notes.
Wait, you had Bob Myers on?
Yeah, Myers.
Okay.
He called early.
I'm sure you guys grilled him
He was
over
in
his
New York.
ouster.
Yeah, he's in New York. Yeah. getting ready for the
Was
season.
it? Was it like a Jenny Finch interview? Nothing but softballs.
Exactly.
Okay.
I didn't even.
Well, Snotty turned
The
red. It's
hardest
hot
que-
in here. I'm
The hardest-
embarrassed.
Somebody does you a solid. It's hard to turn around and be
Right.
like, all right.
And the
Exactly.
Higgin throws
Dish on the
in-
locker room now.
So Myers,
My
let's talk
toughest
about
question
it.
was, hey, when you started ESPN?
Yeah.
You know what he said? I'm not sure.
It was probing.
And the
That's a
Higgin
probing
threw in
question.
Rod Carew, his favorite.
You had Rod Carew also.
I was listening when
Good
Rod.
for you,
yeah, when
Steiny.
Rod called in.
That's
That was-
awesome.
That was a man.
Hey, you guys ever see a documentary called Man on Wire?
Boy.
No.
Oh,
I've heard of it.
Think
but-
about what it's about.
God.
it's
What?
one of the best
Man on a-
documentaries I've ever seen. It's about
Man on a Wire.
It's about the guy who tightrope walked across the World Trade Centers in 1970s.
Was that one of the Walendas?
No, it's somebody else, but good knowledge. And
Thank
it's
you.
it is unbelievable how they had to do it at night. And it was just and why-
Clandestine?
He never knew, like, the question, why do you do this? He never had an answer. Philippe. Anyway.
Philippe?
I was watching 2 football games.
Anyway.
I watched the Eagles.
Yeah. Did you just watch this last night or something?
Yeah, I binge watched a couple of. I stayed up late last night.
After the double Monday night football
10 o'clock?
I
game?
had a little trouble with
One,
the
he
Bengals
says,
game.
Tibbs.
No, I heard you saying that.
Yeah, I had a little trouble.
So did they.
I don't.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Those offenses were broken.
Can we put the Pasoy on the table?
Oh, I'm glad you.
This is in everything we've talked about.
Yeah, brought to you
This
by
was the
Adco
nugget by
Pasoy
Andrew
Control.
Baggerly.
Thank
that-
you.
I'm sorry. You can't. This has to end.
Hold
it.
on. Let me save your career.
Okay.
It's a card game. For
Okay.
those of you who don't know what he just said, it's a card game that they play in the clubhouse with the San Francisco Giants.
4 games.
Well, and you can also
or during and after, maybe, too.
It's okay to refer to the Orange is the New Black character who was unfortunately killed in the show Poussey. So these are all things that do not have to involve FCC violations.
I'm just over here. You keep doing whatever
this
you do.
is a
Of course.
bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a
I agree.
bombshell.
I agree. And by the way, it's
So
not the
Kapler
game.
never went in. I was like, Lou Piniella, Jim Leland would have went in there. What
Sure.
the hell? And do some sit-ups. You ain't like you in top shape. I'm just talking about Jock and I. Come on, man. This is why Steiny admitted today. He goes, Goo, I didn't think they would fade like this. This is what the right stuff ain't going on.
Well, it helps. It helps us understand when it goes wrong, why you couldn't get it back. That's what it said to me. And for those, let's back up so people know what we're talking about. Logan Webb last night, and we'll play the sound. And I know you guys have too. Insinuates big changes need to happen for us to create a winning culture.
Big.
Now, that obviously, the immediate point and thought is at Gabe Kapler. And I do think it largely stays there. However, there's more to the story, and that's the Bagley article, which, as it goes, gets to a point where it talks about how Mike Yastrzemski, Wilmer Flores, and Tyro Estrada have been
ballers.
among the players who have attempted to refocus this clubhouse because the thought is there's too many players who are just kind of okay with losses, and they start playing this card game. It name slaps Jock Peterson.
It really does.
Nobody else, but it absolutely points right at Jock Peterson as somebody who would rather play that card game than study that night's pitcher, was the line. So, is it on? And, plenty of accountability to go around. Certainly it's on players like that to have more of a competitive fire. And I think
where you're going.
When you watch Jock play, you see someone who looks like, it's very believable. Yeah. He looks like, I just come out here and, whoops, I struck out. Okay.
Dude, where's my car?
Right. But at the end, no matter what's going on with those players, it references that Gabe Kapler's style is to allow the players to police themselves. I also think that there's nothing wrong with that until you assess that it's not working. And then as the leader, it is on you to go in there and throw a chair.
Man.
Cut somebody out. He never did it. And I think that's what Logan's getting at.
This happened in Philly.
Yeah.
He's a player's manager squared. Like, he never criticized anybody in Philadelphia, and they thought he didn't make the players accountable, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. What's going on in the clubhouse, apparently.
Also feels like he's neither, right? Like, you know what do you guys think about this? Do you think that, and no matter your industry, do you think you need to like your boss?
No.
You need to respect your boss.
I know that'll be the number one answer on the board.
You don't need to like your boss at all.
Well, it doesn't hurt, though, and usually respect and like are somewhere related. There are not a lot of people who are like, I respect the hell out of the person, but I also hate him. Yes, that can happen.
Sure.
The reason I ask is you just sort of insinuated Gabe is like a player's manager. Well, is he? I can't think of anyone on the face of the earth who's less one of the guys than Gabe Kapler.
That way, yeah.
He's not what, like, you can't, it's actually almost the problem with someone like, you look at someone like that and you're like, you can't be one of the guys.
The guys that, not socially awkward, that's trying to be one of the guys and it's going off bad to where it's like, dude, you're trying too hard.
I don't get that impression. I think he keeps all of it at arm's reach. I think it's all
this
in the other room,
man.
It's all in the other room, and they're figuring out the math.
That's kind of the way I think of Kapler. Like, at least I can speak a little bit to basketball. The locker room, believe it or not, the coaches, they're not in the locker room that much.
Exactly,
they're really not. They have their own offices. They'll address the team before and after. And by the way, it's never as long as you think it is. But I do agree with that. I don't think I think part of Kapler's whole MO is I don't go into the clubhouse.
And
I don't mess with the players off the field.
And I think it works when you have a Buster Posey, and Mark was mentioning this earlier, when Buster is actually the guy in there who's leading and controlling things, but when he's not, things start to break apart, and now you've got some poker game being played before games, and you've got total anarchy. And I think about you, Steiny, and you played for a legend in college, Glenn Robinson, one of the few coaches to ever win 1,000 games. At whatever, Evan, that's mean-spirited. The man won 1,000 games. Did you always like him? But you always respected the man.
Absolutely.
And that's where
he put me in my place.
Yeah, he did. And I love these. And I love these D3 stories when you came in with a little too much bounce in your step as a freshman. You couldn't get the ball across half court.
I couldn't believe he actually held me accountable. Yeah. I mean, who does that to a young adult?
Sure. It's a this is your life, but
nobody.
I think you look at, Shanahan, whatever. I don't know if everybody, quote unquote, likes him, but he has the respect of that locker room. And even if they don't, they have enough leaders in there to where nobody's going to step out.
I think they do, though. I actually think they do.
Fine,
but not in the
way.
They
don't have to, though. Yeah, is my point.
But not in the way that, like, there's that line you have to walk. You have to keep. When you're a leader, you have to keep it a little bit at arm's length, right? You can't just be one of the guys, but you'd like that sort of respect that also leads to personal relationships being on a high level. I think Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly, has it dialed. Like, I think he's got it perfect.
Brandon Ayuk on line one.
Yeah. If
anything was going on there.
He will hold you accountable. He is no nonsense, but he is straightforward. He will communicate with you. He'll wear Yeezys. He's got your back. Like, the guys loves Little Wayne. Kyle.
Yeah.
They love him.
You know what I think? The players on the Niners know Kyle is really good at what he does. I get the sense that the Giants play like Kapler will talk to a player or the players about their philosophy or whatever, what's going to happen tonight. I get the feeling like they roll their eyes at him when he leaves the room.
I'll say this because I was over there talking to him after the game every night when they were winning 107. And they all would do it. No, come on. Yeah, I was like, my gosh, I'm like trying over here for a drip. They all were so bought in. It was almost as if, just like all of us, we're looking at it going, how is this team winning 107 games? But they bought in because they were winning 107 games. I can't tell you how many players said directly out loud, in Farhan we trust. In Farhan we trust. Like, look at this. Look at these results. This guy knows what he's doing. Well, now you've had 2 full seasons where, and now it sounds like Logan Webb, because I think they've lost that swagger. It doesn't look like it's working. So if it doesn't work, I think that's your Shanahan point. Those guys know Kyle is going to put them in the best position individually and team-wise. I don't think the Giants players think that anymore.
You three tell me if I'm off basis here and if this is a foul. The Baggerly piece, which I have not read in its entirety, but the most important part is 3 prominent players got together and noticed some guys were slacking, not taking it serious. But I would like to read or hear in that piece that they went to mom or dad, which is Gabe Kapler. If they couldn't get it rectified like a Buster Posey could, okay, we'll go to the sheriff, and the sheriff will police and get this fixed. And it sounds like what Kapler wasn't even an option. And I'm just saying, if that's true, then I have no respect because you're the manager in name. But if we can't come to you and get this fixed, you're nothing but a puppet.
Think about this, though. And
did that happen, Willard? Did they?
Well, the players named were Yaz and
Estrada?
Tyro and Wilmer. And what do we know about Tyro? He was the one who led a players-only meeting about a month ago. So I would imagine that in that players-only meeting, issues like playing Pusoi Dos in the locker room or in the clubhouse came up. And yet, whether Jock blew it off or whether players blew it off, whatever happened because from the players-only meeting, which was in August, if I'm not mistaken, like early to mid-August, from then to now, things haven't gotten better. So whether or not Kapler should have come in and flipped the spread old school or, grabbed somebody by the scruff of the neck, it didn't happen, and now you find yourself on the outside looking in.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I think 2 things here. One, we don't really know exactly to what level anyone ever did try to involve Cap. We do know I don't know how many people were paying attention over the weekend with all the football going on, but the reports out of Dodger Stadium where Logan Webb and Kapler went on a solo walk around the Dodger Stadium outfield for about 20 minutes. They were just talking, and
didn't hear that.
And it was animated. And afterwards, all they would say was, "It was good talk. It was a good talk." But so I don't know exactly, obviously, what was said there. But the reason it's so significant that Logan is now chirping, the problem with Wilmer, Tyro, and Yaz doing it. Golly, how do I say this without being disrespectful?
Oh, I'm here.
ARB 1, ARB 2, and ARB 3?
They're not good enough.
Yeah.
And they're not here long enough. Whether it's ARB, whether it's player option, or whether it's the fact that, you know what I mean? Like,
But is Kapler good enough?
Logan is.
I hear you.
In other words, like, Boach may have been totally different. He's not succeeding either without a buster. They need a buster. And now Buster is here, and Buster loves Logan. And so Logan needs to do more of this. I don't know if it needs to be a position player, but this to me is step one. This boring, drab, nothing comes out of this clubhouse needs this. It needs a squawking star.
So who's the name, Steiny? Do you know, Willard or Dibbs? Who should be reading this piece if they've already were in the know, Mr. Johnson, to be like, oh, they gave the vote of confidence. Let me retract that. Do they even have that guy on the, or is it just like whatever?
It's Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler should be reading this, and he should be taking a hard look in the mirror and realizing that he has to do things differently next year, because you can't let a clubhouse without a leader lead itself. And when Buster was here, different story. And Brandon Crawford, a good leader, a different leader, quiet guy, injured all year. And we talked about this a bunch. Who else is there in that clubhouse?
But I'm saying asking, the boss.
Yeah,
who is Farhan's boss to say, you know what? This is on you and Gabe. I gave you that vote of confidence. Give me that right back.
Oh, it's on him and Gabe, but I don't think that it's so bad that they don't get one more year to try to fix it.
You're asking
from who, Dibs?
You're asking
I'm asking
someone
from who?
Greg Johnson. You're
okay.
asking
from ownership.
You're asking if someone would change their mind.
Do you think this has caught their eye?
Listen,
that's what
I think a lot's caught their eye.
We've thrown this out for 3 weeks, and I keep saying to you guys, like, I think it's 90%
like
that
Jordan
they're back.
Poole. He's going to be
here. I think it's 90%
He's under contract,
back, but it's not 100. It's not 100% that they're back.
Man,
I think they're probably back. I do think that I think there's a desire to let Farhan have one shot at fixing this with a different, and maybe that's why is Logan talking to Gabe for 20 minutes? Like, hey, this needs to change. And the first change may be their approach as opposed to their personality.
And we won't find out till baseball next year's season, right?
Well, off the top of my head, to probably read more into that walk around the stadium than need be, it's like, if Kapler were gone and everybody knew it, you wouldn't spend 20 minutes talking to him.
Good point.
And if they're animated, that means Logan Webb is saying, let this stuff go on all year long, and we should have nipped it in the bud. And then maybe he says, we didn't make any moves at the deadline, and we were let down a little bit. Who knows?
Well, especially with a young team. Like, you're letting Bailey come in and Schmidt and Matos and Luciano, and you're letting them think that this is okay, and this is not okay. And that, to me, is where Logan Webb, who, Mark, good point about him, he's the longest tenured Giant on the books. Like, your Confortos and your Hanigers, or your Hanforto or Caniger, whichever way we amalgamated them before, they're here and they're gone. Minaya and Stripling and D. Sclafani and all the rest of these guys, they're here and they're gone. But this is Logan Webb's team. Logan is a Giant through 20...
new 5-year deal. 5-year deal.
So
he's the only one signed beyond 25.
If you're Logan Webb, you're looking at this thinking, this is my team, guys, and this cannot go on.
And he's a stud, and people don't
He's all right.
No, he's a stud. He's a stud. And I mean, like, you dive into the numbers, it is total insanity that A, there's not more attention being given to Logan Webb, and B, the fact that the Giants have found a way to lose more than half of his starts.
Okay.
It's absolutely bananas.
No doubt.
He will be a top 5 Cy Young finisher this year in the National League with a losing record.
This is my computer, and you tell me what you think. He said big changes. I don't think, as you guys talked about, the 3 players that we mentioned, there's not a big enough player. So when I hear Logan Webb, even though he went on the walk for 20 and let off some steam, the big changes to me insinuate that it's got to be up top or with our manager.
Well,
because what else
it is
player-wise can equate to big? Well, unless you say go get Ohtani or Trout.
I think immediately, this is my take. I don't know this, but I don't think big changes. I don't think he was sitting there going, so this person needs to be out and that person needs to be in. I don't think he's talking about personnel. I think he's talking about approach, which is to say, Gabe and Farhan, there needs to be a new aggressiveness with the way you're doing this. You can't sit in the other room and just let Jock play cards all day.
But isn't it over then, though, Willard?
And then the players, he's talking about the players too. What he's trying to do is he's trying to set the table for next year, and there's going to be a lot less nonsense and reggae in the clubhouse when you lose 25 or 30. I think that's what he's doing. That's step one. And by the way, like, you get to the All-Star break and it's not working, you'll probably start to see people getting let go. Not even the full year.
Jim Mole, he's one of our favorites. He's paying $5 to have this read on the YouTube chat. Side note, Giants organization also wasting the talents of 4 Hall of Fame broadcasters.
Oh, you can hear the pain in their voice.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Just every day, Diz. I mean, I know it's their job, but come on. They ain't used to this.
First of all, none of the 4 of them, only one of them is in the Hall of Fame, John Miller. I think that Kruk and Kipe both should be and eventually will be. And Dave Fleming is probably 30 years away.
Right.
But I think he's getting it as well.
30 years away.
So Dave might be in about 6 different Halls of Fame.
Dude.
Yeah, so
he's every single sport.
And Jim, we met up at the old ship. Appreciate you buying me a Topo Chico hard seltzer. You're a good guy, but let's slow your roll. They have 1 Hall of Fame broadcaster in the booth.
Wow.
I told Snotty laughed at me just about this Giants season, which is about to come to an end. I was in Texas at the family reunion. The Giants swept the Dodgers in L.A., and I got on that bird and came back, and that magical. And here we are now, just like.
Give you a 4 for your guru.
My thing's going, this is bad. Yeah, my wire was going out, but this is bad. I think some heads can still roll, even with the 20-minute talk.
Yeah.
This is bad.
But I doubt it. But yeah, it's possible.
So if heads were to roll, what do you do?
See what Joe Madden is up to, Theo Epstein. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
just a couple of names that come to mind.
I get it. I think that the problems that they have are fixable in 2 ways. 1, your roster needs to be better, and 2, you need actual leadership in the clubhouse.
And somebody to close a deal on a big boy.
Well,
don't forget that.
Actually, Mark had some great points. He rolled out his Dream 9. Was that last week or the week before?
It was
really good, dude.
I tell you, here's
Cody.
Here's the buzz also beneath the surface. Cody Bellinger's a free agent.
Yep.
Okay, Blake Snell, Shohei, these are free agents, and the Giants have not done well in that market. And I think they'll go into this offseason not only ready to try that again, but they're aware. Stop asking players to come on their own. Because it's not a hitter's park.
Yeah.
You got to trade for him. I think you're going to see. Right now, the organization feels like they have a bit of a surplus of minor league, ready to go pitching. And I think some of them will be traded this offseason for hitters, major league established hitters. That's how you got to do it. Don't give them a choice. Just tell them,
we're out of here.
Here's your Giants hat.
Warriors 6 starters. I hated that. 6 starters. What is that?
Kaepernick and Alex Smith are both starting. We got 2. Both starting. We're going to go with Colin and Alex.
What do you got for your birthday the rest of the day?
No plans. Happy birthday, dude.
No plans.
They mean it, too. I can look at their faces.
What are you doing a year from today?
Ooh, that's the big one.
That's what I want.
The big one, baby.
Because we got to start
Elizabeth,
working on.
I'm coming to
we
join
got to start working on that right now.
Yeah, we do.
It's great to have Rod Carew call, but I want let's go Barry Bonds.
Well, I'm still waiting for Bird.
Let's get Steph.
I told you he was in Dubai. Willard, now you're coming at my bookie.
They call Bird why?
Jordan, all of them
I don't know how
once.
that happened.
Kareem, LeBron
But he does
James.
look like a bird.
All right, gentlemen.
All right.
Have a great one.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's a new day. It's going to be a new day. Look, I'll say it right up front. There's 2 things on this Gabe Kapler-Farhan stuff. First of all,
what time are you going to bury him? Because we need to build up to this. We need to tease it.
2:12.
Maybe can we get a 2:35 burial of the guy who you used to emulate?
2:35.
You love his steak reviews, his burger reviews.
Let's be honest. I am activated to not have Gabe Kapler get fired. I lose one of my 2 impressions.
True.
Okay? But
I added a new one yesterday, which, as long as we keep Wiggins around, thank you. I'm going to stick with it. I'm not going to try to overuse it.
Come for the Willard and Dibs. Stay for the Wiggins impersonation. It was incredible. Here's what I'll say, and you don't have to like this. Maybe you don't love this in your sports media people. I sort of vowed a number of years ago. We work in a very volatile industry. I do not enjoy, and I actually work hard to not use these microphones to call for people's jobs. If you want to call it bad karma, if you just call it whatever, the way that I like to operate, these jobs in sports and in our job market and COVID and just America, all of that stuff, I don't like calling for other people's jobs. Now, there are times when it is obvious and necessary. Somebody steps out of bounds in a legal realm or what have you. Like, I get that. Outside of that, you as fans get to each have your own opinion. The only opinion that matters are the people who are making the decisions with the team. So use that, as a backdrop, but I will also tell you, I do not believe that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, are going to be fired, and I don't believe yet that they should be. I believe that each of them should be given the one more shot in order to see if they can fix this, change the tone, change the attitude, change the approach, all of that stuff. So let's get that belief out the way, but then let me say this. For me, today things changed. Logan Webb's words changed the calculus for me. Because if you want to, as a boss, come in and say, my approach is to let the adults who are employees here police themselves. Fine. Until you know that it's not working. And once you see that, you are not being a boss if you don't go do something about it. And I know that that's a simplistic way. I'm sure Gabe did try things. It's not like he never spoke to anyone. But the bottom line is, you guys are the bosses. Your best player is now squawking. He's using the word change. He's talking about accountability. He's talking about complacency. And no matter how you look at it, that all ends up on your feet. And so the volume is turned all the way up. And if the clubhouse was acting that way this year and you never did anything about it, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
And it's more than just one guy playing a card game. It's, I think, a number of other evidentiary points that we've all heard about throughout the course of the year. It's starting pitchers talking about not knowing what their role is or not being in favor of how they were used. It is a constant yo-yoing of younger players back and forth from the minors, back up, you're back down, and all the rest of that, which is not on Gabe. That's on Farhan more than it's on Gabe Kapler. It's a collection of things, including a road record that is the worst that this franchise has had over the course of 2 months in more than 100 years. All these things point to more than just one starting pitcher being, quote, sick of losing. It's a deeper problem, I think, across the board. And so I don't think that you look at what they've done, Gabe and Farhan in their time here, the success they've had. This year will go down as a disappointment, but it's not a massive failure. You're still in the playoff race here with a week left to go.
I don't agree with you on that one. I don't know. I think
it's not a massive failure.
I believe it is.
Well, I believe it is. I don't, because if you look at the collection of talent that they have, they're not very good.
Well, but
they don't have anybody at any position in the field that's a top 3 offensive guy.
I would
not
rather,
even close.
I would rather look at a lot of these players and say that when they were brought in, the thought is that you would get more out of them. I know everybody, Mitch Haniger, who's this guy? Well, he's someone who hit well over 30 home runs in a season when he's healthy.
A couple years ago.
Right, he got hit on the wrist. He broke his wrist. He's hurt again. It didn't work out. Conforto, wasn't terrible. Largely a disappointment, though. Brandon Crawford was never able to get it going. Joey Bart did not develop. The pitchers that you brought in from Stripling and Manai and DeSclafani, Wood, bust, all across the board. And so, when I looked at this roster at the beginning of the year, let's keep in mind, who are they losing out to? They're looking up at the Reds. So to say it's not a massive disappointment, to me it is.
Well,
look at the rosters who you can say, oh, who do they have?
They're still not out of the playoff
race. They need somebody to lose every day and have them win every day.
They're at a 0.1% chance.
Yeah, look up at the rosters in front of them and tell me how that roster is supposedly good.
Cincinnati's got more excitement. They've got they have more difference makers than the Giants.
They have an exciting player. I bet you couldn't name 4 guys, and that's not a shot because neither could I.
Yes,
come on.
What was the Giants over under this year in the win total? Because I think you bet it
81.5.
Yeah, they're
not going to get it.
And that is absolutely
ridiculous,
flabbergasting to think about. If you want to go 2 months back and they're 12 games above 500, now they're a game below. They might still get there. They got 5 to go. They need to win 4 or 5.
All against the Padres and Dodgers, who are all more talented. I mean, they got a base hit at the right time last night. Let's not act like it was a wonderful game.
Clutch.
No, yeah.
Big win. Big win for Logan. I'm not trying to get you off of your anger stoop, because I like when you get to this place. I wouldn't say it's a massive disappointment because I look at their team, and their team just isn't good enough. Now, is the whole regime a disappointment? That's a question that we're going to have to ask here between now and if they keep their job and now and the next start of the season, because they have to be better.
Here's where my mind goes when we look at all this. And this is going to be a win for everybody who has said from the beginning, stop with all the spreadsheets and laptops. And I think that there's a lot of stuff in there that's never been, quite frankly, accurate or fair. Okay? Like, Farhan Zaidi is not a quote-unquote nerd. I don't care what any of you see or say. Have you sat and talked to the man? He's actually really, really engaging human being, I find. I think he is. And I'm talking about off the air. Gabe Kapler is he's a different dude. I don't mind differences. But for anyone who has said from the beginning, okay, the math works, the intelligence, it works. It seems the Giants continue to overachieve. For anyone who's rallied back and said, okay, but what about people? What about the people side of this? What about how the player is feeling when he gets pinch hit for in the 6th? What about how the starter is feeling when he turns into a bulk innings guy? And what about when the clubhouse starts to fracture and you battle that by grabbing your laptop and going to Starbucks and looking for a competitive edge? What about that? Today, for me, that becomes a great question. This is not about people who don't know baseball or don't know what they're doing. They're not stupid people. But what's happened is the Giants have become too formulaic, too robotic, and all of the interpersonal stuff, the human relationship side of what inspires people to go out and achieve, is missing. It's missing. And it's missing because of the process that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler have employed. And you got to go get that back. And to me, that's what Logan Webb is saying right here.
I'm tired of losing. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. Some big changes in here to really create that winning culture that we want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I think we're there. It's just we gotta. I don't know what it is, but I'm just sick of losing.
Yeah, okay, and I know the audio is a little bit difficult to hear if you're driving around, but Logan basically says, here's a word that if you hear it uttered by a player or a coach or whatever, if you hear it uttered, it means it's time to start over. The word is culture. Dan Campbell came to the Detroit Lions, and what was his task?
Biting kneecaps.
And why was he doing that?
Because their culture was a problem.
He's trying to build a culture.
No doubt.
And he's done it.
Bite a kneecap off.
And Logan Webb said it is time for us to create the winning culture.
Right.
Now, if you're looking at people who are in their 5th year and saying we need to work on our culture, you have a freaking problem.
Yes, and this is something that I've said for months, if not years, in terms of my issue with analytics, is that all the analytics are great, but you're still, at the end of the day, asking a human being to go out there and perform based on what the spreadsheet thinks that human being should be able to do in that situation. Jock as a lefty against a righty. Well, if Jock is not feeling confident, or if he's feeling unsure about his position, or if he's not really grinding over every at-bat because he's worried about his Pusoy Dos loss from earlier in the day, these are issues that will belie or go against the spreadsheet. And that's why I've always thought, and everybody, they don't make fun of Bruce Bochy because he won 3 championships, but the knock on Boch was that you're just managing from your gut.
Right,
you're just a guy out there just pulling stuff out of your back pocket, and you're not that well learned or whatever, but he was in touch with his people, and he knew what his people were feeling. And I think about Kyle Shanahan and his locker room right now. He has a great sense for what's going on, who can do what, who is put in the best position to do whatever they can. There's that communication, and I think that's where Gabe Kapler this year fell woefully short, where you had pitchers going all the way back into the summer chirping about how they're being used and not being communicated to, and you had a bit of a leadership void in the clubhouse, and now you sit with a team and you have your one veteran piece, a guy who's going to be here for 5 more years, and he's coming out and rat-a-tat-tatting your culture. That's a pretty damning comment from last night.
Here's one of the things why I don't think the locker room goes nuclear on Gabe Kapler is because I don't think that he's largely disliked. I think they almost feel like he's largely absent. So it's different, right? Like, like take this to parenting, right? If somebody is loud, yells a lot, potentially abusive, that's worse than like dad's never home, dad's always working. But that's not great. That's not great.
Sure, but it's less abusive.
It's not as bad, but it's not great. And that's if you are having issues in your clubhouse and Gabe is just over there behind a locked door and working on tomorrow, we're playing 5 days from now, we're playing a lefty. Like, that's not good enough. It's not horrible to where the locker room's going to revolt, but it's not good enough. You got to get in there and build those relationships. And that's what Boch was great at. Because it was on this show when he was like, no. I hated the fact that y'all thought I just did this from the hip.
Sure.
He's like, I used analytics. I got intelligence over here. There's room for that. But also, know when it's time to go knock on some kid's door, check in one-on-one,
yes,
look them in the eye and go, what's going on? What are you feeling right now? Let's work on this. I think it feels to me like the Giants clubhouse, that's what they're missing.
Right. It's the human culture of coaching where you actually go to each individual and you touch base with them and you find out where they are in their own cycle, their own biorhythm, their confidence level, and all the rest of it. And also communicating what the expectation is. You're going to be, hey, we got 3 lefties coming up in the next 5 games. I'm going to need you here. You're a right-hand hitter. I'm going to need you to be sharp and be ready, and those sorts of things. And if you're not communicating that, and if you're not in command of the culture, and you've got players who are resentful of other players based on how they're handling things after a defeat, that's a major problem.
Don't you want to see after a big hit, like the dugout all like laughing with one another, pointing, and even
after
with
a
Gabe,
home run,
putting
a hat on somebody?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, do something wacky.
Yeah.
Look like you're all connected. What's the word of the offseason for the Warriors?
Connectivity. Yeah.
Connectivity. Giants don't feel it. It doesn't feel connected. Sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We'd love to take your calls. So, what is the next move? What is the answer? What do you see? And for those of you who we don't want to assume that you've read Andy Baggerly's great piece in The Athletic. There's a paragraph or two, a few sentences that you absolutely have to hear before you can really form a full opinion on this. So we'll read that to you next. Take your calls, 888-957-9570. Peter King next hour. It's Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze.
you notice there's something in the something in the
why,
water?
right?
Yeah, because it's Tuesday. It's the worst day of the week.
Seventh best day. Not the worst.
No, the
why
worst.
so negative?
It's not negative.
It's the seventh best day of the week.
Why is straightforward have to be negative?
Why do you have to be so negative
I'm not.
all the time?
I'm not. It's the worst day of the week, but there's good news. It's more than half over.
It's the seventh best day of the week. Is a better way to look at it.
Say it how you want.
Yeah, I'll say it exactly how I mean it because I'm trying to counterbalance your negativity. Because
that's your job here at 95.7 The Game.
Is to counterbalance you. Normally, I have to counterbalance your, hey, everything's great. Farhan, yay. But not
Give me an
today.
F.
Dude, not
Give me
today.
an A.
You done changed your tune, Marky Willard.
Well, look.
And I know you don't like Marky, so I want to retract that.
You can call me whatever you want. You can call me whatever you want.
Okay.
But
noted.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I don't have a pitchfork. I don't have a pitchfork.
Torch?
They need to make
Angry
changes.
mob. Do you have an angry mob with you?
Not yet. Not
Building.
yet. Yeah, because I got like jersey wearing kids running around. I want to be able to. I want them to want to go to the game. They still do. But my gosh, the whole thing needs to change. And for me, I wonder if people see it this way. When you hear the word change, it's more intricate than just fire the manager, fire the GM. Okay, maybe, but there are more ways, right? There's more than one way to eat a Reese's. So change.
I hate that analogy.
Because
there really is only one way to eat a Reese's.
Not true. I mean, yes, with your mouth, but I mean, you could cut a hole in the center.
Okay. It's
right?
just weird. I don't even want you to break it down.
Left hand,
it's really
you could use
weird.
your right hand. You could use no hand. Use a fork. Okay,
that's really weird. Knife and fork,
but you're allowed to.
Fine,
you're allowed to, right? Have you ever gone after a burrito with a knife and fork? Have you ever done it?
I have, but I felt really bad about it.
Well, sometimes,
it's
right?
Terrible.
Go to a Mexican restaurant, they put the sauce all over it. You're not going to pick the thing up.
It's a wet burrito. Yeah,
there you go, knife and fork.
Never a fan of the wet burrito, but go ahead.
But it's allowed anyway. So
many
point being,
things are allowed. Yeah,
I think the mindset certainly has to change. The mindset has to change. And, I listen, that was already true last offseason. And so this year didn't work. But a lot of us, and I know for some of you think, gosh, Mark was the last one here. Yeah, maybe that's the case. But I was totally disappointed with last offseason. They need better players. Sometimes we get into this. It's not really that intricate of a conversation.
It's pretty simple.
They need better players. And they tried to go get a bunch in the offseason, and it didn't work. And you can't do that. It has to work. So if your A option doesn't happen, you've got to go about it with your B, C, and D option. And I don't know if they had the B, C, and D option. You can say Haniger and Conforto, but that didn't work. And so if you keep getting free agents to say no, yes, it's time to think trade. I'm so excited about Kyle Harrison. I want him to be on the Giants. But I'd listen if it means Juan Soto.
Or Pete Alonso.
Or whatever. You got to and by the way, Farhan and Gabe, what the hell do you have to lose?
Not much.
Your job.
Yes.
Because that's what's going to be gone if you don't change the mindset.
You have to change more than the mindset. You have to change the roster, and you have to change the mindset of your fan base. That, to me, is the bigger issue, because right now, and I use you as an example because you probably go to, I'd say, 15 games a year, which is a lot considering you've got 3 kids and 4 jobs and a whole bunch of stuff going on. You go as often as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
You've indoctrinated your children to be Giants fans. It's important to you.
Poor kids.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't be poor kids if this product was more exciting. Yep. You might go to 20 games instead of, 10 or 11 or whatever the number is. But their job is multi-fold. 1, get better. 2, get more exciting. And 3, actually win and go to the playoffs and be a thing in September and October, because I was listening to Steiny and Guru earlier. Warriors season opener is 4 weeks from now, and we're all knee deep in the 49ers. And even if you ranked like non-49er NFL, that would be ahead of the Giants right now. And I would even put Colorado football ahead of the Giants in terms of,
no doubt.
Like, what are you interested in right now? And that's a problem, Coach.
Absolutely it is.
It's a major problem.
So we played some sound for you a few minutes ago, and if you're driving around, you probably couldn't gather all the words. So I'm going to read them to you. But before I read them to you, I think it's interesting to hear the dichotomy of what's going on. The Giants won last night. Logie threw a CG, okay? You don't get a lot of CGs anymore in baseball. It's a complete game for those of you who don't speak back of baseball card.
Thanks.
Got a CG. So listen to this again. You may not be able to hear all the words, but listen to the vibe in the background because this is party time. This is Club Dub. This is what it sounds like in the clubhouse when you win, but wait till you hear what Logan was saying with the party music in the background.
I'm tired of losing. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. Some big changes in here to really create that winning culture that we want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I think we're there. It's just we gotta. I don't know what it is, but I'm just sick of losing.
All right, over all of that music in the background, here's what Logan was saying. I'm tired. I'm tired of losing. It's not fun. We've got to make some big changes in here to create that winning culture. We want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I mean, I think we're there. I don't know what it is. I'm just sick of losing. To be honest, it's never fun. With party music.
Sure.
Blaring over his words.
Well, and it's especially telling that they didn't lose. And he pitched a complete game. He gave up one run, and they won 2-1. So the fact that he made those comments after a win, and after a win that basically kept alive their very, very grim and slim playoff hopes, and yet he chose that opportunity because that's when he's got the microphone. They're not going to ask him anything for 4 more days, and he might be done pitching. He might get one more start. We don't know.
By the way, they didn't ask him about that. They didn't say, how, clubhouse in general, future of the team, what do you think? They asked him if his goal, how high on his list of goals was it to win a Cy Young? He took the answer there.
Right. Basically, what he's saying is, I should win the Cy Young, but I won't because we don't score when I play. When I pitch, we don't score, and therefore I don't win. And I know wins, they're not the most important thing, but they are a thing. He has 24 quality starts, and he's 11-13 on the year.
Well, I mean, what he was saying was, sure, that'd be great, but I don't care about the Cy Young. I want to win.
Right.
I want this team to win.
Well, and if the team
and they do
was
go hand
winning,
in hand. You're right.
If the team was winning, if he was, 33 starts, if he was, 18-9 with the same exact numbers of a 3.25 ERA, a whip of 107, leading the majors in innings pitched, he'd have a much better case. And I know it's a little bit of an old school mindset, but when you see a guy 11-13 for a team that's barely sniffing 500, you don't get to be the Cy Young Award winner.
I mean, I'm sort of with Logan here. When he starts to backtrack a little bit, he can tell he made a big statement, and then he's like, I don't know what it is, and obviously this is above my pay grade. I'm with him. I'm less defined than some of you are. Fire Gabe. Fire Farhan. #. That's not where I am. I'm not there. But very significant differences need to be evident when this team comes back around to play baseball again. That has to do with approach. That has to do with game plan. That has to do with star power. That has to do with the mental side, the approach of the players in terms of their competitiveness and accountability. There needs to be locker room leaders that are speaking up. Gabe needs to speak up a lot more. Farhan needs to be more aggressive about the future, needs to be more aggressive with trades. That word's going to keep coming up. Aggressiveness. Even within games. You're slow. You're waiting for 3 hits in a row in an age where everybody strikes out every other at bat. So how often do the Giants do that? Hit, strikeout, walk. Oh, the bases are loaded with 1 out. Strikeout, sit down.
Or 6-4-3 or
constantly.
A couple of pop outs.
Constantly. There needs to be someone to come up and hit the ball into the bay. Juan Soto. But anyway, here's the other part of this, and this is from Andy Baggerly's awesome article on The Athletic, and you all need to know this as well. So he writes, outfielder Mike Yastrzemski, Thairo Estrada, and Wilmer Flores are among those who sought to refocus a clubhouse that has included too many ho-hum reactions to losing, along with a near zealotry to Pusoy, a Filipino card game that Jock Peterson and some other Giants players appear to find more compelling than studying the Knights' opposing starting pitcher. Okay, that's really, really important. And how about this? From an anonymous player.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh.
When anonymous people start speaking, you know that there's trouble in the clubhouse.
Granted anonymity so that he could speak freely. Quote,
Grant anonymity?
He was granted anonymity.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
his name was not Grant Anonymity.
Okay, cool.
Granted anonymity in order to speak freely. Quote, when's the last time you heard music in a Major League clubhouse after a loss? I mean, you shouldn't hang your head for too long after a loss, but you shouldn't be okay with it either. And that was in response to the fact that somewhere along the road here, somebody with the Giants started playing. You couldn't play your party music, but they could play reggae. They played Bob Marley after the loss.
Just put your mind at ease. It's just one game, bro.
Oh.
Smoke up, Johnny.
Yeah, light it up. We've only lost 25 of the last 30.
Yeah.
So, look. There's a Warriors comp here. Remember how bad the Warriors were on the road last year? And we guessed at times, boy, why are they're so good at home, but they can't win on the road? I wonder if that's like a chemistry thing. I wonder if there's something wrong with the vibe with the Warriors. Like these guys just can't seem to get on the same page, and they're not, they don't have that instinct that's needed. Yeah, that's correct. After the season, it was all proven. It was all admitted. Well, here you go. How come the Giants stunk so bad on the road once we got to the dog days this year? Well, because some guys really wanted to win, and some guys really wanted to play cards.
Right, and listen to reggae. And I think it's interesting in terms of the Warriors comp because at the start of the year, you had what felt like a bit of a fractured locker room in the making, and one of the team leaders handled it in a way that turned out to not be the most ideal way of handling a fractured locker room. One teammate knocked another teammate out, and that sent the entire season into a certain direction. This Giants team had, who knows how long back this problem went, but we do know that Thairo Estrada had a players-only meeting and probably addressed some of these things, and he's quoted in the Andy Baggerly piece as one of the voices who is a little bit displeased about the direction that the team took, and yet nothing changed. So where was the clubhouse leadership for the Giants? Is it Brandon Crawford? Is it,
not in the same way. It's too quiet.
And what other veteran do you have? And that's been my point about this team all along. Jock Peterson is probably the closest thing to a leader in terms of tenure, alpha personality, outgoing, and all the rest of it. You have a group of young guys.
That's an interesting comment. I get what you mean in terms of like his cachet.
You got Haniger and Conforto, who are both new and both injured.
Jock is not an alpha personality.
No, but he's outgoing.
An alpha personality does not get punched in left field and stand there and look at
Slapped.
you. That's not an alpha personality.
Believe me, I was very critical of him taking that from Tommy Pham.
I don't care if that's what you do. If that's you, that's you, but you're beta. You're not alpha.
Sure, but who is then? And that's my point about
Logan
this clubhouse.
Logan Webb.
But he's a pitcher.
Yeah,
and
that's
you
okay.
know in baseball clubhouses, every fifth-day pitcher is not going to have that kind of a command over the room.
You need both, I think. Like imagine Jock Peterson. You've lost 5 in a row on the road, and you've got a big game coming up that night, and you're like,
let's play some Pusoy.
Let's play some Pusoy. We don't need. I say it so slow.
Hey, thank you,
Buster Pusoy. You want to play cards rather than study the iPad. And next to you in that clubhouse are Buster Posey and Mad Bum. Okay? Like, that's not going down.
That card table's getting flipped.
Exactly.
And we're gonna throw some hands here.
Right.
And I'm not talking hands of Pusoy.
But Jock showed up right when Buster left. And I think the Giants clubhouse became a less serious place immediately.
Right. And
immediately.
That's my point. You've got Haniger and Conforto, a couple of veterans who are new and both in and out and they're injured. You've got 4 or 5 absolute pups who are getting shuttled from Sacramento to San Francisco and back. Your various Mecklers and your Baileys and Joey Bart and it's all the rest of these guys. They're not here and they're too young to even be asked to do that. You got Captain Pre-Arb 3 in Yastrzemski who, yeah, he could lead, but he's not an everyday stabilizing force. You got Lamont Wade. You got Wilmer, who's a quiet cat. Tyro Estrada missed 2 months. J.D. Davis, we had him on the show, and he's well thought out, but he's not exactly a, guys, let me tell you how it's going to go, leader kind of player. They didn't have that person in the clubhouse.
Juan Soto's a great idea, by the way, for all kinds of reasons. Not just the obvious ones that he would be the best Giants hitter since Barry Bonds. But
he's on a tear of late.
He's a great player. He's a great player.
Slow start to the year.
Yeah.
He has been on an absolute tear.
But the San Diego Padres are going to probably want to do something about money because everybody's making $400 million over there. So they're probably going to want to do something about money. They're also coming off of a wildly disappointing season. I mean, imagine the Giants having this kind of a record and also a ton of talent, a truckload of talent, and their record would be 78-80. Imagine. Now, that's the Padres. Okay, so they're going to want to make changes. They're going to want to do something about payroll. And if you go back about, how many months ago was this? If you go back a month and a half, you will find that there was a Padre player who started chirping about the clubhouse and talking about how things just didn't add up in terms of the effort and focus necessary to win. You want to know who made those comments? Juan Soto. Juan Soto did. He tried. He tried to become a leader in that Padre clubhouse. Hard to do when Tatis and Miguel Cabrera, or not Miguel Cabrera, Machado, Manny Machado, have been there for years, and those are the guys, and they have a much more kind of a swaggy, lollygag type of a vibe
Juan's
to him.
only 24, even though he's been in the bigs for about 14 years.
Yeah,
Exactly. Came up as a 10-year-old.
He can be a leader. He absolutely is old enough to be a leader, and maybe the perfect bridge to lead what's obvious. There's a brigade of 20-somethings about to join the Giants. So who do you want leading Luciano? Who do you want? I love the Soto idea.
Sure.
I love it.
No, it's great, and I wonder what it would take in terms of prospects because, well, if I'm San Diego and I look at a roster that is overrun by $30 and $40 million a year guys, Soto's the guy I'm not getting rid of. I mean, I'd be much more willing to trade Machado than, and I know you're probably going to lose Blake Snell to free agency. He's going to go elsewhere. But
finance game. Soto's got one more year left.
Right. He's, I think, arbitration this year.
Right, but then he's going to need the big old shaboom. He's going to need the $500 million after next year.
But if I'm San Diego, I would rather give him the $500 million and deal with the other guys on my roster and get rid of them as opposed to get rid of Juan.
Right, but I don't like those guys have already been signed to those deals that are very, very hard to trade. And that's why the rumors are out there that Juan Soto is a piece. Yeah, you're right. He's got ARB 4 coming next year.
Good old ARB 4.
He's making $23 million this year. So he'll get a little raise off of that.
Xander's getting $25.5 next year. Machado's only making $17. Man, he doesn't go up to $39 million until 2027.
Right.
He goes 39, 39, 39, 39 in 2030. Yikes.
Nobody's acquiring that deal.
Oh, and I forgot to mention 39, 39, 39, 39 after that.
Yep.
Through 2033.
Correct.
That's a lot of meat on that bone.
Tatis, Bogarts, Machado, you're not trading those deals. No one's taking those deals.
Well,
Juan Soto, now you only got him for 1 year, but he's not that expensive. He's going to cost you a bunch of prospects. Yep, fine. Fine. You get the left-handed hitter you've been wanting for so long who will never choose here. And that's actually the only concern about Soto, because then he becomes a free agent.
Right.
Right? Like, if I'm the Giants, I don't just acquire him. I put the bag in front of him right away. So let's do this. Whatever they wouldn't give you in Washington, let's do this right now.
The major bag alert.
You want 12 years and $470 million?
Wow.
$550 million? What are you waiting for, Giants? You got all the money in the world. What's the hesitation? What would be the hesitation? Put that guy in the middle of your order?
You don't want to trade Kyle Harrison. That's the hesitation.
For Juan Soto?
You asked me what the hesitation is. That's the hesitation.
Yeah.
So
I would do that.
Farmhan, all he's done, the only thing he's done really well is reestablish the farm system. And so now you're asking him to gut the farm to bring in a guy who maybe won't sign here. I mean, it's risky. I'm all for it. Bring in some splash.
I mean,
bring in Pete Alonso too.
More than half the
and
fan base was
Baldinger
running around here in July going trade for Shohei. Now you're afraid to take a risk? That was going to be for 10 weeks.
I'm not afraid to take a risk. Is he?
He's not taking a risk because he's going to get fired if he doesn't do it.
Yeah, true.
So I don't see what the risk is. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Got the Adam Sandler tickets, SAP Center, every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Listen in the 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win. Peter King's in 20 minutes. Your phone calls next, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Grandy putting his vote in to expand the Giants' We Just Lost playlist from Bob Marley to Bobby McFerrin as well. All the Bobs. Bob Marley, Bob McFerrin can come in and everybody just relax. It's all okay. You know, we'll get him tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, bottom line, you're making almost $20 million a year, Jock, and you don't have to face lefties. What's the problem? Just play your card game.
I think Jock's like, there isn't one.
Right.
I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
I mean, I only have to see Tommy Pham a couple times a year. Guy who slapped me in the outfield.
He was like, did they really trade that guy to the NL West? That was a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the Bob Marley version, by the way. So, there you go.
Okay.
Then can you please apologize to the YouTube audience for denying them of this musical content?
Now people are going to be all ticked at us.
Never go reggae, Jeff.
Week and a half. Never go Bob on YouTube is going to be like, what's going on? There's music playing.
Yes.
And we're referencing it, and we apologize because we love, let me look in the camera. We love each and every one of you as if we birthed you.
I'm doing my Sammy Sosa for you right now.
Okay? All right. Good. Glad you're here.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Peter King in 10 to 15 minutes. We're very much looking forward to that. We want to take your calls. Let's go to Charles in South City. Hey, Charles, what are you doing?
Nothing much. Just listening to you guys. How you guys doing?
Perfect, Charles.
Better now, Charles.
Absolutely perfect.
That's great. Good to hear from you guys. But I want to get my take on the Giants. So I was down there for that Rocky series when we swept them, about a few weeks ago? And it was on a Friday night game, I happened to see Lundman. Shout out Lundman, wherever he is. So when I went and ran to Lundman, I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? And then me and him had a nice little conversation about, how the Giants season is. And basically what he told me was, like in his words, the vibe in the clubhouse is so down. Like everyone is just off doing their own thing. You got Jock Peterson doing whatever he's doing. You got Alex Wood, who's just got that storm cloud above his head. Like that whole vibe, he told me the whole vibe in the clubhouse is just not where it should be. Where I believe it should be, the vibe in the clubhouse is like the Dodgers, Braves, and Orioles. Like those teams are playoff bound. Those guys, they play around with each other, joke around with each other in the dugout, in the clubhouse. They have a nice little vibe going on over there. Here, there's nothing like it. Because you don't have it. Also, I'd like to say one more thing. It might be too late because, Steiny Goose over, but happy birthday to Steiny, wherever he is. Hope he's listening. Hope you have a great day, and hope you guys, too, have a great day. Thanks for taking the call.
Charles, thank you very much.
Charles.
I'm pretty sure Steiny's not listening. He's the only one that does. He doesn't listen very much, does he? Everybody else listens to the shows.
Occasionally, I'll get some text messages from Steiny.
Does he listen?
Yeah, on the way to the golf course.
On the way to the golf course.
Yeah.
Didn't sound like he was going golfing today, which is weird because it's his birthday.
Normally it's a Wednesday thing. There's a standing Wednesday.
Yeah, but if it's your birthday, it's like, clear it out.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
But when you play 100 rounds a year anyway, it's not like you need to pigeonhole one on your birthday. I mean,
jeez.
That would be 2 times a week. I think he plays twice a week.
Okay.
He's not afraid of the November, December either.
I mean, why live in California if you can't go outside in the winter?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Although rainy this morning, it was terrible.
It was a little weird. It came out.
Crazy.
Well, especially because it was 70 yesterday and it was 70 today. It's going to be 70 tomorrow. But you walk out your door and you're like, why are there puddles everywhere? What the hell's going on here?
My outdoor furniture was wet.
Oh, that's a tough one. It's
brutal.
That's a tough one.
Let me just tell you.
Boy. You just look me in the eyes. Keep on keeping on, okay?
Yeah. I
hang
was
in
called
there.
in sick.
Big guy. There are brighter days ahead. Okay?
Thank you, Mark. Well played.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, this whole thing right now, Logan Webb's comments, and I think really taking this in a direction that I don't think this was readily available to all of us. It's one thing to say, okay, Farhan doesn't have he hasn't gotten the players he wants. Gabe is, I think we've known, different, a little bit different managerial style, different human being. But if you've actually got, like, this is what resonates the most with me. If you've got leaders in the clubhouse who are, they're trying to twist the arms of other players to sort of go a certain way, and that's not working, man, yes, it's on Gabe. Yet the roster is on Farhan. The vibe is on Gabe. But it sounds to me like there are also a handful of players where it's just like, get out of here. Get out of here. Jock Peterson has got to go.
Sure.
That's it.
But when you're Gabe Kapler, it's up to you. It's your job to know what's going on in your clubhouse.
Sure.
And I think about Steve Kerr, and by proxy, I always think about myself when it comes to coaching. I coached high school. One year I had 8 seniors. My top 8 players were all seniors. And so that year, I did next to no coaching.
Did you play music after losses?
We didn't lose very often.
Okay.
But we basically did whatever we needed to do. And in fact, some of the seniors were coaching me, telling me what I was doing wrong, and they were absolutely right. Other years, when you have freshmen and sophomores on varsity, you do a lot more coaching. And I think about Steve Kerr when they had the KD Steph years, when they won back-to-back titles. Steve didn't have to do that much. You had a veteran-laden team that had won before. You were a very, very good team, and you didn't really need the young guys to do much. Well, last year, and Steve said as much in those quotes that you have on your board, he kind of said that he didn't do a great job last year. You had Kuminga, and you had Wiseman, and you had Moody, and you had Rollins and PBJ, and you were unable to really get the young guys mesh with the veterans, and whatever happened with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, that happened, and they didn't fix it, and that was kind of a lost year for Steve Kerr. 2 years ago when the Giants win 107, and you've got Buster and the Brandons, and everything is humming, you're not losing. You lost 55 times in a baseball season. You were amazing. So Gabe didn't have to do that much.
Right.
You had Buster Posey in the clubhouse. This year, you didn't have a veteran in there. You didn't have that steadying influence, and things got sideways, and he didn't step in and fix it soon enough.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, look at the landscape right now. You can't tell anybody in this city that a clubhouse vibe can't ruin a season. It just literally happened to the Golden State Warriors.
True.
Number one story on the board. Why'd the season go wrong? Clubhouse was a mess. Locker room, whatever you want to call it, depending on the sport.
Yeah.
Okay? Locker room was totally sideways. Now we're starting to get the feel from the Giants, and as Charles points out, the vibe is off. It's very easy to say, very hard to fix. Like, you can't just walk in and fake it. Okay, guys, we're going to need a better vibe in here. So, like everybody to, go home, bring something from home in a paper bag that makes you happy, put it in your locker, and let's change the vibe, all right? Okay, let's go turn 2. Like, it doesn't work. That's very, very difficult to fix. It's one of the reasons I appreciate the living hell out of Kyle Shanahan so much. For all of you Super Bowl or bust, and what has he done? People who are out there, this guy, it's not just about the play call and all the winning. This guy, to me, has nailed that.
The vibe.
Like, he is right down Broadway with regard to, accountability. I am straight. Straight line dude, and I am going to look you in the eye and be honest and real with you, but also I'm going to be over here calling good plays, and I'm also going to hold you freaking accountable. But you're going to love me. And you're going to have my back, and I'm going to have yours. Like, I think Shanahan has nailed things that Gabe and now the modern day Steve Kerr have not. Like, Steve's had trouble with that the last couple of years.
Yeah, and this year should be better. The vibe of
Agreed.
it, because you've got, CP3 and you've got all these veterans. You even have Rodney Magruder as another enforcer potentially in the locker room. But little different with football, because if you get into every one of the meeting rooms, offensive linemen, you got Trent Williams. You got George Kittle with the tight ends. In wide receivers, you got veterans. You got Chris Kasarik and the D-line. It feels like his lieutenants and his team captains are so strong that there's no way the vibe could get sideways. And that's why I look at this Giants team. Yes, Logan Webb, team leader. You're going to be the longest tenured Giant of this group, but you're still a young player. What is he, 26 years old?
Juan Soto? I don't even know if he's that old, to be honest with you.
No, Logan Webb.
Oh, Logan Webb.
Logan Webb is still a pup. And if you look at the other older players,
yeah, he's 26.
None of them, from Yaz to Wilmer to any of the other vets, J.D. Davis, the regular guys, Lamont Wade Jr., none of them is, to me, that much of an alpha to where they could command the room.
I tell you what, it's not an easy thing to fix, but that's now the job. It's crazy because while I support the idea of these guys having at least one more year to be the ones to try to figure it out, man, and this is what I think Logan's talking about, this is going to call for Gabe and Farhan to step out of their comfort zone because they like to play the long game. They like to play the intelligent game. They like to make the right decision. You know what? It's time to get stupid. It's time to get a little stupid because nobody is showing up next year in April excited because intelligence is about to play out on the field. Nobody. That's how the vibe needs to change, is something is going to have to be done to create that sort of unbridled, irrational excitement that we like to feel at the beginning of the year. What we're feeling right now with the Niners. We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. Peter King's going to join us next. We'll loop him into this conversation. Wait till you hear what he said about Brock Purdy in his article. And oh, by the way, what does he think about Mike Florio and the whole Purdy-turdy thing? We find out next, right here on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's not waste any time, Mr. Dibley.
Okay.
Right? Get to youtube.com/957 The Game. You can stream us live. Always a lot of fun over there. Keep the chat going. But one of our favorite guests is with us, as he is every week. So let's do it. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. Hello today, Peter. Thanks for doing it as always.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We're great, man. We're sitting here having a conversation that, quite frankly, is inspired by Logan Webb of the San Francisco Giants, calling for basically a culture change, more focus on winning, more accountability in the Giants clubhouse. Now, this also coincides with a few days ago, Kyle Shanahan getting a contract extension. To many, they felt like it was kind of out of nowhere. But I wonder what you think, Peter, when you look at today's athlete and think about what they want from a manager or a head coach in terms of how involved they are, how intense they are. What do you think is the right way to build that culture?
The right way to build the culture is with the manager or the coach being exactly who he is, because there are all kinds who do it. There are dictatorial types who've won Super Bowls. Tom Coughlin comes to mind. Bill Parcells was one of those. Parcells was a really, really good communicator. He was gruff, but he was a good communicator. There's also quiet guys who lead by example, and I just mean as a player, kind of like a Derek Jeter type. He always said, I don't say things, I do things and hope that people notice. That's the way he led. And I think as far as a manager goes, you really, not only do you have to just be yourself, but I think you have to understand what it takes inside a team to win games. And I'll give you a good example. I don't consider Kyle Shanahan to be the bite your head off kind of guy. But when he wasn't satisfied really with Deebo Samuel's physical condition last year, he didn't make a big deal of it at all. But he went up to him and said, listen, you got to be better. We need you to be better. And I think that you have to know your team and you have to be totally unafraid of confrontation. I think for a coach, a manager, a leader, those are the qualities you have to have. But you also have to know who you are. And Kyle Shanahan obviously has a good handle on his team, and they have a good handle on who he is.
You talked about needing somebody to be better than who they are. Why does America need Brock Purdy to be better than he is? Peter, you mentioned in your column that he's undefeated. And Peter, why do so many people want to continue to asteriskize, if I may, Brock Purdy?
Listen, this is my pet peeve this week. And that is everybody looks at, he's done all right, but what? But what? 11 games he's played 3 or more quarters. The 49ers are 11-0, and he's got numbers better than 2/3 in those games, better than 2/3 of the quarterbacks in football. So what do you want exactly out of Brock Purdy? Really, tell me, what do you want out of Brock Purdy? And I just think, look, and somebody wrote me a really good email to my column this week, and his point was, he said, hey, I'm a big 49ers fan. Brock Purdy reminds me of somebody. He reminds me of Joe Montana. Remember, Joe Montana, 3rd-round draft choice. Nobody thought much of him. Small guy, blah, blah, blah. And he came in, and all he did was win. And obviously, he played great and all that. But anyway, my biggest problem right now with what we do as a sports media, quite honestly, is that we take too long to basically watch the games, see what the games tell us, and then make a judgment. We take way too long to say, hey, wait a second, Brock Purdy was the 272nd pick in the draft, so he can't be very good. Haven't we learned our lesson? Tom Brady, 199. Joe Montana, whatever he was, I don't know, 86. I forget what he was. But whatever he was, haven't we learned our lesson that look, it's the same thing right now with Puka Nacua. 177th pick in the draft this year. People can't accept that he's a really good football player because they're myopically looking at the number of pick that he was overall. And I just think, watch the games and make a judgment. Don't make a final judgment on a human being because of the number next to him is a low number in the draft.
It's well said. We've been calling it draftism for a number of weeks right now, Peter. Yeah. And by the way, while we're on Brock Purdy, I want to remind all of our listeners about this conversation from Pro Football Talk just a few days ago.
I think this is part of it. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. Wouldn't be the first time. I think when you think of a franchise quarterback, you think of Joe Montana, Dan Marino, right? Brock Purdy is just kind of a weird name. It doesn't sound like a franchise quarterback name. Purdy's a little too close to Turdy. I just think people have a hard time looking at that name and saying that's a franchise quarterback. I know when I first saw that name,
that easily is the most ridiculous point you've ever made. That's easily the most ridiculous point you've ever made.
Yes.
That's absurd. That's one of the silliest things I've
guarantee ever heard. I guarantee you I'm not the only person that's like, well, that's not a quarterback name.
So, Peter, first off, I appreciate the role you played in that conversation. Yes. But secondarily, I know our audience has been waiting for today so we could ask you, what the hell was going on there? Was he kidding? What was that?
I don't know. I mean, look, Mike has done a fantastic job in his career building himself up from, a lawyer in West Virginia to being a real powerful person in the sports media. But I don't know. When I started hearing him say that, I said, do I interrupt him and tell him this is totally absurd? And finally, I just had too much. I just couldn't take it. And I had to tell him that's the most absurd thing you've ever said. So, and I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you if he was serious or not. He sure sounded serious, but whatever. I just, I'm sure that if the three of us sat down for 10 minutes, we could go through a lot of sports right now. We could go through basketball, baseball. We could find some ridiculous names who were great players in sports. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, that's my thought.
Yeah. I mean, you just brought up Puka Nacua. I can't wait to hear what Mike has to say about that.
That's a great one.
I was going to ask you about Arizona quarterback Josh Dobbs, who, I think doorknobs myself, but I probably won't say that out loud. But you had a nice, interesting little segment in your piece about Josh Dobbs. It's hard not to root for guys like Josh Dobbs. Give us a little background on how this guy has gone from complete afterthought to having a nice little start to his season.
Here's the biggest thing with Josh Dobbs, and why I appreciate him so much. He entered the league in 2017 as a third-string quarterback in Pittsburgh, and he made this point to me, to Ben Roethlisberger. He made this point to me that I thought was really, really smart. He said, look, starting when I was 6 years old, I was a starting quarterback. And I've never not been a starting quarterback until I got to the NFL. So your life changes totally. And when your life changes, I'll tell you exactly what happens. You have to decide whether you want to be, a football player, because, obviously you have to go in every day and you have to find some motivation to get better, because clearly, unless there's a spate of injuries, you're not going to be playing. So that's the thing I appreciate about him, that he has gotten better, so that now if you watch him play, when I watch him play the last 2 weeks, I watched a bunch of that Giants game last week, and then I watched a good chunk of their game on Sunday. And I don't know how you guys feel, but sometimes you can just watch a player and say, man, he's confident. He belongs. And that is exactly what I see right now when I watch Josh Dobbs. Totally fearless, absolutely fearless. And he plays so hard. He plays so confidently. And I think, look, everybody says, the bubble will burst. The Cardinals are not that good. They're coming into San Francisco. They'll get their comeuppance in Santa Clara on Sunday. And they well may be. But just think about this. They have had leads in the second half of every one of their first 3 games. Okay? They had a 20-point lead over the Giants. They had a 12-point lead over the Cowboys. And so they have had big leads now in all of their games. Well, they had a normal lead. I forget how many points it was, but it wasn't a lot, against Washington in week 1. And at some point you have to say, they've been ahead in the second half of all these 3 games. How could that be a fluke? It's not a fluke. Watch the games. Just watch the games. And look, this is not, I think the 49ers will win the game. This is not a walkover by any stretch of the imagination.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Straight from your Football Morning in America column yesterday, Peter. Quote, I have no idea how long Deebo Samuel can last playing the physical style he plays, but I doubt he makes it through 17 games playing that way. I've long watched him, and while we love it, the concern level is so high. But Peter, what do you do about this? Because doesn't it seem like that's just that's the cloth from which he's cut?
Yes. However, the point that I would make about it is second half, you're up by 20, you're down by 20, whatever. At some point, you've got to be realistic. I remember a long time ago when Franco Harris, everybody said, man, he's soft. He runs out of bounds. And he always used to say the same thing. Said, you want me here for the whole season? I mean, I got to be smart if I want to be here for the whole season. And look, I'm not saying that he should change his style of play. He is a great football player. I loved when Amazon the other day showed the video of Mark Bavaro dragging Ronnie Lott in that incredibly interesting and memorable game at Candlestick, 30 years ago. The reason that was so apt is that you saw that the other night with Deebo Samuel, and you see it with him a lot. And so I think he is one of the 8-10 most fun, interesting players to watch in the sport of football. I want to see him every week. So I don't think there's any crime with knowing when to fold him. Okay, and I'm not even saying that on any of those plays the other day that he should have folded him. But I am saying that I think sometimes you just got to be smart if you're Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, it's tough because the mentality of that team is such a physical one with the fullback and a lot of 2 tight end stuff. And so it's tough to separate the two. On the other side, not to call Miami a finesse team, but my goodness, Peter, what they did on Sunday, a glorified track team putting up 70 on hapless Denver. What did you make of that newfangled offense with the no-look shovel pass and all the fun that Miami's having?
Look, Mike McDaniel, I think, is, he's out of the Shanahan tree. Kyle Shanahan, obviously being at the head of that tree because he was with Mike for so long. But obviously you've got Sean McVay, you've got Matt LaFleur, and now you got Mike McDaniel. And to me, I think what makes Mike McDaniel so interesting is that every week, and I mean every week, I see something. I'm not saying maybe that I've never seen before, but I see something that makes me stop in my tracks. And if you watch that game the other day, and I happen to be watching that game for a good bit of that game, the early game, and you see Tua Tagovailoa making a no-look shovel pass. What makes it so great is that in motion was Tyreek Hill, and he's coming around the formation, and you could swear Tyreek Hill is going to get the ball, and it's going to be a foot race to the pylon. But no, sort of a play action to Tyreek Hill, and then he shoveled it, obviously, to Devon Achane, and it was a touchdown. I think that is so much fun to watch, and I think just in general, the Miami team is really a lot of fun. I hope for their sake. We've seen them now 3 games. We got 14 more to go. Honestly, the only thing I root for in the NFL, I root for health. Because, in my opinion, I think it would be an absolute total shame if we don't get to see if these Miami Dolphins can take this farther than they've taken it before because of injury. So, personally, I kind of hope that they're able to keep the band together. Crazy thing the other day is they're without Jalen Waddle. And, so nobody is going to get through this season unscathed. But Miami really has a lot of weapons to be able to threaten teams.
Peter, when you mentioned Mike McDaniel coming from Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree, how much do you think he is his own guy and his own creator, or how much do you think he is pulling from Kyle?
Most coaches who will admit, they steal from everybody. And I think all coaches do. Every head coach has a person on his staff that they get ideas from. Doug Peterson in 2017 in the Super Bowl against New England tasked his team when they went to Minneapolis that year. He basically told them, okay, the hay's not in the barn yet. I want you guys to find some more plays for me. And Mike Groh, who was the receivers coach at the time, and Frank Reich, who was the offensive coordinator, actually came up with a play that they stole from teams that did it against the Patriots that led to, instead of trips right, 4 receivers on the right and only 1 on the left, tight end Zach Ertz. And tight end Zach Ertz ended up catching the ball that won the Super Bowl, the only Super Bowl that the Philadelphia Eagles have ever won. And that came from Mike Groh and Frank Rowe inventing a play that they found on video the week before the game. So all coaches steal. All coaches borrow. So I do think Mike McDaniel does take stuff from Kyle, takes stuff from Mike. No question about it. He feels great indebtedness to Kyle Shanahan and to Mike for what he learned in his life from the Shanahan family. So, and I don't think he regrets that, or I don't think he feels bad about even saying that. So to me, I'm sure that Mike McDaniel would say, I still get a lot of stuff to this day from the Shanahan family.
Peter, we know you got to run real quick. I think there were some people whose eyebrows went up with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch getting contract extensions now because they weren't up anytime soon. What can you add there?
I don't know what happened. I've not talked to anybody out there, but I think that when you have something that you feel you've got a good thing going, look, there's a lot of people who believe, like I think both of them were up after 2025. So a lot of people would believe, okay, we want to get this deal done no later than sometime in 2024. If you know that and you're positive that you're going to keep these guys, the price is only going up. Why don't you do it now?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the numbers are or where they stand both on the GM list and the coach list, but I'm sure Jed York said there is nothing that's going to happen in the next 18 months that is going to make me not want these guys to run my football team. I don't think it's very complex, and I doubt that you're going to find out anything in the near future that says it's complex.
Peter, great stuff as always. Thank you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, that was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King right here every week on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I like that he's just like, I don't know what the hell Florio was saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about that guy?
Well, and he does pay him a good compliment there in terms of what Florio was and what he's become. He is a powerful voice in the National Football League from a media standpoint. Went from being just a West Virginia lawyer to now being one of the big boys. And so you do that by moving the needle. And this one I think was nonsensical. And, whether or not you're joking, I don't know if Peter King is the recipient who I would choose to run that sort of material.
Yeah, I don't think so. First off, he sounds sort of like an elementary school kid, like, Purdy rhymes with dirty. So
there's a time and place for that, and it's not when you're talking to Peter King.
No, it's when you're in third grade.
But if you want to do that in a different way, in a different time, on your platform, that's your choice.
But the other side to it is, actually, even if I were to take his comments at face value, I still disagree. Like, he's sort of making the point that's like, if you want a quarterback, you want a strong name, like Joe or Dan or Brock. Like, Brock is not like some flimsy sort of a sounding name.
Yeah, there have been Brocks before. Brock Heward was a quarterback, 6'5", blonde-haired.
Very good radio guy now, too.
Yeah, and he and I spent some time together in Dublin, St. Patty's Day.
How'd that go?
2010. Really fun. Good guy.
Did you tell him to hang in there? Big guy?
No, we might have had a couple of Guinnesses.
Yeah.
There might have been some Jameson that was poured. We had a good time there. I think Salk was there as well, back in the Brock and Salk days. But I'm with you. Brock is not a flimsy sort of a name. You can come up with flimsier names, but I liked what Peter said and what he wrote in Football Morning in America about Purdy, and he barely let me get through the question.
Right.
He's mad about it. He's mad.
He was making noise. He was grumbling. He sounded like Boach while you're like, I'm trying to ask you a question. He's like, no. He was all turned up because his comment after the guy begins his career 11-0 in games he's played at least 3 quarters, why is there this universal asterisk on his competence? More ridiculous than amazing, really. That's Peter's comment about Brock Purdy. And we can discuss that next. Would love your calls on it. Why is there a universal asterisk on Brock Purdy's competence? He's 11-0. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Adam Sandler tickets next hour. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here to tell you.
well, he's done all right, but what? But what?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But what?
An
Thank
emotional
you,
Peter King.
That's right.
But
he's headed up to here with all this Purdy-turdy stuff.
Yeah.
May I borrow a moment for something completely off the map?
Sure. Is it a soliloquy? Can I eat, or do I need to be a part of this?
I'd like you to be a part of it.
Okay. I got a vegetable.
But you could eat. Yeah. What's in that thing?
Veggie gratin.
You brought in a big old bucket.
Yeah, it's nice. It's
like a bucket.
Supper made. It's eggplant. It's zucchini, red pepper, onion with a little bit of cheese. Baked in the oven.
You got any meat in there?
No, we had. We had shrimp, and then we had the veggie gratin.
Okay.
Little veggie gratin.
Bubble gump.
But go ahead.
Okay.
You talk. I'll eat.
Rest in peace, Brooks Robinson.
Really?
Yeah.
I was wondering why you showed me that highlight during the break.
So Brooks passed away, and beyond the normal, rest in peace, loved watching him play kind of thing, I can't even say that because he was largely before my time. I didn't really watch Brooks Robinson play. But I will forever remember Brooks because of this direct experience. So back in 1998 and 1999, I did minor league baseball games in Boise, Idaho. Yeah, get your trip ready. Thank you. Appreciate that. And so the second year that I got there, they were like, look, we really want to see if you can do something cool with the pregame show. Because normally what we would do is just go to the ball yard and some ex-athlete would be the hitting coach on the other team. And be like, hey, coach, you grab 5 minutes of your time, blah, 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 do an interview, and that's your pregame show. They're like, we want to see if we could get, bigger names.
Basically, stop mailing it in, Willard.
Right. But they were like, no expectation, because we're in Idaho, single A. I was 23. It's not they were like, there was no demands. They're just like, see what you can do kind of a thing. So I called baseball offices, and I get the baseball book. And the baseball book allows you to see where everybody is staying on the road with teams. And at that time, I think Brooks was doing some sort of a consultant role or whatnot with the Orioles, so he was traveling with the team. The cool thing is what I learned through this process, because largely if you called, for instance, the Padres are in town. If you found out what hotel they were at and you called the front desk and you're like, yeah, I'd like to talk to Manny Machado. Is Manny Machado? Could I have Manny Machado's room? They're going to be like, there's nobody staying here under that name.
Sure.
Because Manny Machado is probably staying under Michelangelo or something like that.
It's a pseudonym.
Thank you. Not Brooks Robinson. Brooks Robinson was staying under Brooks Robinson. And some of the old guys would do that. They're like, I don't care. And so I would just call people in their hotel room. And it ended up being this really cool thing that happened all season long. Like, I was getting big names because they're just nice. They're just throwbacks.
Yeah.
So one of the cool things that happened was Brooks didn't even just answer. He didn't answer. I left the man a message.
Hi, Brooks. This is Mark.
Thank you. And unlike Geno Smith, Brooks called back.
He called you back.
I got a voicemail on my answering machine from Brooks Robinson. Hi, Mark. This is Brooks Robinson.
That's a 4.
Got a call from you earlier today. Just wanted to call you back, let you know. Give me a call. We'll set up an interview anytime. This man, salt of the damn earth, called right back to the hotel. Hi, Mark. Yeah, I was waiting for your call.
Just sitting here watching Petticoat Junction.
Sat there and had a 15-minute conversation on a cassette tape with Brooks Robinson that we then used for our show later that night.
Beautiful.
Suffice it to say, the team and the radio station are like, I'm sorry, we wanted you to kind of expand. We did not think you were going to be getting people like Brooks flipping Robinson.
16-time Gold Glover.
I'm telling you, man, cut from a different cloth back in those days. Dusty Baker did one of these. Vin Scully did one of these. It was unbelievable how nice these dudes were just sitting in their hotel rooms. I will never forget Brooks Robinson, and I will never forget the voicemail that I got once upon a time on an answering machine in a one-bedroom apartment in Boise, Idaho.
That's a great story. And
may he rest in peace.
Yeah, geez. And I don't have vivid memories of watching him play because he only played until about the mid-'70s, and I was born in the late 60s. But growing up, he was the gold standard around my house and any household in terms of, if you wanted to be a good defensive player, certainly an infielder, it was Brooks Robinson. And still, if you look back at the greatest defensive third baseman in history, he's either number one or number two or number three on your list. And this is now 50 years since he last played, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So may he rest in peace.
86, a good run for Brooks.
Yeah, I tell you. And I wonder if Steiny watched him play. He's
for sure.
He's older than you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Steiny.
Yeah, Steiny's about 4 years older than me, and being a back east guy, and I'm sure that he would vouch for Michael Jack Schmidt as a Philly. But Steiny's got a very diverse, old school baseball fandom that would surprise you.
Peter King joined us a short time ago, and once again, another sentence that had Brock Purdy and Joe Montana in it together. I know it makes people uncomfortable, but Brian Baldinger was on the Morning Roast and said this.
Well, obviously, the best that ever did it right there, Joe Montana, he had that. You couldn't rattle him. And I feel like he's got, I'm not comparing him to Joe Montana.
No.
I'm not doing anything like that. But he does have that composure. He does have that poise. And, you see it, Joe, but the people that see it first, if you do rattle guy, is the defensive players.
Mm.
They see it and feel it first. They see it before anybody else. And they'll talk about it on the sidelines. I know certain defensive players, great players, they know when they got their quarterback. They know when the game is in the bag because of what they're doing to the quarterback. I never get the feeling, no matter what, how many shots he takes or a missed throw, whatever, that you ever have that guy. That's a dangerous composition if you're trying to defend it.
Would love to hear from some of you on this. 888-957-9570. Again, but what is maybe the next 95-7 the game, the shop slogan. But what, said Peter King about Brock Purdy. In other words, well, he's good, but his completion percentage is high, but I know he doesn't turn the ball over, but I know he's won every game he's played, but, and Peter said, but what?
But what? Yes.
So the column that Peter wrote yesterday, and you pointed this out, the exact quote is this. It's amazing to me after he begins his career 11-0 in games he's played at least 3 quarters, that there is this universal asterisk on his competence, talking about Brock Purdy. More ridiculous than amazing, really.
Yes.
That's from Peter King.
And that's, everybody wants to put it into a certain sort of a box. And I don't take issue with what Baldy said, but we all need to stop in terms of, I'm not trying to compare him to Joe Montana, and then we all compare him to Joe Montana. And it's okay to compare him to Joe Montana. You're not saying he's as good as Joe Montana. He's not as accomplished as Joe Montana, but there can be things that Joe Montana was good at that Brock Purdy is also good at. So I think all of us need to stop in terms of, I'm not trying to compare him to Joe Montana because we are. He's a Niner quarterback. Joe is a Niner quarterback. Brock Purdy is undefeated in games he starts and finishes, and that's actually better than what Joe Montana did in games that he started and finished at the start of his career. There are things that they share in common, and it's okay to point that out. We don't have to all run from it and try to make sure everybody knows that we're not saying that Brock Purdy is as good as Joe Montana. Of course he's not at this point. Now, it'd be kind of cool if he wound up as successful as Joe. If Brock Purdy wins 3 Super Bowls,
that'd be incredible.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be fine.
So
I'll take it.
Right. But right now, it's okay to compare him in terms of lightly drafted, really smart, not physically overpowering, and pretty precise with the football.
I think the Montana comparison is there's something physical about the build that looks similar, and the movement. Joe Montana was not a running quarterback, but his movement around the field, his mobility was strong. I think Brock sometimes looks like the same build, the same movement, the same sort of decision-making, the presence on the field. There's a look that Joe Montana had that Brock shares. So that's a fair comparison. Certainly no one's talking about any sort of a career arc with Brock Purdy, but I am mindful of these two comparisons. I think most people, if you said, okay, best quarterbacks of all time, give me your top 5. I think for most people, just based on accomplishment, the first two names out the mouth are Tom Brady and Joe Montana.
Correct.
For most people.
Then you can go to your Peyton Mannings, your John Elways, your Dan Marinos, if you were so inclined.
All of the number 1 overall draft pick guys, right?
Sure.
But Brady and Montana, what do they share? They were not first rounders.
Right.
They were not second rounders. They have tons of rings, tons of success. And so, look, maybe it's just we're going to have to get used to it being a longer road than we want to. But I'd love to know that from anybody who wants to talk Niner football or Brock Purdy is how many games or what accomplishments are necessary before you're comfortable just going, he's good, and then walking out of the room. That's it. There's a period.
Right.
He's good, and then when are we eating? Instead of, but Deebo and Christian and Kyle and defense and roster and this and that and the other. How long do we have to go before you're comfortable with he's good, past the beer nuts?
I wonder, and I think that it's going to take more time for him in terms of his career. And I'm looking at Joe Montana right now. His first 8 starts in the NFL, he was 2-6. And then the year that they go to the Super Bowl, he goes 13-3. They drafted 4 DBs in that same draft. They had 4 rookies in the secondary. Your defense was great. Joe Montana was terrific. He led the league for a second straight time in completion percentage. All of a sudden, Joe's winning percentage was better because the team was better.
Yes.
And all the rest of it all kind of coalesced into a championship team, and he wins the Super Bowl and all the rest of it. So Brock Purdy doesn't have to win the Super Bowl. I do think that he has to continue to stack these sort of winning performances in order for people to say, you know what? He's good. He's a good player, period. What's for dinner? I don't think that most people are there yet.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thanks for all of the interaction on Twitch and YouTube. Comcast Business text line there as well, and the phones at 888-957-9570. The consultant is in Walnut Creek here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, consultant, what's up?
What's going on, guys? No, love the convo, and let's just, up the ante. I was saying that I don't think that we do enough comparisons to Joe Montana. So check this out. Think about this. When we talk about Brock Purdy and we give him too much credit for look at the team around him, let's just go one by one, or not one by one, but you get my point. Brock Purdy's got CMC. Well, Joe Montana had Roger Craig. Mm-hmm. We've got Ayuk and
Deebo.
God, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. Deebo. Right over there, you got Dwight Clark and Freddie Solomon. You got an A+ defense in what Purdy had. You had an A+ defense with Ronnie Lott and team back when Joe Montana had it. You have Kyle Shanahan drawing up schemes. You had Bill Walsh drawing up schemes. Joe Montana had the highest paid roster and probably the best roster in the NFL during his reign. But he was amazing and he got credit for it. I have no idea why people are so hesitant for a quarterback that starts 11-0, even with all the great stuff that he's got around him. Great quarterbacks have had great teams, yet still get the credit. I think it's purely because of draft position and potentially what's going on in the NFL today that Purdy's not getting credit. But I think the comparisons can start now. Like Dib said, we're not saying he's as good yet, but man, 11-0 in the games that he's starting, 30-plus points a game. He's got the Joe Cool factor. He makes the right decisions. I mean, Purdy's got a lot to be excited about, and I think we should be talking about it.
Yeah, consultant, thanks. Listen, we in a way, we had this conversation, I think it was late last week, where I was talking about the fact that it's like Joe Montana goes down for time as the greatest of all time, and Purdy has nothing that Joe didn't have. It's all the same stuff. Great receivers, great tight end, great, in fact, I would say maybe even better offensive line. One of the greatest coaches, offensive play callers of all time, instituted a whole new system called the West Coast offense. Like, he had everything, and maybe it's because I was only 6-7 years old when he won his first Super Bowl, and I just didn't know or maybe it's because Twitter didn't exist and nobody had a cell phone, but I never remember hearing anyone go, well, Joe's good, but I mean, come on, who couldn't play well with all this around him? Nobody would have said that. I don't know that anybody's ever said that about a good quarterback. We don't do this to QBs. We don't. In fact, there are some right now that I would argue sort of the opposite conversation is happening. Let's take Justin Herbert for a second. So he's got 2 offensive minds on his sideline. I'm not going to call them great coaches, but 2. He's got one of the top running backs. He's got a very good receiving core.
Yeah, the running back's hurt, and one of his receivers has a torn ACL.
Right, but I'm talking about his career now.
Sure.
He's got Eckler.
Yeah.
And Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, and he's got defensive stars, the pass rush on the other end, Bosa, Khalil Mack. But he doesn't win nearly as many games, yet, boy, the NFL is here to tell you that Justin Herbert's elite. He's elite.
Right.
Based on draft position and arm talent?
Yeah, arm talent for sure.
And I'm not saying he's not. I think he's great.
They got a questionable offensive line, and they've got a coach who can't really find his way to get out of his own way, so to speak. But I do think it's interesting about the Montana conversation because we don't look back and think, Joe, you won those Super Bowls, in spite of Joe Montana.
Right.
But then again, you do look at Montana, and he led the league, 5 times in completion percentage.
Yeah.
And so that's somewhere that Brock would need to get to. And, in terms of leading the league in touchdowns on 2 different occasions and other things that would make, and again, I'm not trying to say that Brock needs to do these things, and not that he needs to be compared to Joe Montana. He probably will never catch Joe Montana in terms of accomplishment and legacy.
Yes.
But, can you say that Brock Purdy shares some things that Joe Montana had? Absolutely.
Yeah, I get why it makes everybody uncomfortable, but to circle it back to Peter's question, it's a really fair one, which is just sort of why? Like, why? Why do we have
Why can't we give him credit?
Yeah, why do you have to attach something to each win, and how many wins is it going to take before that stops? I think is the question. Rob and San Bruno next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rob, what's up?
What's up, y'all? Let's need to calm down with first of all, the comparisons to these all-time greats need to stop it. It's been a lot of quarterbacks who had the same skill set as Montana. That doesn't mean you're a great quarterback, and you're confusing a skill set with the teammates he has around him. Let's be real about it. This offense is based off the running game, whether that's Deebo, whether that's CMC. In the short passing game, it's not offense based off quarterback play. It's always going to be based off the run game. You look at the run game, if the run game is doing bad, the passing game is going to do bad. That's just how it goes with this offense. So let's stop all that. Let the season play out. I'm not saying Brock is bad. I'm not saying it at all. Let the season play out, but we're setting expectations so high up in the sky that when he fails, he's going to be the worst things ever. And let me recall, I remember years ago, Jimmy G was top 10. Jimmy G was a top 10 quarterback. Let's stop that. Let's enjoy the season. Let him continue to grow. All this unwanted pressure about calling him Joe Montana, let him be Chad Pennington first before we get to Joe Montana. That's all I'm saying.
Rob, respectfully, I think there's some interesting points in there, but I disagree with your main one. The main point being Brock Purdy is sort of a concoction of the run game. The run game is what makes the 49er offense go. Let's explore that for a second. I could argue the same thing is true for the Philadelphia Eagles, but I don't ever hear anybody be like, well, Jalen Hurts is good, but it's really about the run game. I don't hear that. Number 2, do you think a professional defense filled with millionaires who have their own coordinator solely focused on stopping the other team, do you think that if the other team does not present a problem in the passing game, that they would be beaten by the run game? In other words, your premise I find faulty because I don't think that exists. You can't have a good run game if you don't have the threat of the pass. They will just put everyone in the box and you will go nowhere. You'll go nowhere. However, What makes the 49ers so good, and this is on both sides, quite frankly, is that they're good everywhere. They're so balanced, maybe more so than any other Kyle Shanahan team. It's not to say the run game's not incredibly important, but you cannot effectively have a run game in the NFL if they're not thinking, dude, if we just stack and stop Christian McCaffrey, Brock's going to go right over our head and kill us.
Well, that's just about every team. And if you look around the NFL, I mean, every team has the threat of beating you over the top. No team is that one-dimensional.
Well, the Jets don't. I don't agree.
And the Jets aren't really running the ball.
There's a lot of teams that don't have the ability to beat you up over the top. We were talking yesterday about all the ineffective QB play.
Right, but a lot of those teams don't have the same ability. And I think it's okay to say that the Niners are predicated on the run game, and it's not a disrespect to Brock Purdy, because that's what the Niners do the best. They're number 3 in the league in running the ball right now, behind the Dolphins and the Eagles, by the way. The Eagles are second in total yards. The Niners are third. And it's okay to say that the Niners are a run-first team without making that disrespectful to Brock Purdy.
Okay, so there's 2 different ways to package that. I find the way you just packaged it to say, okay, the offense may be predicated on the run.
Yes.
They're a run-first team. To then take it and say that's why Brock Purdy is able to function is where I find...
Yeah, I would not say it that way.
And I feel like that's where Rob was going. If I'm misinterpreting it, then that's on me.
You know what that would be then?
It would be a misinterpretation sensation. I'm aware of that. But that's kind of how I took that. Now, I have no issue if you don't want to talk about Joe Montana and Brock Purdy in the same sentence.
That's fine. Yeah.
No one is ever saying that in terms of a historical resume context.
Right.
If you're saying that, I think it's absurd. I don't even know why we would go there yet. But what I'm trying to say is I will never, ever feel like quarterback play in the NFL can be diminished or explained. You can't go 11-0 and average 33 points a game and look at that and go, well, yeah, but that's because running back. I don't think it exists. This is the most important position in sports.
There have been examples of that, but it's extremely rare. Mike Tomczak and the Trent Dilfer run, those were very rare examples where Tomczak started his career 10-0, and they were winning because of the 1986 Chicago Bears defense, which was largely the 85 Bears D, and they were winning games 17-12.
Thank you. That's my point.
Yes.
You got to add in the point that the Niners are averaging 33 points a game.
Niners have run it 101 times this year, and they've passed it 91 times. So they are more of a run-heavy team than almost anybody in the NFL.
Sure, that's fine. But I'm not going to use the run game as a reason for Brock's success. Again,
I don't think you can diminish how good he is based on the run-pass mix.
All these things help. All of these things help. Any player. I just think it goes both ways. All right, 888-957-9570. Pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, courtesy Live Nation. Make sure you're tuned in. Next segment to win. We are also sponsored by Ashley Furniture. So 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your phone calls and also reset. What exactly does the word change mean in the mind of the San Francisco Giants' best player? That's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. Pair of tickets, Adam Sandler, okay? SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Your chance to win today is coming up in 12 minutes or less.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to go to Adam Sandler SAP Center, stay right where you are, okay? And then we'll get going on your calls, 888-957-9570. You know, while we're sitting here talking about the football stuff, did you see what the New York Jets did?
I did, yeah.
So Farhan would be proud. This is kind of what I'm talking about. If you want to know what I think Logan Webb is talking about, and we'll share his comments with you again for those of you just joining us. If you want to know what Logan Webb is talking about when he goes into the clubhouse after a win, after a complete game victory, and basically unloads and says, look, we need to make big changes to get the winning culture. Andy Baggerly writes an article that points to too many players who were okay with losing, absolutely names Jock Peterson as one of them. What I really think Logan is asking for, I don't think he's asking for Gabe Kapler to be fired or Farhan Zaidi to be fired. I don't know what's going to happen with those two guys. What I think Logan is asking for, and a lot of you fans for a while now have been asking for the Giants to walk into the room and swing a big stick. Okay?
Wow.
Said it slowly.
Yeah. All right. What card game were they playing? Yeah, exactly.
What's this? I keep leaving out the second word. What's the second word?
Dos.
Dos.
Pusoy dos.
Pusoy
dos. Yes.
Okay. Don't say it dos times. You might get
in trouble. Yeah.
Okay. So
walk in the room, swing a big stick.
Dude, don't you want to just say that to the Giants? I think the biggest issue right now with Giants baseball is that they feel like they think they're the Marlins. They feel like they think they're the River Cats. I think I've seen more River Cats highlights online this year than actual Giants.
Well, they act like they're the River Cats.
Yes.
And they act like they're the Marlins. And this is what infuriates Giants fans is you go to the deadline, and you and I had a pretty fierce debate over whether or not other teams actually got better. Lance Lynn, Kike Hernandez, the Dodgers, the Rangers, all these are the teams that at least tried to get better. You brought in A.J. Pollock off of the scrap heap. He played 3 games, and I was clamoring for them to trade to get Paul DeJong, and they didn't do it. And then he was free, and they grabbed him up anyway in typical Farhan fashion. You basically did nothing at the deadline, and you went into an inexplicable fade from there, and that's what makes some fans so mad.
It's just like you're going again. When you look at the Dodgers and the Braves, okay, when they walk in the room, everything stops. The jukebox stops.
Needle scratch.
And everybody stops. And oh, damn. The Dodgers and Braves walk into a series, and they have such a presence about them. Doesn't mean it's always going to work. But my wish for the Giants is that everything about them stops feeling so small. You know, if we go move by move, sometimes it makes sense. But the collective is you look and feel so tiny. And you're the Giants. Like it's literally the opposite of your name. And this is San Francisco. And this is 3 rings within the last 11, 12, 13 years here. So everything feels like you're going up against a behemoth and you're trying to like hit him with toothpicks. It's like watching Star Wars when Luke Skywalker spins his X-Wing fighter with the ropes around those big legs.
That was Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, Empire, and they finally, the legs like trip up and go, like that's what it feels like when Freddie Freeman is hitting. You're like, all right, let's fly around him with a rope 117 times, see if we can get him to fall over. Too late, he hit it in the bay. You feel so small. Be big. Good grief. Do you need your marketing campaign for next year? It's Be Giant. Hello. Be giant.
They've already done that. Together we're giants.
No, we're not together. I'm not a part of this. You go be giant and I'll watch. Be big.
Giants baseball. Grande. Be big.
Grande, which is a medium. But anyway, it's a totally different conversation.
I like a venti.
Thank you. Like, you got to walk. That's what I'm talking about, man. In Arizona next April, you need to swagger the hell into the room. And I don't know how you do it. That's on you. That's your job. Soto, Bellinger, Shohei, Alonso playing soft. I don't care, but you got to swagger into the room and be like, we are here. And that's what Logan is saying. That's what Logan's saying.
He's saying I'm tired of losing.
Yes, stop being so small.
Right, and you're just mediocre. And that's the worst part about it is you're not big and exciting and a 500 club. You're not plucky and young and all these kids and a 500 club. You're a mix of boring and uninteresting, and you have a fan base that has tuned you out, and you're 500.
For those of you who do not know what the Logan Webb comments are, let's run that back. Make sure you understand what happened after the game last night in the clubhouse. He was asked to what level winning the Cy Young is a priority to him because he's probably not going to win it, but he's in the conversation for sure. And he's a super competitive guy. But the answer became incredibly interesting because he started out with yeah, I'd love to win a Cy Young. But then he goes on to say, and here comes the phrase that pays, quote, I'm tired. I'm tired of losing. It's not fun. We've got to make some big changes in here to create that winning culture. We want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I think as soon as he's done with that part, he went, ooh, I think that sounds pretty quotable. I better start to dial this back a little bit. And he goes, I mean, I think we're there. I don't know what it is. I'm just sick of losing, to be honest. It's never fun. And it was a super weird vibe because he's saying all of these very important and, quite frankly, negative things after a win with Party Rockstar happening in the background.
Bouncing ball to second. Bouncing ball to second. Here's your ball game. That's it. A complete game for Logan Webb is the Giants. Hang in there. They beat the Padres. How about that?
So there's Kipe, and then listen, is Logan ready to party?
I'm tired of losing. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. Some big changes in here to really create that winning culture that we want to show up every single year and try to win the whole thing. I think we're there. It's just we gotta. I don't know what it is, but I'm just sick of losing.
Most important thing any Giant has said in the last 2 years.
Is he sick and tired of losing?
No, right there. We got to make some big changes to create the winning culture.
And that to me is the money quote, and it makes you wonder what those big changes are. If it's big changes in management structure, if it's big changes in the roster, if it's both, I wonder if ownership is going to make that much of a big move to change the culture. But if he doesn't, then Farhan Zaidi and Pete Patilla, who's the actual GM. We don't often, I think, impugn him enough. Farhan is president of baseball ops, but Gabe Kapler and Kai Correa and all the myriad other coaches, they've all got to go on a retreat, 3 or 4 day minimum, and figure out how it is that they can change this culture. Because if you don't bring in a bunch of high-priced free agents or trade some prospects to bring in more talented people, you have to find a way to change this, whatever this is, because over the last 320 or so games, you are 500. You are 1 game below 500, and even your diehard fans, they don't really care about you, and that's the most damning thing.
Watching the Giants feels like when you've got a lot of bills and you don't make enough money to pay them. You're fighting things that call for thousands of dollars with hundreds of dollars. When the Giants play the Braves, that's what it feels like. Too many bills, not enough jobs. That's what it's just too big. It's too big of an assignment. We want to get to your calls, 888-957-9570. But before we get to those calls, how about some other calls? How about calls to the contest line? Right now is your chance to win tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center on October 28th. Please use the contest line, because if you use the regular line, we will both get mad and you won't win, so don't do it. Be caller 3 to the contest line, 415-951-2386, 415-951-2386. That's 415-951-2386. Caller 3 right now is our winner. If you don't win today, you've got another chance to win tomorrow. We're doing it every day this week. Thank you, Live Nation. Okay, let's go to CJ in the city on this conversation. Hey, CJ, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Mark? What's up, Dibs? How you guys doing today?
We're good, man. We're good.
All right, for sure. It's good to hear. When it comes to Farhan and Gabe Kapler, I just want to say, first and foremost, they took over a team that was 72-85 with a lot of bad contracts on that team. And they were able to get rid of those terrible contracts and kind of still compete at the same time. I mean, they won 107 games a year after they took over, the same year that they took over. They went 500 the year after, and we're 500 this year, or just about 500. So when it comes to them, like, I understood the philosophy coming into the season. Like, we're still kind of building our farm system, which is almost right there, and we still want to compete this year. I mean, if you look at the lineup, and let's just say everybody's healthy and good to go, it's a pretty good lineup. Like, Mitch Haniger, I feel like, was a great addition if he just kept his health up. I feel like he's an all-star if he just stays healthy. Michael Conforto, the same with him. It's just health. Injuries kind of plagued the Giants this year as well. And when it comes to the clubhouse and the vibe in there, as a fan, I want to say I respect Logan Webb for speaking out, man, because like you said, Mark, you never really hear that. Like, players never really come out and just, they don't really throw their teammates under the bus, but they kind of, they insinuate what's going on. And Jock, man, like, this dude playing Sudoku before a game. Like, dude, didn't you grow up a Giants fan? You out here playing card games before a game, dude? Like, does this team not mean something to you? And as a fan, the way I see it with Farhan and Gabe is, to me, Brandon Crawford represents, like, the last remaining piece of the dynasty run, or she doesn't want to call it a dynasty, I do, but he's like the last remaining piece. And if he does decide to retire, then next year, to me, is the make or break year. And when it comes to superstars, real quick, like, I know we missed out on a lot, but let's retrace them. Like, Giancarlo Stanton, do you like, really? Like, I don't think that would have been a good deal. Like,
no, CJ, let's jump in, man. Thank you for a lot of really good comments there. To me, if you want to look back on it, yes, I would have still taken Aaron Judge. The one that really, I guess, hurts is Bryce Harper.
Sure.
But yeah, I know where you're going. If you look back on the superstar contracts that didn't happen, that's largely been a good thing. It's a good thing that Rodon didn't get a deal. It's a good thing that Correa didn't get a deal. You wanted to keep Gausman. I would have loved to have had Bryce Harper. I understand all that. Look, there's some intricacies to your point, and I'm with you. And I know it's not popular to say this right now. I believe that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler have done more good than they're getting credit for right now in a moment of frustration. However, it's clearly not good enough.
Yeah.
I do think that they've done enough good to also suggest they should be the ones for at least one more year to see if they can fix this. If they can't, we all know where this is going.
I agree with you.
We're not doing this for one. If we're not having this conversation again next year.
They've done more good than bad, but it hasn't been good enough.
Correct.
And that, to me, is the grand takeaway in all of this. And I'm with you in terms of one more year. I think that the farm has developed to a point where you've got some talent. You've seen it come up. More guys are starting to come up still with, Fitzgerald and, Meckler out of nowhere, and, the core guys that everyone's talked about, and Kyle Harrison should be a part of the future. Maybe he winds up in an offseason trade. We don't know how the offseason's going to go, but I do think those two guys deserve one more crack at getting this right, but you got to fix it. And if it means you have to trade prospects to bring in hitters because hitters don't want to sign here, and if it means you got to eat some of these bad pitcher contracts because you probably don't want to have DeSclafani, Stripling, and Minaya, and Wood on the team next year.
Wood's gone. Wood's gone.
I thought he had an option.
Yeah. No, Wood's gone.
But you look at all of these veteran arms, you don't want to have to pitch a lot of these guys. So there are hard decisions that are going to be made in terms of those guys, but you got to get better. You've got to get more exciting, and you've got to get back to the standard that everybody was expecting you to meet. 107 wins was you blew the bar out of the water. That was way better than anyone could have imagined. That's not the expectation. The expectation is win 90, sniff 90, and be a playoff team.
Well, and I even look at it, again, as always, more about process than result. I understand sometimes things go sideways.
Sure.
Right? If you had what about this? If the Giants had the Padres roster, okay, but the exact same record, in other words, if they were the Padres, how would you feel?
I'd be more outraged.
They're exciting. They have everything that you're asking for. Good players, aggressive signings, exciting things to watch, beautiful ballpark. They got all the things that we're asking for, but they too stink. All right? Does that fix it?
No, it doesn't fix it.
Okay.
It's just a different problem.
Right, but the whole boredom thing. The Padres are not boring.
And I believe the Padres have outdrawn the Giants by a long shot this year. So it's just a different set of problems. And if you're a Padre fan, you're probably more satisfied with your bad year than Giants fan is satisfied with their bad year.
I don't know about that. Padre fans are pretty ticked off. It's been a pretty negative vibe all year long.
It has been, but at least when you go to the ballpark, you're getting some entertainment value.
For sure.
You want wins, of course, but at least you're getting to see 4 or 5 or 6 hitters in your lineup who might thrill you on any given night.
No doubt. Here's my concern in this moment, as we all collectively, starting with Logan Webb, ask for a new way, okay? You got to do this differently and change the mindset. The problem with that is, though, even you and I are in agreement that Farhan and Gabe should get another year to try to be the ones to fix this. The problem is the characteristics of Farhan and Gabe suggest that they can't do it a different way. Here's what I mean by that. I've given Farhan credit through the years for hiring Gabe Kapler when he was basically told for 3 weeks when it was a rumor, don't you do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then he's like, I'm doing it. And then 2 years later, he was the manager of the year. The reason that's normally a good thing is I would say this person has conviction. This person absolutely believes to his core in his process and evaluation. All right, well, if you believe that to your core, what do you do when someone says, okay, switch it? Don't do it the way you've been doing it. Do they even have that pitch in their arsenal? I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
They had better because the way you've gone about doing it is not good enough. There are other teams in the National League that are more talented than you. You're one of only 5 teams that have seen an attendance dip in a time where attendance is up across the board, nearly 10% for Major League Baseball. Fans are dying to go to baseball games now more than they have in the past 10 or 15 years, and yet you have a dip. It's because your team is dull. And the one thing that I'm going to be interested in this offseason is, has the approach of Zaidi and Kapler turned off prospective free agents to where you don't want to come here because you don't want to be a platoon guy, or you're a starting pitcher and you don't want to be innings 3 through 7. That's going to be interesting for me to watch if they miss out on middling guys because of the way they go about things.
I know I work here, but let me be the first to say it's a great question.
Count it.
It's a great question.
Thank you,
it's
Grandy.
It's an important question.
You can go ahead and ding that one,
it's
Grandy.
It's an important question.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ryan in Santa Rosa. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing? Ryan?
Oh, it's me.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, is your name Ryan?
It is.
Yeah. Well, then it is. It's you.
It's all sad about it.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah, your parents weren't very creative with that one, were they? All right. Me neither. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I got the DNA test. I'm not Irish. Ryan means little king.
Oh. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, what? Okay. I was just going to say, like, the Giants are the new Oakland A's. They're trying to play Moneyball, and they can't sign a big name for a reason. Like, there's no team to build around. I get Logan Webb is a top 5 pitcher in my book. Like, I don't even like the Giants. I'm an A's fan, and they have nothing to build around. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't get why people are so upset about their record. Like, yeah, I expect them to be a 500 team, and that's what they are. There's nothing special about them, and people are upset about it. So why are you upset about it, and what do you do about it?
Well, I'd say this, and Ryan, thank you. I think it's more intricate than that. I really do. People say, oh, what do you expect? Look at their roster. Well, hang on a second. Fans have been teased. And in moments, that roster has been very successful. And I'm not just talking about 107 wins. Go back to June. The National League was Braves, Dodgers, Giants. Period. That was in June. That was 3 months ago. No, just not like at the end of June.
It was in June.
But the point is, for a very healthy chunk of the season, the Giants looked like a playoff team. And then mid-July came. And they hit a wall, and they never, ever recovered.
They hit a wall. It's interesting you say they hit a wall. Why did they hit a wall?
I don't know.
Overtaxed the bullpen with this cockamamie opener strategy.
Maybe.
Rookie catcher breaking down.
I think there's a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I think even some of the things we're seeing in the clubhouse
Agreed.
are reasons.
No upgrades at the trade deadline.
Sure.
An over-reliance on young players to come up and save the day.
I mean, definitely. There are a lot of reasons, but I don't find it totally fair when people go, well, what'd you expect? It's been a 500 team from the beginning. Well, in a 3-year stint, no. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes they've been way worse than 500. Sometimes they've been way better. So they've, like, half the group is going, hey, it works. And the other half is going, it'll never work. And you're kind of all wrong and all right.
Yeah.
So to me, it's not even that. Yes, results need to happen, but they just need to feel bigger. They need to feel like they're like the other good teams in the National League.
Right.
You got to feel big. They feel small.
Yeah, and you are, by definition, the Giants. And I love when you said that earlier, and I look at Arizona, a team that, even though they have a lot of young guys and guys that MLB fans are just still getting to know, they play with that moxie. They play like they're something.
Well, they're athletic.
Yeah, young and fast.
When I look at the Diamondbacks, if they make the playoffs, that's why. They're athletic. And that's part of the rule changes even that are out there right now.
Yeah, Corbin Carroll and whatnot.
And the Giants vowed to be more athletic. And even if you don't get one of the big fish on the free agent market, you could have done that. And they didn't. So these are all part of the changes that need to be made. We'll keep taking your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Also, you'll hear from Peter King coming up shortly. Fascinating comments on Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, and Kyle Shanahan. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Brian.
Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs, the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. It is there that you can go find all of the wonderment that is shared here between 2 and 6 every afternoon on 95.7 The Game.
I love it. It is a wonderment.
Yeah.
The body is a wonderment. John Mayer.
You're my wonderment.
Thank you. I
Oasis.
knew it. Oasis.
Thank you. I'm very excited about this next call. However, probably for faux reasons. Verducci in El Dorado Hills. This is not Tom Verducci, is it?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? And yeah, relatively calm. You know, I'm obviously disappointed as a Giants fan, but I don't think we're that far off. You know, I do think we have a good foundation with some of the young pitchers that are coming up. I do like some of the position players that we are starting to see at the end of the season. But I think it starts in the minor leagues, too, with having good player development. It starts with the coaches, you know, and really getting them ready, because you see a difference between, you know, some of the ball players that are coming up through the minors, like the Reds or the Braves. And it just seems like when they get the call up to the major leagues, that they're ready to go, and they're difference makers. And I think that's really what they need to focus on, because the reality is no free agent is going to come here. No free agent hitter is going to want to come here and deal with the whole line change of the platoon. So if anything that Farhan comes up with, you got to be able to use the minor league pitching that we have and hopefully go ahead, package that, and get a deal for a hitter that we can trade for.
Yeah.
And hopefully you get, you know, one or two hitters in the middle of that order to kind of help support the rest of the order and the pitchers like Webb.
I certainly agree with what you said there at the end.
Thank you, Calm.
But
that was Calm Verducci.
Hey.
That was really good.
I hate it when there's weirdness in the room, so can we address that?
He gets a 5 for Calm Verducci. I'm sorry. I don't give out 5s very often.
Verducci, are you still on the line? I asked you if you were Tom Verducci. Tom Verducci, who's a great baseball writer, and then you responded by saying, yeah, it's kind of calm, and then you went into your take. So I appreciate you working with me on that.
Oh, yeah.
But we got off to a little bit of a weird start. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And I'll tell you this much. What a fun fact is actually Tom Verducci, he's actually one of my distant cousins, believe it or not.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Hold on. Is your first name Verducci or is your last name Verducci?
No, my last name's Verducci. First name's Andrew, but Tom Verducci has been he's a long time family member and distant cousin, and grew up just from knowing him from writing from Sports Illustrated, but never had the chance to
going forward, your first name is Calm, by the way, and it's incredible.
Why did you say to Lucas? Why did you say it's Verducci in El Dorado Hills if that's your last name? I'm just curious.
Just that's because how the morning show knows me with Bonte and Shasky, and
we know them.
He told me if I'm calm. I mean, just imagine. I'm with those two guys in the morning. Are they really ever calm?
That's a fair point.
Yeah, not often, not often, but you're wired when you get up at 4 in the morning. I've been there. We've done that. Okay, Verducci.
Thank you, Calm.
Thank you for the
Vontae with a great Giants flex from a couple of hours ago. Flex.
What? Oh, on Twitter?
Yeah, for the last 15 to 16 months, the Morning Roast.
I didn't like this, by the way, and I'll tell you why.
The Morning Roast has told no lies about the Giants. Many folks on this app called us phonies and loudmouths, and were, quote, too negative when discussing the orange and black. I'm not looking for an apology, but I'm here to say, quote, I told you so.
Okay. First of all,
that tweet is state of the art.
Good
apology
job.
Not
You're
accept.
welcome.
Well, there is no listen. Okay. If we want to talk about where everybody at this station has been on Giants baseball over the last year and a half, there's no question who gets the first L. That's me.
In terms of
in terms
grotesque positivity,
just like in terms of where they're at and is it working and is it not. I'll wear that. That's fine. Although the regime, according to Greg Johnson's, not over yet, but I'll wear that, and that's fine. But
I'm not looking for an apology, but I told you so.
Good, because you're not going to get one.
Okay.
But second of all, Bonte, come on, man. Don't do I told you so. Don't do I told you so, because that's going to get you, brother. It's going to get you when you're not right. and we all talk for a living, and we're all right and all wrong every single day. Every day.
Except Steiny, it's the year of the Stein.
Yeah, he's on fire. Yeah, it's his birthday. I'm not going to take a shot at him today.
I shouldn't have. I'm
Do you know
sorry.
what I mean? Like, come on. If you're going to do that, Bonte, then let's have a Trey Lance, Brock Purdy conversation, and let's do this. If we're going to victory lap.
Oh, wow, Mark. That got serious.
No, seriously.
That got heavy.
And you know what? They deserve a big old pat on the back for how they've made fun of themselves for their Trey Lance video. Listen, I'm never going to do I told you so, because I'm right all the time and I'm wrong all the time. We talk for 4 hours a day.
Well, I talk for about an hour and
That's
12.
True.
I mean, to be honest. I mean, and I will do I told you so radio.
Don't do it.
It's what you have to do.
It.
Because when you're wrong, you get ripped, and when you're right, you victory lap.
No, we got to stop this. By the way, I don't want flowers. Stop giving people flowers.
As soon as Brock Purdy loses a game, you're going to want to call in sick, Willard.
Actually,
I'm coming for you.
I'm going for a run 2 weeks ago, and I hear Bonte and Joe. It's like 7:55 in the morning, and they're like, Brock Purdy played week 1. Give Marcus flowers. He was right. I'm like, I don't need flowers. We're all right and we're all wrong every single day.
That's wrong, actually.
I mean, I feel like I've been nothing but right today, but that's because what we're saying hasn't been proven wrong yet.
Sure.
Just wait. If you think you're right, just blink.
Yeah.
And you'll be wrong. And vice versa.
Well, you're buying Allen-style steak because Chris Paul is going to start 4 weeks from tonight.
Except for it hasn't happened yet.
Right? So you're not wrong.
I'm not wrong yet. I'm probably going to be wrong.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And you're going to owe me a pizza because the Niners are going to crush the Bengals because Joe Burrow can't walk.
Yeah, it's a whole separate bet. I don't think we ever consummated that one. The pizza bet is the Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, that's right.
I thought before the opener.
You do owe me a pizza for that.
I got
not yet. Not yet.
I got 4 weeks.
Wouldn't that be amazing if the night before opening night, the Warriors call the press and they're like, all right, so here's what's going on with Andrew.
Yeah.
Here's what happened last year.
I just need definitive proof as to what the circumstance was as to why he missed. But I'm happy to lose that bet, and I'm glad Andrew's going to be back healthy and ready to go. And we'll see if Steve Kerr is a man of his word and actually starts 6 players in the home opener.
I think that
I absolutely think he should.
It would only be fair if he did.
I mean, he says they have 6 starters. Send 6 out there.
And then the ref will call a T, and the cameras will pan to Steve, and he'll just be doing that like shrug emoji
Totally
thing.
the Bosa.
What'd you want me to do? Sit one of them? What'd you want me to do? You sit one of them. Look at these guys.
True.
They're all champs. Oh, wait. Except for one of them.
They're chip-ish. More than one of them. I don't know if
at the bit.
Rodney Magruder's ever won a chip.
It'd be amazing if he sat 2 of them and started Magruder.
Totally.
It'd be incredible. It'd be incredible. Anyway. Victory lap and flowers all you want. I don't like. Great. Yes.
You get your flowers, Mark.
Well, no.
It's good.
And so do Bonte and Joe. The Giants had a disaster of a season.
Yes.
There's no 2 ways about it. This is and that's why I don't share what you said earlier with regard to, this isn't that big of it. It's a disaster.
It's a bogey. It's not a double bogey or a triple bogey.
I think it's a quad. It's like
Vegas had you at 81 wins, and you're going to come in right at about 81 wins.
But that's Vegas. There's actual stuff going on here.
Sure.
Not about betting. What I had said earlier in the year,
it's process, not results, and I'll give you that.
Yes, but here's where it is results. And I said this a few months ago. If you truly, and I know everybody seems to have just moved on from this all of a sudden. Maybe it's because he's having TJ surgery. But when everyone was talking about Shohei, and the Giants are one of the top 5 on the board, and I think they probably still are. I don't know how many teams are going to show up with the check. Okay, so they're still in this. And it's all anyone was talking about 2 months ago. And my take was, this is why it's so important to make the playoffs this year. Because Shohei is only going to be about winning. And he needs to see that your team is in a relative state of health. And the Giants, the second that became a topic, never won another baseball game again.
On the road, certainly.
I mean, it's a disaster. Because now What's happened? A, you're not a playoff team. B, people are chirping in the clubhouse. C, you got industry insiders saying free agents may not want to go there because it shoots your confidence. They don't do what they say they're going to do. And then, yes, other industry execs are wondering if the Giants' collective confidence as players is down because the team will not stick with them and let them play in multiple scenarios. That's all bad in the Shohei Derby. And quite frankly, in the Bellinger, Blake Snell, all the derbies, it's bad. It's all bad. And that's why I do find it to be, from July 20th on, I don't think you can overstate. You cannot overstate. This was terrible.
Well, when you look at all of the secondary and tertiary fallouts from this year, I think you can look at it that way and you make a good case, because if it affects your ability to get free agents in the offseason, and I think that it might, then that's terrible. And if it affected your clubhouse this year to where you have your ace speaking out after a complete game win, and he goes out of his way to talk about how the culture needs to be better going forward, and the reports come out that Jock Peterson is playing a card game none of us had ever heard about before games, and instead of grinding to make himself a better player, that's a bad thing. And a lot of the things you talk about with the process of this team, if the process is flawed, then you've got bigger problems than just being a game below 500.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Peter King's conversation is about 8 or 9 minutes away, and it is a good one, okay? You want to hear him address Shanahan's contract. You want to hear him address Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel's physicality, and, oh, by the way, Mike Florio's ridiculous Purdy-turdy comments. That's all in there. It's all coming up in about 8 or 9 minutes, so make sure you're with us right here on Willard and Dibs. But my mind is on what you brought up a short time ago, and that is whether or not the Giants, as of a year or two ago, were building a reputation around the league as the place to be, at least for certain free agents. If you've been wounded and you need a comeback year, like, do I need a 1-year deal to like rehab my image? Not meaning like legal stuff, but like physical image. Or, are you in a spot in your career where you're looking at a team that might be able to find the best part of you? And especially if you're a pitcher, it offers a pitcher's park. All of these things, the Giants were building a reputation as the place to be. And then this year, the guys they brought in to do just that ended up all ticked off. Like, who'd they bring in this year to do the 1 year or 1+1 rehab, your standing in the marketplace? It was Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea. And neither one of them enjoyed their time.
And Haniger and Conforto.
Right. Well, Haniger less so. That's a 3-year deal.
Okay.
If he wants it to be. Haniger's back. Conforto, we'll see. I don't know which way that one's going to go. Stripling has already admitted he's back. Manaea, I think, is a little bit of a coin flip also. The point is, though, that they didn't enjoy it. They were ticked off. They were public about it. And we've gotten to the point where NBC Sports Bay Area spoke to, quote, industry insiders. I have no idea who that is. But people who are at minimum wondering aloud, at maximum sharing their opinion, that the Giants have damaged their reputation with free agents. Like, I can't think of anything worse.
Right. As you head out into the biggest free agency market that you've had under the Zaidi Kapler era, and how could it not be damaging their reputation when you look at what's happened this year? And I think this is where I'm leaning toward maybe a double bogey for the season. If it really has damaged your reputation, it's bad enough to be mediocre and dull and a tune-out to your audience and out of the playoffs. That's bad. That's bogey golf. But if it turns out to affect you again next year, and honestly, if you're a free agent, if you're a position player in the free agent market, why would you want to come to the Giants if you were being threatened by either being a platoon guy Or at the very least, not knowing what your role is going to be.
Well, that's the
now,
that's
if you're
the
Ohtani,
issue.
it's a different story,
Well,
right?
I do think. Look, some of these guys we're talking about, where it's like if they're offering you an 8-year deal to the end of your career, well, then who cares? Why? Always answer it that way. Why would you come here? Well, because they're offering the most money. That's answer number one. And so, the Giants need to do that.
And if you get 8 years, you're going to outlast the manager and the president of baseball ops.
That too.
And if you don't, that means you won a bunch of titles.
And you want great numbers. Guys want to be in the Hall of Fame. They want to be all-stars. I get all that. But there is a little bit less. Numbers matter a little bit less if you're getting one of these deals that goes to the end of your career. Because you're like, I'm not going to be a free agent again. If I'm Juan Soto and the Giants trade for me, I don't even know if the Padres would deal with the Giants. But let's say the Giants do offer the farm, and they get Juan Soto this offseason. Juan's got ARB 4 next year. So that's already done. He'll probably make close to $30 million on a one-year deal. Okay? No problem. Bring in Juan Soto, do the darn thing, hit your 34 home runs, be really good, OPS 911. And then here we are, right? And it's free agency time. And the Giants, at age, he would be 25, still only 24 years old.
It's hard to believe.
25 years old, and the Giants come to you and say, 13 years, $500 million. Well, it's like, yes, Juan Soto would do that because the number is right, and it's the biggest number out there, and B, is he going to lose a few home runs in Triples Alley? Sure. Does that matter if you're never going to be a free agent again? Matters less. It matters less. It still matters, but it matters less.
It should matter less. And you would imagine, unless another team in a more hitter-friendly park made the same offer, then you'd have to balance it out. If Colorado comes to you and says, we'll do 13 and 500, and you're thinking, okay, I mean, I got a chance at 700 home runs if I go there. Maybe it's a different calculus, but all things created equally, you'd have a better chance to win here. And I think about what you were saying in terms of the Padres, because Machado, he got one of those deals. He signed through 2033. Tatis Jr. through 34. Bogarts through 33. So those guys are set. They're locked up. They're set. And even if the Padres want to trade them, or they're getting paid. Bogarts is getting 25 and a half every year for the next 10. And Machado gets 39.1 in 7 straight years at the back end of this deal.
It's unreal.
So that's damn near $280 million. That's not even counting the next 3 years.
Right.
His deal's like $300 and it's $350. Tatis is $340. Bogarts is $280. So you want to win, and you want to be a Hall of Famer and an All-Star and all the rest of it. But at the very back end of it, you're paid in full. It's baseball.
Wow.
These are guaranteed deals.
Well, Juan is also, and Hello Tuesday, he's also a great Oppo Taco guy. And he's done it a bunch at this ballpark. So I don't know if Juan would hesitate. Plus, Juan is in a situation where basically you have that year that everyone's always coveting, right? Like, you got a year to convince him. It's not just are you a free agent, but you've got a full year in the system to, I don't know, maybe have a good year individually and collectively, show him the red carpet, show him why this is a good place to be. And I don't know. I know Giants fans' confidence in these guys doing that is not very high right now. That's also part of what Logan Webb is talking about. Like you cannot bring guys in here and have the energy be drab. You can't do that. So the shift next year to me is less about somebody being fired, and it's much more energetic. It's much more about energy. And the whole thing needs to feel big next year, and I mean upon arrival, not some sort of a slow build and a nice acquisition at the deadline.
And I wonder if the current brain trust has the ability to make that shift. Like you were saying earlier, can Gabe Kapler be a guy to be more hands-on and inject that energy into the clubhouse? Is your young core of players who all should be here all year, Luciano and Matos and all the fellas should be here from April all the way on. Are they going to have enough gravitas to electrify this moribund clubhouse?
Yeah, something's got to give for sure. Willard and Dibbs, and our conversation with Odyssey NFL insider Peter King, where we kind of rolled this whole Kapler-Farhan conversation, tied it to Shanahan, and got started by asking Peter about the locker room dynamics in sports and what role the head coach plays in building culture.
The right way to build the culture is with the manager or the coach being exactly who he is, because there are all kinds who do it. There are, dictatorial types who won Super Bowls. Tom Coughlin comes to mind. Bill Parcells was one of those. Parcells was a really, really good communicator. He was gruff, but he was a good communicator. There's also quiet guys who lead by example, and I just mean as a player, kind of like a Derek Jeter type. He always said, I don't say things, I do things and hope that people notice. That's the way he led. And I think as far as a manager goes, you really, not only do you have to just be yourself, but I think you have to understand what it takes inside a team to win games. And I'll give you a good example. I don't consider Kyle Shanahan to be the bite your head off kind of guy. But when he wasn't satisfied really with Deebo Samuel's physical condition last year, he didn't make a big deal of it at all. But he went up to him and said, listen, you got to be better. We need you to be better. And I think that you have to know your team and you have to be totally unafraid of confrontation. I think for a coach, a manager, a leader, those are the qualities you have to have. But you also have to know who you are. And Kyle Shanahan obviously has a good handle on his team, and they have a good handle on who he is.
You talked about needing somebody to be better than who they are. Why does America need Brock Purdy to be better than he is? Peter, you mentioned in your column that he's undefeated. And Peter, why do so many people want to continue to asterisk guys, if I may, Brock Purdy?
Listen, this is my pet peeve this week. And that is everybody looks at, he's done all right, but what? But what? 11 games he's played 3 or more quarters. The 49ers are 11-0, and he's got numbers better than 2/3 in those games, better than 2/3 of the quarterbacks in football. So what do you want exactly out of Brock Purdy? Really, tell me, what do you want out of Brock Purdy? And I just think, look, and somebody wrote me a really good email to my column this week, and his point was, he said, hey, I'm a big 49ers fan. Brock Purdy reminds me of somebody. He reminds me of Joe Montana. Remember, Joe Montana, 3rd-round draft choice. Nobody thought much of him. Small guy, blah, blah, blah. And he came in, and all he did was win. And obviously, he played great and all that. But anyway, my biggest problem right now with what we do as a sports media, quite honestly, is that we take too long to basically watch the games, see what the games tell us, and then make a judgment. We take way too long to say, hey, wait a second, Brock Purdy was the 272nd pick in the draft, so he can't be very good. Haven't we learned our lesson? Tom Brady, 199. Joe Montana, whatever he was, 86. I forget what he was. But whatever he was, haven't we learned our lesson that look, it's the same thing right now with Puka Nacua. 177th pick in the draft this year. People can't accept that he's a really good football player because they're myopically looking at the number of pick that he was overall. And I just think, watch the games and make a judgment. Don't make a final judgment on a human being because of the number next to him is a low number in the draft.
It's well said. We've been calling it draftism for a number of weeks right now, Peter. Yeah. And by the way, while we're on Brock Purdy, I want to remind all of our listeners about this conversation from Pro Football Talk just a few days ago.
I think this is part of it. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. Wouldn't be the first time. I think when you think of a franchise quarterback, you think of Joe Montana, Dan Marino, right? Brock Purdy is just kind of a weird name. It doesn't sound like a franchise quarterback name. Purdy's a little too close to Turdy. I just think people have a hard time looking at that name and saying that's a franchise quarterback. I know when I first saw that name,
that easily is the most ridiculous point you've ever made. That's easily the most ridiculous point you've ever made.
Yes.
That's absurd. That's one of the silliest things I've
guarantee you. I guarantee you I'm not the only person that's like, well, that's not a quarterback name.
So, Peter, first off, I appreciate the role you played in that conversation. Yes. But secondarily, I know our audience has been waiting for today so we could ask you, what the hell was going on there? Was he kidding? What was that?
I don't know. I mean, look, Mike has done a fantastic job in his career building himself up from a lawyer in West Virginia to being a real powerful person in the sports media. But I don't know. When I started hearing him say that, I said, do I interrupt him and tell him this is totally absurd? And finally, I just had too much. I just couldn't take it. And I had to tell him that's the most absurd thing you've ever said. So and I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you if he was serious or not. He sure sounded serious, but whatever. I just, I'm sure that if the three of us sat down for 10 minutes, we could go through a lot of sports right now. We could go through basketball, baseball. We could go and we could find some ridiculous names who were great players in sports. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, that's my thought.
Yeah. I mean, you just brought up Puka Nacua. I can't wait to hear what Mike has to say about that.
That's a great one.
I was going to ask you about Arizona quarterback Josh Dobbs, who, I mean, I think doorknobs myself, but I probably won't say that out loud. But you had a nice, interesting little segment in your piece about Josh Dobbs. It's hard not to root for guys like Josh Dobbs. Give us a little background on how this guy has gone from complete afterthought to having a nice little start to his season.
Here's the biggest thing with Josh Dobbs, and why I appreciate him so much. He entered the league in 2017 as a third-string quarterback in Pittsburgh, and he made this point to me, to Ben Roethlisberger. He made this point to me that I thought was really, really smart. He said, look, starting when I was 6 years old, I was a starting quarterback. And I've never not been a starting quarterback until I got to the NFL. So your life changes totally. And when your life changes, he said, I'll tell you exactly what happens. You have to decide whether you want to be, a football player, because, obviously you have to go in every day and you have to find some motivation to get better, because clearly, unless there's a spate of injuries, you're not going to be playing. So that's the thing I appreciate about him, that he has gotten better, so that now if you watch him play, okay, when I watch him play the last 2 weeks, I watched a bunch of that Giants game last week, and then I watched a good chunk of their game on Sunday. And I don't know how you guys feel, but sometimes you can just watch a player and say, man, he's confident. He belongs. And that is exactly what I see right now when I watch Josh Dobbs. Totally fearless. Absolutely fearless. And he plays so hard. He plays so confidently. And I think, look, everybody says, the bubble will burst. The Cardinals are not that good. They're coming into San Francisco. They'll get their comeuppance in Santa Clara on Sunday. And they well may be. But just think about this. They have had leads in the second half of every one of their first three games. Okay? They had a 20-point lead over the Giants. They had a 12-point lead over the Cowboys. And so they have had big leads now in all of their games. Well, they had a normal lead. I forget how many points it was, but it wasn't a lot, against Washington in week one. And at some point you have to say, They've been ahead in the second half of all these 3 games. How could that be a fluke? It's not a fluke. Watch the games. Just watch the games. And look, this is not, I think the 49ers will win the game. This is not a walkover by any stretch of the imagination.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Straight from your Football Morning in America column yesterday, Peter. Quote, I have no idea how long Deebo Samuel can last playing the physical style he plays, but I doubt he makes it through 17 games playing that way. I've long watched him, and while we love it, the concern level is so high. But Peter, what do you do about this? Because doesn't it seem like that's just that's the cloth from which he's cut?
Yes. However, the point that I would make about it is second half, you're up by 20, you're down by 20, whatever. At some point, you've got to be realistic. I remember a long time ago when Franco Harris, everybody said, man, he's soft. He runs out of bounds. And he always used to say the same thing. Said, you want me here for the whole season? I mean, I got to be smart if I want to be here for the whole season. And look, I'm not saying that he should change his style of play. He is a great football player. I loved when Amazon the other day showed the video of Mark Bavaro dragging Ronnie Lott in that incredibly interesting and memorable game at Candlestick, whatever, 30 years ago. The reason that was so apt is that you saw that the other night with Deebo Samuel, and you see it with him a lot. And so I just, look, I think he is one of the 8-10 most fun, interesting players to watch in the sport of football. I want to see him every week. So I don't think there's any crime with knowing when to fold him. Okay, and I'm not even saying that on any of those plays the other day that he should have folded him. But I am saying that I think sometimes you just got to be smart if you're Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, it's tough because the mentality of that team is such a physical one with the fullback and a lot of 2 tight end stuff. And so it's tough to separate the two. On the other side, not to call Miami a finesse team, but my goodness, Peter, what they did on Sunday, a glorified track team putting up 70 on hapless Denver. What did you make of that newfangled offense with the no-look shovel pass and all the fun that Miami's having?
Look, Mike McDaniel, I think, is, he's out of the Shanahan tree. Kyle Shanahan, obviously being at the head of that tree because he was with Mike for so long. But obviously you've got Sean McVay, you've got Matt LaFleur, and now you got Mike McDaniel. And to me, I think what makes Mike McDaniel so interesting is that every week, and I mean every week, I see something. I'm not saying maybe that I've never seen before, but I see something that makes me stop in my tracks. And if you watch that game the other day, and I happen to be watching that game for a good bit of that game, the early game, and you see Tua Tagovailoa making a no-look shovel pass, what makes it so great is that in motion was Tyreek Hill, and he's coming around the formation, and you could swear Tyreek Hill is going to get the ball and it's going to be a foot race to the pylon. But no, sort of a play action to Tyreek Hill, and then he shoveled it, obviously, to Devon Achane, and it was a touchdown. I think that is so much fun to watch, and I think just in general, the Miami team is really a lot of fun. I hope for their sake. We've seen them now 3 games. We got 14 more to go. Honestly, the only thing I root for in the NFL, I root for health. Because, in my opinion, I think it would be an absolute total shame if we don't get to see if these Miami Dolphins can take this farther than they've taken it before because of injury. So personally, I kind of hope that they're able to keep the band together. Crazy thing the other day is they're without Jalen Waddle. And, so nobody is going to get through this season unscathed. But Miami really has a lot of weapons to be able to threaten teams.
Peter, when you mentioned Mike McDaniel coming from Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree, how much do you think he is his own guy and his own creator, or how much do you think he is pulling from Kyle?
Most coaches who will admit they steal from everybody. And I think all coaches do. Every head coach has a person on his staff that they get ideas from. Doug Peterson in 2017 in the Super Bowl against New England tasked his team when they went to Minneapolis that year. He basically told them, okay, the hay's not in the barn yet. I want you guys to find some more plays for me. And Mike Groh, who was the receivers coach at the time, and Frank Reich, who was the offensive coordinator, actually came up with a play that they stole from teams that did it against the Patriots that led to, instead of trips right, 4 receivers on the right and only 1 on the left, tight end Zach Ertz. And tight end Zach Ertz ended up catching the ball that won the Super Bowl, the only Super Bowl that the Philadelphia Eagles have ever won. And that came from Mike Groh and Frank Rowe inventing a play that they found on video the week before the game. So all coaches steal. All coaches borrow. So I do think Mike McDaniel does take stuff from Kyle, takes stuff from Mike. No question about it. He feels great indebtedness to Kyle Shanahan and to Mike for what he learned in his life from the Shanahan family. So, and I don't think he regrets that, or I don't think he feels bad about even saying that. So to me, I'm sure that Mike McDaniel would say, I still get a lot of stuff to this day from the Shanahan family.
Peter, we know you got to run real quick. I think there were some people whose eyebrows went up with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch getting contract extensions now because they weren't up anytime soon. What can you add there?
I don't know what happened. I've not talked to anybody out there, but I think that when you have something that you feel you've got a good thing going, look, there's a lot of people who believe, like I think both of them were up after 2025. So a lot of people would believe, okay, we want to get this deal done no later than sometime in 2024. If you know that and you're positive that you're going to keep these guys, the price is only going up. Why don't you do it now?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the numbers are or where they stand both on the GM list and the coach list, but I'm sure Jed York said there is nothing that's going to happen in the next 18 months that is going to make me not want these guys to run my football team. I don't think it's very complex, and I doubt that you're going to find out anything in the near future that says it's complex.
Peter, great stuff as always. Thank you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Peter King, Football Morning in America, NBC, Odyssey, NFL Insider, joining us every week on Willard and Dibs. And I'm telling you, man, it stuck with me. And I want it to be Brock Purdy's new rallying cry for the rest of this season. But what?
Exactly.
But what? You've won 11 games, but okay, I know the team scored 33 a game.
Yeah.
But
never won a road playoff game.
But
can't survive Philadelphia.
Yeah. But what?
He's got weak elbow ligaments, Mark. Don't you get it?
I do get it, actually. I really get it. No, I'm glad.
But what? You're running out of things to grasp onto.
Yeah.
In terms of but what?
I mean, look, we can do this a few ways. And we got time for your calls. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can interact any way that you choose. Fill in the blank. But what? Brock Purdy is 11-0, but and Brock Purdy, they've scored 33 in a game, but what?
Yeah, Peter was mad when I was...
He didn't even want to let you finish the question.
No, and it came from his article, and I love reading Football Morning in America, and it takes usually 3 or 4 days because it is so in-depth.
What chapter are you on, by the way?
Chapter 11.
Okay, good. Bankruptcy? That's too bad.
I was going to say... I wish there were more pictures, but he actually has pictures in there, and he's got videos, and so you pick through all his content, and it's great, and he's got baseball takes, and he actually had a nice Jimmy Carter tribute, 99 years old, and basically more than hanging in there, like refusing to go out into that good night. So it's like, man, Peter, thank you for that. 7 months ago, he said, no more doctors, no more anything. I'm just going to be living. So all these things you learn from Football Morning in America that you didn't know that he was going to come with.
Brock Purdy is in his bold names column, and that is where he throws out certain names and then gives you a quick little blurb on them. And what he wrote about Brock was, quote, "It's amazing to me after he begins his career 11-0 in games he's played at least 3 quarters that there is this universal asterisk on his competence. More ridiculous than amazing, really. So the universal asterisk on Brock Purdy's competence. And as Peter has coined on this show, but what?"
Right.
I love it, man.
And that's,
I love it.
He's speaking to the ridiculous nature of people who want to put that asterisk on him. And, I mentioned Mike Tomczak before, who started 10-0 in his first 10 starts. But, most of those games were Chicago Bears defense authored victories. And Brock Purdy's averaging 33 a game. And this year it's been Purdy 30, Purdy 30, Purdy 30, week in and week out. And it feels like Arizona's in a little bit of trouble in terms of how many points they're going to score again this weekend. So I like what Peter said, but what?
Yeah.
Like, what are you waiting for?
Well, and I think, look, we do understand some of what this is. We've been calling it draftism for weeks. And so I get that. I know that you need to be convinced. And I understand that it's only been 11 games. No one's calling him an all-time great, not even calling him a Super Bowl quarterback because he's none of those things as of yet. So that's fine. Like, when something surprises you, it takes you a minute to believe it, right? Like, you walked out of your front door today, and there were puddles on the ground. And I bet you were like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did it rain? And you're, like, looking around. Well, yeah, it rained. Like, it's
I
not
told
just
the
like
lovely supper that we might be in for some rain. She pulled out her iPhone and goes, "No, sun for the next 10." I said, "Okay,
all right."
Right now I'm gonna take the L,
she
but
needed
tomorrow
to see
I'm gonna
more,
bounce back." Yeah,
she needed to see more. Okay, you can tell her all you want.
And I woke up and opened the blinds and said, "But what?
But what?" You didn't say that.
I'm no dummy.
Did you say that to someone?
I'm trying to survive.
Exactly.
I'm fighting for my life.
No, but when something surprises you, sure, that's fine. You can take a minute before you believe in it and whatnot. But I think there's two different things here. I'm not asking, and it doesn't matter what I'm asking for, Brock, the 49ers, the world. No one's asking for you to be like, quote unquote, convinced. You don't need to be convinced that Brock Purdy's a star, Joe Montana, Tom Brady, a playoff QB. You don't need to be convinced. I do think what you do need to be is rational about what you're seeing. You do need to acknowledge what you're seeing and stop acting like quarterbacking in the NFL to an 11-0 record at age 23 out of the 7th round is something that can happen because you just kind of tripped and fell into a fun little bucket. Like, I'm sorry. That's not life.
It's just a garden variety pitch and catch.
I can't.
Honestly,
it doesn't
Mark,
exist.
I mean, you or me or Grandy, we could do what he's doing with McCaffrey and Deebo and Ayuk and Kittle. You get me Trent Williams to block for me, I'm going 17 of 22 for 284 and 3 tuds.
Can you imagine? It is my favorite thing. You can put anybody back there.
Anybody.
If I've said this, and I'll say it loud, if I were on an NFL field for more than 3 seconds, I would die.
Dude, no doubt.
Die. Like, could I complete a pass? Could I even take a step without vomiting? Did you see what Myles Garrett looks like when he's about to attack you? And Brock Purdy's smaller than me. I don't have that kind of guts.
Before we go to the phones, think about what would be harder of the three. Face Major League pitching and make contact. Get a yard in an NFL game.
As what?
A yard.
As a running back?
Or you're a QB and you want to just get a yard.
I mean, I could sneak. I don't think I'm going to get up.
Hit a pitch. Or get a bucket in the NBA.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I mean, that's the only three things. And I didn't want to add in, be able to ride a horse and make it through 6 furlongs.
Right.
He's a horse.
I mean, I'm only pausing because all three sound impossible. I guess
against a pitcher who really is incentivized to get you out.
I guess I'm going to say Hoops is the easiest because I could PJ Tucker the thing and just stand in the corner and wait for it to potentially come to me open, and I could hit I can hit a jump shot. I can hit.
I'd like to see you get off the ground.
I had a J. You don't need to get off the ground.
I had a J.
All right, yeah.
It's not a jump shot if you don't leave the ground.
Well, I mean,
you get that,
I leave the ground.
Okay.
It's only a few inches. I leave the ground.
Shout out Bonte for carrying Team 95.7 the game.
Look good out there, too. Look good out there. I saw the pictures, right?
He was out there.
Shout out Soda.
He was out there.
He said he was sore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Grandy, what'd you want to say? Don't let us talk over you like that.
I was just going to say, Dibs was saying, we could go out there. Please, I could do better, Dibs.
That's my guy.
6 o'clock, 26 minutes. Here comes Grandy. What were you going to say?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I could do better than Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Thank you. It's just pitch and
Purdy.
catch. Put me in the pistol and let me throw it around.
Purdy rhymes with 30, but also turdy. D in Walnut Creek. Hi, D.
Let's go.
What are you doing?
Hey, I'm on my way home to make some black bean and beef stir fry.
Damn.
I want to jump all over you on this. I told you so. Because half the 49er fans are saying I told you so because of Garoppolo's performance this Sunday. Wouldn't you have to agree to I told you so?
Well, I don't know what you told me. What did you tell me? And then I can tell you if I agree.
I say half the fans say I told you so that Jimmy's not going to be any better anywhere else.
Oh, well, I don't know who disagreed. Who disagreed with that?
Well, you were jumping on don't say I told you so, but
right. Well, yes. Listen, D, thank you. All I'm saying, and for those of you who are just with us now, I don't like to do I told you so unless you also want to go, now here are all the 8 things where I was wrong. You know what I mean? Like Cowherd does that segment on Monday mornings where Colin was right, where Colin was wrong. And amazingly, never on a Monday has he ever not had something to say on both sides. So that means every week for his entire career, he's had at least 3 things where he can say, I was right on those and I was wrong on that. We can have it every week. So I'm a little hesitant to take a lap around the building when I get one right because we're going to get a bunch wrong too. And so this Giants thing this year, yeah, sure. I'll take the L.
Egg on your face.
That's fine. And those of you out there, if you had any Trey Lance conversations with me over the last 6 months, do you hear me doing I told you so?
Victory lap.
No.
Lap it.
I don't want flowers.
If you're not going to celebrate the victories, then what are we even doing out here in life?
I want you to do both. If you want to take a victory lap, as soon as you get back, sit down and go, now here's where I messed up.
Of course.
Okay.
Always. I'm here and I'm accountable.
Not you. You're fine.
Because I'm never wrong. It's the year of the dibber. Come on. What's wrong with you?
You do I told you so sometimes.
I have to.
The worst.
I'm a little brother, youngest of 4.
The worst is when you say I told you so and it was like, I said that. You didn't say that.
The worst is when I come up with stuff and you steal it. Then Lucas will
That's not true. The only time that happened
is a bunch of
was
crap.
this stupid Jordan Poole thing about the stupidest question ever, and it went all
people
over.
are full of crap.
Yeah, with Festus Ezeli, the whole thing blew up.
Stole it from me.
I presented it as such. I said my partner right here says, and then
stupidest question ever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibs.
Thank you, Festus.
It was me, Festus.
Which I said.
Yeah, boy.
My partner. Who do you think I was talking about?
You never take
Kyle
my good
Rudolph?
questions. Ephraim Salam?
Who do you think I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You.
I learned it from you.
watching you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mark in Oakland.
We got some heavyweights on the line.
Mark, what are you doing?
Hey, I am parking after working and going to have a good night. That's what I'm about to do.
About to have a good night.
And this is fun, too. This is fun listening. So I'm going to present two thought experiments and make a sandwich out of it with my point in the middle about Purdy.
Damn, you're hungry. Okay.
I could get out there. I could do it. We used to do a thought experiment. Me and my buddies. Would you take $50,000 up front and you just get to walk away with $50,000? Or if you can pass for 50 yards on the NFL team of your choosing in a live game, you have to forward pass for 50 yards and you get $1 million. But if you don't get the 50 yards, you have to walk away without the $50K. What would you do? And everyone would go, I'd go for the $1 million, but I think you'd probably wind up in the hospital.
No.
I'd take the $50K.
No, I'm already at the bank with my $50K.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear you finish the sentence.
Even if you give me Deebo and all the yak yards possibility with 28 swing passes, I'm not doing it.
Do you get to call your own plays? That's the question.
I'm calling screens.
Every time.
Exactly.
A 9 route.
No, I would take $50K just to never be on an NFL field with NFL defensive players. Yep, absolutely.
SOFT.
Guilty. Absolutely. I have no problems admitting that. I love it when people do that. The Giants fan behind me at Levi's on Thursday, that's what he kept yelling. Soft. He wasn't yelling at me. But every time the refs would throw like a flag on the Giants, he's like, oh, what, we tackle you too hard? Soft. San Francisco is soft. And I'm like, so's this pretzel. We're going to kick your butts. Am I right?
Am I right?
Yeah.
And the pretzel's more salty than you are, sir.
No, he was cool.
All right.
He was cool.
All right. Drew down, James, Joel. Hang in there. I want more callers. I like this.
You want to throw it a break?
Nah, not really.
Get out of your way.
Willard and Dibs. More Willard and maybe a dollop of Dibs if Mark lets me. On 95.7 The Game.
Well, there's a read you got to do.
Oh, sorry.
Mark.
Just
Mark with a K.
There's a read.
Someone.
read.
Grandy, you got it?
The
other Mark. I can do it.
Do it, hurry.
We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Flag and Anthem. They make the best
right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
It's only a few inches.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
True story. Join the after party to find out who I was talking about. After party, also known as Mark Grandy. Mark Grandy, who will be coming up with the best of the game here shortly. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Okay, that's coming up here in 13 minutes.
It's my companion for the drive home. I always enjoy to hear Mark Grandy and whatever he thinks is the best of the day.
Let's be honest. You like listening to you. So you
What's
tune
funny
in.
is when I hear you and I immediately turn it off. That's not true. I turn it up.
No, you don't.
Turn it up.
No, turn it up.
Some of that Dibbs.
Is that Freedom Rock? Well, turn it up, bro. Turn it up. All right, 888-957-9570. Maybe we'll play this for you tomorrow. We got a bunch of calls we want to get to, but there's a funny bit. Did you see the Josh Dobbs thing? Josh Dobbs was coming to town, played the 49ers this weekend. Josh Dobbs, was just signed a few weeks ago and sort of has stumbled into being the Cardinals starting quarterback and has been kind of viable. Not great, but has certainly not embarrassed himself. So he put a video out on social media. The guy goes to the Cardinals team store and he's looking to buy a jersey, his own.
Oh, he's buying Dobbs.
For family members. And I don't think he's offended by the fact that there's no Dobbs jerseys in there. He just showed up.
Yeah.
But there's this kiosk you can go to in the corner and you can build your own custom jersey. And so you go through and you're like, I'd like a Cardinals jersey and I'll do size large. And at a certain point it goes, okay, here's our roster, pick a player. He's not in there.
He's not in there.
He's not in there. He's like, I'm the quarterback of the football team. Can I get a little something for the effort here?
Oh, my God.
I'm not even in the kiosk. But then the guy put, there's a few ways to handle that. I don't know. You call your boss, or you could put it on TikTok.
Yeah.
Which sort of suggests that, I don't know, maybe there's a little discord there.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's an interesting move by a guy who's kind of a placeholder.
But it's Arizona, so if you call your boss, then what's your boss going to say?
Who is the boss?
I didn't even know we had jersey sales, honestly. I mean, since Kurt Warner left, I didn't even know we still were selling jerseys.
No joke. They're all Larry Fitzgerald jerseys in there. That's it. All right, 888-957-9570. Drew Down in Tracy, one of our favorites. How are you, Drew? What's up?
Hey, my guys. Willard, Dibbs, what it do, my friend?
Brother man.
So a couple of things I'll talk about real quick. Talking about the day rankings of the week. Tuesday you got to rank the 7th best, but I got to admit it's slowly creeping up the ladder for me. Like I said, I got the bowling league going on on Tuesday, so I'm actually looking forward to Tuesday. So I don't know. I don't have my King of the Hill rankings out yet, but Tuesday might be slowly creeping up there.
That's fine. For me, once tacos are done, that's it. That's literally all Tuesday has to offer.
How is Tuesday not better than Monday? I don't understand.
I'll explain later. Yeah, Drew's trying to talk right now.
Tuesday.
Yeah, Drew's
anyways, I'm juiced about the Warriors season, man. I cannot wait. It feels like it's been so long since we've seen Warrior basketball. Obviously Kerr, spoke to the media talking about everybody ran with the whole 6 starters thing, and I don't know your thoughts. My thoughts on that personally was that Kerr's doing what Kerr does, massaging egos. No, bro, we got 6 starters. I mean, whoever starts the game, whatever technically, but in reality, we got 6 starters. So just trying to keep everyone happy, and Kerr doing what he does. So I that's a total Kerr thing. And then I don't know if you guys touched on the Iggy podcast about the Jordan Poole, about not playing defense, about him telling him, I can see you're not trying, and just the whole fact that Poole thought that he should be given the freedom that Curry and Clay were given. A lot of stuff that was talked about on this station that a lot of people poo-pooed. There's a guy named, I think his name is Mark Willard, kind of alluded to a lot of these things, and a lot of people kind of brushed it off, but fair or foul, fair or not to Jordan Poole, he got paid, and now he gets what he wants. Because it sounds like he wanted to be the man. He wanted to take all the shots, and guess what? Well, on this team, that wasn't in the cards. But now you go to Washington, you get to do what you do. So, I think that's a win for him. And my last thought, and I love these guys. This kind of hurts me to say. I love these guys, 13-20. I love D'Lo. I love KC. But, man, they say that the Kings live rent-free. These guys cannot stop talking about the Warriors. And I love D'Lo. This may not be fair to KC. He just got married. He's on vacation.
Yep.
But I might start calling him Mariah Carraway or Kenny Carey because, bro, why are you so obsessed with us, man?
That's a great song. That's a 4, Drew Down.
Nice, Drew.
That's
Although
great.
I do we love D'Lo and KC. I've always enjoyed your nickname for KC.
Kenny carried away.
Yeah. Which look,
because he got a little carried away.
I don't want to pat anybody on the head. I would never do that to the Kings and their fans.
It's not your style, Mark.
Not my style. But I mean, listen. As somebody who worked in San Diego when the Chargers left, I know what it's like to do radio in a one-sport town. It ain't easy.
No,
it ain't easy. So if they're obsessing about the Warriors and the Kings, all I'll say is I get it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
And now they're finally obsession worthy. So that's at least exciting for the Sacramento market because before you were obsessed by the Sacramento Kings in Sacramento and they weren't anything to talk about.
Yeah, this might be a thing for tomorrow also, though, when he brings up the whole 6 starters thing. I just read what I think is a really good article by Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Maybe we get Monty on tomorrow. Count me among those who are not going to poo-poo this 6 starter thing. Oh, it'll work out, and Chris, and Kavan, and we'll figure it. Nope. Sorry, not having it. Yes, it's a big deal. No, I don't want to hear, it's about who finishes. It's not about who starts. It's a big freaking deal.
Yeah.
Those 5 players had the number 1 efficiency rating of any group of 5.
It's nonsense.
It's not nonsense in the whole NBA last year, and you're going to change it because of Chris's ego? I'm sorry. Read the article.
I read it. I read it during the break.
It's a thing, and it's a problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's a thing because load management is a thing, and you and I can get into this in more detail tomorrow.
But that I agree with. That's different.
It's not going to be a thing because one of these guys is going to be hurt almost the entire season. So you're not going to be confronted by this as much as you think.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Odds are.
Maybe not. And load management does not cover every game throughout every week.
No, but you're not going to have any of these guys play all 82 except for Wiggins and Kavan.
No, but when my 5 are ready, I'm playing them, is what I would say. So this is on Chris, in my opinion. And it all started with you coaching.
Yeah. Well, it's on Steve. And it's on
Steve
Mike Dunleavy Jr. for bringing him in.
But that's fair. That's fair.
You knew what you were getting when you brought him in.
I'll tell you where I was wrong. Here's another one. I thought there's no way in hell the Warriors are going to acquire Chris Paul without ensuring that he knew you're going to have to take at least a little piece of your ego and put it in your back pocket. And based on what I've heard and seen so far, he didn't.
We'll see. The opener is 4 weeks and 1 hour from right now. Damn. Phoenix comes to town. I believe it's a Tuesday night opener down there at Chase Center. And Media Day's Monday, and it'll give us all our first crack at seeing CP3 in Jordan Poole's jersey.
I can already tell you that Voice of the Sun's John Bloom has been booked for that show.
Okay, good.
I haven't even asked him yet, but he's on.
Love
he's
it.
on. Yeah,
he's a good dude. I always like talking to Bloom.
Yeah, and it's his first year as the full-time guy. He's going to be doing all the games. So, it jumps on you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It jumps on you. The 49ers season, as it moves into the second half, the Warriors and everything they're going to offer in terms of drama and star power is only yet another message that I think Logan Webb is trying to send, which is, dude, it is time to get big and catch up.
And be a part of October.
Right.
Because I think they have 1 game in October, the Giants do, but they want to have a bunch of games in October.
Rule 5 is fine. Let's talk about rules 1 through 4 first. Be good.
Okay.
Get good players. Act big, compete. Then we can get to Rule 5.
You rolled those off pretty quick right there.
Just made them up.
I know you did. It was impressive.
A little bit of overlap on some of them, too. But
sure.
Anyway.
Whatever.
Yeah. Want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is a go-anywhere, all-electric, symmetrical all-wheel drive vehicle built by Subaru, a brand you can trust. Now you can go anywhere and help the environment while avoiding the gas pump at Stevens Creek Subaru. Whether it's a new or certified vehicle, service, parts, or you just want a great cup of coffee from the Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination.
This month, lease a new 23 Solterra Limited for $348 per month. Just $348 for a new Solterra EV from Stevens Creek Subaru, plus tax for 36 months with $69.95 due at lease signing. MSRP $56.35. No security deposit needed. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN number PA015431. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Ladies and gentlemen, banking with BMO is now arriving in California. The seatbelt sign is off, but buckle up because BMO is bringing more than 200 years experience in growing your wealth, growing your business, and growing the good. Collect your bags and wallets because a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the